My name is Hua Liang, and at the brink of death, I traversed into the world of curses. Fortunately, I miraculously gained a second chance at life. Unfortunately, a remorseless system has tasked me with seducing the protagonist to save the world. I encountered a dark-haired individual whose future visions reveal that he is destined to perish. I stumbled upon a white-haired man who too is fated to meet his end. I chanced upon a youthful dandy, yet he is likewise doomed to die. It dawned upon me that any man I take a liking to seems inexorably bound to death. After numerous cycles, I finally located the world-ending villainous overlord. Yet, why do the men I have previously seduced exhibit increasingly obsessive behaviors, their gazes towards me growing more frenzied? The system explains that this phenomenon arises from their memories and emotions from previous cycles gradually awakening and merging. Am I to take care of myself? Is there truly no sorcerer who remains sane? Very well. If this is how the game shall be played, then I too shall descend into madness. Chapter 1. Do not indiscriminately pick up individuals. Hua Liang lowered her gaze to observe her outstretched hands. Her fingers were delicate and fair, harmoniously proportioned, with even the tips tinged with a faint blush. Unlike her original size, there were no calluses nor scars to mar her skin. A fine drizzle fell from the night sky, and the uneven path had collected pools of murky water shimmering with iridescent hues, reflecting the myriad of vibrant, flickering neon signs. A woman adorned in garish makeup leaned against the dim, antiquated street lamp, while corpulent, middle-aged men scuttled about like ants, weaving through the dilapidated nests scattered around. Hua Liang possessed the exceptional senses befitting a guide, and with but a glance, she swiftly discerned that she was at the fringes of human society, in a gray zone. The words on the signs were entirely unfamiliar to her, and the flirtations of the courtesans were alien to her ears, yet she comprehended their meanings effortlessly. The good news was that she had survived the war against the pollutants invading the royal capital. The bad news was that she had been transported to a completely foreign world. The narrow alleyway she found herself in was particularly desolate and dim, devoid of any human presence, not even a single street lamp. Her trusty dragon-scale dagger was tucked away within her sleeve, and apart from that, she had discovered no currency or identification of any sort. Cursing softly, she turned to follow the light source around the left corner. Ugh, it hurts. Don't move, it hurts so much. A massive, reptilian-like creature dangled precariously from the dilapidated ceiling of the concrete-tiled roof. Its numerous limbs writhed incessantly around its abdomen, while its back was covered in grotesque, bulging sores. It seems as though the creatures sensed the gaze of humanity. With the incessant, puffing sounds, eyes began to unveil from their suppurating sacs, their gaping mandibles dripping with fetid, viscous saliva. Hua Liang let out a sigh, for this abominable creature was truly a grotesque sight that could pollute the spirit with just a fleeting glance. She slowly raised her right hand towards the monstrosity, her index finger slightly curled, yet nothing transpired. Even her most effective mental assault had dissipated. In truth, she had attempted to gauge the situation moments ago, only to find her spiritual essence still ensconced in slumber. Pain, oh the excruciating pain, came the cacophony of chitinous creatures crawling like a tide, as the monster bared its cavernous maw, an overpowering stench surging towards its target. A subtle tremor of her wrist summoned a sleek ebony dagger into the palm of Hua Liang's hand, its narrow blade glimmering with an ethereal blue light. The majority of guides merely provided post-battle psychological support to the sentinels, alleviating their agitated emotions. Only a select few exceptionally gifted guides could harness their formidable mental prowess to control the tempo of the battlefield, even dictating the actions of sentinels. Her capacity for mental solace was rather crude. However, in stark contrast, she possessed an exceptionally potent ability for mental manipulation. Furthermore, in comparison to most frail guides, she boasted superior physical strength and stamina. Without a moment's hesitation, she propelled herself effortlessly onto a rooftop over 3 meters high, akin to a gust of wind sweeping towards the monster's head. A wail accompanied the eruption of viscous fluid from the gaping wound on its head as she swiftly retreated, yet a few droplets of the foul liquid inevitably splattered onto her collar. We have arrived too late. With his hands casually tucked into the ample pockets of his high-specialty uniform, Suguru Geto gazed towards the distant rooftop, where the colossal corpse of a cursed spirit collapsed thunderously behind the young girl. A silver-haired youth reclined comfortably with his hands behind his head, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, white. Hua Liang's deep blue, rain-soaked skirt bore dark patches, while a strand of inky hair clung to her cheek. The confusion in his eyes faltered momentarily as Suguru lowered his voice. If white refers to your underwear, I shall have to reassess your level of scum, Wataru. In a few agile movements, Wataru, Fushiguro, silently leaped onto the dilapidated rooftop across from them and waved. Hey, you there. His gaze met the inorganic, glass-like gray eyes that radiated a chilling aura. Wataru paused briefly before breaking into a grin, cheerfully exclaiming, "A remarkably efficient technique. Astonishingly, there is not a trace of cursed energy left." The mingling of rainwater and the creature's slime emitted a nauseating stench, and Hua Liang lifted her eyes to the grinning white-haired youth, swiftly discerning his ostentatious nature. Who would wear sunglasses on a rainy night? The fine droplets of rain did not touch his attire, as if an invisible barrier repelled the water a mere centimeter from his body. Whether it was the unfamiliar terms such as cursed energy and techniques, or the composed demeanor he exhibited, Hua Liang quickly realized that the first person she encountered in this foreign realm was likely not one to be trifled with. Nevertheless, she intended to extract some information about this place from him. With a casual toss of her rain-soaked hair behind her, revealing her smooth forehead, she inquired, "Do you have an umbrella?" At some point, Suguru had also ascended to the rooftop and snapped his fingers, a chill breeze brushing past her side. For a fleeting moment, the air warped, and a colossal pink mushroom-headed creature gradually materialized, its expansive cap shielding them from the relentless rain. The ability to control monsters? Hua Liang silently dismissed the notion of confronting him with force, opting instead to remain passive until she comprehended the power dynamics of this world, striving to blend in as a local. What kind of cursed spirit is this? Geto, why have I never seen you use it before? Wataru adjusted his sunglasses down his nose, revealing his sapphire-like, resplendent eyes. You should summon another to shield yourself from the rain. Your bangs are sticking to your face like a piece of seaweed. Suguru's temples pulsed with frustration, his previously low tone rising noticeably. Enough chatter. Let's get to the point. Wataru shifted his attention back to her. Well, I am Wataru Fushiguro, a prodigy endowed with the 6 eyes and limitless technique from Tokyo Jujutsu High. This is Suguru Geto. His technique allows him to manipulate cursed spirits. We are the strongest, so how about you join us back at the school? Suguru felt a headache coming on from his friend's nonsensical ramblings. Hey, don't just pick up random people. School? Hua Liang had no interest in that. Since awakening her mental powers at the age of 12, she had been taken from the orphanage and brought to the royal capital to live and study in the White Tower. Due to the scarcity of guides, she had been assigned to the military 3 years later to collaborate with various sentinels, relentlessly combating the pollutants that gnawed away at the Empire's territory for a decade. Judging by the behavior of these two, the so-called Jujutsu High was likely a training ground for warriors to hunt the very monsters she had just witnessed. Although she had yet to fathom the reason for her transmutation, she had no intention of squandering this new lease on life. She certainly did not wish to emerge from a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. Chapter 2. I am merely a passerby. A succession of unfamiliar terms flowed into my ears, yet my mind remained incapable of deciphering them. And it was impossible to dismiss the situation with a few careless remarks. Hua Liang steadied her thoughts. I am unaware of your discourse. I am but an ordinary person passing through. Satoru Gojo tucked his sunglasses back into his pocket, and in an instant, his hand was resting upon her shoulder. An ordinary person? Such astonishing speed. Hua Liang sensed his gesture, but did not flinch. She possessed a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes, with silvery lashes densely cascading down towards her eyelids, resembling branches laden with fresh snow. Her cobalt blue irises resembled ancient, unyielding ice, exuding an air of sacred inviolability. Even this magnified beauty, bordering on distortion, could not alleviate her discomfort at the invasion of her personal space. How rude, Gojo. Suguru Geto discerned that his despicable friend was once again attempting to charm others with his universally appealing visage. Clearing his throat, he reassured, Please do not be alarmed. We are not malevolent. Hua Liang brushed away Gojo's hand from her shoulder. I am not particularly. Before she could finish her refusal, She acutely sensed that the atmosphere had turned peculiar. How did you manage to breach the limitless boundaries to touch my hand? The playful demeanor that had previously adorned Gojo's face vanished, replaced by a focused intensity as he gazed at her, as if trying to bore a hole through her very being. Suguru Geto's initially composed expression shifted to one of vigilance, as various conspiracy theories flooded his mind. He raised his hand, and a colossal silver rainbow dragon coiled behind the girl, blocking any potential retreat. Hua Liang tightened her grip on the dagger concealed within her sleeve, her expression betraying her impatience. I have no idea what you are up to. I have lost my past memories and do not have the luxury of wasting time here. You claim to remember nothing at all. I hope you are not hearing impaired. Gojo tilted his head slightly. No memories, no cursed energy fluctuations. Yet you possess the strength to annihilate a semi-grade cursed spirit in one blow. It seems you were born to counter me. Hua Liang raised an eyebrow. So, are you some sort of malevolent overlord, prompting others to seek your demise? Huh, quite an intriguing hypothesis. I like it. Gojo chuckled, the formerly tense atmosphere suddenly easing. He gestured with a nod towards the corners of his eyes. No subtle expression or movement escapes my 6 eyes. You do indeed appear to be out of the loop. What began as a jest had now escalated into a complex situation. We must take you back to Jujutsu High to ascertain your circumstances. What if I refuse? Hua Liang was unaccustomed to being in a passive position, cursing internally at her current state of mental exhaustion post-transportation, armed only with a mere dagger. Gojo waggled his index finger, a tuft of white hair atop his head bobbing along. Refusal is not an option. How was it accomplished? A single strike to eliminate a semi-grade cursed spirit without any trace of cursed energy fluctuations. Surely, one who can perceive cursed spirits must possess cursed energy. Utilizing it would leave a mark. Shall we put it to the test? This white-haired individual is an egotistical child, utterly self-centered and incapable of communication. Hua Liang, infuriated yet sardonic, felt that allowing herself to be bullied was not in line with her principles. Come on. Suguru Geto leisurely strolled to the side, indicating he would not intervene. Gojo cheerfully gestured for her to proceed. Hua Liang wasted no time, swiftly approaching like a specter, her dagger slicing through the air, only to be thwarted by an immense force, halting her advance. Gojo seized the wrist of the assailant, and her lashes, like raven feathers, cast a narrow shadow upon her eyelids. The information received by his 6 eyes bore no intent to kill, merely a hint of coolness. With a deft twist, she escaped his grasp and continued to attack from various angles, yet each attempt was deftly parried, preventing her from closing in. Ah, a nimble assassin. Hua Liang relinquished the dagger, throwing it as a feint, and darted behind Gojo. Her palms slashed down towards the nape of his neck, only to be caught by his larger hand. You can touch me now, but your speed. Before he could finish, she coiled like a serpent, slipping from the shadow elongated by the light and striking fiercely. The force of her blow sent Gojo stumbling back against the eaves, a resounding crash echoing as the bricks at the point of impact fractured like a spider's web. The commotion startled a nearby neighborhood, faint voices approaching the dim alley. The sharp dagger embedded itself into the wall as cold glimmer pressed against his porcelain-white face. In the next instant, rain-soaked fingers grasped his chin. Hua Liang raised an eyebrow. Care to try? The shattered debris littered the ground as she raised her voice. If you do not wish for him to die, refrain from any rash movements. A magnificent white rainbow dragon spiraled behind Suguru Geto, his elongated dark purple eyes glimmering with amusement. I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament, Gojo. He swiftly retrieved his phone, activating the flash and capturing a series of rapid shots from every angle. Gojo blinked, feeling warm breath brush against his cheek. The once lazy silver-gray eyes now glinted with the focus of a beautiful yet fierce beast, fixated intently upon his face. Under such a palpable gaze, he was struck by a peculiar sensation, as though he held some significance in her eyes. The technique reversed. A flash of brilliant blue light grazed his peripheral vision, and Hua Liang's body instinctively sensed danger before her consciousness could react, melding into the shadows of a nearby street lamp. The dazzling blue light instantly collapsed a swath of uninhabited, dilapidated buildings, a thunderous roar reverberating through the air, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured the skies. Suguru Geto lowered his phone, bellowing, "Idiot! You forgot to release the barrier again." After notifying the auxiliary supervisors to manage the mess, Hua Liang was escorted away at lightning speed from the scene of the incident. Hua Liang, that is my name. Gojo perched his small round sunglasses upon his prominent nose, a wise choice. If you do not accompany us, those foul-smelling old oranges will not spare someone with special abilities and no background like you. Hua Liang encountered yet another unfamiliar term. Old oranges? Oh, those are the corrupt high-ranking officials within the jujutsu community, with the Kumo and Zenin families being particularly prevalent among them. Gojo grinned broadly, his demeanor cheerful. One day, I will find an opportunity to eradicate them all. Hua Liang nodded. That sounds like an ambitious goal. I wish you success. Chapter 3. Do you want me to save the world? Would you like to join us? As he pulled down his sunglasses, the cobalt blue eyes sparkled with light. With you by my side, things would become much simpler. Suguru Geto delivered a punch to Gojo's head. Stop talking so much. Save it for your reflection report when we get back. Absolutely not. Since it was Hua Liang who exorcised the cursed spirit, the report should be written by her. Hua Liang paused in her tracks. Hua Liang. Hua Liang. Suguru Geto exchanged glances, determined not to allow this promising sorcerer to be frightened away by mere reports. Despite the uncertainty surrounding her identity, clearing his throat, he spoke softly. Just consider Gojo's words as the buzzing of a mosquito. We will take full responsibility. Taken into the White Tower in her youth, she could practice guiding her mental energy while concurrently pursuing a specialization in mechanical engineering. A mere report would hardly faze her. What truly concerned her was, ding, detection of host acquiring a new identity in the realm of sorcery. New student awaiting enrollment at Jujutsu High, Hua Liang. Auxiliary system activated. Detection of main characters appearing, hereby issuing the singular main quest to save the sorcery world from obliteration in 20 years. I remarked. Could we perhaps indulge in a more ordinary late-night snack? Suguru Geto cast a disapproving glance at the hefty ice cream hot pot on the adjacent table, clearly unimpressed. With the rain pouring outside, consuming such an abundance of ice seemed a folly, as if one wished to merge their posterior with the toilet seat. Just last month, I had seen the promotional flyer for this establishment, the Thai-style ice cream hot pot. Its name alone evoked a sense of deliciousness. Shouldn't Liang-san be the one to make the choice? A modicum of gentlemanly decorum would be preferable. Hua Liang, with drooping eyelids, exuded the air of a weary worker forcibly returned to duty post-retirement. I have no preferences. Anything is fine. In the bustling ice cream hot pot shop, the two young patrons beside her were engaged in a spirited debate over their culinary selections. A lively ambience she had not experienced in quite some time. Initially, escaping from a region rife with pollutants was a cause for celebration. Yet now all that remained was a sense of resignation. A system inexplicably implanted in her mind bore no resemblance to the auxiliary AI she had envisioned. For now, her best course of action was to keep her counterpart calm and, once her mental faculties were restored, to conduct a thorough examination of herself. If the information transmitted to my mind is accurate, does it imply that this world is on the brink of apocalyptic crisis, and I am to assume the role of a foolish savior? Ding. Indeed, players are advised to be mindful of their language. Then, in order to alter pivotal events and steer the future towards peace, how am I to ascertain the time, location, and individuals involved in these key occurrences? Ding. Players are encouraged to explore independently. Damn. Upon receiving the initial system message, Hua Liang was beset by thoughts of apathy. After all, once I am gone, who cares if the floods rage? Such has always been the unchanging creed of a lethargic soul. However, given the system's warning that this world would face annihilation within 2 decades, a choice now presented itself before her: to indulge in fleeting pleasures while awaiting the world's end, or to diligently labor to alter the course of impending doom before finally succumbing to rest. Liang-san, Liang-san. A hand waved before her, pulling Hua Liang's attention back to the present. Suguru Geto withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. I hope this isn't too forward, but may I inquire about the year of your birth, Liang-san? It has already been our 2nd year at Jujutsu High. Hua Liang estimated her current age based on her physical condition, leaning against the soft couch back, speaking languidly. I should be around your age. Satoru Gojo, engrossed in his phone, typed messages with deft fingers. Ah, but you look so petite and rather short. Some might even mistake you for a middle schooler. Hua Liang silently rolled her eyes at the suggestion that her height of 1.68 meters was small. And what of it? Are you particularly tall? I am both strong and capable. Suguru Geto's temples throbbed with annoyance. Hey, are you too oblivious to the ears of those around you? As their conversation continued, the waitstaff began to serve their dishes. Satoru Gojo took a bite of a waffle drenched in chocolate sauce. But seriously, you truly have no recollection of your past? Hua Liang, in contrast, retained vivid memories of her past. The Empire's lands were incessantly besieged by horrific pollutants, and though guides were exceedingly rare, her 3 years within the White Tower of the capital could be likened to the privileged conditions of the nobility. However, once she entered military service, her standard of living plummeted. Yet as a special combatant, both guides and sentinels enjoyed considerably better living conditions compared to ordinary citizens, given the perilous nature of their profession against the pollutants. Presently, it seemed this world too harbored various pollutants, though they had not coalesced into vast contaminated zones akin to those in her homeland. I must have come here to work. Suguru Geto reminisced about the gray area where they had first met, an expression of profound contemplation crossing his features as if regarding a wayward girl. Halt. Cease your fanciful musings. Hua Liang speared a piece of freshly cut mango and, mimicking the actions of others, dipped it into the chocolate sauce pot before sending it to her mouth, a wave of satisfaction exploding on her palate. In the year 3741 of the Star Era, most ordinary people could only subsist on nutritional supplements, while even the flavors of instant meals were replaced by artificially synthesized flavorings. All actions deemed inefficient were abolished. Fresh fruits, vegetables, poultry, and fish? Apologies, such organic delicacies were privileges reserved for the nobility residing at the pinnacle of society. The frequency of her fork's use accelerated as she devoured a strawberry. Just consider me a lost, amnesiac, and missing passerby you stumbled upon. Did you not just mention taking me to study at Jujutsu High? Everything related to that is open for discussion. For the time being, she could only muster a faint flicker of mental energy, unable to discern whether the two individuals before her possessed spiritual entities or belonged to the Sentinel system. She had to devise a strategy to gather intelligence regarding the power structures of this world. Satoru Gojo set his phone down. Well, since Geto's academic performance far surpasses mine, let our top student enlighten us. Suguru Geto grinned. I might just kill you. Ultimately, through their banter, she gleaned a general understanding of the universal values within the sorcery realm. The grotesque entities lurking in the alleys were referred to as cursed spirits, which only sorcerers could exorcise. However, sorcerers were exceedingly scarce in this world, and their negative emotions did not give rise to cursed spirits. In stark contrast, there was a vast population of ordinary people, the sole source of cursed spirits' existence. Cursed spirits indiscriminately hunted both sorcerers and common folk, and due to their unique nature, many ordinary individuals were completely oblivious to their presence. Thus, those sorcerers endowed with the ability to combat cursed spirits were trained to prioritize the protection of ordinary people while exterminating all cursed entities. Of course, every faction harbors its own duality of good and evil. Those possessing cursed energy who choose to harm either sorcerers or ordinary people are termed curse users, a latent threat that sorcerers must confront. Chapter 4. This is my bed. Hua Liang lifted her gaze from the feast. If I may interrupt, how many students are there in your class? Satoru Gojo yawned. Including you. Should you successfully enroll, there will be 4. Suguru Geto nodded. Me, Gojo, and Shoko. You should meet her soon. Like you, she is a girl and possesses formidable reversal techniques. Hua Liang fell silent. In her mind, she fervently called out to the system. Such a low ratio of sorcerers compared to the billions of cursed spirits produced by ordinary humans is but a drop in the ocean. It is a wonder this world hasn't perished yet. Can I truly save the world with just a broken dagger? Even if I were to stab every ordinary human, I wouldn't be able to finish the task before I grow old. Let it be destroyed, swiftly. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, prompting Suguru Geto to change the subject, continuing to probe. By the way, Liang-san, your surname is quite rare. Satoru Gojo fiddled with the frames of his sunglasses. Not charming at all, such a cold name. It's almost identical to a person. But we mustn't say that. After all, today is merely our first day of acquaintance with Liang-san. I hope Liang-san 1T secretly weep under the covers tonight because of my words. Perhaps not. I have encountered many girls in tears. Perhaps Liang-san's expression will be different. Regarding the attributes of the two individuals before her, Hua Liang had already formed a basic assessment. The white-haired one is a scoundrel. The dark-haired individual is a scoundrel discernible only through careful scrutiny. So, who exactly is the principal character in this global quest? She subtly lifted her gaze, observing the two incessantly bantering, and offered a silent smile. Only children make choices, adults, of course, desire them all. In Tokyo, Roppongi, sated in content, Hua Liang sat comfortably in her seat, unable to produce any change from her pockets, thus leaving the bill to others. Due to the same empty pocket predicament, she had no place to rest her head that night. After bidding farewell to the dark-haired one at a crossroads, she complied with the invitation of the white-haired individual and entered the vehicle, which swiftly transported her to a luxurious skyscraper within 20 minutes. As an undocumented resident, she naturally had no identity information to present at the hotel front desk. However, Wataru Gojo assured her that the entire hotel was owned by the Gojo family, so there was no need to worry about accommodation. Before long, they were ushered into a lavish suite on the top floor. Had the other party not worn an expression that suggested familial triumph at having secured a scoop, Hua Liang would have found the service quite satisfactory. Is it acceptable? She inquired, tilting her chin toward the direction the server had hastened to. Your family isn't one of those traditionalist aristocratic clans, is it? In the serene private setting, Wataru removed his sunglasses and sank into the plush sofa with a relaxed demeanor. I forgot to mention, the most prestigious sorcerer families in the jujutsu community are the Gojo family, alongside the Zenin and Kumo families. These three clans have persisted for over a millennium, embodying the rigid and traditional feudal families you might envision. Hua Liang nodded, realizing he was a young master who had been revered like a star since childhood, hence his rather insufferable demeanor. Fine, since you are indifferent, I shall have no objections. If an assistant were to burst in with a check worth millions, urging me to leave Wataru Gojo, I would gladly accept. With that, she kicked off her shoes, feeling the soft woolen carpet beneath her bare feet as she made her way to the bathroom. Wataru, unable to witness her startled expression, clicked his tongue in disappointment, then directed his attention to his phone. We have arrived at the hotel. She is sharing a room with me, he texted. On the other end, Suguru Geto almost instantaneously replied, any notable reactions? None for now. I will continue observing. If you get injured, I will laugh at you. Wataru cast his gaze toward the bathroom, where the sound of running water was audible, and replied with an impassive expression, let us see if the fish bite. Shall we wager 10 pieces of Osaka Yumida Daniel S. macarons? Boring. Hua Liang reclined in the oversized circular bathtub, the circulating water jets soothing her weary body. The water temperature adjusted automatically, complemented by lighting and music buttons, creating an ambience of utmost relaxation. In the rising steam, she couldn't help but exhale a contented sigh. Back home, cleansing oneself was accomplished with a single-button molecular wash, while the water systems beyond the Peace District were severely contaminated. Bathing was a luxury reserved for the affluent. After soaking for over an hour, her skin slightly wrinkled, she reluctantly emerged and donned a bathrobe. Wataru sprawled on the leather sofa, now not engrossed in his phone, but watching an old film, Casablanca. The male protagonist was sipping a drink at the bar, in a world filled with towns and taverns. I just happened to walk into this one. As it was a black and white romantic classic, Wataru stifled yawns. Hua Liang tossed her soiled clothes into the washing machine, navigating the buttons on the control panel until she pressed the wash button. Hearing the mechanical whir, she cheerfully returned to the living area, flinging herself onto the bed, sinking into the cloud-like softness. Wataru sprang up from the leather sofa, exclaiming, hey, that's my bed. He swiftly approached the edge of the bed. The sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows is where you'll be sleeping tonight. Hua Liang presumed it was the shyness typical of boys at this age, and she lifted her eyelids slightly. Don't worry, you're not my type. I'm really tired. The bed is large enough. You should wash up and get some sleep. Wataru remained unfazed. I don't share a bed with someone I've just met. He irritably pushed his hair back, and Hua Liang muttered under her breath, damn it, why didn't we just book 2 rooms earlier? Because I can't rule out the possibility that you're a sorcerer. You need to stay under my watch. Hua Liang's gaze wandered for a moment before she retorted, I thought we were in a partnership. Instead, you're treating this like a legal confinement? If you're concerned about your safety, I can just leave. Wataru crossed his arms, his towering figure blocking the side of the bed. No. You cannot leave until I understand your origins and intentions. Neurotic. If you can't even understand basic communication with that. She propped herself up to get off the bed, only to be predictably obstructed. The next moment, they were exchanging blows, each landing punches and kicks. Without utilizing cursed energy, Wataru found himself at a disadvantage against her, unable to unleash a powerful attack without endangering the hotel full of guests. Her unique ability to vanish and reappear through shadows left him unable to track her with his 6 eyes. In an instant, the room was enveloped in a thick, inky darkness. Chapter 5. The 6 Eyes booked a room. Wataru triumphantly grasped her arm. In the absence of light, shadows could not exist. Hua Liang cursed under her breath. Damn it, if my kraken were awake, I'd have it bind this white-haired nuisance. As they grappled, a sudden sharp sound echoed as the door swung open. Through the light spilling from the corridor, Wataru Ichinos caught a glimpse of his master, breathless, entangled with a strange girl on the bed. The head of the family has something important. Wataru's voice turned cold. Get out. I don't make me say it twice. The door slammed shut. That night, the Gojo family experienced a seismic event. Their 6-eyed sorcerer had brought a particularly beautiful woman to the hotel. Following a significant misunderstanding, Wataru, feeling quite irritable, finally chose to relent. With an exasperated expression, he piled several pillows in the middle of the large bed, creating a boundary, and requested room service to bring a blanket for each of them. Should have done this from the start, Hua Liang muttered quietly, closing her eyes in an attempt to re-enter her mental realm. A full moon hung in the velvet black sky, surrounded by a cluster of twinkling stars. She walked barefoot on the silvery sand, slowly pacing toward the sea while softly calling its name Kraken. Kraken. The waves rolled in, gently lapping at the shore. Yet she received no response. The person beside her began to breathe more steadily, seemingly having drifted into slumber. Wataru cleared his throat, feeling slightly uncomfortable with her nonchalant demeanor. Before long, He, too, lay down, turning on his side. Even in the darkness, his 6 eyes allowed him to clearly see her delicate nose and soft facial contours. He gazed for a few moments before slowly closing his eyes. In the darkness, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, not the scent of the hotel's shower gel, but rather a mingling of a slightly bitter yet refreshing aroma reminiscent of cedar. It was soothing and relaxing. No, a sudden jolt of realization struck him, and he swiftly became vigilant. He recalled the peculiar ability of the other party to shift positions infinitely through shadows. Perhaps, he pondered, inducing a sense of complacency was a facet of her power as well, unbeknownst to the peacefully slumbering Hua Liang. The white-haired figure beside her silently heightened his guard against her. The following day, after relishing a sumptuous buffet breakfast at the hotel, Hua Liang lazily followed Wu Tiaowu to the car. After approximately 2 hours, the vehicle exited the bustling cityscape of Tokyo and ventured into the outskirts. Passing through a narrow tunnel, the roads flanking the foothills of the mountains were adorned with lush greenery, punctuated by the presence of solemn shrines and temples. These were mere facades. Wu Tiao rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. The barrier technique of Tenjin was updated daily. We must pass through the barrier to enter the Jujutsu High. The car came to a halt at the mountainous base. After climbing a lengthy flight of stairs and trekking for another 20 minutes, a grand ancient structure came into view. Rows of vermilion torii gates stood before a black sign that read, Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. Hua Liang reached out, her fingers brushing against a layer of black, water-like membrane. She turned to Wu Tiao. Is this the barrier? Bingo. Wu Tiao snapped his fingers. To maintain the inner calm of ordinary people, sorcerers must first enter the barrier before undertaking the task of exorcising cursed spirits. This allows them to expel the spirits within and shields them from external communication waves. However, there exists an additional layer of barrier set by Tenjin outside the school, which ordinary people cannot breach. As Hua Liang trailed behind Wu Tiao, she ambled into the torii gates. Who is Tenjin? Well, an extraordinarily powerful sorcerer who has lived for several thousand years. Her technique is immortality, and she possesses remarkable mastery over barrier techniques, being the core of all barriers within Neon. A sorcerer who has lived for millennia? That sounds almost monstrous. Reminiscent of a villainous reserve. Hua Liang silently noted this character in her mental ledger. I am Yaga Mazamichi, the homeroom teacher for Wu Tiao and Jie at Jujutsu High. Upon entering the main hall, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, continually poking at wool felt, came into view. Hua Liang's gaze drifted over the various sizes of wool felt dolls surrounding him, and she fell into contemplation. To be honest, after encountering Wu Tiao and Xiao Jie, it was a misjudgment to still hold normal expectations for the personnel at Jujutsu High. After the customary inquiries about her aspirations and what she planned to do after learning jujutsu, she found herself in a scuffle with a doll resembling a tomato. The tomato dog was swiftly sliced in half, resulting in her unceremonious acceptance into the school. However, Teacher Yaga, you mentioned that this doll, known as a cursed corpse, possesses a degree of mobility due to the curse placed upon it. Is that your unique special ability? Yaga Mazamichi picked up the now motionless cursed corpse for examination. Attempting repairs. Yes. Well then, her interest in research diminished by half. Perhaps she should try to develop other contraptions. After a brief 2 days and 1 night absorbing information from her surroundings, it was evident that the technological level of this world was indeed quite primitive. Lastly, a small piece of advice before enrollment. Yaga Mazamichi's voice gradually resonated. Why? You will witness many bloody scenes ahead. Humans are ruthlessly slaughtered, and you will need to hunt various bizarre cursed spirits, and you may even face death at the hands of a cursed spirit one day. Without a certain degree of madness and a high level of enthusiasm, one cannot persevere. Hua Liang did not turn back, understood. As for enthusiasm, she possessed none and had no intention of living as a sorcerer in the long term. As for madness, she gazed up at the distant sky, laden with heavy black clouds that appeared saturated with ink, precariously hanging on the horizon. How many sentinels, or guides, long entrenched in polluted zones replete with contaminants, remain entirely sane after continuous slaughter? Having officially enrolled in Jujutsu High, Hua Liang soon received a series of student benefits. Due to the scarcity of students, she occupied an approximately 80 tatami dormitory all to herself, with necessary living supplies promptly provided by dedicated staff. The dormitory had a non-sorcerer administrator stationed, and requests for meals could also be made in advance for sorcerers. The school uniform, crafted from materials that could resist cursed energy attacks to a certain extent, was consistent across summer and winter. Her personalized uniform, tailored to her preferences, was expected to be ready by the following week. A mobile phone for receiving tasks and accessing the internal forums of Jujutsu High was also distributed to her the next day. Upon receiving the phone, The first thing Hua Liang did was log into the Jujutsu High Forum. Chapter 6, An Antique from the Valley. I say, you haven't truly gone your entire life without using a phone, have you? Wu Tiao observed Hua Liang struggling to type with her hands, awkwardly holding the phone. Your memory isn't lost. You must have emerged from some isolated mountain village, an ancient relic of sorts. Xie Yuji chimed in. Spewing venom. Perhaps you time-traveled from the Meiji era? Who knows? Hua Liang ignored them. If she weren't pretending to have amnesia, she would have loudly proclaimed that the technology from her hometown far surpassed this place by 1,000-fold. In all of Neon, there are only 2 institutions dedicated to training sorcerers, one being the Tokyo School, where they currently resided, and the other in Kyoto. Each year, the 2 schools hold an inter-academy exchange competition, hence the internal forum is shared. After a laborious attempt, a prominently bolded post caught her eye, offering a hefty sum for the life of Six Eyes Dog. A cursory glance revealed that the original poster's call had garnered numerous responses, with the replies stacking up to over 300 layers. After scrolling for a few minutes, she noted that about 60 were complaints about Wu Tiao. Hua Liang lifted her phone to display the screen. It seems you're not very popular. Wu Tiao leaned in, glancing at the poster ID named, I have excellent drinking tolerance, his expression unwavering. That S and JJ, she S too weak. So she can only speak ill of others from the shadows. She S likely envious of my talent, or perhaps trying to attract my attention. This shameless statement rendered Hua Liang momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Xie Yuji appeared to revel in the drama. He pulled out his phone and quickly posted several images on the forum, all depicting Wu Tiao being pinned against a wall by Hua Liang, his chin grasped firmly, showcasing the aftermath of a scuffle. Within mere seconds, it sparked curiosity and ridicule among the onlookers in the comments. From the myriad of diverse IDs responding, Hua Liang discovered that several graduates from previous years still remained active in the community. However, some students with limited talent or inadequate psychological resilience ended up as auxiliary supervisors and informants post-graduation, tasked with communication and intelligence gathering, avoiding direct confrontations with cursed spirits. Closing the flip of her phone, she resolved to bide her time. It would be best to acquire a computer first, to gather extensive information about the jujutsu realm, and then gradually analyze the key points of significant events within the world's main storyline. Naturally, if she could simultaneously develop small gadgets to facilitate task execution, that too was within her considerations. On the path to the school infirmary, Hua Liang posed the most pressing question: when will the school's daily subsidies be dispersed? I do not have a single coin in my pocket. Jiesho spread his palm in a gesture of helplessness. The funds are released on the 10th of every month, and today is merely the 19th. We must wait until next month. Hua Liang halted in her tracks. So the special grade cursed spirit I eliminated in the alley doesn't count as a task reward? Wu Tiao Wuxian wore a grin of schadenfreude. Your application to become a sorcerer hasn't yet been approved by the higher-ups, so without officially becoming a sorcerer, you naturally won't receive any task rewards. It's akin to working under the table, a clear case of labor without compensation. This dismal mood persisted until she pushed open the door to the infirmary. A girl with short hair and a black beauty mark at the corner of her eye looked up at the sound. Hua Liang's gaze swept over the thick stack of disheveled manuscripts on the desk before discreetly returning to the girl's face. I am Ayatani Shoko, a second-year student, she said, adjusting her white coat, her voice calm. Besides my regular classes, I also work part-time here in the infirmary. Recognizing the girl's demeanor, which contrasted with the impressive reversal techniques she was known for, Hua Liang politely replied, I'm Hua Liang, and I was sent here for a physical examination. After the black-haired and white-haired boys who intended to spectate were expelled from the infirmary by Ayatani Shoko, Hua Liang cooperatively complied with the examination requirements, allowing several vials of blood to be drawn without protest. Her calm demeanor surprised Ayatani Shoko, who broke the silence. Wu Tiao is quite difficult to get along with. Isn't I've heard you have quite the rivalry with him? Where did this rumor come from? In the ethnic enclave of her hometown. The term rivalry bore serious implications. If it's due to those pictures sent by Jiesho, I may only have a slight advantage in physical prowess. I found that insufferable brat quite irksome for some time. Ayatani Shoko carefully pressed a cotton ball against the bleeding site on Hua Liang's wrist. The entire high school forum is abuzz with the news that his limitless technique has no effect on you, and that his 6 eyes can't capture your cursed energy traces. With the ability to traverse shadows and exceptional martial skills, to be honest, if you catch him off guard, you might truly be able to take him down. Hua Liang smiled, seemingly oblivious to the probing nature of her words. The ability to shift shapes through shadows did not stem from her mental powers, but rather from her spiritual entity, Kraken. Unlike the majority of guides whose spiritual entities are typically gentle herbivorous creatures, hers is the legendary behemoth of the North Sea. Kraken possesses a colossal form that obscures the sky, with dozens of strong and powerful tentacles, reminiscent in appearance to the giant cephalopods of this world. I have no interest in taking anyone's life. I merely lost my memory and have nowhere else to go. Pausing momentarily, she jested, with no money, no place to stay, and no identity. If I do not enroll in the high school, I might indeed end up working as a curse practitioner, taking on commissions to make ends meet. Ayatani Shoko crossed her arms. Well, one must do what it takes to survive, I suppose. Unlike Jesho, who speaks grandly of ideals, utilizing reversal techniques to save lives or eventually obtaining a medical license to become a doctor is merely a job. Time swiftly passed to May. As early summer arrived, the trees surrounding the high school grew increasingly lush, and the songs of birds filled the air. Hua Liang spent nearly 2 weeks at the high school, during which she undertook several missions to exorcise cursed spirits alongside her classmates, Nanami Kento and Higuruma Yu. The golden-fringed Nanami resembled a precocious old bureaucrat, meticulous and composed, while the black-haired Higuruma was akin to a joyful puppy, obedient yet spirited. Bonding over shared experiences, they quickly became familiar with one another. The cursed spirits they exorcised were merely third-grade minions, devoid of any challenge, yielding little in terms of monetary gain. Nevertheless, she thoughtfully brought back various parts of the cursed spirits to the high school for Ayatani's dissection research. She understood the importance of the soul healer. Strengthening her relationship with Ayatani could only be beneficial. Unfortunately, the system had not reported any further notifications of main character detected. Thus, she could only divert her attention to Jiesho and Wu Tiao. Chapter 7. Let us end this together. A few days ago, the results of her sorcerer evaluation finally arrived. However, according to the white-haired one, if he hadn't intervened, she would have nearly been forcibly taken by the higher-ups under the pretext of being an unidentified entity with unusual cursed energy requiring observation. After much negotiation, she was classified as a quasi-first-grade sorcerer. To elevate her rank further, she would need to successfully exorcise several first-grade cursed spirits, with recommendations from at least 2 first-grade sorcerers, followed by a final review. Thus, she began actively seeking high-level cursed spirit exorcism tasks. After all, no one ever turns down easy money. Moreover, she indeed had pressing uses for the funds. At the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School, on the sports field, Wu Tiao and Jiesho had just dealt with a cursed spirit capable of distorting time at a mountaintop villa. Returning to the high school in high spirits after mocking the weak songstress, they had forgotten to settle the accounts. The assistant supervisors would have to undergo additional training. How irresponsible. Jiesho closed his eyes, basking in the warm sunlight of early summer filtering through his eyelids. Wasn't he the news reporting on a massive explosion caused by a gas pipeline leak? It should be fine. Wu Tiao nodded in agreement. Hua Liang seems to be adapting quite well lately, appearing very spirited. There seemed to be no unusual changes. Turning down the empty corridor, they were met with the sight of Hua Liang soundly defeating Nanami Kento and Higuruma Yu on the playground. Yaga Mazamichi was observing with a notebook, jotting down notes. Attack, defense, agility, strength, flexibility, combat awareness. Nearly perfect scores, a born killing machine. Perhaps Hua Liang was a professional assassin before her amnesia? Exhausted and sprawled on the ground, Higuruma gasped for breath, while Nanami, barely managing to remain upright, was drenched in sweat. Hua Liang had not expended much energy and still maintained her playful demeanor. A professional assassin with not a single cent to their name? A few days prior, she had managed to acquire the contact information of a mysterious entity from the forum to procure firearms and specialized components with the meager earnings she had managed to gather. Records spanning nearly a decade revealed an astonishingly high rate of injury and death among sorcerers, relying solely on cursed energy to combat cursed spirits. She believed that perhaps human weapons could also be researched and integrated with cursed energy. Even if the research failed, cursed practitioners were still flesh and blood and could always be put to use. The black-haired and white-haired duo staggered closer. Wu Tiao stretched lazily. Looking for some fun, Jie? Jiesho replied with a mocking grin. Haven't you just learned your lesson? If it's purely physical, I'd rather handle it myself. Hua Liang turned around, her gaze sweeping from above down at the grinning boy with a bun hairstyle. The human body has many weaknesses: the temples, the philtrum, the chin, the heart, and the X-organs. The pants are altered too loosely. The outline is barely discernible. Just as the tension of battle was about to erupt, Yaga Mazamichi's voice interrupted. Save some energy. A mission has come in. The information brought in through the window indicated that a quasi-first-grade cursed spirit had appeared in an abandoned hospital in the easternmost part of Adachi Ward, where 5 non-sorcerers who had ventured into a haunted house for exploration were trapped, their fates uncertain. This task has been entrusted to students Suguru and Riku, who are to endeavor to exorcise the cursed spirits while ensuring the survival of non-sorcerers. Riku lowered his head to glance at his phone screen and indeed, a task notification awaited him. Suguru retracted his phone and offered Riku a gentle smile. For our first collaborative mission, I look forward to your guidance, Riku-san. Inside the vehicle, Riku casually tossed aside a detailed paper report regarding the abandoned hospital and closed his eyes to rest. The towering green banyan trees lining the road outside gradually receded from view, ultimately diminishing into indistinct black dots. Suguru meticulously perused the information. Over the past 3 years, 29 non-sorcerers had vanished while visiting the abandoned Jiahui Hospital, and tales of daredevil activities had proliferated online, enticing the youth to embark on explorations. As the number of missing individuals escalated, the fear among non-sorcerers only served to amplify the strength of the cursed spirits. With the current entity being classified as a quasi-grade 1, Riku lazily elongated his tone. I came across reports about the haunted house at Fuji-Q Highland and Chigi General Hospital in Tokyo on my phone earlier. It's said to be quite popular. Have you been there? Suguru felt somewhat fatigued and attempted to steer the conversation back. Well, there's also the 55-meter-high Fujiyama Tower, which offers a view of Mount Fuji. However, the cursed spirit we face today may exceed the grotesqueness of the ghosts there, perhaps reaching a new level of hideousness. Riku remained unfazed. It doesn't matter. Suguru turned slightly, his gaze shifting from casual to focused. Are you quite confident about the mission, Riku-san? Not exactly, she replied, her eyes elongated and shaped like phoenix wings, exuding a chilly detachment with their icy gray pupils. Yet in this moment, her half-closed eyes conveyed a sense of languid contentment. It's either life or death. The odds are 50-50, so it's whatever. Is Riku not afraid of death? The steadily moving vehicle felt like a cradle, and the deep, cello-like timbre of Suguru's voice lulled her into a drowsy state. Who knows what the future holds? Perhaps today, we both shall meet our demise. Suguru began to reconsider their previous judgments about her, realizing there was a significant discrepancy between their perceptions and reality. They had suspected she might be a pawn, meticulously nurtured by an organization with ulterior motives, aimed at assassinating Satoru Gojo. Yet this amnesiac piece on the chessboard harbored little worldly desire. Her instinct for survival, not particularly robust either. The precarious balance in his heart tilted slightly towards the optimistic side. After all, life is filled with beautiful experiences, and Riku is still so young. Only by living longer can she savor more of life's wonders. Suguru instinctively initiated a gentle encouragement. His voice tender, you ought to adopt a more optimistic outlook. Riku, increasingly drowsy from his incessant chatter, weakly murmured, then let us opt for euthanasia together. Suguru. The car halted in a dilapidated neighborhood, the abandoned Jiahui Hospital surrounded by yellow caution tape, the streets cleared of all onlookers. After closing the car door, Riku stretched languidly. The supervising assistant responsible for their transport began reciting a mantra, from darkness into light, cleanse the filth, exorcise the impurities. A dark curtain of water swiftly expanded above the hospital, forming an inverted arc that enveloped the structure. The assistant, named Seigenji, nodded at the two, wishing you fortitude in your endeavors. Without a moment's hesitation, Riku and Suguru passed through the veil, stepping into the hunting ground of a grade 1 cursed spirit. Chapter 8. How about calling you a living Buddha? The walls of the long-abandoned hospital were marred and crumbling, overrun with weeds, and the lack of visitors had allowed the vegetation to flourish unusually. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the green canopy, casting flickering patches of light upon the rough, cracked concrete floor. Can you sense its presence? Riku moved purposefully towards the hospital's main building, having trained specifically for tracking cursed spirits during previous missions. In just 2 weeks, her mental energy had gradually recovered from near depletion to about 10%. And her connection with the Kraken in the spiritual realm had intensified. She had quietly attempted to extend her mental threads for exploration, but regrettably, she had not detected the presence of her contemporaries, DK, Yuichi, and Kaido. Perhaps this world indeed only possessed the unique power of cursed energy. With no existence of sentinels or guides, even the sorcerers she encountered surpassed ordinary humans in terms of physical ability and sensory perception. Even the faintest cursed energy could be captured with heightened focus. Moreover, it bore no intention of concealment. As they conversed, the pair had already entered the lower floor, their footsteps echoing in the narrow corridor. Unfortunately, the elevator was out of order. Suguru clasped his hands behind his back and ascended the staircase. A finger belonging to the twin-faced Sukuna was once sealed here, but it was relocated after the hospital's closure. Riku inquired curiously, twin-faced Sukuna? A curse master from a millennium ago, he possessed 2 faces and 4 hands. The 20 fingers he left behind after death transformed into special-grade cursed objects, unable to be destroyed, only sealed. Suguru's tone softened. He is undoubtedly the king of curses, and in a sense, Those fingers served to suppress and expel other cursed spirits. That sounds rather grotesque, Riku replied, following closely behind. Oh, to be precise. It's a formidable and useful grotesque. Suguru paused, his narrowed eyes lifting slightly as he gazed toward the fourth-floor corridor. It's there. Riku glanced. Her eyes instantly assaulted by 100 points of horror. The cursed spirit towered over 3 meters, a mass of purplish, decaying flesh entwined like octopus suckers, densely clustered together. Each round, bulbous mass bore a gaping maw reminiscent of a man-eating flower, its crimson, slime-coated tongue incessantly lapping at the unconscious body of a 15 or 16-year-old boy, as if savoring his flavor. Hee, I delight in the taste of fear. On the ground, a few paces away, huddled 3 youths, 2 boys and a girl. Their youthful faces streaked with tears as they whimpered silently, terrified of becoming the next morsel. One less person, Riku observed. Well, consider it his misfortune. The unfamiliar sound of conversation caught the attention of the youths, and one boy with dyed yellow hair, upon locking eyes with Suguru, screamed uncontrollably. Help! Help! Suguru! It's me, fool! Riku's expression turned stern as she vanished in an instant, reappearing before the cursed spirit. With a swift flash of cold steel, she decisively severed the cursed spirit's long, crimson tongue that had shot towards the yellow-haired boy. With a splatter, the foul-smelling slime splashed onto the 3 helpless figures on the ground. Riku, already prepared, had circled behind the cursed spirit, plunging her dagger into one of the flesh masses. Arc! The cursed spirit retaliated, launching its long tongue to ensnare the yellow-haired boy, attempting to disrupt her attack. A pink manta ray appeared in midair, its fins undulating like waves, catching the falling yellow-haired boy still shrieking in terror. Watch the hostage, Riku-san. The anguished cursed spirit emitted a series of mournful wails, the sound waves rippling outward like shockwaves. Hua Liang held her breath, focusing intently on detecting the weak points in the spirit's cursed energy distribution. This is it. Like a nimble spirit cat, she deftly maneuvered around the flailing long tongues and plunged her dagger into the smallest tumor nestled within the cursed spirit's back, swiftly slicing it open and shattering the pulsating black heart within. The massive body tilted and collapsed to the ground floor with a resounding thud. Task accomplished, she thought, as she frowned, disdainfully flicking the dagger, causing viscous fluid to splatter against the hospital's white walls. Passing by another black-haired boy, who stood dumbfounded. She bent down and scraped her dagger against the fabric of his back. Xiao Yujie, who observed everything with keen eyes, exclaimed, "It's your fault. All your fault." The blonde, safely placed on the ground, let out a heart-rending scream. Xiao Yujie, why didn't you come sooner? If you had come earlier, Huizi wouldn't have died. You monster, you are a monster too. The other 2, slumped on the ground, joined in the lament. Their voices filled with grief for their fallen companion and the terror of having survived. The loud reproach from once close friends caused Xiao Yujie's countenance to darken instantly. Hua Liang, irritated by the piercing shouts, resolved to teach this ungrateful fool a lesson. Huizi was your girlfriend, wasn't she? So now you blame your incompetence on others? The blonde continued to curse, indignant. It's your fault. Why didn't you come sooner? It's all your fault. Ah, how infuriating. Hua Liang twisted her neck and stepped forward, intending to grab his collar and toss him out the window, but was halted by Xiao Yujie. It's all right, Liang-san, he said, a smile breaking across his face. There will be specialists to handle the aftermath, so don't worry about me. He maintained an air of calm, his long lashes casting shadows over deep purple eyes that shimmered faintly. How about I start calling you a living Buddha? The sarcastic remark failed to pierce his nerves. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up even more. He thought to himself, what a contradictory girl she is. Let us go? I'll take you to have some panda shaved ice from the soup island. It's delightfully smooth. Wu is a regular there. Hua Liang still felt a surge of irritation, crossing her arms defiantly and casting a sidelong glance. The sweetness of Gojo-kun's flavor has reached lethal levels. Thanks, but I'll pass on dying that way for now. Xiao Yujie recalled her earlier comment about euthanasia and was instantly struck by humor, letting out a few muffled laughs. I said, you laugh. Before he could finish, Hua Liang's pupils constricted sharply, and she lunged forward like lightning. A stream of black liquid grazed past Xiao Yujie's ear, striking the wall behind him and instantly burning a large hole through it. Chapter 9. Their lips met. As acrid smoke billowed upward, the black bubbles at the hole's edge bubbled incessantly, emitting a hissing sound. In the final second before landing, a slime-shaped cursed spirit, soft and fluid like a trembling waterbed, spread out to catch the 2 as they fell. A terrifying pressure, several times greater than that of the long-tongued cursed spirit they had just exorcised, began to descend. There was, in fact, a special-grade cursed spirit lurking in the hospital. Yet, Hua Liang had no time to ponder this. Due to the slime spirit, which Xiao Yujie had summoned unexpectedly, Her judgment of the landing point had been disrupted, and in the chaos, she inadvertently kissed his lips. Even more bizarrely, a cinematic scene began to play in her mind. A tall, slender figure with black hair tied back, a lock of fringe swaying in the flames behind him. His jade-like cold face bore scattered bloodstains. The low-hanging brows and eyes were blurred by moonlight, revealing an air of weariness. He seemed to be smiling, his thin lips curling up with disdain, mockery, and a surging rage. Damn it, monkey! The mountain breeze fanned the flames, turning the entire sky a deep crimson. The night was so bright, yet Hua Liang felt as if she were being engulfed by a thick, oppressive darkness. In the moment her consciousness returned, Hua Liang sprang up, her gaze locking onto the pale, human-like figure suspended in midair. It could hardly be called human, despite having evolved limbs. The pair of eyes atop and its webbed appendages revealed its inhuman nature. With no time to inquire about the strange scene she had just witnessed, she lowered her voice. Xiao Yukuan, have you encountered such a cursed spirit before? The next moment, he chastised himself for his momentary distraction. Such a critical mistake in battle could cost him his life multiple times over. Straightening up, he pressed against his wildly beating heart and exhaled deeply. No. It should be a special grade cursed spirit. Boom. Another deafening sound reverberated as a dark toxic liquid surged towards them alongside the cursed spirit's punch. The two evaded, their expressions growing more serious. Its attack and evasion speed were at least 10 times faster than the previous one. Bam, bam, bam. A rapid succession of strikes ensued, causing chunks of the wall to crumble under the pressure, and the dust raised obscured their vision. A gigantic rainbow dragon soared into the air, roaring as it engaged in a fierce struggle with the cursed spirit. Noticing Xiao Yujia's furrowed brow and his complete focus on controlling the rainbow dragon, Hua Liang clenched her teeth, her eyes fixed on the pale figure that constantly shifted its position. Now is the chance. The silver dragon's tail spiraled and swiftly constricted around the humanoid cursed spirit. Hua Liang shot forth like a cannonball, her dagger glowing with a ghostly blue light as it plunged deep into the back of the cursed spirit's head. The cursed spirit let out a sharp scream, its body thrashing violently, managing to break free from the rainbow dragon's grasp. Liang-san. The immense force sent Hua Liang crashing against the wall, but a flickering ghostly blue tentacle appeared to absorb some of the momentum. A burning pain shot through her back, and the metallic taste of blood surged in her throat. Gritting her teeth, she exerted more force. The ghostly blue blade pierced through its forehead, and the struggling, howling humanoid cursed spirit suddenly went limp, losing its ability to move. Amidst the swirling dust, Xiao Yujia rushed over, pushing the cursed spirit aside and grasping her wrist. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Fearing to touch her injuries, he cautiously enveloped her in an embrace. I'll take you to find Neko right away. Hua Liang coughed from the dust, tugging at his sleeve to signal him to release her. Supporting herself against the wall, she gradually rose to her feet, shaking her head, her voice habitually elongated. I'm fine, just got knocked a bit, maybe scraped my back. She kicked the barely alive body of the humanoid cursed spirit. This. You can collect it, right? Hurry up. Xiao Yujia carefully observed her expression, relieved to see she was truly unscathed. A flash of bright light passed, and the humanoid cursed spirit had transformed into a black sphere the size of a baby's fist. His fingers hesitated before he tossed it into his pocket. Honestly, I'm starting to understand Gojo Kuin's perspective. What? Hua Liang lifted her face, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Those rotten oranges. If they're in a position, they should do their job. Even the simplest task information can be messed up. What good are they? If it hadn't been for my quick reflexes, it could have been dangerous. As she observed the few thrill-seeking youngsters succumbing to unconsciousness, her relentless output commenced. Such unforeseen circumstances offered no contingency plans. Even calling for external reinforcements was rendered impossible, underscoring the perilous nature of this profession. Suguru Geto nodded solemnly, stating, had it not been for you today, Liang, I would have faced considerable hardship. Neither would those youngsters have survived. Upon hearing him mention the young ones, Hua Liang retorted with a hint of annoyance. I believe your moral compass requires recalibration. You should learn more from Gojo. It was indeed surprising. Despite his outward appearance akin to a rebellious youth, she discovered him to possess an unexpectedly gentle soul, one adept at embracing others. Brushing the dust from her sleeves, she strode purposefully outside, declaring, rejecting internal strife and blaming others makes life considerably easier. Suguru chuckled softly. Indeed, I stand corrected. Truth be told, the sorrow was not insurmountable, for he could perceive the cursed spirits invisible to ordinary eyes. Thus, his previous antics, gesticulating at thin air or conversing with himself, had seemed peculiar to his classmates. He followed after her, acknowledging the label of freak was not unwarranted. During that period, he had endured torn books, adhesive smeared across desks, and pushpins tossed into his sneakers. How could one tolerate such treatment? Hua Liang's surprise was palpable. Could that yellow-haired boy have been one of his tormentors? Growing up in an orphanage, she was acutely aware of the malevolent thoughts that could blossom in the minds of the poorly educated. Suguru shook his head. Initially, they were friends, merely succumbing to peer pressure when trouble found me. Hua Liang yawned as they exited the complex. Cowardice is inherent to their nature. As for those who had jested at his expense, he had cornered them after school for a lesson, only for them to transform into a different extremity, avoiding him like the plague, as though he were invisible. I cannot resort to force to compel their affection, can I? After an intense bout of combat, the sky outside gradually darkened. Hua Liang, hands stuffed in her pockets, kicked a stray stone dismissively. Why not? A forced fruit is never sweet. She yawned again. I only know that bitter fruits are still fruits. Chapter 10. A saintly individual. After all, even my parents abandoned me for entering a religious school without their consent. They even tore up my acceptance letter, declaring my mind to be unhinged. Suguru sighed softly, recounting how in his second year of middle school, he had been misunderstood as a delinquent after saving a girl possessed by a cursed spirit, which necessitated a move. They did not wish for me to engage with cursed spirits any longer. Hua Liang lacked the talent for providing comfort, instead awkwardly shifting the topic. By the way, don't you absorb cursed spirit jewels? Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she nodded, producing a cursed spirit jewel from his pocket. He opened his mouth wide and forcefully swallowed it whole, his face contorting in pain as physiological tears streamed from his eyes, soaking his dark lashes. Is it that unpleasant? Suguru pressed his clavicle, his atoms apple bobbing as he regained his composure. It tastes akin to a cloth soiled with vomit. At this revelation, Hua Liang promptly dismissed her curiosity about tasting it. Must one consume them to harness their power? As it stood, only by swallowing could one successfully tame them. She stroked her chin, contemplating, perhaps a surgical procedure to eliminate taste buds could render it less repulsive. That would be a rather self-defeating approach, Suguru countered, shaking his head. While I do not harbor a great obsession with food, I would prefer not to lose my sense of taste for the rest of my life. It would rob me of much joy. Is it possible that a laid-back attitude could also constitute a way of living? If one does not pursue strength, one need not absorb cursed spirits. That won't do either. Suguru gazed upwards at the darkening sky, murmuring, at the very least, I cannot remain indifferent while cursed spirits harm humanity. I must grow stronger to confront increasingly formidable spirits. No sooner had he spoken than rays of golden sunlight pierced through the layers of ominous clouds, painting a resplendent and gentle tapestry behind him. For a fleeting moment, Hua Liang was momentarily entranced, as if she could hear orchestral music and a choir of children solemnly singing hallelujah. She even felt an urge to draw a cross upon her chest. Was this not akin to a divine figure walking among mortals? She could not help but recall the image the system had just displayed, a boy with a sullen expression, a stark contrast to the present. Thus, this saintly individual, with a strong moral compass, might soon succumb to darkness, she pondered. Hua Liang decided to be direct. If I may be so bold, Ghetto, do you harbor a dislike for monkeys? Suguru had begun to acclimate to her erratic thought processes. Are you referring to the kind that loves bananas? They are rather adorable. Let us go, Liang. We must quickly inform the others outside and transport the 4 rescued hostages to the hospital. Much later, Hua Liang would come to understand that individuals with a high moral sense, once they voluntarily crossed certain boundaries, could become utterly devoid of principles. Or perhaps, they would only recognize the new boundaries they had defined for themselves. Unfortunately, she remained blissfully unaware. At the headquarters, on the 3rd floor, in Matsushita Kanzuya's office. Failed. The middle-aged man seated at the sandalwood table set down his teacup, his expression unchanging, neither joyful nor angry. Yet you successfully rescued for non-sorcerers? Why, yes. The man standing at the shoji door bowed his head lower, his shoulders trembling slightly. Understood, you may leave. Yes. Matsushita propped his head with his left hand, dipping his finger into the steaming tea. He was not unappealing, but the deep lines framing his mouth rendered him quite unapproachable. The first and special-grade cursed spirits had been completely exorcised, with no traces of cursed energy detected in the newborns, nor any impact on the cursed spirit manipulators. He traced a finger along the seam that spanned his forehead. Insufficient intelligence. We shall wait and see if it proves useful. Hey, don't touch that. Hua Liang snatched the gear component from Gojo Satoru's hands, declaring, if there's nothing to do, go take a nap. Absolutely not. You never take me with you when you go out with Ghetto. How can you form a clique? The feisty cat rolled back and forth on the tatami, throwing a tantrum. Suguru lounged in a beanbag chair of muted green, engrossed in a volume of Ranma. I told you, we are on a mission, not a leisure outing. I don't care. You sneaked out for ice cream after finishing the mission, and how come I never encounter a special grade, cursed spirit? It's so unfair. Veins throbbed at Hua Liang's temples. I've already said not to disturb me while I'm researching. If you keep it up, I'll implement a restriction that only allows entry to everyone except Gojo. See if you can blow up the entire building and still gain access. The cat peeked in. Are you really angry? Then you must promise me to bring back 20 cream puffs for McQueen next time you go on a mission. Hua Liang continued her meticulous mechanical work, exasperatedly shooing him away. Fine, fine, just go back to your business. Gojo, satisfied, said, well then, Geto. You should join me to find Nanami and the others. No, thank you, Suguru replied, stealing a glance at Hua Liang, who was diligently piecing together small components. I prefer to enjoy some quietude for a while. Without a moment's hesitation, Satoru Gojo seized the comic from his companion's hands, forcibly lifting him up and insisting. Come on, your breathing will disturb her. Hey, are you even listening? The source of the noise gradually faded away, and Hua Liang let out a long sigh. Centering herself to continue her research. Let's extend a warm welcome to our Hua Liang as she enrolls in the prestigious high school. With that, everyone raised their glasses in a toast. After exorcising the special grade cursed spirit at the JJK hospital, they coincidentally hit the holiday week. In gratitude for the innovative special grade cursed spirit tissue provided by Suguru Geto and Hua Liang, Nanami Shoko organized a welcome party at the After Island Izakaya, reaching out to students from the friendly Kyoto school as well. Anka, who had a fondness for alcohol, was notorious for her poor drinking etiquette. Excited by the prospect of a gathering to drink and a chance to gauge the abilities of the newcomer who had sparred with Satoru Gojo, she eagerly declared her participation. However, once a hefty mug of craft stout was downed, her enthusiasm visibly soared. Hey, Shoko, let's organize a karaoke night next time. I've been practicing a few new songs. Before Shoko could respond, Satoru Gojo interjected, forget it, it would only diminish my eardrum's lifespan. Anka, easily ignited, retorted. What is someone who abstains from alcohol doing at a welcome party? You should be at the sunflower class picnic instead. You reek of booze, it's suffocating. Who are you calling foul-mouthed? The loudest one here is clearly you. As expected, the two of them immediately clashed once again. Chapter 11. Suguru's charm with women is quite remarkable. Nanami Shoko downed her specially concocted dry martini in one gulp and turned her gaze to Hua Liang, sitting beside her. The bartender here is incredibly skilled. You should give it a try. Hua Liang was not particularly fond of alcohol. After relishing a plate of 8 skewers of grilled chicken with green onions, she sipped her Kalpis highball. Just a taste is sufficient. Glancing at the 7 or 8 empty glasses of various special cocktails on the adjacent table, she mentally noted the preferences of the only caretaker. Speaking of which, regarding your amnesia, it's still undetermined whether it's psychogenic amnesia or dissociative amnesia. Shoko snapped her fingers again, ordering a pitcher of stout. Your psychological defenses are quite robust. Making you immune to hypnosis, and intravenous injections of pentobarbital have proven ineffective. It seems we must leave it to time. Hua Liang shrugged. It's of no consequence. This way of living doesn't seem so bad after all. However, you might want to monitor your alcohol intake. It could lead to neurological sluggishness. And a shaky hand one team make for a competent surgeon. Nanami Shoko took no offense, accepting Hua Liang's concern. I can reverse the technique, you need not worry. Besides, alcohol seems to have little effect on my body, unlike Satoru, who collapses after just one sip. Hua Liang raised an eyebrow. Really? More genuine than gold. Otherwise, just look at how he refuses to engage in drinking games, fearing embarrassment. Hua Liang silently noted her unexpected discovery of Satoru Gojo's weakness. She had initially thought they were the type to be playful rivals, engaging in a peculiar form of flirtation. Nanami Shoko appeared taken aback, as if she had heard an absurd declaration about aliens invading Earth. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? That guy Satoru has such a rotten personality that even his handsome face can't redeem him. He can only deceive those who meet him for the first time. She shivered at the thought of his harsh words being flirtatious. After all, he was just a childish fool. Hua Liang reached out for the grilled lanterns that had just arrived at their table, reminiscing, when I first met him, I thought I had encountered a blind person wearing sunglasses at night. If he had a 2-stringed instrument to accompany him, I would have felt compelled to throw money at him. Speaking ill of the same person can swiftly bridge the gap between individuals. Although it seemed peculiar, friendship often sprouts in such ways. Nanami Shoko wiggled her fingers. The sunglasses aren't just for show. They relate to his 6 eyes ability, filtering out unnecessary information. Oh, this is a unique ability that has emerged from the Gojo family for centuries, which automatically analyzes any information seen and cannot be turned off. Therefore, despite his obnoxious personality, he actually doesn't enjoy crowds, as too many people overload his brain. Hua Liang attempted to comprehend. So, if we liken his brain to a computer, an excessive influx of information would cause the CPU to overheat and potentially crash? Precisely. Hua Liang continued her analysis. Thus, his craving for sweets isn't out of mere enjoyment, but rather a necessity to consume a large amount of sugar to fuel his brain, counteracting the side effects of his 6 eyes. Has anyone ever told you that you are exceptionally intelligent? Hua Liang graciously accepted the compliment, tentatively continuing to gather information. So, is this the main reason for his continued singlehood? To be honest, there are quite a few girls in the sorcery world who are fond of him, but after even a brief interaction, their illusions tend to shatter. Hua Liang nodded in agreement. She had always had a bit more patience for attractive individuals. This was also the reason she had managed to coexist with Satoru Gojo without causing any major incidents thus far. At this point, Nanami Shoko lowered her voice. However, as for Suguru, as far as I know, he has quite a way with women. Hua Liang turned her head to glance at Suguru Geto, seated diagonally across from her. He possessed a remarkably superior bone structure, with clean and flowing lines in his features, his deep purple eyes slightly elevated, giving him a typical downward-facing look. This lent him a subtly world-weary air, both carefree and unruly. Yet at this moment, he was engaged in light banter with the nearby Yuhaibara, seemingly sensing her gaze. He raised an eyebrow and looked over. Here, he extended a plate of asparagus-wrapped beef towards her, smiling as he asked, "Would you like to try this? It seemed like you enjoyed it earlier." "Thank you." Hua Liang accepted it. Nanami Shoko nudged her arm, whispering, "Isn't it striking how contrasting he is?" After saying this, she reclined against the chair behind her, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and placing a short white stick between her lips. "Mind if I smoke?" Noticing Hua Liang's fingers fidgeting, Shoko understood and pushed the pack towards her. During her time in the military, the mental strain had been significant, and all her extra money had been spent on tobacco and other costly stress relievers. Suguru Geto had been keeping a close eye on their conversation. Upon seeing Hua Liang pull out a cigarette, he interjected, "Sweets can also relieve stress. Would you like to try some?" Nanami Shoko, a known heavy drinker, had already consumed quite a bit by this point. "Aren't you also indulging in both smoking and drinking? Why bother with so many concerns?" She reached into her pocket. "Oh no, I'm out of matches. Suguru, do you have any?" After being retorted, Suguru Geto felt slightly annoyed, dismissing her with a no, before turning to intervene in the dispute between Fushiguro and Satoru Gojo. While it appeared he was mediating, he was, in fact, stoking the flames. "Nanami." Shoko glanced to the other side, tapping the table. "Could I borrow a light?" Grasping the metallic lighter that had slid across the table, she nodded slightly. "Thanks." Hua Liang's seat was nestled in the corner, leaning against a bamboo-woven wall. Propping her hand on the table, she held the cigarette between her fingers, taking a deep drag, savoring the acrid sensation that tobacco brought as it filled her lungs. She gradually relaxed, her brows unfurling, appearing somewhat tipsy. "Does Nanami also enjoy cooking?" Having overheard Nanami Kento's remarks on the various dishes laid out before them, Kawaii Ryo suggested, "How about we go for a picnic together after our next mission?" To which Hybara AI responded with enthusiasm, "Kawaii-san, let me tell you, Nanami's culinary skills are absolutely superb." Nanami Kento, sipping on a refreshing Monet sunset, interjected, "Just so you know, whatever I prepare is what you will eat. No room for picky eaters." Hybara AI cheered in delight. Yea? The span of a cigarette was fleeting. Through the wispy, cloud-like smoke, she once again met those deep violet eyes. The owner of those eyes, seemingly caught off guard, quickly averted his gaze before glancing back. He feigned calmness, offering her a slight nod, and after a brief 2 seconds, pretended to nonchalantly shift his focus elsewhere. Kawaii Ryo raised her slender brows, intrigued. Chapter 12, a high-risk otome game. That incident at the hospital couldn't possibly have been his first kiss, could it? It seemed he had recently been quite attentive to her actions. Reflecting on this, she silently called upon the system. "You have yet to explain why, after accidentally kissing Suguru Geto, such a scene unfolded?" Ding, players must explore this on their own. Can it be inferred that if I do not intervene, the events depicted will come to fruition? Ding, the specified function has not been activated. Players must explore this independently. Very well. The emphasis is on knowing but not speaking. Should the mission fail, it's not my fault. Kawaii Ryo narrowed her eyes, having seen enough in her lifetime to recognize a pig's trot. If one were to liken this world to an expansive game, the premise that engaging with key characters unveils relevant clues perfectly aligned with her current situation. A romance fraught with peril? Why bother with the pretense of saving the world? Let us simply topple the protagonists and go for a home run. Ding, players should be aware that physical intimacy does not necessarily engender love. Kawaii Ryo scoffed, believing that only humans comprehend human nature. At this age, do boys not think about such matters daily? It was now apparent that Suguru Geto was indeed a crucial figure in this world. Although the system had reported that both Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo were present beside her on that day, she had resolutely decided to pursue the former as her target. She believed that engaging with someone of gentle disposition would yield a smoother interaction, and Suguru Geto was evidently more discerning than Satoru Gojo. Her instincts warned her that while Satoru Gojo appeared to be a carefree and boisterous character, entanglements with him could lead to complications. Moreover, mutual affection is the ideal route. Had Suguru Geto not already begun to show interest in her? To achieve the grand objective of saving the world, how could one consider it deceitful to cultivate feelings? Say, Shoko, will you accompany me to next month's Cebu Lions game? Of course, right? Shoko couldn't help but push away the increasingly encroaching face of Anko, steadying her shoulders. Hey, wake up. I'm taking you home now. Having feasted well, the clock at the Yakitori restaurant now pointed to 11:30 p.m., marking the end of the day's welcome gathering. Mimi, are you returning to Kyoto? Mimi replied without mercy. Caring for a drunkard incurs additional fees, if you're willing to pay my price. She stood and approached Kawaii Ryo, who was nestled in a corner, extending her hand as a green cursed spirit, resembling a Venus flytrap, appeared on the table. Kawaii Ryo observed its slow movements. Momentarily at a loss, what is this? Mimi brushed back her mint blue bangs, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention before speaking, a promise kept. As they conversed, the cursed spirit's serrated plush leaves gradually unfolded, revealing a dark red circular maw that spat out a plastic package glistening with slime. The latest prototype, the 410 caliber Taurus Judge, could hold 5 rounds and was compatible with 45 Colt ammunition. For those seeking thrills, one could venture into an underground casino to try their luck at Russian roulette, potentially winning a fortune. Mimi leaned in closer. This model hasn't even hit the market yet. It took considerable effort to obtain it from a friend abroad since you specified the latest technology. Coupled with this spirit that can store items, it's truly a bargain. Given the other party's fervent pursuit of wealth, Kawaii Ryo chose to trust her, readily reaching into her pocket to hand over a stack of US dollars. Mimi winked. Come find me again if you need anything. With that, she sashayed out of the establishment, clearly in high spirits. Ah, look what I've found. A silver head suddenly appeared, scrutinizing the drool-covered plastic bag on the table. Kawaii Ryo tugged at Suguru Geto's sleeve. Help me out, Geto-kun. He cleared his throat. This won't happen again. Using Satoru Gojo's body as cover, he extended his hand, activating his cursed technique, and in an instant, a black cursed spirit orb materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. Mere seconds later, a Venus flytrap spirit reappeared. Devour it. The spirit complied, snapping its fingers and consuming the plastic bag containing the firearm, vanishing into thin air. Satoru Gojo elbowed Suguru Geto playfully. Geto, you're quite crafty. So how much can it store? Suguru Geto pushed Gojo's arm away, feeling it out, and hesitantly replied, approximately 5 cubic meters? Kawaii Ryo sluggishly nodded, sensing the effects of the alcohol beginning to take hold. Back in her hometown, space folding technology had only been discovered a few decades prior. With this spirit, whether for home or travel, or even for more nefarious purposes, it would be exceedingly convenient. In that moment, she genuinely envied Suguru Geto's technique. Pushing open the door, a cold wind, accompanied by fine rain, rushed in. Kawaii Shoko hailed a taxi, helping the inebriated Anko into the vehicle while cursing under her breath. Hibara AI and Nanami Kinto expressed their desire to continue their night at a late-night diner, waving goodbye to the others. Just as Suguru Geto was about to suggest they take a cab back to Jujutsu High, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Kawaii Ryo had fallen into his embrace, eyes closed. Instinctively, he caught her and looked down at her porcelain-like face, which was now tinged with a rosy hue. Concerned that the sudden chill might have exacerbated her intoxication, Suguru Geto attempted to adjust his position, shielding her from the wind and rain. Satoru Gojo, glancing down, typed a text message. No need to worry, I'm having someone come to pick you up. Just as he finished, a notification for a special mission chimed, and both men looked down simultaneously, with Suguru Geto staring at the glowing screen, his expression inscrutable. Oh dear, they really don't give you even a minute's reprieve, Geto. How unfortunate. Satoru Gojo's face bore a smug grin as he reached out, taking hold of Kawaii Ryo's arm. Leave her to me. After all, until July 15th. I am her caretaker. His grip on the soft fabric tightened as Suguru Geto exhaled, reluctantly releasing his hold. She might vomit tonight. If you're unsure what to do, look it up online for precautions. Remember to buy some hangover medicine and give it to her when she regains a bit of consciousness. Also, she may run a fever at night. All right, Satoru Gojo waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I lack basic life knowledge? Summoning a rain-shielding cursed spirit, Suguru Geto took several steps outward, only to be unable to resist the urge to glance back. Chapter 13. Some matters need not be unveiled. Beneath the fine veil of rain, the silver-haired youth clasped his hands across his chest. Due to his tall and commanding stature, the girl nestled in his embrace appeared remarkably petite. A silver-gray Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt by the roadside, and a besuited driver hurriedly exited the vehicle, unfurling a large black umbrella. With a slight exertion of his arm, the young man effortlessly lifted the girl and placed her inside the car. Suguru averted his gaze, steadying himself, suppressing the poignant ache swelling in his chest, and turned to vanish into the shadowy, rain-drenched night. The moment Liang settled into the car, her eyes fluttered open. In truth, she was not intoxicated at all, merely a touch tipsy. Initially, she had intended to take the opportunity to draw closer to Suguru. Yet her plans were thwarted by a task assigned by the director. "Oh, Liang-san, you're awake so soon? Just drop me off at the intersection ahead." Wataru Wakiya folded his sunglasses and feigned a sigh. How disheartening. It seems Liang-san favors Geto more. Even in her inebriated state, she fell toward him. As long as you know, some things need not be laid bare. So, does Wakiya-kun feel a sense of dissatisfaction? Liang resolved to return the ball to him. Wataru Wakiya twisted off the cap of a bottle, taking a sip of pure water to soothe his parched throat. "You see, I have this peculiar inclination after consuming alcohol. An overwhelming desire for kissing. Would you care to try, Wakiya-kun?" Cough, cough, cough. Water went down the wrong pipe, and Wataru Wakiya coughed violently. "All right, indeed quite innocent. It's evident you're the type that's hard to shake off once caught." Liang lost interest in further probing and solidified her resolve to pursue her target unwaveringly. She quietly gazed out the window, where the streets remained ablaze with light and bustling with throngs of people. To win over someone like Suguru, maintaining a bond with his closest friend beyond a mere platonic relationship would likely backfire. The reason she had spoken those words earlier stemmed more from her displeasure at being treated like a prisoner. She decided to lay her thoughts bare. "It seems Wakiya-kun is not interested in me. Is it perhaps because, throughout your life, you have never been denied anything you desired?" She met his gaze with calm determination. "So, you particularly cannot tolerate being overlooked? To put it more bluntly, having been surrounded by adulation, praise, and the spotlight, you find it especially hard to accept that you are not someone as first choice?" Wataru Wakiya finally suppressed the itch in his throat. What sharp words. However, Liang-sen should understand that, according to the laws of the sorcery realm, you are indeed under my jurisdiction now. Attempts to entice or overtly seduce the guardian will not yield results. Liang's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Then may I request a different individual to serve as, shall we say, my guardian? After all, you just mentioned that both you and Geto-kun encountered me simultaneously, didn't you?" Wataru Wakiya pressed his lips together, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him, perhaps due to the irritation of being continually overshadowed. An unbidden desire for rivalry emerged, prompting him to resort to temptation. "In my central district apartment, I have super luxurious bathing facilities. Considering the concerns for a classmate after drinking, perhaps Liang-san could view my actions as a kindness rather than confinement?" Upon hearing this, Liang's leisurely spirit stirred with excitement. The funds she had previously saved had been swiftly depleted, and the rewards for exorcising 2 cursed spirits at the hospital had yet to be credited to her account. Struggling once more on the brink of poverty, she immediately expressed her gratitude without a hint of hesitation. What's the worth of pride? The tangible benefits are what truly matter. She could not help but rationalize her decision in her mind. The offer had been made so openly. Refusing it would only cast her actions in a more suspicious light. To alleviate any doubts he might harbor, it would be simpler to agree. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, she gazed down from the 50-story high-rise, taking in the bustling heart of the city below. The sky in the distance churned with dense dark clouds, large raindrops tapping against the glass, producing a soft rustling sound. Crack! Dark purple lightning clawed its way through the layered clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, illuminating the distant horizon. The sounds of the storm outside accentuated the warmth and tranquility within the room. Wataru Wakiya sat on the moss-green plush carpet, leaning against the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen. His fingers danced over the controller, guiding the character on screen through an adventure. "Care to join me? There's a multiplayer mode. I'll head to the bathroom first." Wataru Wakiya replied without turning his head. "Oh, fresh towels and clothes are already prepared. Hurry up and come back." The white foam filled the entirety of the water's surface, and Liang, with a slice of chilled watermelon in her mouth, sighed in satisfaction. The steam rising from the water mixed with the cool, sweet fruit, sending delightful shivers across her skin. She remained immersed until her fingertips were wrinkled, refusing to relent. After rinsing off the slippery foam in the shower, she suddenly noticed a faint scent of sweet milk lingering around her body. Frowning in distaste, she picked up a large white t-shirt lying nearby, intending to put it on, when she abruptly halted. It seemed there were no disposable undergarments prepared in the bathroom. Wataru Wakiya had just cleared another level in the game, and, as he set down the controller to stretch his fingers, he vaguely heard a sound from behind him. The girl's fair skin had reddened from the steam, her long black hair twisted into a bun at the back of her head, with droplets still clinging to the ends. Water beads trickled from the wide neckline of the oversized t-shirt, gliding down her delicate collarbone, creating transparent trails. This simple cotton t-shirt was procured in bulk according to his size, and it appeared exceedingly large on her, the hem hanging past her mid-thigh. She tilted her head slightly. Shall we negotiate? Could someone bring over a clean set of undergarments? Wataru Wakia turned around, his gaze fixated on the colorful television screen. Yet he found it impossible to concentrate. Sure. The alabaster of his ears slowly flushed with a warm hue. Silence enveloped the room. A stillness reminiscent of the serene evening at Cambridge. Liang observed him for a while without movement, prompting her to speak. So, are you planning to telepathically convey to someone the need to purchase women's undergarments? Of course I know. He quickly grabbed the phone from the coffee table, opened his contacts, and dialed. Hello, I need a set of lingerie. The voice on the other end was unclear, and he frowned, relaying a series of numbers. 92, 61, 89. Liang raised her eyebrows in surprise. If she was not mistaken, those numbers must represent her measurements. The room once again fell into a profound silence. Chapter 14. Is this the utility of 6 eyes? Wataru Wakia hung up the phone, feeling as though steam was escaping from his head. To explain would imply he cared about her opinion, while not explaining would make him appear perverse. Moreover, as a single male, having a girl's lingerie in his apartment seemed even more bizarre. He rubbed the back of his head in frustration, ultimately deciding to embrace the chaos. Indeed. This is also a facet of my 6 eyes ability. Impressive, isn't it? The more he feigned composure, the more Hua Liang yearned to unmask him. Thus, she intensified her teasing. Oh really? Surely, there can't be other more outrageous features, like, say, X-ray vision? Wu Tiaowu could hardly believe it. What audacious words was this woman calmly uttering? Not to mention he didn't possess such abilities. Even if he did, it was evident she was utterly unconcerned. The way she spoke, with an expectant expression, suggested she might harbor some peculiar preferences. When it came to banter, Wu Tiaowu had never been outmatched, and he decisively opted to retort with equal distaste. I do not. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the doorbell at the entrance abruptly halted their verbal sparring. Hua Liang instinctively moved towards the door, only to be halted by Wu Tiaowu, who leaped forward as if scalded, signaling her to retreat to the guest room. Why did this make her feel as if she had something to hide? Well, she might not understand, but she would respect it. Recalling the previous incident at the hotel, to avert further misunderstandings, she obediently retreated to the guest room. As the door opened a crack, Wu Tiaowu stood like a wall before it, firmly blocking the scrutinizing gaze of the visitor. This is troublesome. Please leave. He seized the bag without allowing the other party a chance to inquire, promptly slamming the door shut. Here, take this and change. Hua Liang accepted the paper bag tossed her way, but when she looked up again, Wu Tiaowu's figure had already vanished around the corner. Upon unwrapping the package, a set of silk, rose-red, seductive lingerie came into view. She pinched the delicate fabric, lost in contemplation. Given the prior night's lingerie debacle, which had rendered both of them silent, their anticipated living room game party had been thwarted. Fortunately, this lavish apartment, valued at 700 million, was spacious enough, equipped with 3 guest rooms, thus averting further awkwardness. Just the thought of wearing that lingerie and sharing a bed with Wu Tiaowu, both wide-eyed and speechless, made Hua Liang feel suffocated. The following morning, Wu Tiaowu brewed himself a cup of coffee and, once somewhat alert, entered the kitchen. After a series of clattering sounds, he placed 2 plates of breakfast on the dining table. Crispy bacon, fried eggs, toast, jam, a small bowl of fresh raspberries, accompanied by an array of orange juice and milk to choose from. Good morning. Hua Liang, freshly washed and groomed, instinctively pulled out a chair and sat down. Glancing at the golden toast smothered in cranberry jam in his hands, she decided to tackle the bacon and eggs on her plate first. Aren't you going to try the jam on your toast? Or perhaps you don't fancy cranberries? Wu Tiao seemed puzzled that anyone could reject the joy of sweets. There's a jar of Nutella hazelnut chocolate spread in the fridge. Would you like some? In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of sweets, far from Wu Tiaowu's insatiable sweet tooth. Nonetheless, sugar could swiftly replenish energy and stimulate dopamine production, making it an essential physical supplement. Regardless, it was certainly preferable to the earthy taste emitted by low-quality nutritional supplements sold for a mere star coin per bag. The cranberry jam is delightful, but I worry the fried food will grow cold, so I shall eat that first. Hua Liang found that the diverse culinary delights in this world were among her greatest satisfactions since her arrival. Her phone vibrated twice. Upon glancing down, she saw a message from Suguru Geto. Good morning, are you awake? Does your head still hurt? After some practice, she had become adept at typing with one hand. I'm awake. I plan to have breakfast and then return to Jujutsu High. His reply came swiftly. I'm still in Tachijai Prefecture, having just completed a mission, preparing to head back. Did you find anything interesting in Nikko? The natural scenery is beautiful, and there's a type of tofu called yuba. I'll try to bring some back. The fried egg was getting cold. Wu Tiaowu had already polished off 3 slices of toast and was now poking the fried egg with a fork, causing the runny yolk to ooze out. He attempted to regain her attention. Shall we play a game together later? Chaos Legion has received quite favorable reviews. We could also go out for sukiyaki at noon. I know a fantastic place. Hua Liang hurriedly replied. I look forward to it, and closed her phone. No, I need to return to Jujutsu High to continue my research. I'm almost done. Noticing that even the allure of food could not capture her attention, Wu Tiaowu curiously inquired. What is it that you possess that is so compelling that it cannot be shared? After finishing her bacon, Hua Liang brought her thumb and index finger to her lips. Mimicking a zipper, a secret, Hua Liang always seemed to harbor an abundance of secrets, her past experiences, her memories, and even her techniques. Speaking of which, she was no longer tired. I have cooperated in your thorough checks. How many high-ranking individuals have you dispatched? If nothing is found, it's not my fault. No matter how hard they tried, they would never guess that she was an extraterrestrial from another world, and that her ability to traverse shadows was a talent of her spiritual entity, Kraken, hence they could not uncover the source of her techniques. Wu Tiaowu interlaced his fingers. Cursed energy is the energy emitted by human negative emotions such as anger, hatred, and jealousy. Sorcerers, like generators, can autonomously emit and manipulate cursed energy to unleash various techniques. However, there is not a trace of cursed energy detectable in you, yet you can still engage in combat and utilize shadow travel abilities. Could it be that you possess another technique that diverged from the Zenin clan? Does the Zenin clan have many shadow-related techniques? Wu Tiaowu shook his head. Not that I've heard. However, there is a particularly powerful shadow-related technique, the 10 Shadows technique, akin to the 6 Eyes of the Gojo family, which appears only once every few centuries. The bearer of this technique can manipulate 10 Shikigami through shadows. Hua Liang felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Only 10? Suguru has subdued no less than hundreds of cursed spirits over the years, and that is all. Shikigami and cursed spirits were entirely different entities. Because of their scarcity, they were exceptionally precious. Especially the 10th Shikigami, Mahosho, which had never been successfully subdued by any 10 Shadows sorcerer throughout history. At this point, Wu Tiaowu blinked, realizing that both he and Hua Liang utilized shadow-mediated techniques. However, the Zenin clan was notoriously dysfunctional, with family teachings that were rigidly elitist, declaring non-Zenin individuals as non-sorcerers and non-sorcerers as subhuman, taking male superiority to the extreme. Hua Liang swallowed her last sip of milk. That truly is unbearable. Chapter 15. Am I going insane? Now, back to cursed energy. Since anger, hatred, jealousy, and other negative emotions trigger cursed energy, you have undergone training to ignite cursed energy using even the slightest spark of emotion. Wu Tiaowu's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the wooden table, explaining that through training, one could avoid significant emotional fluctuations that would waste cursed energy. In this course, you achieved a perfect score effortlessly. As he spoke, he pointed to his eyes. Even my 6 eyes cannot discern which of your words are truthful and which are deceitful. How cunning of you, even without your past memories. You instinctively know how to conceal your emotions. Should I express my gratitude for the compliment? No one enjoys being analyzed, and Hua Liang was no exception. With that, she rose. Thank you, Wu Tiaokuan, for your hospitality yesterday and for the delicious breakfast today. Are you leaving so soon? Wu Tiaowu's tone softened. I was merely engaging in rational analysis. I meant no offense. No, Wu Tiaokuan, perhaps you misunderstood. I am not so easily angered. Hua Liang slipped on her shoes and gestured dismissively behind her. I will not bring you any harm. This is the truth, and you may choose whether to believe it. With those words, she pushed open the door and strode out confidently, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Wu Tiaowu opened the door and instinctively took a step forward. However, it seemed he recalled something, halting his stride as a melancholic expression gradually settled upon his face. He slowly retrieved his phone, opened his contacts, and began to compose a message. Hey, how's the mission going? He deleted it and typed anew. Is this cursed spirit particularly special? Is it useful? Again, he erased everything. When will you return to Tokyo? No, that wasn't right. Have you arrived at the Jujutsu High? Are you with Liang-san? Watching the cursor retreat with each deletion, he paused, then retyped. If you come across any delicious desserts, remember to bring some back for me. Click, sent successfully. After a moment, he leaned against the door, slowly covering his eyes with his hand. What am I even thinking? Truly, I must be losing my mind. So, they are preparing to participate in this year's NBA draft? Hua Liang squatted in the rest area of the indoor basketball court, tilting her head back to sip on her drink. Igiri Natsuko lit a cigarette, beginning to exhale clouds of smoke. I doubt they have the desire or energy for that. Just as the words left her lips, the white-haired player made an impressive half-court three-pointer, swishing through the net. The black-haired player seized possession, dribbling past defenders before executing a soaring dunk. They seem quite energetic to me. Look at how seriously they're taking it, as if their lives depend on it. Hua Liang fiddled with the sunglasses that Wu Tiaowu had left with her, attempting to place them on her nose, only to be met with instant darkness. To put it bluntly, for a brief moment, she even suspected she had suddenly developed an eye ailment. Was that a coating made from Vanta black nanopigment? It absorbs nearly all visible light. Ijiri Natsuko yawned. Whatever, I wouldn't be surprised by anything those two do. Hua Liang set the sunglasses aside. I want to get a driver's license. Every time I need to go to the city for personal matters, aside from missions where I'm escorted, I have to walk for over an hour and wait for the bus. It's a sheer waste of life. During this time, she had infiltrated a website where curse users gathered to accept commissions via her phone. If we consider jujutsu sorcerers as the righteous side, then gathering intelligence on the villains to thwart world destruction is certainly never a misstep. She had contemplated disguising herself as a curse user to take on some commissions and blend in, but currently, she lacked the time to operate freely without drawing attention. Wu Tiaowu was watching her closely. Officially, her identity as a guardian would not conclude until mid-July. Furthermore, the opposing side would undoubtedly have a period of observational lag, so she must maintain her facade as an ordinary person. Are you of age to drive? There is a bone age test. Previously, Teacher Yuramoth had reported that when processing identity information, Ijiri Natsuko took a deep drag from her strong tobacco, then it settled. You can go on your day off since the current courses are rather light. However, I suggest waiting until after summer to enroll. Every summer, due to the heat, non-sorcerers tend to cultivate negative emotions, leading to a significant rise in cursed spirits, which keeps sorcerers busy. Will it be overwhelming? After all, many injured sorcerers require treatment. Natsuko shrugged indifferently. Last year was similar. Unless it's a severe curse energy infestation, it won't be too exhausting. After all, there are medical devices for common injuries. Hua Liang was quite intrigued by Ijiri Natsuko's reversal techniques and had actively sought her guidance. In some ways, it resonated with her own mental soothing abilities. Although her skills in spiritual healing had always been rather poor. However, this did not deter her from having a keen desire to learn. Just imagine. If she could master reversal techniques, her endurance in battle would become formidable. Moreover, since the conclusion of the hospital mission, she had noticeably felt her mental strength recovering. This led her to speculate that perhaps hunting cursed spirits could accelerate her mental recovery. Alright, I'll head to the logistics department later to check if the ingredients are fresh. Hey, what are you all discussing? Hua Liang looked up to find the basketball game had concluded, and Wu Tiaowu was striding towards her, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the hem of his t-shirt. As the fabric rose, it revealed a well-defined set of abs, glistening with translucent sweat that flowed down the valleys of his muscles, disappearing into his taut lower abdomen. Hua Liang couldn't help but whistle. Beside her, Suguru Geto took the high school uniform that Natsuko had handed him, casually draping it over his arm. Hey, it's not that hot, is it? For days, he had been mentally reassuring himself that what had transpired that day in the hospital, the kiss, was merely an accident. His irregular heartbeat and chaotic thoughts were merely the result of the suspension bridge effect. The rapid heartbeat was induced by the sudden plunge into danger when encountering a special grade attack, not because of that kiss. He was adept at concealing his emotions. Yet witnessing her carefree flirtation with other boys stirred a strange frustration and a wave of bitterness within him. He even irrationally redirected his irritation towards his friend's behavior. It shouldn't be like this. This is not who he is. TSK, not everyone is like you. An old scholar who covers up completely. Chapter 16, Culinary Prodigy. Wu Tiaowu expressed his utter confusion. Moreover, the two individuals before him. One was a medical student specializing in vivisection, viewing the human body merely as a slab of meat. While the other, did she appear shy in any manner? Not in the slightest, completely devoid of any gender barriers. Suguru Geto steadied himself, his expression shifting to his usual gentle demeanor. I just heard Liang-sen mention discussing ingredients. Are you planning to cook for everyone? Hua Liang indeed had such intentions. The sudden exorcism of the special grade cursed spirit had perhaps garnered Suguru Geto's goodwill due to her seemingly righteous actions. Or maybe the alcohol during the welcome party had unconsciously bridged the gap between them. In any case, she clearly sensed that the surrounding doubts about her identity had significantly diminished. Her every action aligned with the norms, and no other forces had attempted to contact her. Nor had she transmitted any information outward. She cooperated fully with the study of curse energy and never complained about missions. She even spent money to renovate a small kitchen in the yard outside the dormitory and contemplated starting a vegetable garden. Presenting herself as someone intending to enjoy a long stay at Jujutsu High, Hua Liang firmly believed that sharing delightful meals could significantly bridge the gap between people. After all, in a comfortable and pleasant environment, individuals were more likely to reveal aspects of themselves that they otherwise kept hidden. Indeed, it was particularly fitting that it was the festival on May 5th, stretching her arms. Hua Liang reflected on the many kindnesses she had received from everyone recently and decided to treat them to a celebratory feast this evening. Wu Tiaowu pointed at his mouth. So, it seems that Jay and I are the last to receive the news? Ijiri Natsuko interjected. It's good enough that you're getting something to eat. Must you always be first? Are you a child? Wu Tiaowu turned his head and loudly protested. Jay, Natsuko just called you out. I didn't mean it that way. Don't speak on my behalf. As it turns out, Teacher Ye is returning home to accompany his wife and will not be attending, leaving just the three of us, alongside Nanami and Hibara, making a total of 5. Hua Liang stood up and casually tossed his sunglasses to Wataru. Dinner would commence at 6 in my little courtyard, and I eagerly anticipated everyone's arrival. As dusk approached, the first gathering of first and second year students from Jujutsu High in 2006 officially began. The dining table was placed beneath a lush camphor tree in the courtyard. Considering the evening's festivities would involve drinking, I had prepared an array of exquisite spherical string lights to hang from the tree, providing illumination as night fell. Mosquito-repelling incense and sprays were, of course, indispensable. To my surprise, there were also cedar cakes. Wataru picked up a plump white delicacy wrapped in folded cedar leaves and tossed it into his mouth, the velvety red bean paste bursting delightfully on his palate. He hesitated before reaching for a second, finding it both glutinous and sweet, exclaiming, Liang, you truly possess a talent for making sweets. Beside him, Hibara peeled back the leaf and popped it into his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he mumbled, delicious. Speaking of which, today is Children's Day, right? Thus, Liang specially prepared these festive treats, which is quite considerate of her. Suguru, who wasn't particularly fond of sweets, turned his gaze towards another dish on the table, a long, conical dumpling, zongzi. Unwrapping the fragrant bamboo leaves, the glutinous rice released a subtle sweetness. What? Children's Day? Wataru snapped back to attention. Then I want to hang koi flags, specifically blue ones. Shoko, her temples twitching, interjected. Hey, tone it down a bit. Children's Day is only for children under 7. We're celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival now. Not wanting the argument to escalate, Suguru suggested. Actually, the Dragon Boat Festival also includes the custom of washing with calamus. Calamus sounds similar to victory and martial arts. Next holiday, let us all go soak in a hot spring together. Nanami, donned in an apron and grilling meat on the barbecue, chimed in. I've heard there's a high-quality hot spring in Kusatsu, Gumma Prefecture. We should check it out. A plate with 2 palm-sized beef short ribs was freshly grilled and swiftly devoured by the group. The black truffle mingled with the tender meat's creamy aroma, perfectly enhancing its natural sweetness when dipped in freshly ground wasabi. Even Wataru, typically discerning and accustomed to the finest dining experiences, gave a thumbs up. Here it comes. Hua Liang presented a generous platter of Spanish ajillo, using SB's seasoning as the base, with mushrooms, broccoli, cherry tomatoes, fresh shrimp, and oysters, creating a fragrant olive oil-baked dish. There was ajillo, which Nanami adored, along with rice topped with fresh sea urchin and sauce, favored by Hibara. Suguru's mischievous side surfaced. Isn't this the advantage of being contemporaries? How unfair. Hua Liang waved dismissively. Of course, I won't be biased. She swiftly retreated to the kitchen and soon returned with a large serving of sesame buckwheat noodles. These are the cold noodles that Suguru likes. They can be drizzled with the perilla sesame sauce on the plate for enhanced flavor. Setting the wooden bowl on the table, she brought out several wooden dishes. There were also fried perilla-wrapped fish tempura and fried buckwheat chips with black soybean miso sauce, which paired beautifully with the noodles. Wataru could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, What about my favorites? Is it the cedar cakes from earlier? Upon Hua Liang's return, she carried a berry cheesecake, topped with fresh blueberries, mulberries, and raspberries. A sight that made one's mouth water. Initially intended as a dessert, she offered it to Wataru, saying he could try it now if he liked. Furthermore, she placed a bag on the table, revealing 3 bottles of green plum wine for today's accompanying drink, and if you find it insufficient, there's plenty of beer left in the kitchen. Now then, everyone, let us dig in. As they savored the delectable dishes, the soft chirping of unknown insects filled the air. Accompanied by the twilight glow and a gentle breeze, Shoko downed her chilled plum wine, letting out a long, contented sigh. You know, Liang, you are an angel. How can a drink be so refreshing, smooth, and sweet without being cloying? Wataru remained indifferent to alcohol, shifting his focus to desserts once the meat was nearly finished. Suguru, let me serve you another bowl of buckwheat noodles. The sauce is delightful. Meanwhile, Hibara attentively observed Suguru's movements, offering water and bowls with utmost diligence. There was no denying that he found Suguru, who wielded cursed techniques so skillfully yet was so gentle in everyday life, incredibly admirable, making him yearn for closer proximity. No need to be so formal, Hybrid-kun. Just relax, Liang reassured, feeling quite satisfied with her culinary accomplishments, deeming herself an unassuming little cooking genius. The grievances towards the system had eased somewhat. Although such days may be fleeting over the next 20 years, they were certainly preferable to the exhausting life of toil back in her hometown. Chapter 17. What type does Liang prefer? As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew more spirited. The self-proclaimed heavy drinker Shoko was the first to suggest a game of truth or dare. Typically, such games would involve spinning a bottle to select the lucky participant. But given that everyone present was an adept sorcerer with finely tuned cursed energy control, especially with Wataru's 6 eyes as an unfair advantage, this idea was abandoned. Ultimately, it transformed into a card-drawing game, with Wataru being unanimously instructed to draw with his back turned. The cards bore no cursed energy, significantly minimizing the potential for cheating. After several rounds, Hua Liang was fortunate enough to witness Shoko's enthusiastic singing, Wataru and Suguru's synchronized calisthenics, Hybrid's embarrassing anecdotes of bedwetting at age 8, and Nanami's first experience with handholding at 13. This time, luck did not favor her. When chosen, she unhesitatingly opted for truth. As the card flipped in her slender fingers, Suguru chuckled softly. Liang, have you ever had a romantic partner? If not, what type do you find appealing? TCH, I thought it would be a more explosive question. Suguru is being too lenient. A chorus of hushing followed. No one noticed that both the white-haired and black-haired boys had quietly perked up their ears. Having never been in a relationship, she felt no shame, though there had been some ambiguous interests during moments of pressure. None had ever escalated to a formal acknowledgement of romance. Hua Liang tapped her chin thoughtfully. As for the type I like, it should be someone with a good physique. And someone who looks quite cute. Hybrid, with his doll-like features, expressed surprise. Huh? You mean a cute appearance? Not merely in looks. It's more of a feeling. Hua Liang replied, suddenly feeling a bit more serious under everyone's gaze. It's the kind of feeling that makes you think, he is so cute. I can't quite articulate it. Ugh. Her vague expression naturally elicited further jeers from the crowd. Wataru playfully poked her cheeks with 2 fingers, feigning cuteness. Is that so? In an effort to lighten the mood, Hua Liang graciously responded, haha, cute. Hey, Wataru, don't push me to hit you. Shoko retorted, feeling nauseated at the thought. You're going to give me nightmares tonight. You better pray you don't get hurt and end up in the infirmary. Suguru cleared his throat. So, Liang, have you ever encountered someone who made you feel that way? This posed a different question altogether. One that fell outside the bounds of the game, rendering her unable to respond. Having said that, she glanced at the group of boys and girls around her, embroiled in a squabble over the last piece of tenderloin, and secretly winked at him. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. If you wish to know, feel free to ask me in private, JJK. For a fleeting moment, Suguru Geto felt as though he might be intoxicated. Yet that warm breath, infused with a hint of wine, distinctly slipped into his ears. It was early summer, and the spherical lanterns hanging from the branches emitted a warm, golden glow, while the summer cicadas perched in the treetops produced a cacophony of cries, each louder than the last, yet failing to mask the incessant thumping of his heart. Thud, 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 each beat heavier and more frantic than the last. He could scarcely conceal his bewilderment, inhaling deeply before falling into the depths of those cold, clear eyes. Resembling the mist before dawn, time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. Before long, it was June, officially welcoming the summer season. The concrete floor of the driving range was scorched by the blazing sun, and the surrounding leaves drooped in a weary curl, while cicadas clung to the branches, calling out in exhausted cries. Once Hua Liang made up her mind, she was not one to procrastinate. Finding it inconvenient to travel from the high school, she promptly enrolled in driving lessons. The modes of transportation available to humanity on this planet are rather few, with self-driving being the most convenient for short distances. Utilizing gasoline to power the engine, the driving process is relatively straightforward. However, society imposes strict requirements on practice hours to prevent the emergence of reckless drivers, alongside a written theoretical examination. Otherwise, given her quick comprehension of simple rules, she would have obtained her driving license long ago. Alas, her sharp mind allows her to learn swiftly. After completing another round of practice, Hua Liang did not wish to remain in the car, observing her peers repetitively executing mechanical L and S turns, and thus sought refuge in the shade of a tree to cool off. During these days, she had been attempting to summon Kraken in the spiritual realm, yet had received no response. She could feel her mental energy gradually recovering, besides her own spiritual restoration. Each exorcism of cursed spirits brought a noticeable recovery of her mental power. The stronger the cursed spirit, the more profound the effect. She could not help but find humor in her plight. Perhaps this could be considered a small contribution to the overarching mission of saving the world. Unfortunately, the tasks distributed within the high school were still too few. She contemplated the possibility of disguising herself as a curse master to take on civilian commissions. A dark shadow halted before her. Hua Liang looked up to see Suguru Geto waving a plastic bag filled with chilled beverages. Task completed. And passing by this driving school where I thought you might be practicing, so I decided to drop by. A hint of mischief danced on his face. Care for some ice-cold cola? Having spent nearly an entire afternoon at the driving range, Hua Liang felt as parched as a fish on the verge of dehydration under the sweltering heat. With the refreshing cold drink right before her, there was no reason to refuse. Skillfully employing the praise she had learned from Shirace, she swiftly twisted off the bottle cap and took a generous gulp. The bubbles burst on her tongue, and the icy liquid slid down her throat, instantly dispelling much of the heat within her body. Hua Liang let out a satisfied sigh. I feel rejuvenated. Suguru Geto, smiling brightly, distributed the remaining chilled beverages to the surrounding students, inciting a chorus of cheers. Wow, how thoughtful. Do we get some too? I'm so envious, having such a wonderful boyfriend. Oh, I'm really envious. Where can one find such a tall, handsome, and gentle man? Amidst the majority of compliments, there were also a couple of boys who had previously shown interest in Hua Liang, two of whom had expressed their affections only to be gently rebuffed, now unable to hide their disappointment. People fear comparison. With such a remarkable partner, they naturally felt they had no chance. Listening to the surrounding praises regarding his boyfriend's status, Suguru Geto maintained a smile, choosing not to clarify. Perhaps he found it troublesome to explain, or perhaps he simply did not care about others' opinions. Whether there was any selfishness involved, who could say? As for Hua Liang, she had always regarded him as her target for conquest, and with the assistance of bystanders, she was more than happy to let them misunderstand. Chapter 18. Jujutsu still doesn't pay enough attention to me. Once the surrounding students dispersed, Suguru Geto mimicked Hua Liang's actions and sat on the grass beneath the shade of the tree. How's the practice going? Hua Liang, unabashed, replied, just minor issues. I feel like I could drift already, but unfortunately, the car can't go too fast or the instructor will scold me. Suguru Geto was somewhat surprised that she would heed the instructor's advice. Given her usual demeanor, she often appeared quite laid back, yet her methods tended to favor shortcuts and loopholes. He attributed this to her lazy disposition, as exploiting loopholes is both labor-saving and time-efficient, aligning with a lazy person's logic. Yet, due to her formidable abilities, she resembled Satoru Gojo in many ways, primarily basing her actions on personal feelings, indifferent to and challenging the rules. While pondering this, he kept his expression neutral. Impressive, impressive. Hua Liang absent-mindedly plucked a few blades of grass and wove them together. Next month, I'll be able to get my license. And then I'll take you for a drive. Suguru Geto felt a surge of joy. Not pressing for the specifics of the timing, but silently noting this event in his mind, planning to carve out some free time. After completing my mission in Sendai this time, I brought back some Kiku Fuku. Gojo has been raving about the edamame cream flavor being the best, a specialty from there. Casting aside the grass clippings, Hua Liang straightened her legs. I've noticed, Jiejuan, you're particularly considerate of others, yet often neglect yourself. This was the first time Suguru Geto had heard such a sentiment, piqued with curiosity. How so? Take today for instance. You remembered I was practicing driving nearby. So you brought ice cola to see me. Hua Liang tilted her head, pondering. Yet after completing a mission so far away in Sendai, shouldn't the priority be to return to the dormitory and rest? Pausing, she carefully chose her words. For example, the Kiku Fuku you brought. You even remembered Gojo's favorite flavor, but it seems you didn't think to get something for yourself. Suguru Geto chuckled as he explained. That's because they don't have any specialties that I like. Not allowing him the opportunity to continue his rebuttal, Hua Liang swiftly changed the subject. I remember your hometown is in Iwate Prefecture, right? Indeed, in the northeastern part of Japan, more specifically in Morioka City, where the prefectural office is located. As he mentioned his hometown, Suguru Geto's gaze grew distant, seemingly lost in memories. There lies Mount Iwate, one of Japan's famous mountains. Particularly beautiful. Hua Liang followed his recollections, describing the specialties of his hometown. Iwate has particularly delicious umaniko tamago, nambu senbei, orange cake, and cave can mackerel. Yes, my favorite is the sesame-flavored nambu senbei, though the soy sauce flavor is also quite good. Suguru Geto smiled gently. How does Liang-sen know all this? My hometown isn't particularly famous. Ah, do you want the honest truth or a fib? Of course, the honest truth. Hua Liang blinked, a teasing glint in her eye. I specifically looked it up because I wanted to know you better. And the fib? Hua Liang bit her lip and smiled slowly. I have never been one to utter falsehoods. Yaga paused momentarily, then tilted his head and chuckled softly. Are you teasing me? His voice was imbued with an air of delight, the final syllable lazily elongated, exuding an ineffable charm. Next time I travel to your hometown, I shall certainly bring you southern pancakes flavored with sesame and soy sauce. Hua Liang's tone was light and buoyant. You see, Wugajin will express his desires, and only the mischievous children get to enjoy sweets. Yaga felt a stirring within, wanting to say, but I never mentioned it. You were the one who offered to bring me local delicacies. However, he was not Itadori Yuji. His reserved nature rendered such overt expressions impossible, even as a jest. Wugajin had always been quite popular among the girls. Hua Liang raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Yet, as far as I know, the songstress is rather fond of him. That's because Wugajin finds it amusing, and he harbors no ill will towards her, Yaga replied, resting his chin on his hand, aware that he could easily win everyone's affection if he desired. Seeing the other seemingly opening up to share his perspectives, Hua Liang resolved to seize the moment and deepen their bond. Well, in my eyes, Jie possesses far more charm. She turned slightly, locking her gaze with his, her silver-gray eyes glimmering with strands of gold in the sunlight, reflecting his astonishment. Are you truly surprised? Natsumi feels similarly. Her naturally upturned red lips curled into a deeper smile. Wugajin's rebellious and untamed nature is likely more appealing to the younger girls, no? Yaga recalled his close friend's increasingly bizarre behaviors and tentatively ventured. Do you genuinely think so, Liang-san? Then what type do you believe I am? Hua Liang rolled her eyes thoughtfully. When we first met, you seemed like the bad boy type, difficult to approach. Yet, as I got to know you, I realized you are quite adept at reading the atmosphere. Moreover, you are very considerate of those around you, a steadfast yet gentle person. Such contrasts were irresistibly intriguing. Additionally, it seems you have a certain fascination with pain. As she spoke, she began counting off on her slender fingers, wearing earrings resembling ear flaps, smoking fiercely, and actively consuming all those unpleasant cursed spirit talismans. Perhaps it wasn't so much admiration as it was habit. If she were to analyze herself, Yaga would applaud her insight. Yet, he felt no offense. Instead, waves of secret delight surged within him. She was neither lying nor jesting. She had been attentively observing him, from his hometown background to his culinary preferences, and even his personality traits and behavioral principles. If she were not genuinely interested in him, how could such a laid-back individual invest so much attention in his life? Liang-san has analyzed me so thoroughly, yet you remain an enigma to me. He was not prepared to remain passive. Instead, he chose to take the initiative, pondering if Liang-san might recall memories of the past. Hua Liang pursed her lips. That only means Jie does not pay enough attention to me. Look at me more. Such words again. Yaga couldn't help but recall the gathering at the dormitory earlier in the month, where he had privately asked her if she had ever encountered anyone she found adorable. So now, was she subtly confessing her feelings? Or was it merely literal? Chapter 19, The Starved Scoundrel. Beep, beep, beep. The sudden ringtone of his phone interrupted his musings. Hua Liang glanced at the caller ID, pressed the answer button impatiently, and the next moment, Wugajin's voice resonated through the receiver. You should be done with your driving practice by now. Let us go have sukiyaki together tonight. I've been eyeing this sukiyaki place for ages. They say their sauce is sweet, yet not cloying, and the flavor is superb. Let's go, let's go. His incessant chatter buzzed in her ears, giving her a headache. She hurriedly agreed, mentioning that Yaga would be there too, and they would meet at the restaurant. I can't talk now, my phone is dying, and there's no signal in the car. Bye. The next day, I say. How long do you intend to monopolize my computer? Wugajin lay sprawled on the largest beanbag in the dormitory, looking disgruntled as he played a boxing game with Yaga on a dual-connected television. Hasn't the reward for exorcising the special-grade cursed spirit already been distributed? Did that woman, Mei, trick you out of it again so soon? Due to her reticence, Hua Liang chose not to argue. Almost done. I've already placed the order. It should be ready by next week at the latest. How infuriating. To think that such an outdated computer with old drivers and chips would cost so much. And I even have to scramble for a spot. Compared to the portability and processing speed of a light brain, it was 1,000 times worse. With the privilege of wealth, the only six-eyed Shinjuku in the Wugajin family had naturally transformed his dormitory into a comfortable haven, with ample space. Beside them, Iori Natsumi lay languidly on the tatami, engrossed in a humorous manga. Kimoji. A woman's voice, filled with both agony and satisfaction, streamed from the high-quality speakers, echoing throughout the closed room. Hua Liang. Wugajin sprang up as if burnt, swiftly unplugging the power and internet cables. Hey, I distinctly hid those files. Hua Liang thought to herself, this password is child's play to me. The firewall of the curse users forum is as flimsy as paper in my eyes. Iori Natsumi lazily chimed in. So, you're a starved scoundrel, huh? Meanwhile, Yaga-jie, gripping the game controller, was already laughing so hard at the unexpected turn of events that he collapsed onto the tatami. Hua Liang had not intended to invade anyone's privacy. She had merely edited a program to automatically crack passwords. Initially aimed at members of the Cursed Users Forum, she had inadvertently uncovered hidden files on this computer. To alleviate the awkwardness, she decided to continue the conversation based on Natsume's comment. So, are you two still together? Do you often watch this? Yaga-jie, who had just managed to suppress his laughter, was caught off guard by her unabashedly suggestive words. Just as he popped an apricot into his mouth, he choked on the pit. Coughing violently, he emitted a sound that could shake the heavens. Hua Liang, helpless, rose from her desk and rushed to his side, delivering a firm slap on his back, dislodging the yellow pit. How can you, who regularly swallow such large cursed spirit talismans, choke like a child on food? Yaga-jie wiped away the tears that had welled up in his eyes. Thanks, but now that you've mentioned it, I've lost my appetite. Hua Liang crossed her arms, persistently voicing her discontent. Oh, speaking of which, Jikun, you are the 109th man I've seen cry. You are indeed quite different from them. To her surprise, the teasing remark made during their first meeting had been remembered clearly by him, leaving Yaga-jie utterly speechless. He could only surrender with a gesture of truce. Iori Natsume gave her a thumbs up, casually discussing matters she had seen in her medical studies. Certainly, no six-eyed Shinjuku would be oblivious. His future wife will likely be a carefully selected match from the Wugajin family. After saying this, she turned to Yaga. Well, you never know. Due to the peculiar sense of competition that often accompanies the tumultuous phase of youth, Suguru Geto initially intended to concede to Shoko's claim, hoping to elevate himself above his troublesome friends in this regard. Yet, upon meeting the probing gaze of her gray eyes, the words lingered unuttered on his lips. What if she perceived him as a frivolous individual? It was a matter of reputation. At this moment, Satoru Gojo's previously flushed face, tinged with embarrassment and annoyance, had returned to its usual composure, and he sought to divert the conversation swiftly. Speaking of which, this Saturday, there will be a national firework competition in Daisen, Akita Prefecture. Shall we attend together? It is said that approximately 700,000 people will participate. Ryuka, ever curious about novel experiences, eagerly raised her hand. Having only witnessed electronic neon fireworks back in her hometown, she had yet to experience a real fireworks festival. Consequently, she was the first to volunteer. Shoko decided to join in the excitement as well. Suguru casually remarked, I have no objections. Satoru expressed his satisfaction with the group's enthusiasm, nodding in agreement. All right. It's unanimously approved. Now, I'll message Nanami and the others to see if they can join. They just left for a mission this morning. Beep, beep. The three of them received notifications on their phones. Upon glancing down, they noticed an urgent announcement from Masamichi Yaga, instructing them to gather in the classroom. Shoko waved her hand dismissively. You go ahead. I'll lie down for a bit longer. If you get a chance, bring back some new curses. I've nearly dissected the previous ones. Ryuka couldn't help but complain. What? I want to stay in the rear echelon too. Shoko retorted sharply. The higher-ups are extremely cautious about their lives. I am currently the only sorcerer capable of reversal techniques, so they will certainly keep me under tight watch. They would never allow me to undertake dangerous tasks such as exorcising curses or hunting cursed users. Upon seeing Masamichi Yaga again, Ryuka keenly observed that the small panda he was cradling seemed to have grown a bit. What on earth? Can curses continue to grow like human infants? The time for Lord Tingen's quincentennial assimilation had arrived, coinciding with this June's full moon. However, the information regarding the destined star plasma girl had already been leaked. Ryuka overheard snippets of the mission details, summarizing that Tingen, a sorcerer who had lived for over 1,000 years, was of utmost importance in the sorcery realm. All significant locations in Neon Japan, including the core of every barrier technique, were centered around him. His technique grants him immortality, but not eternal youth, necessitating a purification of his body through star plasma every 500 years. This ensures he retains human rationality and does not evolve into a different, dangerous, inhuman entity. Satoru stroked his chin, his tone lighthearted. So, it's akin to viewing star plasma as a catalyst in chemistry. If the evolution succeeds, all is well. If it fails, we may find ourselves facing an adversary. Thus, using star plasma to reset the physical information would restore the effectiveness of the technique entirely? That is a valid interpretation. Chapter 20. The Savior Cannot Be. Masamichi Yaga crossed his arms and commenced the mission briefing. Starting next Monday, your primary responsibility will be to safeguard the star plasma from being hunted. Currently, both the Star Cult and Organization Q have issued bounties for its capture. Additionally, you must ensure its safe escort to the Honkai Palace, in front of Lord Tenjin, before the night of the full moon to complete the assimilation. Ryuka's eyes glazed over as she fixated on a chalk mark on the blackboard that hadn't been wiped clean, her thoughts drifting far away. To protect a person while also delivering them to their demise. This world is becoming increasingly absurd. Recently, why have your solo missions multiplied so significantly? Just as they exited the classroom, Suguru received yet another task notification from the headquarters. Ryuka had initially planned to retreat to her dorm for a bit of rest, but could not resist Satoru's insistence to join in on the excitement, who insisted on taking her along under the guise of buying a yukata, an essential garment for attending the fireworks festival. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, she readily agreed to accompany them. On the train to the city, the trio also began discussing the Star Plasma Protection mission commencing next Monday. Organization Q is a recently emerged faction comprising cursed users that opposes the headquarters, aiming to disrupt the sorcery realm and reshape its power dynamics by ensuring Lord Tungin's evolutionary failure. Suguru, seated by the window with his arms crossed, regarded the situation nonchalantly, deeming the minor players inconsequential. Satoru tapped his finger against the left side of the train window. The Star Cult has persisted for many years. Its upper echelon consists of affluent individuals devoid of sorceress abilities. They firmly believe Tenjin is a deity and thus prohibit any taint of the impure star plasma from sullying their god, offering substantial bounties for its capture. Interrupting, Ryuka remarked, "So why can't I sit in the front passenger seat?" Sandwiched between two towering individuals over 185 centimeters. She squirmed uncomfortably. "Aren't you too cramped?" Suguru turned his face, his voice clear. "Are you dissatisfied with my presence, Ryuka-san?" Satoru adopted an exaggeratedly fragile demeanor. "I'm truly hurt. You've never been like this before." "Stop, stop, stop." Ryuka hastily interjected to halt the unfolding farce, rubbing her aching temples. "Forget I said anything. Let us just proceed." Based on the information currently at hand, with Satoru serving as a high-damage tank, Suguru as a summoning mage, and herself as an assassin providing support, protecting the star plasma should not prove overly difficult. Yet, the incessant twitching of her eyelids since receiving the mission seemed to ominously suggest that this task would not be straightforward. The millennia-old sorcerer Tenjin was indeed her primary observation target. The mission revolving around its purification might very well be the significant event node the system had previously mentioned. If the future foretold the world's destruction, could the death of the star plasma, leading to Tungin's evolutionary failure, be the true catalyst of calamity? Tenjin himself resides beneath the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. His barrier techniques are updated daily, comprising over 1,000 ever-changing gates, with only one leading to the Forbidden Storehouse, housing various perilous cursed objects. Reaching the innermost depths of the Forbidden Storehouse requires navigating a lift that descends to the lowest level, from which the path to Honkai Palace, beneath Tengin's knee, can be accessed. One must traverse the correct route to reach the Kamigoki Shrine, passing through the final gate that can only be entered with Tungin's invitation to complete the mission. This can be considered an exceptionally stringent security measure. However, from another perspective, Ryuka viewed Tenjin more as a prisoner, ostensibly protected, but actually confined deep underground. She wondered how long he had endured such imprisonment. If their positions were reversed, she feared she might succumb to madness. Returning to the topic, safeguarding the star plasma is merely a minor task, so Ryuka need not fret. Just follow Satoru and Suguru, for we are the strongest. Satoru hummed softly to the tune of a game he had completed the previous night. By the way, summer has arrived again, and we will have to clear out the various locations around Tokyo once more. Suguru seized the opportunity to add, "Isn't it said that your birth has led to a balance in the natural order, causing curses to become increasingly formidable over the past few years? Thus, it is only right for you to exert a bit more effort, preferably even taking on my tasks." Ryuka was not entirely in agreement with this notion, believing it to be a secondary factor. The root cause lay primarily in societal issues. She viewed matters with remarkable equanimity. "We cannot be accountable for every non-sorcerer's life and death. All we can do is our utmost." Satoru Gojo concurred. "Indeed. I previously conveyed the same sentiment to Geto. He seems to have an incessant tendency to shoulder all responsibility, often uttering phrases like 'with great power comes great responsibility' as he spoke. He could not suppress a derisive tongue gesture, his disdain evident. "Please, my strength is a product of my own talent. Those non-sorcerers have never aided me in any way. Why should their lives and deaths weigh upon my conscience?" Upon concluding his thoughts, the two exchanged knowing glances and instinctively slapped their palms together in agreement. "Isn't such thinking excessively callous?" protested Suguru Geto. "Sorcerers exist to protect non-sorcerers, do they not? Do you not perceive that the survival of the weak constitutes the most suitable framework for societal operation? Is it not survival of the fittest?" Hua Liang unhesitatingly dismantled his lofty ideals. "Isn't the principle of survival of the fittest precisely the natural order? Moreover, even if we consider the worst-case scenario, over 10,000 individuals are killed by cursed spirits annually in our country. But do you have any inkling of how many succumb to suicide, car accidents, diseases, vendettas, or natural disasters each year? Satoru snapped his fingers. Precisely. Let nature take its course. Even non-sorcerers perish in struggles over power, wealth, or women. The emergence of cursed spirits in this world is far easier than the generation of pollutants. Even in the absence of a vast number of cursed spirits, the mere presence of negative emotions among ordinary people will inevitably spawn a continuous eruption of cursed spirits. Perhaps this world is already cursed by the divine. Yet, Suguru remained steadfast in his beliefs. That is precisely why we require our assistance, is it not? Even saving one more life is worthwhile. Hua Liang was thoroughly incited to debate by his saintly notions. I do not deny that saving lives is commendable. I merely believe it unnecessary to see oneself as a savior. For are not non-sorcerers the very source of cursed spirits? According to your logic, if you wish to protect everyone, you would first have to eliminate all non-sorcerers, which is an inherent paradox. As the discussion reached this point, the language grew increasingly sharp. Suguru sighed in exasperation. You two truly resemble the rhetoric of villains. It is rather juvenile. You are the one who is terrifyingly naive, countered Satoru. Geto, you sound like a monk, always spouting righteous doctrines. You might as well find a temple and become a monk. The conversation escalated to personal attacks, crossing a threshold of tolerance. Suguru smiled gently, narrowing his eyes as he pointed out the window. Shall we engage in a spar, Satoru? The assistant supervisor, Kanamitsu, sat in the driver's seat, drenched in sweat, striving to maintain silence like a chicken. The back seat's rigid backrest was uncomfortable, prompting Hua Liang to abandon her posture management and shift closer to Satoru, then relax and lean against his seat's backrest. After such a lengthy discussion, she found it rather dull. Clearly, it sufficed to focus on pivotal events, even if he was a crucial character to engage with. It was not her place to lecture him. It might even hinder their progress in the task, rendering it counterproductive. The lush forest had been left behind, and buildings began to emerge along the roadside, drawing them ever closer to their destination in the city. Geto, be swift in your actions later. Once the task is completed, let us indulge in dinner. Did we not mention that exceptional barbecue place last time? Satoru furrowed his brow, displeased. Have you two been conversing privately quite a bit? Suguru adjusted his demeanor to one of gentle affability. Oh, it's nothing much. Lusan has lost her memory, you see. I merely take her out to familiarize herself with new experiences, which might assist in her memory recovery. The confined space lulled Hua Liang into drowsiness, her eyelids drooping as she nodded in acknowledgement. Satoru's suspicion resurfaced. She was evidently unaware of many basic matters, a vast discrepancy that could not simply be attributed to amnesia. However, considering her recent behavior, he curbed his doubts. Surely, we should be closer, having shared 2 nights together. Why not ask me first? Suguru's lips pressed into a thin line, his displeasure evident. Let us refrain from making such misunderstandings. Kanamitsu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his pupils quivering. He wished fervently for his ears to become deaf, not wanting to be silenced for overhearing something he should not. Hua Liang rolled her eyes. Geto is correct. You are indeed quite childish. You are the childish one. It is clearly you. A retort ensued. In the Tokyo Racing District, at an abandoned amusement park, are you merely going to linger outside? Do you not wish to find a way to earn some extra cash? I could report your name. You would receive a share of the reward. Hua Liang waved her hand dismissively. No, I'll just play on my phone outside. Your movements are swift enough. Satoru, a restless spirit, followed the usual protocol. After settling accounts with the assistant supervisor, he draped an arm over Suguru's shoulder and entered the tent alongside him. Lusan, do you need to wait in the car for them to finish? Ah, thank you, but no. Hua Liang squatted outside the amusement park's entrance, pulling out her phone to log into the Cursed Sorcerer forum. She instinctively browsed the homepage, searching for any special requests. A pin post at the top caught her eye. It was a bounty for the assassination of the star plasma entity, Tenriko. The reward had skyrocketed into 8 figures, with continuous increments. Oh, it seems that murder and looting are indeed more profitable. One successful hit could equate to battling dozens of special-grade cursed spirits. The headquarters is truly stingy. Exiting the forum, Hua Liang accessed an encrypted communication app and sent a message. What progress has been made on the investigation I requested last time? Within 2 minutes, a response arrived. His counter-surveillance skills are formidable, and there appears to be a middleman complicating matters. Currently, we have only discovered that he seems to possess no cursed energy, existing solely as a physical powerhouse. Understood. Notify me promptly of any new developments. Received. Hua Liang's gaze fixated on the words no cursed energy on the screen, her hand propping up her chin as she fell into contemplation. Lacking any cursed energy, This individual had managed to hunt down dozens of sorcerers solely based on his formidable physical prowess, earning him the title of sorcerer killer. In recent days, she had sifted through several suspicious cursed sorcerers from the forum, and this infallible sorcerer killer had piqued her interest. Could he be the variable in the star plasma mission? Adhering to a principle of utmost caution, Hua Liang always regarded her instincts with a grave perspective. After all, her mental abilities had helped her evade numerous unforeseen troubles in past encounters. She intensified her investigation into the sorcerer killer. Meanwhile, within the confines of the amusement park's barrier, Satoru and Suguru were not together. They had been ensnared separately by a dream-weaving, hypothetical cursed spirit, the Dream Taper. Suguru felt a warmth at the corner of his mouth, which led him to open his eyes and discover Hua Liang half clinging to his waist, her silver-gray eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. Upon meeting his gaze, the other party slightly propped themselves up, leaning down to scrutinize his face. Awake? I thought you had been knocked unconscious. Their eyes wandered around the dilapidated first floor of the hospital lobby, where it seemed they had just dealt with a cursed spirit, leading to his accidental fall from a high building. Thus, they were performing artificial respiration on him. He swallowed hard. The alabaster face was less than 20 centimeters away, and he could feel the warmth of their breath as they inquired. Noticing his silence, she furrowed her brow and reached out to shake him. You haven't gone daft from the fall, have you? With that, she attempted to rise. However, Suguru Geto encircled her arm, halting her movement. Reflexively, he curled his fingers, his waist feeling weak. Soft, what did you say? His throat felt parched as he swallowed again. He squinted, lowering his voice. I said, my body seems to still be rather soft. So, could you perform artificial respiration once more? Without waiting for a response, his large hand silently moved to the nape of her neck, an invitation she could not refuse. His amethyst eyes swirled with layers of heavy, dark hues, a sight that was both striking and alarming. With no resistance from her, her compliance undeniably intensified his desire. He felt like a traveler lost in a desert, having discovered a refreshing spring, eager to quench the thirst that had long plagued his heart. Chapter 22. Can I kiss both of them at once? Meanwhile, Wataru Fushiguro knocked on the bathroom door. Hey, idiot, remember to bring clothes next time you shower. There was no response. He knocked again, and after 2 minutes of silence, he pushed open the bathroom door. Inside, steam wafted through the air. A girl's head rested against the edge of the bathtub. Her long, raven hair, soaked, floated like seaweed in the water. Fluffy, thick white foam piled atop the surface, barely revealing a glimpse of her collarbone. Her exposed skin glowed as if coated in a layer of pearl powder. It appeared she had fallen asleep in the tub. Fushiguro was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, stiffly placing a clean nightgown on a nearby rack. He should leave, but she's already asleep. She might wake up soon, but she's already asleep. Would she be angry if she saw me here? But she's already asleep. Click. The bathroom door closed. He did not exit. Instead, he turned back, shutting the door behind him. The girl in the bathtub opened her eyes, her fair cheeks flushed from the steam. She seemed to have been awakened, her voice laced with careless seduction. Want to come in? Fushiguro covered his forehead with his hand. After a moment, he softly murmured, though I would love to accept that invitation. A cerulean aura swirled at his fingertips, and in the next instant, it shot off towards a specific direction. Boom. What a pity, she wouldn't say such things to me. The first-grade cursed spirit, Dream Shikigami, was obliterated into countless fragments, and amidst the billowing smoke, Fushiguro caught a glimpse of Suguru Geto's face, filled with regret. He had initially intended to tame it. Wasn't the ability to plunge someone into sweet dreams rather intriguing? Geto had perceived the flaws in the dreamscape earlier than Fushiguro, managing to extricate himself. Just as he prepared to unleash his cursed technique, Dream Shikigami was smashed into pieces by Geto's strike. A rather lackluster ability. Fushiguro was reluctant to entertain inquiries about the dream's circumstances. Clearing his throat. Who knew it would be so fragile? Let us go, Pokemon Master. I'll save something better for you next time. As the two exited the amusement park, Hua Liang had already slipped into the car, waiting for quite a while. She rolled down the window, waving at them. Hey, why are you so slow? Hurry up, I'm about to starve. Caught off guard by the presence of the female lead from his dream, Fushiguro and Geto felt a sudden jolt. The two, overwhelmed with guilt, avoided looking at her, one gazing at the sky and the other at the ground. Hua Liang narrowed her eyes. What's wrong? Did you do something to wrong me? The two responded in unison, loud and clear. Of course not. Hua Liang's suspicion deepened, but with her stomach growling, she was too lazy to press the matter further. Get in the car. I'm starving. Hello. Welcome to Ushiguro-s. May I confirm there are 3 guests? A staff member at the entrance of the charcoal grilled beef restaurant greeted them with a smile. Today marks my boss's wedding anniversary. Couples who kiss for a photo will receive a 30% discount on all dishes. Oh, What a delightful surprise. It truly is a fortuitous day. Fushiguro pointed at the two beside him, cheerfully inquiring. So, can I kiss him first, then her, and still get the discount? The staff member's smile faltered. Huh. Geto's expression turned awkward and irritated as he growled under his breath. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Hua Liang saw this as an excellent opportunity to test both of them at once. Ever since the chaotic kiss at the hospital, she hadn't triggered any significant events in the future. Heaven knows, had it not been for their formidable strength. Charging in for a kiss could easily ruin their personas and lead to a beating. She would have acted long ago. Why must she choose just one and proceed with a slow and steady approach? She stroked her chin and boldly suggested, how about I kiss each of you separately? That way, we can save a bit. Geto was on the verge of a breakdown. Why is there always someone making things more complicated? Unable to withstand the staff member's incredulous gaze, he forcibly pushed the two troublemakers behind him. He turned to the staff, forcing a smile that barely masked his irritation. We're not a couple. Let us just go with the standard price. Upon entering the private room, the restaurant staff began serving the ordered menu. From raw Wagyu beef to thick-cut beef tongue, grilled beef belly, fried beef, and Chateaubriand steak. Each exquisite dish was meticulously arranged on the table in the correct order. Geto pushed a plate of beautifully marbled beef belly towards Hua Liang. It seems you enjoy this. Have some more. Fushiguro stuffed a piece of sukiyaki beef coated in raw egg into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Geto, you really know how to take care of people. He didn't yet grasp that the sourness swelling in his chest stemmed from jealousy, instinctively reaching for his chopsticks to offer Hua Liang a piece. However, halfway there, he changed his mind, grabbing a piece of meat and redirecting it into his mouth. I like beef belly too. Geto had long since grown accustomed to his friend's childish antics. Don't steal it. He placed another piece of meat onto Fushiguro's plate. That's enough. Fushiguro stretched out his long arm, wrapping it around Geto's neck. Geto, you're the best. Hua Liang helped herself to a piece of beef belly, savoring the delicious juice that burst in her mouth, sighing in satisfaction. This is so good. I could just devour both of you. At her words, the two boys instantly recoiled, making exaggerated retching noises in disgust. What do you say? Should we report to the higher-ups and request some cursed tools as benefits? Hua Liang was well aware that deep within the forbidden archives of the Jujutsu High, there was a path leading to the realm of Tianyuan, and she was keen to uncover some information related to it. For some reason, she was inexplicably invested in the existence of Tianyuan. Your dagger is a special grade curse tool, isn't it? Having an extra wound hurt. The people in the administrative department are notoriously stingy. Satoru Gojo savored the succulent and juicy white truffle and Wagyu beef sandwich, while both I and Suguru Geto found no need for cursed tools, thus evading concerns regarding the potential failure of Tungin's assimilation. Suguru made a gesture of relaxation, stating that the information on the Q organization and the Ponching sect had been sufficiently gathered, a mere gathering of insignificant fish, warranting no excessive caution. After this, he turned to Satoru, reiterating the countless times he had advised him to refrain from referring to himself as or, and instead use Watashi or Boku when we bring the star plasma vessel to meet Lord Tenjin. Satoru raised an eyebrow in response. Ah, I got it. Suguru, noticing the two had yet to delve into the topic of Jikoku, worried about revealing his true intentions, had to steer the conversation back. We might not need it, but we could let Nanami and Hybrid give it a try. After all, it's free. Chapter 23. Why is Jez bigger than mine? Suguru rested his chin on his hand, half-jokingly expressing, I'm feeling a bit envious. It seems those of the same generation tend to grow closer. Huh? It appears that Ryo has never been this considerate towards me and Satoru. Right, I mentioned that before. Satoru chimed in, piling on the jest. Hold on. Ryo interjected with a hand signal to pause. Introducing another subject. I used some special means to infiltrate a forum where curse users are active. The rest are just scattered minor players, but two individuals caught my attention. One is a girl with white hair styled in a bob, whose name and whereabouts are unknown. She operates quite mysteriously and is rumored to have dealt with special grade cursed spirits. After swallowing a bite of smooth and refreshing konjac noodles, she continued. The other one possesses a rather illustrious title, the Sorcerer Killer. Satoru tilted his head slightly. Sorcerer Killer? That's quite an impressive title. And the most crucial point is, he has never missed a target. Ryo yawned, stating, I'm still investigating the specifics. It seems someone is deliberately concealing information about him. Once I manage to hack into his contact's past transaction bank account, I might uncover his true identity. Satoru quickly seized on a loophole. Wait a minute. Did you just say you could hack into bank accounts? Then why is it always me and Jia treating? I've spent every bit of my research funds. Ryo, undeterred, casually pulled out 2 chains from her pocket and pushed them across the table. Almost forgot. You should try this. At least you have a bit of conscience. Is this a gift? What is it? Satoru exclaimed excitedly as he grabbed the silver-gray metallic bracelet, slipping it onto his wrist. The center of the chain bore a silver cat head, a trinket. He attempted to rub the cat's head. A small arc radiating blue light suddenly appeared on its otherwise smooth face. Wow, it lights up. Ryo beamed with pride. Just a little gadget I whipped up. It can connect with others who possess the same communicator, even in areas with no signal, and can break through barriers. As she spoke, she glanced at Suguru, who was also trying on a bracelet, which was already set up. She had given him a snail-shaped one, along with a cat-owl for Nanami and a little dog for Hibara. Satoru, captivated, poked at the bracelet, attempting to say hi. His gaze shifted to the fox-headed receiver on Suguru's wrist, which echoed his voice, causing Satoru's previously excited expression to dim. Why is Jez bigger than mine? Suguru relished the moment, a smug satisfaction evident on his face. You finally admitted it, Satoru. Such a pity. Could you say that again? I didn't manage to record it. Satoru instantly flared up. I was referring to the animal heads. And why is mine a cat while yours is a fox? Foxes in the animal kingdom appear to be superior to cats. Suguru had no intention of engaging further with his teasing friend, his elongated eyes curving into crescent shapes. I quite like Ryo's gift and will prepare a thoughtful return gift. Ryo, feeling a bit perplexed, mused. So do these two DKs often compare sizes? It was merely a sensation. Ryo found it challenging to explain that in her hometown, both sentinels and guides had animal-shaped spiritual entities. Thus, when crafting the communicators, she unconsciously infused her impressions of everyone into the device's design. Satoru remained relentless. So in Ryo's eyes, I resemble a cat, while Jie resembles a fox. Ryo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Your flustered demeanor indeed resembles that of a cat. As for Jie, he seems much more cunning than you. Suguru's expression remained unchanged, clearly interpreting the remark as a compliment. Foxes are said to be quite clever. So what about you, Ryo? What animal do you resemble? Ryo countered with a question of her own. I'm not sure. Perhaps Jie could enlighten me? What do you wish to hear from me? That depends on what Jie truly thinks. Satoru found himself dizzy from the convoluted exchange between the two. Thus, he swiftly cut through the confusion. Why can't we just regard each other as humans? Why must we liken ourselves to animals? Suguru remained silent. Ryo clapped her hands. Satoru, sometimes I greatly admire your thought process. You always manage to view issues from outside the box, truly. Ryo lingered in the fitting room for a while. Although she didn't comprehend why one would choose a high-end custom kimono shop for a public gathering like a fireworks festival, given that it was merely a simple yukata. Moreover, there was no time for customization, and one would even have to pay for expedited service. Nevertheless, the wealthy young Master Gojo insisted that wearing a subpar kimono alongside her would be a disgrace. Since it was not her money being spent, she felt indifferent. However, it was not her intention to eavesdrop. It was simply due to her heightened senses as a guide that the whispers of the sales personnel reached her ears. Clearly, it seems like a student has found a sugar daddy, or perhaps a boyfriend. The fabric doesn't appear particularly special. Can they afford it? That white-haired handsome guy seems to be a black card holder, right? Let us just ensure we cater to the lady in the fitting room. By the way, isn't that other handsome guy with black hair also here? Wasn't he at him who said he would pay? Wow, that's even more impressive. They can coexist harmoniously. And they're both such high-quality handsome men. If they publish a course, I'd be the first to buy it. Hehehe. Just wondering which one is the legitimate partner and which is the side piece. Enough. Is the monotony of working folks so dull that they have resorted to speculating on customers' gossip to pass the time? Even for the sake of the zeros following the exhibit labels, such a service attitude should not be acceptable. Ryo, having changed into her high-specialty uniform, was just scheming to step out and tease those long-tongued sales staff when she heard Satoru's voice from outside. Did you try it on? Jie and I got our men's yukata sorted at another shop. Ryo exited the fitting room, maintaining her composure. No, I was just listening to stories in there. Suguru, puzzled, asked, what stories? A duet, discussing the secrets of my being a sugar baby and the feasibility of dating two boyfriends simultaneously. The once cheerful sales staff suddenly turned pale, their smiles fading into awkwardness. Satoru instantly grasped the situation. Isn't having a handsome and wealthy boyfriend like me sufficient? Suguru, unwilling to waste time, interjected, let us go. If you don't like it, we can switch to another shop. Thus, the three of them stepped out into the world, greeted by the awkwardly stiff farewells of the sales staff. Just a few steps later, they stumbled into a dramatic scene of jealousy unfolding. Chapter 24, The Pretty Boy is the Villain. Two elegantly dressed middle-aged women were hurling insults and mockery at one another. At the heart of the tempest stood a young man clad in dark feathered attire. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, possessing a robust physique and strikingly handsome features, with a short scar gracing the right corner of his mouth, accentuating his wild and untamed aura. Why on earth are you accompanying this woman on a shopping trip? Shanair, weren't you supposed to take some time off recently? How amusing. If you're not with me, are you really going to spend time with this old woman? Huh, old. I've just spent 6 million yen on Shanair and have reserved all his time from Monday to Friday next week. Then I'll offer 8 million yen. Will that silence you? I'll raise it to 10 million. Hua Liang was astonished. Who knew this pretty boy could earn so much? The intensity of his gaze caught the attention of Fushiguro Megumi. Upon assessing her attire, he quickly lost interest, realizing she was not his target clientele. Of course, Fushiguro had already spotted the six-eyed Shinjuro from the Gojo family from a distance, but this encounter was purely coincidental, and he had no intention of engaging. Back to reality, Suguru Geto snapped his fingers, realizing that Liang-san had a penchant for this type. It wasn't merely the handsome visage that captivated her. The primary reason was that this pampered pretty boy bore an uncanny resemblance to the sorcerer assassin. A flurry of conspiracy theories raced through Hua Liang's mind, suspecting that he might be masquerading as a pretty boy to scout information on the star plasma vessel protectors. Actually, there's no need for selection. Just buy everything that doesn't repulse you, Liang-san. I still want to visit the arcade. Hey, why are you pinching me? Hua Liang shot a piercing glance. Be quiet, let us move. Though she was eager to gather more intel on the sorcerer assassin, it was not the opportune moment, and she wished to avoid alarming them. Thus, she led the two away from this battleground. So that person was the sorcerer assassin that Liang-san mentioned needing to be wary of during lunch? Hua Liang nodded. What a coincidence. I just received intel about him in the fitting room, and then I ran into him, like a ghost. I've seen that person before. Hua Liang was taken aback. What? You've seen him? Gojo Satoru sauntered beside her. I think I was about 7 or 8 years old when some members of the Zenin family came to discuss matters at our Gojo residence. He secretly followed me, but I caught him. So he belongs to the Zenin family? Hua Liang pulled out her phone to check the information again, her brow furrowing. But the data I have indicates his surname is Fushiguro. Ah, no, he is the adopted Fushiguro Megumi. Suguru Geto continued the analysis. So, he has abandoned the Zenin surname. This shouldn't be a conspiracy from the Zenin family. The extent to which he would change his surname by marrying into another family suggests a deep-seated grudge against them. Gojo Satoru added nonchalantly. Exactly. Isn't he a sorcerer with a powerful curse? Trading zero curse energy for absolute physical strength would make it quite difficult for him to survive in the Zenin family. Hua Liang immediately grasped the crux. What do you mean? Ah, didn't I mention? The Zenin family is one of the 3 great families in the sorcerer world, and their family motto is, no Zenin, no sorcerer, no human. Hua Liang could only remark on the audacity of the Zenin family. The latter half made her want to call the authorities. It sounded like a blatant declaration against humanity. She envisioned a dramatic saga unfolding. Zenin Shinjuro, a direct descendant of the Zenin family, subjected to abuse for lacking curse energy, thus fleeing the family, marrying into another clan, changing his surname, and even juggling the roles of a pampered pretty boy and a sorcerer assassin. He certainly bore the traits of a tragic male protagonist. Yet, upon glancing at the information on her phone, she realized something was amiss. Although he had been living apart from Fushiguro Megumi, their marriage was in name only, as they still had a son and a daughter to care for. Were the parents completely neglectful? The information indicated that Fushiguro Megumi was fond of all things related to gambling, squandering all his earnings from commissions in various casinos. When funds ran dry, he resorted to living off women, allowing them to support him. The longer she looked, the more he appeared to be a despicable man. It seemed he wouldn't rise to the status of a protagonist, but rather was playing the role of a tragic antagonist. With this realization, Hua Liang experienced an epiphany. If this world were a vast game arena, then her encounters with Suguru Geto and possibly Gojo Satoru were with system-verified crucial characters, likely the protagonists. Thus, Fushiguro Megumi, who accepted the commission for the star plasma vessel, was likely a hindrance to the protagonist's protection mission, undoubtedly a bona fide villain. Ever since she encountered Fushiguro Megumi in Ginza yesterday, Hua Liang's alarm bells had been ringing. Coincidentally, the computer she had previously purchased also arrived at the school, and after a swift assembly, she immersed herself in hacking various web pages to unearth all relevant information about Fushiguro Megumi. Gojo Satoru lounged on a beanbag chair, initially bored while watching television. Suddenly, he lifted his head. So, when will my garlic butter potato be ready? Hua Liang, without looking up, corrected him. To clarify, it's garlic butter roasted potatoes, and you already asked that 5 minutes ago. But I just can't wait. I can almost smell the aroma. You'll still have to wait 5 minutes. The oven will beep when it's ready. The television announced the lottery numbers, with a jackpot of 600 million yen. Multitasking, she perked her ears, unable to resist commenting. When will I ever win? I'd directly fund your entire life's supply of garlic butter potatoes. Gojo Satoru sprang up. frequently glancing toward the kitchen's glass door that led to the courtyard. It's a deal. I'm the second biggest fan of garlic butter potatoes in all of Neon. Lying on the tatama mat and flipping through a comic book, Suguru Geto chimed in. So who has the first? Gojo Satoru gave him a do I even need to ask look. Of course, it's the inventor of garlic butter potatoes. Just as Hua Liang was rapidly scanning through the information on her computer screen, a large shadow suddenly loomed over her. Turning around, she found Gojo Satoru had stealthily approached her from behind. Hey, peeking into someone's privacy is not a good habit. Hua Liang's fingers flew over the keyboard, quickly extracting and saving useful information. Gojo Satoru shrugged. Well, Liang-san, aren't you currently invading Fushiguro Megumi's privacy? You've even accessed surveillance footage of him entering and exiting casinos. He wouldn't mention that he had caught a glimpse of her computer password with his 6 eyes. Caught off guard by his retort, Hua Liang momentarily fell silent. But she quickly regained her composure. All right, perhaps there is not much difference. However, I intend to confront him in person after the fireworks festival. And by the way, your garlic butter potato is ready. Gojo Satoru dashed off to the kitchen. Suguru Geto reminded him from behind. Remember to wear oven mitts when you take it out. Got it, stop nagging. Chapter 25, The Goldfish Leaving the Fishbowl. June 10th, 2006. Akita Prefecture, Daisen, Fireworks Festival. I say, there are far too many people here. Itomi Shoko, dressed in a light purple yukata adorned with endless summer floral patterns, sidestepped a couple playfully crossing her path. Is everyone in neon here in Daisen? Hua Liang also felt a slight impatience due to the overwhelming crowd, but her curiosity about the fireworks festival outweighed her annoyance. Throughout the journey, they encountered several groups of flirtatious individuals, all of whom were deftly rebuffed by Shuko. They are over there. Following the direction of Shuko's finger, Hua Liang quickly spotted the 2 tall and slender figures of DK standing before a stall selling takoyaki. Wow, it's so hot. The CNS takoyaki is quite good. Isn't it, Jia? You should try some. Summer Oil Jia obediently picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth, savoring the succulent octopus legs mingled with the savory essence of seaweed and bonito flakes, which exploded into an exquisite flavor on his palate. Shuko gently tugged at Hua Liang's sleeve. Let us go over there. Sensing something, Wu Tiao turned around and gazed at the girl weaving through the crowd. His cerulean eyes widened slowly. The surrounding clamor faded into a blur at that moment. She wore a blue and white yukata adorned with a red goldfish motif, and her long black hair, traditionally styled, was swept up at the back, secured with a red and green tassel hairpin. The swaying tassels dangled near her ears, adding a touch of softness to her otherwise aloof features. Her lips were rosy and full, reminiscent of blossoming petals, with the corners slightly upturned, hinting at an elusive smile. Hey, are you deaf? That familiar voice, always dragging out the last syllable, finally pulled him from the exhilarating state of racing heartbeats and sweaty palms. What? It's too noisy to hear. Observing Wu Tiao's evident distraction, Hua Liang expressed concern. With so many people here, if you can't handle the overload of information, we can leave. I want to laugh at you. Wu Tiao quickly cast a glance at those silver-gray eyes, then swiftly averted his gaze, raising his chin proudly. Of course. It's no problem. Who do you look down upon? Summer Oil Jia, noticing his friend's ears flush crimson, pursed his lips. At least put on your sunglasses, okay? We have to see Xinjiang Tea on Monday. Relax, I told you it's fine. Wearing sunglasses would only allow him to distinguish obstacles through a 6-eyed infrared-like scanning function, making it impossible to see faces. He had no interest in that. Wu Tiao waved his hand dismissively, and the blue dragonfly pattern swayed along with it. He turned to Shuko. Would you like some takoyaki? This place is quite good. Do you want some, Liang-san? Glancing at the stall sign, which featured an octopus remarkably similar to a kraken, Hua Liang immediately declined. The hairpin suits you well. Summer Oil Jia regarded the tassel-adorned hairpin at the girl's temple with gentle eyes. Hua Liang, however, was not one to feel flustered by such compliments. After all, she had heard far too many throughout her life. Jiekoin, your taste is impeccable. I adore the gift. The promised return gift from last time pales in comparison to what Liang-san has given. At this point, Summer Oil Jia hesitated slightly. I noticed Liang-san seems quite interested in electronic gadgets, so I bought some, and I should be able to bring them back this time. Hua Liang felt genuine delight. Thank you, Jiekoin. Setting aside the strategy, having such a thoughtful and caring friend nearby was undeniably comforting. Far more endearing than those brawny sentinels who reveled in displays of strength, yet possessed empty minds. What are you whispering about now? Wu Tiao, having secured the takoyaki for Shuko, turned to see the two leaning closer together. An inexplicable, yet familiar pang of jealousy surged within his chest, compelling him to step in and discreetly separate them. Nanami and Hybera could not attend due to a mission, and Liang-san mentioned bringing back some souvenirs from Akita. Summer Oil Jia counted on his fingers, reciting with familiarity. We can bring some kinmankai, a cake made with honey and eggs, wrapped in a soft white bean paste filling. Also, there are jujutsu wagashi, made from red bean flour, with patterns depicting the ritual of stripping demons and the Lantern Festival. Hearing about the sweets made Wu Tiao's heart race, prompting him to suggest, and peach nectar would be delightful. Let us buy some to take back. Shuko, uninterested in these, spotted a nearby booth for catching goldfish and exclaimed excitedly, Liang, look over there. Let us go catch some goldfish. The stall was manned by a grandfather well into his 60s, with 4 large square plastic tubs filled with tiny red goldfish, each about the size of a thumb segment. Darting about, Shuko eagerly accepted the small black bowl the vendor handed her. She filled it halfway with water and, brimming with enthusiasm, reached out with the paper scoop towards the little goldfish. During her time in this world, Hua Liang had absorbed a myriad of information through the internet to better understand and integrate into her surroundings. Watching the goldfish, surrounded by laughter and evading capture, she inexplicably felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She recalled a film she had watched a few days prior, The Wicked Oiran, where the Oiran protagonist resembled the goldfish in the bowl, subject to selection and slaughter, wanting to escape, yet told that a goldfish that leaves the fishbowl is no longer a goldfish. The goldfish in the oxygenated tank were not truly free, and neither were those she had seen in the high school pond. So where could true freedom be found? Streams, rivers, the ocean? Was she, who had survived the war of pollutants and found herself in another world, truly free? Why are you dawdling? I've already caught 3, and the paper net hasn't torn yet. Shuko's urging voice snapped Hua Liang from her reverie, and she handed the paper net to Summer Oil Jia. I suddenly don't want to catch any more. You try, Jia. Summer Oil Jia's gaze had not strayed from her face, making it easy for him to perceive her despondent mood. He softened his voice. It is said that a fish's memory lasts only 7 seconds. In their consciousness, every 7 seconds, they experience a different world, surrounded by novelty. So they do not feel anxious or afraid. Having successfully caught 5 goldfish, Shuko's paper net finally tore. She frowned. That sounds rather sad. The so-called newness that repeats endlessly must tire the fish, too. Her gaze fell upon Wu Tiao, who was continually scooping goldfish into his bowl, and her voice suddenly rose. Wu Tiao, you're cheating. How can you scoop up so many without tearing the net? Chapter 26. It seems my heart is ailing. Feeling the gazes of those around him, Wu Tiao finally paused. Defiantly, he declared, you can only catch 1 at a time. Controlling the weight and speed is all it takes. Is that so difficult? Shuko, taken aback by Wu Tiao's arrogant retort, found herself smiling instead of getting angry. Indeed, using the reversal technique only requires one to focus and direct the cursed energy in the opposite direction. Why can't some people ever learn? Summer Oil Jia took the bag filled with water and oxygen, containing the 10 or so goldfish, and handed it to Shuko. No indiscriminate attacks, please. Liang-san and I haven't said anything. Gazing at the plastic bag presented to her, Shuko raised an eyebrow. You want me to keep them? Summer Oil Jia smiled warmly, revealing his neat white teeth. Since the 3 of us often have to go on missions, we can only trouble Miss Shuko. Hey, don't grin like that. It's quite off-putting. I refuse. At her words, Summer Oil Jia's expression shifted instantly. Then I'll take back the scales I shed from the silver dragon for your research. Oh, the little goldfish are so cute. Let me take you home, my dear. Wu Tiao interjected at the right moment. I've already reserved the viewing spot. Don't miss the It's the largest single-shell firework in history. The habit of troubling oneself unnecessarily is far from commendable. Hua Liang's attention was captured by the other's description, her lips curling into a smile. Let us proceed. I certainly shall not miss this. As the final rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, a thick curtain of night gradually descended. Whoosh bang! A magnificent silver-blue firework, trailing a long tail, swiftly ascended into the sky, erupting with a resounding boom into a brilliant floral display. After a fleeting moment of splendor, it reluctantly dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke against the night sky. Clusters of grand fireworks continued to showcase their beauty in succession. Amidst the crowd, praises for Tamaya and Kajiya echoed, hailing from the renowned fireworks shops of the Edo period. Each time she witnessed such resplendent fireworks, she couldn't help but lament the ephemeral nature of beauty. The deep voice of Suguru Geto pierced through the bustling noise, gently resonating in Hua Liang's ear, reminding her that every encounter is unique and should be cherished, transcending time and space. Hua Liang could hardly grasp the cultural sentiment of mono-no-aware prevalent in this neon land. Yet, she felt that this moment was indeed eternal. Satoru Gojo appeared to gaze slightly upward, admiring the splendid fireworks, yet the corner of his eye never strayed far from her visage. He could not fathom why he was perpetually drawn to glance at her, an inexplicable tension simmering in his chest, the origin of which eluded him. especially now, as the brilliant fireworks burst forth, illuminating her profile in a dance of light and shadow, resembling exquisite porcelain, exuding an alluring sense of mystery that beckoned exploration. Unable to suppress the itch in his fingertips, he endeavored to steady his racing heart, continually restraining the raw desire to reach out and touch her. Suddenly, Hua Liang felt a darkness envelop her, a familiar force intermingled with cinematic imagery flooding her mind. Under the blinding sunlight, a silver-haired, blue-eyed youth lay supine on the ground, surrounded by buzzing flies. One such fly hovered for several seconds before settling slowly upon his pallid face. His azure eyes, akin to the sky, widened in shock, pupils dilating. A gaping wound at his temple oozed crimson blood. His high school uniform, torn by a sharp object, bore a long, narrow gash, exuding a steady stream of scarlet. He seemed to have lost all breath, lying utterly still. In an instant, Hua Liang snapped back to reality. She turned to her side, where Satoru Gojo was engrossed in the fireworks, and a sharp alarm echoed within her. This fool with white hair was on the brink of death. Hua Liang had never doubted the images foretold by the system. Recalling her previous encounter with a special grade curse in the hospital, she remembered seeing Suguru Geto darkened by the flames. Observing their interactions over the past few days, it was evident that he possessed a gentle and serene nature, even exhibiting an innate kindness akin to that of a saint. How could someone like him be stained with blood, harboring inexplicable malice toward a monkey? The forewarning concerning Satoru Gojo's future arrived without any prior indication. Was a kiss not the key to unlocking future visions? What then? Were the necessary conditions for triggering such events? For a moment, Hua Liang felt as though her mind had been tossed into a washing machine, spinning wildly for hours, her head pounding as if it might split. The only clear conclusion she could draw was that, come what may, she could not allow Satoru Gojo to perish. An instinctive premonition informed her that if she allowed this event to transpire, her mission to save the world might very well meet its demise. In the medical room of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo, with drooping eyelids, lay wearily upon the consultation table, sighing, "I think I might be unwell, Shoko. Could you take a look for me? It feels as though there's something wrong with my heart." He had been experiencing inexplicable episodes of rapid heartbeat lately. Could it be arrhythmia? In her professional capacity, Shoko Yeri was always serious and did not entertain the notion that he was exaggerating. She meticulously retrieved her stethoscope, gesturing for him to lean closer. After thoroughly auscultating his heart and lungs, she found no issues. Shoko Yeri set the stethoscope down, stating, "At present, your heartbeat seems regular, and there are no abnormal sounds. No pathological changes are evident." Satoru Gojo scratched the back of his head, his tousled hair rising. Lost in thought, "It seems to happen every time I see. Did you not mention that seeing those old tangerines makes your heart race? It's because you're simulating in your mind how to swiftly eliminate them." Suguru Geto's timely interjection interrupted Satoru's reverie. He shook his head. "It's not that kind of feeling," Shoko Yeri suggested. "Perhaps you should recall whether your heart raced during battles? If so, that's a normal phenomenon, as adrenaline surges coupled with intense physical exertion can lead to such responses." Suguru Geto concurred, mischievously misleading him. "What if it's against a formidable opponent? Aren't you the strongest? If you could unleash your full power without restraint, wouldn't that exhilarate you?" Satoru Gojo was successfully led astray. "Oh, absolutely. Super high." Shoko Yeri expressed her confusion, utterly shocked. "What nonsense. I only feel that way when I encounter exceptionally handsome guys." Suguru Geto hurriedly chimed in. "Gojo, does the girl-s photo in your dorm room excite you? Like that one you adore, the stunningly beautiful Seiko?" Shoko Yeri slammed her hand on the table, declaring, "Hey, the medical room prohibits discussions of inappropriate topics. Furthermore, you two rascals should refrain from wasting public medical resources. Get out." Chapter 27. The Sorcerer's Killer with a Luck of 0. After being guided by his close friends, Satoru Gojo cast aside his lingering worries. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Skillfully evading Shoko Yeri's playful shove, he remarked, all right, Shoko, are you jealous that we can go to Okinawa? Summer has arrived, and with it the potential for irritability. Be cautious of breakouts." Suguru Geto chose not to engage in the fray, chuckling lightly. Adopting an indulgent demeanor, "I'll go fetch Liang-san. I wonder if she's finished packing." Satoru Gojo retorted, "That girl always seems half asleep, and she hasn't even completed half the tasks we have." No sooner had he spoken than Hua Liang appeared at the door of the medical room. "Did someone speak ill of me?" Her tone was laced with a gentle, languorous charm, her syllables elongated. Satoru Gojo jumped, startled. "What a coincidence. I was just mentioning." He crossed his arms over his chest, shaking his head. "It's nothing. You must have misheard, Liang-chan." Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow. "Chan?" Hua Liang waved her hand dismissively. "Just a term of endearment, no matter. The plans have changed. You two will be responsible for meeting the star plasma vessel tomorrow. I have located the temporary residence of the sorcerer's killer and intend to pay him a visit. Both Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto simultaneously expressed their willingness to accompany her, though their motivations were starkly different. Suguru Geto was concerned for Hua Liang's safety, having gathered intelligence over the past few days indicating that the Heaven and Tyrant were not to be trifled with. Conversely, Satoru Gojo believed that the task of protecting a high school student was too mundane, purely seeking amusement. Enough with the bickering, Hua Liang decisively interjected. My shadow traversal technique is highly effective for stealth and tracking. If we cannot win, we can always retreat. Do not forget that the Q organization and the Panstar cult have placed substantial bounties on many sorcerers. Your primary focus should remain on safeguarding the star plasma vessel. The following day, Hua Liang waited at the racetrack for 2 hours, during which she observed several horse races. She summoned a servant to bring her a dozen betting slips, experimenting with various wagering options such as win bets, place bets, and trifectas. Armed with the knowledge she had recently acquired about horse racing and her keen observational skills, she experienced almost no losses. This brought great joy to the servant attending to her, as he stood to earn a generous amount in tips. At last, when she triumphed for the 5th time in a row, she was met by Fushiguro Zenin. The racetrack was abuzz with noise, a cacophony of excited cheers from gamblers mingling with the lamentations of the disappointed. She had already discerned that the prime viewing spot next to the racetrack was typically occupied by a small round table where her companion usually sat. Ah, someone has arrived. Fushiguro immediately recognized her as the girl he had seen previously at the Ginza shopping mall with Gojo Satoru. He stepped forward, asking, "May I join you at your table?" "Miss." Hua Liang nodded in affirmation. The man before her was clad in a fitted black t-shirt, loose linen lantern pants, and flat black fabric shoes, a stark contrast to his previously observed regal appearance in a hakama. Perhaps this was his true form? Fushiguro waved, and a familiar servant quickly approached with a thick stack of betting slips. His gaze swept over the horses awaiting their turn to race, and without hesitation, he began to fill out his betting slips. Perhaps Zen and Kuin need not rush. It would be wise to observe their performance first, as patience is the key to victory. The pen paused on the paper before resuming its agile dance. "What shall I call you?" Fushiguro handed the completed betting slip to the servant, who dashed off to the betting station. Not surprised by his disregard for caution, Hua Liang replied, "Hua Liang." Fushiguro reclined confidently in the soft seat behind the round table, the fabric of his black shirt tightening against his abdomen, accentuating his sculpted physique. "So, Miss Hua, you seem quite knowledgeable about horse racing?" He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his scarred lips curling into a smirk, as if to suggest that her interest in horse racing was merely a facade to mask her intentions toward him. Hua Liang understood the underlying mockery in his words, but was not one to shy away from a challenge. Moreover, her recent streak of victories had bolstered her confidence. "A little. I noticed that you placed a bet on horse number 10. She remarked with a smile. "It is indeed a fine horse. However, were it my choice, I would have opted for number 3. Miss Hua must be new to this, I presume. Horse number 3's recent performances have not been particularly remarkable, while number 10 has already secured 2 championships. Fushiguro stretched his arms, leaning back into the soft seat. "Although the odds are not high, it might be worth a small gamble for the first round." As the starting signal rang out, the entire racetrack erupted like a boiling kettle, filled with the shouts of enthusiastic bettors. Fushiguro remained composed, exhibiting none of the frenzied demeanor typical of gamblers. He sat relaxed, his posture unchanged. Horse number 10 surged ahead, leading the pack, but was gradually overtaken by horse number 3 after the 3rd turn, ultimately winning by a neck. Hua Liang clapped her hands nonchalantly, exclaiming, "Good boy. How intriguing." Fushiguro leaned forward, intrigued. "What led you to that conclusion?" Hua Liang was forthright in her response. "Because the jockey of horse number 10 has an injured arm. He has been subconsciously protecting it during the pre-race preparations, avoiding contact with other jockeys. An injury like that would certainly affect his coordination with the horse, making him hesitant to compete aggressively with others." Upon hearing this, Fushiguro's interest piqued further. "What astute observation. That explains number 10's defeat. But how did you deduce that number 3 would emerge victorious?" Hua Liang, undeterred by his flattery, methodically elaborated. "Horse number 3 has a robust physique and powerful limbs. Furthermore, it has been repeatedly striking the starting gate prior to the race, clearly displaying a vigorous spirit. As for its jockey, both in skill and coordination with the horse, his performance has been steadily improving in recent competitions. Hence, I wagered on their victory. The luck certainly plays a part." Fushiguro nodded, redirecting his focus to the upcoming races. Choosing not to continue the conversation, Hua Liang displayed remarkable patience, seemingly there solely for the purpose of horse racing. With each stack of betting slips she brought in and out, she secured 7 consecutive victories, while Fushiguro suffered a complete loss. She almost felt pity watching him struggle to predict even the simplest outcomes. As the sun began to set, she could no longer contain herself before the final race commenced. How about this, Senin? Let us place a wager. If I fail to predict the outcome of the last race, you must agree to one condition of my choosing. If I succeed, you must unconditionally agree to one condition of mine. Fushiguro cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp pops. I never accept vague bets. Tell me explicitly what you have in mind, and then I shall decide whether to place a wager. He had grown impatient with their banter after spending half the day here. Perhaps Miss Hua could engage in something more certain to derive some enjoyment? Hua Liang raised an eyebrow. What about the idea of keeping me? She would never admit to feeling a moment of uncertainty. Heaven knows, after 10 grueling years of service in the military back home, not a single soldier had been a match for her. Had it not been for her lack of the typical guiding instincts towards intimacy, she would likely have been incarcerated due to the strong urges of the soldiers. Who could believe that in her 20 years of life, she had never once indulged in such pleasures? Steeling herself, she reaffirmed her resolve to remain untempted by male allure, stating, I don't even have 30 million, let alone the 80 million it would cost to keep Zenin-kun. At this, his emerald eyes darkened slightly. The 30 million was a deposit for a mission assigned by the Ponching organization to eliminate a star core already spent in the black market. It was meant to incite those lowly sorcerers to exhaust Gojo Satoru's energy, forcing him to maintain his limitless technique. The 80 million, on the other hand, was the remaining payment due upon completion of the task. He was taken aback that all his actions had been perceived by this young girl. Very well. It seems there is no other option. In our line of work, the most crucial aspect is to uphold one's word. He decided to be forthright. The contract has already been accepted, and the deposit has been expended, unless you want to kill me. In which case you need not worry about the star core being eliminated by me. Would you like to try? With those words, Hua Liang assumed he had issued a challenge. Her gaze scanned the surrounding crowd of passionate horse bettors, realizing this was not an appropriate place for a confrontation. Just as she hesitated, he stood up decisively and walked toward the exit of the racetrack. Or perhaps we could wager on something else. Hua Liang rose without hesitation to follow him. As they navigated through a series of turns, they entered a narrow alley. The damp, mottled moss clung to the filthy ground, while peeling paint and cracked walls signified that they were in an abandoned and desolate place. Such courage from a high schooler. Fushiguro Shinsuke retrieved a Colt python from the voluminous pocket of his trousers, leisurely inserting a bullet into the chamber. His elongated, powerful fingers deftly rotated the cylinder, ensuring it was properly aligned. Have you ever heard of Russian roulette? Hua Liang squinted as she observed his unhurried movements. Devoid of any sense of urgency that one might expect in a life-or-death gamble, he exuded an air of composure and elegance. It was then that she noticed the exceptionally beautiful emerald green of his eyes, their elongated shape slightly upturned at the corners, imbued with a hint of allure when directed at others. Yet, this captivating gaze was tempered by the imposing strength of his physique, reminiscent of a slumbering feline predator, leaving no doubt about his capacity for aggression and destruction. Given the circumstances, she raised her hand in a gesture of invitation. After you. Bang. The bullet sliced through the air with a muted thud. Contrary to her anticipation, the scene of a blackened head exploding like a watermelon did not unfold. In the instant the bullet left the barrel, Fushiguro's figure left only an afterimage in the air, skillfully evading the projectile's path. Truly, what abysmal luck. The slightly heated barrel grazed her temple as Fushiguro parted his lips in a silent chuckle, realizing that Kong Shiyu had indeed been correct. Whenever it came to games of chance, fortune was never on his side. I might as well earn my keep through skill alone. Hua Liang, dissatisfied, interjected. Allow me to remind you, Shinsuke-kun, that you cheated. Fushiguro shrugged nonchalantly. I never claimed one couldn't dodge bullets. Perhaps Miss Hua believes that rather than making me agree to a condition, eliminating me would be the more definitive solution? No sooner had the words left his lips than Hua Liang emerged from the shadows behind him, brandishing a dragon-scaled dagger aimed at the back of his head. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as her black dagger met an oddly designed weapon that had been raised to intercept it. The other end of this weapon was connected to the hideous mouth of a cursed spirit. Ah, impressive skills. With her initial strike thwarted, Hua Liang swiftly maneuvered past the narrow wall, launching a flurry of attacks, slashes, thrusts, and cuts, each met with equal counter. She quickly deduced that she could not hope to match him in physical prowess. He was a veritable monster in terms of strength, speed, and combat technique. Remarkably, he exhibited no trace of cursed energy, relying solely on his formidable physical capabilities. Now it is my turn. Hua Liang barely registered a flash before a tremendous force surged toward her, an overwhelming sense of danger instinctively compelling her to summon Kraken. ZZZ. Several stout, azure-tinted tentacles manifested, successfully intercepting the cold weapon aimed at her heart with a peculiar angle. The impact between the tentacles and the weapon produced a jarring sound akin to grinding stone, leaving a faint mark upon what appeared to be soft appendages. Hua Liang felt a prickling noise in her ears, as if jolted by an electric shock. A sharp pain stabbing at her temples. This was a clear indication of damage to her spiritual form, which rebounded upon herself. Fushiguro found the situation amusing. Tentacles? Remarkably. I can see them. Neither a cursed spirit nor a shikigami. How fascinating. Hua Liang braced herself against the wall, the stinging pain intensifying, and she lifted her head. Her expression frosty. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the surge of wrath and murderous intent rising within her. I will remember you. With those words, she activated her shadow traversal ability, retreating in a disheveled manner. Underneath the residential building of Nairiko, Suguru Geto sat upon a bench in the community garden, the dim yellow streetlight casting a hazy warmth. One hand clutched a cigarette, while the other scrolled through his phone inbox, finding no new messages. Struggling to suppress the urge to call Hua Liang, he inhaled deeply, the acrid scent of tobacco filling his lungs. Frowning as he glanced at his phone screen for the 78th time, the sound of footsteps approached, prompting him to look up and see a girl in a light linen summer outfit stepping out from the shadows. Almost immediately upon recognizing her silver-gray eyes, Suguru stood abruptly. Realizing his reaction was perhaps too pronounced, he feigned nonchalance, lowering his gaze to take a drag from his cigarette. Then, he managed a casual smile. You're back. Did everything go smoothly? As he spoke, his eyes subtly scanned her figure, not overlooking even her fingertips. Noticing no discernible injuries, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 29, Kissing Without Instruction. Oh, don't even get me started. Hua Liang approached, slightly agitated as she rummaged through her pockets for a lighter, only to find none. That scoundrel, Naozi, must have swiped it again. Her irritation deepened, and she plopped down onto the wooden bench, extending her hand towards Suguru. May I borrow a light? Suguru sensed her evident displeasure, hesitating for a moment before ultimately yielding, retrieving a lighter from his pants pocket and handing it over. This time, he had no reason to refuse. Clink. The friction of the wheel against the flint sparked, igniting the combustible gas from the nozzle, and the flame flickered to life. Hua Liang lowered her head, igniting the cigarette she held between her fingers, inhaling deeply to savor the sharp smoke swirling through her lungs. That sorcerer assassin was simply inhumanly strong. In terms of physical combat, I stand no chance against him. I need a moment to regroup before discussing strategies with Gojo-kun. After all, I'd rather not repeat myself. In truth, after escaping from that alleyway, she had found a hotel and rented a room for an hour. She then delved into her spiritual domain, attempting to mend the injuries inflicted upon her spiritual form, Kraken. After 3 hours, it had proven somewhat beneficial. At least her complexion no longer resembled that of a ghost. And you? Did you encounter any cursed sorcerers attempting to assassinate you? Suguru took a seat beside her. Adopting a neutral expression, I faced the leader of the Q organization, along with several lesser foes, all of whom I dealt with rather effortlessly. There was a minor incident. Gojo attempted to reverse the effects of a curse using his technique, but his attempt was rather unsuccessful. Haha. He hasn't given up on trying to master the reversal of cursed energy. Hua Liang let out a soft laugh, her previously icy demeanor transforming into one of warmth. I must say, I envy someone like him. He lives so freely. When he desires something, he simply takes it, easily finding satisfaction without internal conflict. She cracked her knuckles, seemingly entering a contemplative state, continuing, Suguru-kun, you seem to be someone who understands the importance of restraining one's desires. Yet, the more one suppresses their inner self, the more insatiably greedy they become. Suguru extinguished the cigarette, but, casting a sidelong glance with his elongated crimson-hued eyes, greedy? Indeed, while both of us are formidable, Gojo harbors no grand ideals of ensuring that everyone remains untouched by cursed spirits. Hua Liang resolved to exert herself further in hopes of steering him back from his paternalistic notions. The thought of the future she had glimpsed, where he became increasingly sinister and obsessive, compelled her to ponder. Could it be that his idealism led to a harsh disillusionment, resulting in a rapid descent into extremism? And yet, you wish to protect everyone from harm. How could such a thing ever be feasible? Perhaps so. Noting her weary expression as she attempted to engage in philosophical discourse, Suguru chose not to dismiss her efforts, instead silently shifting the topic. Recently, my appetite has waned significantly, to the extent that even steamed buckwheat noodles are difficult to consume. The summer season marks a peak period for the manifestation and congregation of cursed spirits. Indeed, due to the intrinsic nature of curse manipulation, each exorcism leaves him feeling quite nauseous. A smirk danced upon Suguru Geto's lips, tinged with a semblance of amusement. Perhaps Ryuen has a remedy for this affliction? Under the moonlight on a summer's eve, in a deserted garden, Ryuan's primal instincts surged like a wild beast, signaling that this was a rare opportunity. She pondered the prospect of experiencing different flavors, potentially to counteract the taste of cursed spirit talismans. For instance, through the delicate wisps of pale smoke, she elongated her tone, reminiscent of a siren captivating hearts beneath the moonlit sky, and softly intoned, "Shall we share a kiss?" Suguru Geto momentarily found himself taken aback. Before regaining his composure and directing his gaze towards the exquisitely pale visage illuminated by the moonlight. "What is this, a novel jest?" Ryuan lowered her head, flicking the ash from her fingertips, and deftly retrieved a cigarette from her pack, presenting it to him as a suggestion. Suguru accepted it, inquiring, "Kent, Aero brand cigarettes? I just acquired these recently. They have a refreshing mint flavor." Ryuan chuckled lightly, articulating each syllable. K-E-N-T, kiss, ever never teach. Her melodious voice, akin to a small insect burrowing into his ear, sent delightful shivers racing from the base of his neck, spreading throughout his being. "Apologies, I didn't quite catch that." Ryuan languidly exhaled a smoke ring. "Kissing comes naturally." With that, she turned her attention to a nearby streetlight. "Isn't it rather romantic?" The cacophony of cicadas on that sultry night enveloped Suguru, yet could not drown out the rapid thumping resonating from his chest. "So, what you implied just now was that smoking Aero cigarettes is akin to kissing." He found himself torn between relief and disappointment. A wave of frustration washing over him for the erratic flutter of his heart mere moments prior. "Yes, I find it quite romantic." Ryuan gently shook her head, lifting her chin towards the warm glow of the light. "No, I meant that these moths appear quite romantic. Moths flinging themselves into flames, heedless of their demise. I have encountered numerous literary works and films where such behavior is imbued with a romantic essence. However, I perceive this act as utterly foolish." Without allowing him time to ponder, she swiftly transitioned to a new topic. "So, what about the gift you promised to bring me, Geto?" Suguru was left bewildered by her words, his mind a whirlwind, unsure of where to begin untangling the web of inquiries. He wished to express his indifference towards the moths, deeming it irrelevant to him. Was her earlier question about kissing an invitation directed at him? Was the topic diverted to cigarettes due to his lack of a direct response? Or had he merely overthought it? Suguru also wanted to inform her that the new electronic devices he had prepared for her had arrived, resting in his dorm room, available for her to collect at any moment. Ideally, he would prefer her to come alone. Of course, he harbored no ill intentions. Merely yearning for a moment of solitude with her. Was that too much to ask? A tempest of thoughts assailed his consciousness, leaving him uncertain whether it was her visage or her words that ensnared his senses. He felt as though he had been intoxicated, enveloped in a warm haze. He could sense an exhilarating and anxious swell emanating from his chest, akin to an overinflated balloon on the cusp of bursting. A subtle atmosphere lingered between them, punctuated only by the gentle chirping of cicadas. Suddenly, a voice from above shattered the tranquility. Chapter 30. Your spiritual essence is quite dense. A silver head peeked out from a fourth-floor window. Satoru Gojo waved at them. "Hey, come on up. The freshly cooked udon noodles are ready for you." What were you two whispering about? The deliberately cultivated ambience of intimacy was abruptly disrupted, and Suguru's expression gradually regained clarity. Ryuan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The cooked duck has flown away. Inwardly cursing, she mentally condemned Satoru Gojo to the depths of oblivion. Reluctantly, she followed Suguru into the elevator, her weary feet dragging behind. Clang, clang. Freshly prepared fox udon noodles, please enjoy. Satoru donned a deep blue apron, serving 2 steaming bowls of udon onto the open kitchen counter. The broth was clear, the noodles chewy, with 2 triangular pieces of fried tofu resting atop, accompanied by scallions and radishes, resembling a fox crouching from behind. The pronunciation of kitsune is reminiscent of fox. How delightful, isn't it? Satoru helped himself to a bowl, taking a seat across from Ryuan, unabashedly seeking praise. Ryuan took a bite of the golden-hued tofu, the rich, savory broth bursting with flavor in her mouth, utterly delicious. She genuinely gave a thumbs up. "This is amazing. I didn't realize Satoru's culinary skills were so exceptional." Indeed, Satoru beamed with pride, resembling a cat that had caught a fish. "I'm quite adept at everything." Faced with this undeniable fact, Suguru refrained from interjecting, taking a sip of the sweet noodle broth and seizing the opportunity to make a request. "Could you perhaps try making tanuki soba next time?" "Cooking is no trouble at all," Satoru responded cheerfully. "Sure, I'll make it for you next time." Ryuan felt curious, pondering why the Japanese had such a penchant for naming foods after animals. Is it because the toppings resemble the shape of the tanuki? She thought to herself, voicing her curiosity aloud. Upon mentioning his favorite dish, Suguru's spirits lifted, and he enthusiastically began to elaborate. "Yes, the main toppings are tempura scraps and seaweed, along with scallions. The buckwheat noodles are, of course, the star of the show, with two distinct styles known as Kanto and Kansai. I personally prefer the Kanto preparation. Ryuin quietly noted yet another of his preferences in her mental notebook, considering when it might come in handy. As Satoru slurped his noodles, he suddenly covered his mouth with one hand, bursting into laughter. Noticing their curious gazes, he composed himself, still with a hint of amusement. It's just that I find it quite a coincidence. Didn't Ryuin just gift me and Suguru communication bracelets shaped like cats and foxes? It perfectly aligns with our discussion of tanuki and foxes. What a stroke of luck. Suguru, concerned for the safety of his star spirit and Ryuin's solo ventures, had barely consumed anything throughout the day. Now, in a moment of relaxation, he devoured the noodles with fervor. Upon hearing Satoru mention the communicator, he raised his gaze from his bowl. Today, it proved to be invaluable. Originally, the maid assigned to monitor Nari was nearly captured. The curse practitioners employed a strategy to lure me away, but thanks to my continuous communication with Satoru, their plan failed. Satoru, intrigued, inquired, "By the way, is this device complex? If it can be mass-produced, I could help you promote it within the Gojo family. Their clan also exorcises cursed spirits, and wearing these devices would enable them to transmit information regarding encounters, even if timely rescue is not feasible." Ryuin's eyes brightened at the prospect. Indeed, this device is a universal communicator. She could deeply collaborate with the Gojo family, with them providing the funding and assembly line while she contributes her technical expertise. This approach is both time-efficient and labor-saving. With Satoru Gojo's involvement, there is no need to worry about the risks of betrayal. It opens up sales channels and creates a win-win scenario. Why not embrace it? Moreover, this is merely one of her numerous inventions, all aimed at preserving the lives of sorcerers, perfectly aligning with her main mission, while also ensuring a substantial income for herself. Truly a multifaceted gain. Observing the spark of interest illuminating Hua Liang's eyes, Gojo continued to entice her. Given that this communication device is intended for use in special circumstances, treating it as an interactive software naturally implies that the more users there are, the greater the likelihood of receiving immediate distress signals and facilitating rescue efforts. Tapping his fingers on the table, Suguru Geto interjected. However, it would be preferable if it could be uniquely bound to the sorcerer using it. Otherwise, if it falls into the hands of a curse user, they might set traps to lure individuals in. Hua Liang joined the discussion. It would also be advisable to establish different frequency bands. There could be large groups accessible to everyone, as well as smaller groups for intimate relationships to exchange information. This would maximize the avoidance of exploitation by malicious individuals. Gojo decisively concluded, the development of these new technical features rests on you, Liang-chan. Once this star plasma vessel mission is complete, I will return home and discuss this with the elders. If they lack vision, I shall invest in this project myself. Excellent. The trio applauded, solidifying Hua Liang's first entrepreneurial plan after her arrival in this world. Little did they know, the monumental transformation of the jujutsu world and indeed all of human society commenced on that very day. However, speaking of which, why haven't I seen you wearing this device? Liang-chan, having established the overarching direction, Gojo glanced at her pale, slender wrist, which was conspicuously devoid of adornments. Hua Liang retrieved a silver-gray bracelet from her pocket, its communication centerpiece resembling a peculiar creature adorned with tentacles. Geto raised an eyebrow, puzzled. An octopus? Gojo's curiosity only intensified. So, Liang-chan, do you think you resemble an octopus? What nonsense. You are undeniably beautiful. How could you compare yourself to such an unsightly creature? Reflecting on the battle from earlier that afternoon, Hua Liang took a deep breath. There was no escaping the truth, so it would be better to confess sooner rather than later. However, to call her Kraken ugly? Hua Liang smirked, her smile a mix of amusement and defiance. I find it quite beautiful. You simply haven't seen it yet. Moreover, it's not an octopus, it's my spiritual entity. Kraken. No sooner had she spoken than two massive silver-gray tentacles manifested before her, adorned with swirling azure ring patterns across their surfaces. Countless suction cups gently pulsated, displaying a soft demeanor due to the absence of any aggressive commands. They weaved effortlessly through the kitchen, filling every inch of space. Gojo's mouth fell agape as he regained his composure first. Liang-chan, your spiritual entity seems rather suggestive. Chapter 31. Dispose of the filthy thoughts in your mind. Hua Liang suspected a hearing impairment. Otherwise, how could she interpret such a lewd comment regarding her spiritual entity? She had anticipated inquiries, or perhaps rejection, yet this? How many bizarre things had Gojo been secretly indulging in? Observing Hua Liang's expression, which appeared on the verge of cracking, Geto hurriedly interjected to diffuse the tension. Gojo is merely jesting. By the way, what exactly is a spiritual entity? When did it manifest? Gojo, oblivious to his friend's intentions, blinked his azure eyes, reaching out to poke the gently undulating suction cups. They felt damp, slippery, and delightfully cute. Geto felt a throbbing headache coming on. Muttering softly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Ah, Geto, why don't you give it a try?" Gojo spread his palm, increasing contact with the wet tentacles. "It feels quite pleasant." If this were to wrap around someone, Hua Liang's patience finally wore thin. Dispose of all the filthy thoughts cluttering your mind. With 2 lumps forming on his head, Gojo sulkily sank into the sofa, still grumbling in defiance. "I didn't say anything. You all are the ones thinking too much." Geto sat beside him, exasperated. With the atmosphere returning to normal, Hua Liang slouched onto the sofa across from the two and began recounting her encounter with Mahito, skipping the part about betting on horses. She emphasized the opponent's grotesquely exceptional physical abilities and unparalleled combat talent. Among her descriptions, the unusual cursed tool piqued Gojo's interest. It must be a special grade cursed tool, the Heavenly Reversal Spear. The profound heritage of the Gojo family, spanning over a millennium, was evident in that moment. Propping his chin with one hand, Gojo suppressed his usual carefree demeanor. Such special-grade cursed tools typically possess unique effects. When auctioned, they often start at prices in the hundreds of millions. If I recall correctly, the special effect of the Heavenly Reversal Spear is the ability to forcibly dispel an ongoing technique. Geto nearly instantaneously grasped the implication. His brow furrowed, which means it can break through your limitless technique. Gojo nodded. Theoretically, yes. But it's fine. I possess more than just passive defenses. After all, nothing escapes my 6 eyes. Hua Liang remained skeptical. But you can't perceive my cursed energy traces, can you? Ah, that is true. But Liang-chan, you just demonstrated it earlier. It seems you belong to an entirely different power system. Realizing the conversation had circled back to her, Hua Liang resigned herself to rationalize her position. Of course, the amnesiac persona must not be discarded. Even if she confessed to being an alien from another world, it would be hard for anyone to believe her. Not to mention, she was generally disinclined to offer excessive explanations. Thus, she narrated her encounter with the special-grade cursed spirit at the hospital, leading to her confrontation with the sorcerer assassin. In that moment of crisis, it was Kraken's tentacles that shielded her from deadly attacks. As for how she knew terms like spiritual power, spiritual entity, and Kraken, she attributed it all to her brain's subconscious reactions. Additionally, she noted that this might signify the resurgence of her memories. So, can we interpret this as Liang-san sustained significant injuries previously, leading to her amnesia? Geto interlaced his fingers, attempting to distill the essence from her earlier account. When we encountered you, your spiritual entity was dormant due to injury, and your spiritual power was nearly depleted, which is why your current abilities were not manifested until the last hospital encounter with the special grade. It suddenly appeared and shielded you from the attack during my moment of obscured vision. Gojo stroked his chin, following up with an analysis. Perhaps as time passed, Liang-chan's spiritual power gradually recovered, and her spiritual entity was nourished. So, the octopus and you share a symbiotic relationship. One thrives, the other thrives. One suffers, the other suffers. At this, he turned his gaze. No wonder during the last fireworks festival, Liang-chan, you didn't eat takoyaki. Hua Liang remained steadfast in her assertion regarding Kraken's identity. I will reiterate, it is not an octopus, it is Kraken. Geto found Hua Liang's passionate defense of Kraken amusing, chuckling as he responded. Understood, the legendary sea monster, Kraken. Gojo relaxed entirely. Well, since cursed energy exists in this world, it's not surprising that someone can manipulate spiritual power as well. Nevertheless, I find myself rather intrigued. If what you wield is not curse energy, how then can you execute such feats? Is it possible that mental prowess can imitate the utilization of curse energy? Hua Liang spread her hands wide, candidly admitting her ignorance on the matter. Ultimately, the trio reached a tacit agreement to keep her possession of a spiritual entity and psychic abilities under wraps. This was largely due to Gojo Satoru's profound distrust of the upper echelons, those elderly figures, who would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to capture and dissect her should they become aware of such an extraordinary existence. Hua Liang had made her preparations long before the cards were laid on the table. Firstly, Suguru Geto, along with Gojo Satoru, were both critically recognized figures certified by the system and aligned with the sorcerer's faction, playing nearly transparent roles as protagonists. Although the precognitive visions suggested a potential darkening of Geto's character in the future, such a transformation had yet to materialize. Given the frequency of her interactions with him, she would likely detect any shifts early on. Among the two, should one truly betray her, she could simply slip away through the shadows, retreating into obscurity. She would no longer pursue the burdensome task of saving the world, instead opting to lay low and await the cataclysmic end 20 years hence, when all would perish together. However, for the moment, They must first deliberate on the operational plans for their flight to Okinawa the following day. Though she remained unclear as to why they aimed to fulfill the star plasma's whim of frolicking by the seaside. She understood after Gojo Satoru's insistence on indulging in a hearty meal before facing execution. After all, with merely 2 days left for the mission, thorough planning was imperative. Fushiguro Megumi possessed a cursed spirit that resembled a caterpillar, not exceeding grade 3. It bore similarities to the cursed spirit that had previously traded firearms with her. Possessing a storage function, Hua Liang endeavored to recall relevant information, remembering that he had procured the Tenjin reverse blade from the cursed spirit's mouth. May I interject? Suguru Geto sipped his jade tea, clearing his throat. I meant to mention this earlier. Possessing firearms privately is illegal, is it not? When the curse users made their move against the star plasma, were you simply a bystander? It sounds as though being a sorcerer is entirely law-abiding. Hua Liang silently rolled her eyes. Compared to murder, the offense of illegal possession of firearms seemed rather trivial. That was in self-defense, Geto retorted. Hua Liang waved her hand dismissively. It's merely a matter of differing perspectives. Chapter 32. The classic train dilemma. Returning to the matter at hand. Hua Liang shared all the intelligence she had gathered with the two, reiterating the peril posed by the sorcerer assassins. The Starry Sky sect had provided him with a deposit of 30 million yen, which he had distributed among other curse users, aiming to deplete the protector's stamina. Gojo Satoru scoffed. A mere 30 million? I could spend that on a single piece of clothing, with an additional 80 million yen due. She was well aware that the six-eyed Satoru of the Gojo clan would hardly consider such a paltry sum. Hua Liang's tone grew earnest. I had initially contemplated purchasing his time with your funds, but after our confrontation, I realized that this individual likely lacks integrity. Firstly, this task was assigned by the higher-ups. Why should you be the one to fill the void? Secondly, I can sense that he craves to challenge you. Gojo Satoru yawned. The wall clock indicating it was already 11 o'clock at night. Then let him come. He had better be as formidable as you claim. Geto shook his head in disapproval. We must not be careless. All right, understood. Gojo rubbed his eyes. What else with everyone today? You're all so chatty. Hua Liang took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to strike out. She silently reminded herself that these were allies. The true enemies had yet to arrive, and internal strife must be avoided. Thus, the final topic requiring discussion was the fate of the star plasma. Noticing Geto's suddenly constricted pupils, Hua Liang couldn't help but sigh. She had indeed struck a nerve. From the outset, it appeared they had never reached a consensus. Geto, you wish to let her go, don't you? The silver-haired man shook his head vigorously. No way. Realization dawned upon Gojo. You two have conspired in secret without informing me? Hua Liang wore an expression that suggested his thoughts were unfounded. That's not the case. It's just that from the discussions surrounding the star plasma, I noticed Geto consistently referred to her as Amanai Riko. At this juncture, she turned to Gojo. Did you not observe that, compared to her impending assimilation as a catalyst, Geto seems to identify more with her existence as a human girl, Amanai Riko? The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. After a moment's pause, Geto hesitantly spoke. I know that without the star plasma, there could be complications on Tengen's end. Hua Liang remained unfazed, coldly pressing him to continue. But if she is assimilated, her consciousness will perish. Don't you think that amounts to murder? Gojo nodded. I'm aware. Didn't Team Master Yaga emphasize this? From the moment I accepted the mission, I knew. You understand too, don't you, Geto? Geto gazed at his two classmates. Their expressions nearly identical in their indifferent demeanor, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Was his compassion for the weak truly a flaw? He attempted to articulate his feelings, but Satoru, you saw her today. She is only 14, just like any ordinary middle school student, playing with her classmates. She is a living, breathing person. She hasn't committed any wrongdoing. Why should she face execution? Hua Liang endeavored to comprehend his reasoning. So, Geto, you believe she is innocent and should not face death? Yet, hasn't she been under Tenjin's guidance since her birth as a star plasma? I'm not suggesting that enjoying benefits necessitates obligation. She paused, striving to choose her words carefully. Of course, she could opt to flee. But isn't it true that she also tacitly agrees to this? Gojo concurred. Even if it's not from a place of sincerity, she neither fled nor sought help, which implies acceptance of her responsibilities as a star plasma. I can only assist those who seek my aid, he added, seeing Geto fall into silence. Hua Liang refrained from discussing the potential calamity that might arise from Tengen's failure to assimilate, leading to greater disasters and more casualties. Instead, she chose to approach the matter from a different angle, illuminating its essence. Let me present an analogy. A train is hurtling forward, and ahead on the tracks are 5 workers engaged in their tasks, while on a diverging path, a child plays. If you were a switchman, would you allow the train to continue on its course, crushing the 5 workers, or would you divert the train to run over the playing child? Geto pondered for a moment before clearing his throat. I wouldn't switch the tracks, as those 5 individuals were destined to die. If I were to pull the lever, wouldn't that mean I am responsible for the death of one person? Hua Liang nodded. Indeed, if it were me, I wouldn't intervene. Doing so would make it my responsibility. Hypothetically speaking, Gojo sank deeper into the sofa, exuding a languid demeanor. Could I control the train to go back and forth, crushing both groups? Wouldn't that be fair? Silence. Hua Liang swiftly curtailed Gojo's inhumane suggestion and turned her gaze back to Geto. You could even rearrange them. Originally, only the star plasma was meant to perish. However, should your intervention alter the course of the train, it may inadvertently lead to the demise of more innocent souls on another track. My sole responsibility is to ensure her safe passage into the palace of the departed stars. The rest is up to you. Hua Liang has indeed contemplated whether to send the star essence into the palace. Judging from the main quest, the protagonist's original mission entails such an action, and they are highly likely to encounter the ambush of Fushiguro Zenin along the way. What she is currently experiencing constitutes a pivotal moment in the narrative. If we are to save the world, it suggests that the incident involving the star essence did not yield a favorable outcome on the original timeline. After considerable deliberation, she ultimately concludes that preventing the evolution of Tianyuan is the correct course of action to rectify the timeline. Unfortunately, her time here has been brief, and she must first endeavor to clear her own suspicions, as the information at her disposal remains insufficient. She can only follow the predetermined trajectory of events on the timeline and decide whether to intervene thereafter. In essence, she is still gambling on a 50-50 chance. With that said, the discussion regarding the fate of the star essence comes to an end. The three rise to collaboratively tidy the dining table. As Hua Liang reaches for a spoon, she inadvertently brushes against Wu Tiao Wujin's fingers. To her surprise, he reacts strongly, immediately withdrawing his hand, causing the spoon to clatter into the bowl with a dull thud. Greasy broth splashes, leaving specks on his white t-shirt. Hua Liang quickly exclaims, "This isn't my fault. You didn't pay several tens of thousands for that t-shirt, did you?" Chapter 33, The Cliché of Primetime Drama. And no, it's fine. Wu Tiao Wujin swallows hard. That inexplicable sensation of heart palpitations has returned. A tingling sensation radiates from his fingertips, surging up his arm to his chest, causing the errant organ within him to beat rapidly. Beside him, Natsuge detects his abnormality the moment Wu Tiao Wujin withdraws his fingers. Past speculations seem to swiftly descend into a realm of dread. Could such a melodramatic scenario, akin to those in books and films where best friends fall for the same girl, truly be unfolding in his life? He feels a heavy, suffocating weight in his chest, yet instinctively remarks, "At your age, how can you still be so clumsy? Go take a shower and change your clothes. You've worked hard for dinner today. I will help Liang clean the kitchen." "Oh, all right." Wu Tiao Wujin nods and heads to the bathroom. Hua Liang swiftly clears the tableware, preparing to roll up her sleeves and wash the dishes, only to be stopped by Natsuge. "I'll take care of it." Natsuge skillfully applies dish soap to the sponge and begins washing the pots and pans. "You just stay there and have fun," though he mutters that it feels inappropriate. His body moves first. He supports himself with his hands and sits on the marble counter beside the refrigerator. Hua Liang swings her legs, observing Natsuge as he methodically cleans the pots and dishes in the sink. Despite being just a young man, he exudes an aura of a devoted spouse. Jie seems quite adept at household chores. Natsuge places the first batch of soapy dishes aside. "Since the 3rd grade, my parents have often been away for work, so I've managed the household duties myself. As I grew older, I continued this habit even in the dormitory." Hua Liang ponders, realizing that Nanami and Hibara also handle their own cleaning and organization in the dormitory. It appears that being a sorcerer also cultivates one's ability to live independently. "Let me show you something interesting." Natsuge shapes his soapy thumb and forefinger into a circle, gently blowing, and a bubble the size of an egg emerges in his hand. He then nudges it toward her, causing the bubble to float wobbly in the air. Hua Liang jumps down from the marble counter, pouting as she blows toward it, sending the bubble drifting toward Natsuge. Unfortunately, the bubble bursts just before reaching him. "Oh." It popped. Her voice is filled with regret. "It was almost there." Natsuge places the clean dishes back in their place and begins scrubbing the sink. "No worries. There are bubble toys sold in stores. I'll bring some back for you next time." Hua Liang readily agrees. After meandering around the kitchen, she points at the FM radio beside the preparation counter and tilts her head. "Shall we have some music?" Upon receiving a nod, she fiddles with the old machine for a while and successfully tunes into a music station. A magnetic female voice flows gently alongside the piano. "Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Just like me, they long to be close to you. Is it because I resemble a fox?" Natsuge suddenly interjects, seemingly out of nowhere. "I thought you wouldn't ask." After a brief pause, Hua Liang chuckles lightly. "It's more of a feeling, intelligent yet enigmatic. Is that not intriguing?" You know, I rely on intuition. Natsuuga is not satisfied with this answer and presses on. Is it the fox from The Little Prince? Hua Liang shakes her head. I don't know, what is that? A film? Why do stars fall down from the sky every time you walk by? Just like me, they long to be close to you. Natsuuga lowers his gaze, his dark lashes obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern his expression. He does not answer her query but quietly asks, what about Wu Tiao? Is it also a feeling? Hua Liang, bewildered by the question, attempts to connect with his thought process. Not quite. Cats are easily startled. Her fingers fidget slightly as she feels a craving for a smoke. It sounds rather adorable. Huh. Yes. Speaking of which, Hua Liang perks up, recalling the last time she saw a calico cat with duck-like eyes. It was particularly beautiful. If I weren't on missions so often, I would have wanted to take it home. Natsuuga notices her small gesture and discreetly wipes his damp fingers clean. Glancing at the refrigerator, would you like some dessert? Hua Liang shrugs. Why not? After receiving an ice cream cone, she takes a bite. Delicious. Though a bit too sweet. Wu Tiao Wujin, having changed into a fresh cotton t-shirt, walks into the living room with a towel in hand, drying his damp hair. Upon seeing Hua Liang savoring the ice cream, he suddenly lets out a dramatic cry. Thief. My favorite Kasuki's chocolate strawberry swirl ice cream. You're going to finish it all. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Hua Liang can't help but retort. It's really not that great. I almost choked on it after just a few bites. Stop your wailing. I'll compensate you double. You have indulged in my pineapple buns on numerous occasions, yet I have never held it against you, have I? Suguru Geto licked a morsel of matcha rum dual-flavored ice cream, his eyes curving into a playful smile. My apologies, Waku. This is all there is, what you fancy. I fancy too. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Ultimately, in a bid to preserve the longevity of their ears from the incessant annoyance of Satoru Gojo, both Lei Liang and Suguru Geto concocted a box of Jinmaka chocolate, coupled with 5 strawberry soufflés from Ekire as compensation. The deadline for this was set for immediately after their trip to Okinawa with the Star Matter. Observing the two languishing on the couch, Suguru Geto sighed, resigning himself to the role of a caretaker, meticulously checking the essential travel documents and items, from identification cards to flight tickets, as well as sunglasses, sunscreen, and insect repellent sprays. Everything was accounted for. With a flight at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, there would be no sleeping in. They would depart for the airport promptly at 6 o'clock. Lei Liang attempted to sense. The Star Matter next door was still awake, so there was no rush. They could take turns keeping watch. Satoru Gojo glanced at the clock, lazily remarking, there are just over 5 hours left. What is the point of sleeping now? Regrettably, this room is devoid of a computer. Say, Geto, does that storage curse spirit of yours still hold onto the red and white gaming console and cartridges I asked you to keep last time? Lei Liang's eyes lit up. Since we're just sitting here, why not pass the time with Super Mario? Suguru Geto, enough already. Chapter 34. This is unequivocally a pure succubus. The azure coastline stretched infinitely into the distance. Unidentified waterbirds glided across the clear sky, occasionally interrupted by a plane that trailed a long line of cumulus. The fine silver sands were already claimed by tourists from around the world. Colorful umbrellas dotted the beach, shielding sunbathers from the relentless rays. Beach volleyball, surfing, swimming, and further out to sea, jet skiing. There was no shortage of activities. Lei Liang, clad in a 2-piece swimsuit, lay on a beach chair with her eyes half closed, the avocado green fabric accentuating her luminous skin. It wasn't that she felt shy about not donning a bikini. Rather, she deemed it prudent to maintain a degree of modesty while on a mission. Who knew if a deranged sorcerer might launch an attack amidst the crowd? In her view, bikinis were hardly suitable for vigorous combat. She had no intention of startling her adversaries with an accidental exposure. Her gaze fell upon Satoru Gojo, who was frolicking with the Star Matter girl in the shallow waters. Oh no. Rather, he was toying with an unfortunate water-squirting sea cucumber. Suguru Geto, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, approached with a cup of chilled orange juice directed towards Lei Liang. However, midway, he was intercepted by a trio of giggling girls playfully shoving each other. Hey, we just saw you over there. Interested in a game of beach volleyball? The lead girl, with her sunny golden hair, exuded a vibrant energy. She pointed towards her group. We've got a few more people over there. We can take turns playing. Suguru Geto politely responded. I'm sorry, but I'm not into that. How about surfing, handsome? Another girl with sun-kissed skin chimed in, flashing a bright smile. The waves are pretty good today. Suguru Geto decided to cut to the chase, lifting his chin. My girlfriend is over there waiting. I must take my leave. Leaving behind the girl's disappointed sighs, he approached Lei Liang, who scrutinized him with a teasing gaze. She sat up straight from her beach chair and whistled. Not bad. Having shed his high school uniform, Suguru Geto displayed an impressive wardrobe in casual attire, though it was relatively modest in terms of skin exposure. Arriving at the Okinawa coast for a mission, Upon seeing him in an open Hawaiian shirt that revealed his toned abs, she could not suppress her rogue tendencies. "Here," Suguru Geto offered nonchalantly, extending the cup towards her. His forearm, emerging from the deep blue floral sleeve, was well-defined, long, and powerful. "Thanks." After gulping down a few mouthfuls of the chilled drink, Lei Liang felt the oppressive heat of the sun begin to dissipate. Her mind cleared, freeing her from lethargy. "Geto, your charm is quite formidable. I noticed several attempts to flirt with you, including girls from Huagua." Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Can you really distinguish between girls from Neon and Huagua based on appearance?" Lei Liang shook her head. "It's because one of them, after you rejected her, jogged back to her friends." Exclaiming in Huawan, "How can life have any meaning if I can't land such a catch?" To this day, despite having fortified himself with countless psychological defenses, he often found himself unraveling at the unexpected cruelty of words. Much like now, he seriously questioned whether her translation had been embellished to avoid further ridicule. Suguru Geto adopted a nonchalant expression. "So when did you learn Huawan?" On this planet, the language of Huagua is deemed one of the most challenging to master. However, this posed no obstacle for Lei Liang. Through her online research, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the language of this nation bore a staggering 70 similarity to that of her own homeland. Moreover, the ethnic attire and culinary traditions shared a remarkable resemblance, leading her to wonder if she had not traversed dimensions, but rather time itself. Regardless, Huagua had swiftly ascended to the status of her second homeland. She had even formulated plans to fly there and settle down once everything concluded. "Perhaps I am originally from Huagua?" Lei Liang placed her nearly empty cup on the low stool beside her. Although she had not studied the language for long, it seemed to come to her with remarkable ease. Suguru Geto nodded, unsure whether to believe her or not. After a brief silence, he smirked. "Why not join me for a swim? Our time here is limited." As he leaned in closer, one hand propped against the back of her beach chair, he whispered with a playful laugh, "I haven't seen you swim yet. Would you like to join me?" His deliberately lowered voice, sweet yet laced with temptation, slid into her ears, sending a shiver through half her body. To conceal her fluster, she feigned contemplation, lowering her gaze. Her eyes fell upon his well-defined eight-pack abs, the tautness of his lower abdomen subtly rising and falling with his breath. From a distance, Lei Liang had perceived him as a tall and verdant tree, growing under the summer sun, exuding the fragrance of fresh greenery, a clean and invigorating aura. Yet now, as he drew nearer, she realized her own blindness to his allure. This was unequivocally a pure succubus. She slightly shifted her body, momentarily breaking free from his enveloping presence, and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her small bag on the low stool. She selected a cigarette, holding it delicately between her pearly teeth, leaning back against the chair. With her alabaster chin slightly raised, she fixed her silver-gray eyes upon him. "Could you spare a light?" From Suguru Geto's vantage point, he could clearly see a tiny red mole behind her earlobe. It was as red as blush and reminiscent of a flickering flame, compelling him to reach out and touch it. He could even discern the delicate pink tip of her tongue hidden within her soft mouth. As if bewitched, he bent down, his broad back shielding her from the searing sunlight. The cigarette perched at the edge of his lips drew closer, the smoldering crimson tip making contact with the others. A fine sheen of perspiration began to trickle down his back, manifesting an insistent itch akin to ants skittering across his skin, yet he had no desire to cease. Through the swirling tendrils of white smoke, those silver-gray eyes resembled a profound abyss, their trembling lashes evoking the tender charm of a fledgling bird. Intriguingly, he discerned a hint of sweetness amidst the pungent tobacco. With the cigarette ignited, Hua Liang, holding it delicately, turned her head slightly. "Tonight, perhaps? Taking a deep drag from the lit cigarette, she allowed the sharp tobacco smoke to envelop her lungs before slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. With a subtle lift of her eyelids and a slight parting of her crimson lips, she continued, "At 11 p.m. When there's no one around and the sun isn't harsh, I'll go for a swim in the sea." As his youthful Adam's apple bobbed twice, Suguru Geto willed himself to shift his gaze towards the distant coastline. After a brief moment, he heard his own hoarse voice reply, "Understood." Chapter 35. He possessed a heart as radiant as gold. Wataru Washijo pressed his lips tightly together, retracting his gaze from the distant beach. He pressed down on the churning discomfort in his chest and asked Aminai Riko, "Are you tired? Let us call it a day." Aminai Riko, having just playfully handled a limp sea cucumber, felt a twinge of confusion. Just moments ago, they had been laughing, yet in the blink of an eye, his expression had soured. However, she dared not inquire further, merely nodding as she led her caretaker, Kurwa Misato, to follow him ashore. His strides were naturally long, and with his hurried pace, she had to jog to keep up. "Ryo-chan, sneaking off to play with Geto again?" Wataru Washijo took 3 steps to cover 2, reaching the shadow of the umbrella where Hua Liang was. You should pay me a bit more attention. Hua Liang interpreted this as a reprimand for her laziness and clicked her tongue in annoyance. I've been vigilant all along, weaving my mental threads to relay all information within a 500-meter radius. Suguru was momentarily taken aback. So, she had overheard him rejecting someone's girlfriend waiting over there? His ears burned with embarrassment. Surely she wouldn't think of him as brazen. Amanai Riko's gaze swept across the triangular formation of the three individuals, keenly sensing the peculiar atmosphere. She shrank her neck like a little hamster, opting for silence. Hua Liang straightened up and stretched widely, revealing a generous expanse of pale skin that dazzled the eyes. Let us head back. Our flight is at dawn. We can return to the hotel to pack, have a meal, and rest before heading to the airport. With that, she took the lead, stating that Nanami and Hibara should have already arrived at Tokyo Airport. I brought them the local specialty, firefly glass beads. We'll meet soon. Wait. The fading sunlight bathed Wataru Washijo in a warm glow, casting a deep shadow that accentuated his features, even revealing the fine fuzz on his cheeks. He seemed almost suspended in the air. Clearing his throat, he added, since we've come all the way to the seaside, I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Why not stay another day? The weather is splendid. And as long as we return to Jujutsu High by 5 p.m. tomorrow, we'll be fine. Suguru Geto leaned closer, lowering his voice. But Wataru, you haven't released your limitless technique since yesterday, have you? Wouldn't it be better to return early? Or do you plan to maintain the technique all night? Wataru gently patted his shoulder reassuringly. What is the big deal? You're underestimating me. Noticing Suguru's intent to offer more advice, he smiled. Besides, you and Ryo-chan are here. It'll be alright. Seeing Amanai Riko transition from despondency to sudden brightness, Hua Liang bit her lip, choosing not to oppose. In that moment, she unexpectedly recognized a hidden side of Wataru Washijo. Beneath his seemingly carefree exterior lay a heart that shone as brilliantly as gold. Reflecting back, it was he who had accompanied the star plasma entity, deliberately engaging in playful antics at the seaside. He seemed incapable of expressing his true feelings and often masked his intentions with other excuses, as though fearing that revealing his inner softness would shatter the aloof facade he maintained. Truly, a peculiar fellow. Then it settled. Not wishing to dampen the mood, Hua Liang suggested, let us proceed to the underwater restaurant we planned. Everyone must be a bit hungry. The blue underwater restaurant was illuminated by the direct rays of light reflecting off the deep blue sea, creating a shimmering spectacle on the protective glass. Within the vast venue, vibrant schools of tropical fish darted about, their diverse shapes and sizes gliding through the water, occasionally interrupted by the passage of sharks and massive manta rays. As a plate of burrata with smoked ham and arugula salad arrived, Wataru speared a piece coated in rich cheese. I absolutely adore cheese. It's the soldier of the dessert kingdom. Hua Liang couldn't help but display a deadpan expression. Where did that saying even come from? Suguru chuckled and explained. He has a bit of a baby talk way of speaking. This morning, he even remarked that the sun's rays were too strong, dazzling his eyes. Hua Liang attempted to comprehend, directing her gaze toward the white-haired DK who was savoring his food. So why haven't you been wearing sunglasses when you go out lately? Because it trains my 6 eyes tolerance to information intake. After swallowing his food, Wataru responded nonchalantly. I'll wear them when necessary. You needn't worry. He certainly wouldn't admit that a part of him relished the opportunity to steal glances at her in her swimsuit. Due to its coastal location, the restaurant offered an array of fresh seafood dishes. After finishing the last salty bite of sea urchin, Hua Liang decided to conclude her dinner. Casting a glance at Wataru, who was still struggling with a pineapple bun, she noted how he seemed to relish the treat to an almost absurd degree, as if it could serve as a full meal. I'm done. Please enjoy your meal. She stood up and walked over to Amanai Riko, who was quietly standing by the glass, observing the fish. Do you think they feel lonely? Amanai Riko spoke softly, separated from their schools and confined in this glass space. So narrow compared to the ocean, would they yearn for freedom? Hua Liang remained silent, understanding that her companion was bidding farewell to the past. She could not respond to that question. After all, how could Amanai Riko, as a star plasma entity, not comprehend that she was destined to be the fish trapped in a glass aquarium from the moment of her birth? She couldn't help but recall the goldfish stall at the fireworks festival in Akita. Perhaps the fate of each fish was predetermined from the start. Much like her own life, having grown up in an orphanage, awakened her psychic abilities, and was subsequently deemed a guide, leading her into the White Tower for training. Soon after, she was assigned to the polluted zone, embroiled in endless battles. Now, her fate seemed to have taken a turn. But even after wandering into another world and reclaiming a life, where did her future lie? Will you really not play with me? Wataru exclaimed as he swung open the door to the hotel suite, trying to entice her. I've discovered a super fun game. Want to give it a try? Suguru waved his hand dismissively. No, thank you. Wataru, reluctant to accept defeat, changed his approach. I've been maintaining limitless and can't sleep. It's so boring alone. As he contemplated the late-night rendezvous at 11, Suguru Geto remained unyielding, maintaining a facade of composure as he fabricated an excuse. I'm a bit weary and wish to enjoy some quietude for a while. Let us engage in revelry after tomorrow's mission concludes. Wataru Watanabe, begrudgingly pouting, closed the door with an unfriendly expression. Upon diving into the softness of the bed, he rolled about a few times before his phone unexpectedly chimed with a text message. Would you like to try some mental guidance? Keeping your limitless curse active can be quite exhausting. Perhaps it could alleviate some of your fatigue. From Ryo-chan. Wataru flashed a silent grin. Chapter 36. The soul-chilling mental guidance. First and foremost, you must deactivate the limitless technique, completely relax, and refrain from harboring any thoughts of resistance. Hua Liang pulled up a chair and seated herself at the edge of the plush white bed, gazing at Wataru, who lay reclined. She gradually lowered her voice. My mental threads are particularly fine, so there will be no painful sensation of foreign intrusion. There's no need to be anxious. Wataru, perplexed by his own willingness to submit like a slaughtered pig on a chopping block, could not fathom the rationale behind his compliance. His mind was a labyrinth of 100 billion neurons interconnected by trillions of synapses. Any individual with a semblance of intelligence would understand that any dysfunction within the 10 regions of the brain, from the frontal lobe to the brainstem, could result in significant bodily harm or even death. Yet, he, a prodigious six-eyed sorcerer, was voluntarily embarking on an uncharted realm of mental guidance, administered by someone devoid of a professional medical license. He had intended merely to observe and engage in playful banter to pass the time, but somehow, as if bewitched, he found himself acquiescing to her suggestion. By the time he regained his senses, he was ensnared in the current predicament. Hua Liang inhaled deeply and reiterated, I am about to commence. Please do not resist. If we interrupt forcefully, we shall both suffer. Understood. Stop rambling and proceed, Wataru replied, recognizing that enduring a prolonged discomfort was less preferable than a swift one. Resolutely, he closed his eyes. Delicate silver, luminescent threads emanated from her palms, manifesting her mental energy. They danced through the air like nimble fish, approaching Wataru's head. He felt a faint chill at his scalp before the next moment. Consciousness slipped away. When Hua Liang opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on a surface resembling the moon's pockmarked terrain. It was not exactly soil. The circular, raised formations glistened in a distinct silver-gray hue, indicative of excessive heavy metal content, certainly failing any soil quality tests. Looking upward, she beheld countless stars scattered across a velvet black sky, twinkling densely around a singular, cerulean orb, the moon. Upon closer inspection, however, it was not merely a moon but a colossal eye, as if it encompassed the entire firmament. As if sensing her arrival, the eye, adorned with wispy white filaments, spun around curiously. In the next instant, a plump silver orb peeked out from behind a raised mound. Hua Liang was momentarily petrified. If her eyes did not deceive her, it was a cat. With a flick of her fingers, a series of tendrils shot forth, ensnaring the white-furred creature and drawing it before her. It was a peculiar being, somewhat reminiscent of a feline. Its ears were erect, paws robust, and its face, resembling a silver platter, bore 6 cobalt blue eyes. A small golden insignia, reminiscent of the Buddhist swastika, shimmered on its chest. The 6 eyes possessed the ability to perceive all that exists. Thus the appearance of this 6-eyed creature was hardly coincidental. Perhaps it was indeed Wataru's mental entity. Though she had often mocked his talent, likening his name to a 6-eyed flying fish and jesting about why it wasn't 8 or 16 eyes, she never anticipated that she would enter his manifested mental realm and encounter a creature with 6 eyes. The bizarre creature, ensnared by the tendrils, emitted soft whimpers akin to a kitten. The cool liquid seeping from the tendrils enveloped it, penetrating its thick fur to nourish its being. Noting that it lacked even the strength to protest, Hua Liang closed her eyes and slowly withdrew the mental entity. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself back in her suite. The silver-haired youth on the bed seemed to sense her presence and opened his eyes to meet her gaze, instantly flushing crimson. He buried his head into the soft bedding, his skin heating up inch by inch, resembling a shrimp curled in on itself. Hua Liang, noticing this, felt a surge of panic. Although her mental guidance had often been dismissed by the sentinels as unprofessional, it at least yielded some effect. Yet, seeing him in such a state, she worried that perhaps her intervention had caused some damage to his mind. What's wrong? Are you all right? Is your mind clear? Hearing her voice, Wataru's cheeks flared even redder. A mix of embarrassment and confusion washed over him as he clenched his teeth tightly. After a fleeting moment of unconsciousness, upon regaining awareness, he felt ensnared within a slippery, pliable cocoon. Initially, he thought it might be some strange cursed spirit, then suddenly recognized that he was undergoing mental guidance, leading him to conclude that the entity entwining him was her mental manifestation, the Kraken. But who could explain to him why the experience of mental guidance felt so terrifying? Strands of mental threads coiled around him, imbued with a briny, oceanic salinity, as if he were submerged in frigid liquid. This sensation sent tremors through his underlying neurons, not from pain, but enveloping every inch of his skin and every cell in his body. Despite his desperate cries and struggles, he received no response. The threads slithered about as if alive, prompting him to quickly silence himself. He felt like a pitiful creature ensnared in a spider's web, utterly at the mercy of another. And she had the audacity to inquire about his well-being. Wataru, akin to an ostrich, buried his head deeper into the bedding, resembling a defeated shrimp, utterly humiliated. Hua Liang, growing increasingly anxious from his silence, nudged his arm, only to have him swat her away with surprising force. She was oblivious to the fact that a sorcerer's mental realm was not the same as the mental habitats familiar to guides and sentinels in her world. Instead, it was a profound domain, intertwined with the very essence of the soul. In this realm, her seemingly routine guidance directed towards the six-eyed creature resonated deeply with Wataru's human form, effectively touching upon his soul. Hey, if something's wrong, tell me. I'll see if there's any remedy. Wataru continued to feign unconsciousness. This was hardly a matter of discomfort. Chapter 37. The Oceanic Red Octopus Cursed Spirit. Hua Liang was truly anxious. She knelt on the bed, forcefully lifting the other's shoulders in an attempt to adjust his position and reveal his face. Why was his neck so hot? Furrowing her brows in worry, she anxiously pushed aside the strands of hair obscuring his eyes, demanding, "What on earth is wrong with you? Speak." Sensing the unmasked urgency emanating from her, Wu Tiaowu finally roused from his state of embarrassment. He swept his bangs back, his cerulean eyes fixated intently on her face, searching for any sign of guilt. Alas, he failed. This compelled him to acknowledge that his predicament was neither foreseen by her nor deliberately orchestrated. His heart felt as though a bottle of spices had been overturned, an amalgamation of flavors. He stammered a few words, opening his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from divulging everything. He could hardly fathom how he would react if the response he received was not the one he desired, but instead, an endless stream of mockery or dismissive laughter. After a pause, he whispered, his voice hoarse, "It's nothing. I'm quite well, just feeling a bit warm. I might just need some time to adjust." Hua Liang reached out to touch his forehead, her lips pressed tightly together. "This shouldn't be happening. Why isn't your temperature decreased? Instead, it seems to be rising." Suddenly, her wrist was grasped tightly by him, and Wu Tiaowu, with misty eyes, asked softly, "Is Liang-chan concerned for me?" "What else could it be?" Hua Liang replied, noticing that he still had the presence of mind to jest with her, which suggested there might not be anything too serious at hand. Hence, she retracted her hand, only to find it firmly held in his grip, unable to escape. Wu Tiaowu swallowed hard. "I have another question." His cerulean gaze bore into her as he recalled the events of the afternoon at the beach. Did Liang-chan kiss Suguru? This was a significant misunderstanding. Although she had indeed shared a kiss with Suguru during a mission, it was merely a chance occurrence. She had only borrowed a light. And while it might have seemed somewhat intimate, it was far from being a kiss in earnest. "You're mistaken. That is not what happened." "Then what did you two discuss?" Hua Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, her brows arching with impatience. "Are you interrogating me? Or are you questioning a criminal?" She had every reason to believe that his jealousy had flared up again. After all, how else could one explain his fear of her getting too close to Suguru? This had been especially apparent in recent days. She could see through his attempts to keep her away from Suguru. Wu Tiaowu released her hand, his expression relaxing slightly. Laced with a hint of nasal tone, "Why does Liang-chan always think so poorly of me? Can't I simply be curious and indulge in a little gossip?" Hua Liang crossed her arms defensively, her demeanor radiating distrust. "Is that so? But I am under no obligation to satisfy Wu Tiaoquan's prying curiosity." The air grew thicker with tension, and their conversation reached an impasse. Wu Tiaowu lowered his eyelids, managing a dry smile. He felt a sense of frustration akin to being exploited without recourse to the perpetrator. Throughout his life, he had never suffered such a significant setback. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he noticed her expression freeze as she slowly spoke. "Something is approaching." The briny sea breeze tousled Hua Liang's hair, and Wu Tiaowu followed her to the beach. As night descended, the throngs of revelers had returned to their hotels, leaving the beach enveloped in an eerie silence. In the distance, he spotted a familiar figure and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Suguru. He waved. "Suguru, what brings you here?" Approaching, he exhibited a puzzled expression. "Didn't you say you were tired and wanted to rest in your room?" Suguru pursed his lips. He had arrived at the beach earlier than planned due to anxiety, not anticipating that Wu Tiaowu would come with Hua Liang. With her eyes tightly shut, countless silver threads of spiritual energy unfurled like a spider's web, dispersing in all directions. It's here. The domain expanded, rippling across the horizon. A brilliant blue arc enveloped the area where the three stood. And when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on another stretch of beach. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze rustled the palm trees along the shore, and flocks of seagulls soared across the sky, imparting a sense of tranquil serenity. However, faced with such an unnerving inversion of day and night, their alertness heightened to its peak. It's a domain. Wu Tiaowu was the first to react, quickly relaying the information he had learned since childhood to the others. This is constructed with cursed energy. It's a living domain infused with techniques that can enhance the caster's capabilities. Be on guard. The enemy's techniques are likely water-related. Suguru gestured, summoning a rainbow dragon that circled overhead. A pink manta ray began to rise from beneath him, floating into the air. He tightened his lips, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. The ground here might not be safe. Gather near me. It's futile. Activating techniques within the domain guarantees a hit. The strange and eerie voice echoed again, and the once calm sea churned violently. Countless piranhas surged forth, their glistening fangs gleaming as they charged at them. Hua Liang's spiritual threads finally detected something half the height of a person hidden among the fish. An octopus? No, that wasn't Ta Shikigami. It was the domain's caster, an oddly shaped red octopus cursed spirit. A dazzling blue light swept in a circular motion through the oncoming fish swarm, reducing the previously fearsome Shikigami to mere pulp. Wu Tiaowu activated his technique, Song. To evade the domain master's techniques, one can resist with cursed techniques, as I do. He showed no signs of fear in the face of being trapped within the domain. Rather, he appeared quite intrigued as he began to explain. Alternatively, one could concentrate cursed energy to break a hole for escape from within the domain. Suguru scoffed. Only a rat would dig a hole. Wu Tiaowu tapped his head, unleashing another song to obliterate the second wave of fish. Unless it amplifies its cursed energy output, increasing the domain's density, it would have no chance of hitting me with its techniques. As his words fell, the sea roiled even more violently, and the salty, fishy scent intensified. A long, serpentine Shikigami emerged from the depths, stretching out over a dozen meters and sweeping toward them. Wu Tiaowu did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward the red octopus cursed spirit. A brilliant blue light surged at his fingertips. The best approach would be for our side to also expand a domain, but alas, we have yet to learn how, so. To escape, the most effective method is to eliminate the caster of the domain. Suguru slightly curled his fingers, manipulating the rainbow dragon to follow Wu Tiaowu's lead as they raced forward. Chapter 38. The Mysterious Ally of the Cursed Spirit. Wu Tiaowu grinned wide. The frustrations he had endured with Hua Liang now finding an outlet for release. Hua Liang could barely follow the rapid movements as Wu Tiaowu and the red octopus engaged in a blur of action, while the rainbow dragon dealt with the incessant swarm of Shikigami emerging from the ocean. Something was amiss. This was her first encounter with a cursed spirit that could articulate speech fluently, even executing techniques akin to those of sorcerers and constructing a domain of the highest caliber within the realm of cursed energy combat. This clearly transcended the characteristics of a typical special-grade cursed spirit. It was even aware enough to deliberately release cursed energy to lure them into a combat environment favorable to it, executing an ambush with a very obvious tactical plan, truly formidable. At this moment, Satoru Gojo had gained the upper hand, restraining the crimson octopus midair, relentlessly kicking it and preventing it from plunging into the sea. Is that all? Does he possess the audacity to face them three in a fair duel? Caution is warranted. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The surface of the sea beneath the battlefield abruptly froze, the icy tendrils rapidly spreading outward, the rising chill causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. A flurry of ice shards descended like a torrential downpour, assaulting the surroundings. A gelatinous wall of slime, summoned by Suguru Geto, shielded her from harm. Yet, one of the ice shards grazed her cheek, the freezing air lacerating her cheekbone, a thin line of blood seeping forth. Her porcelain-white face was now stained with crimson, exuding an alluring yet fiercely aggressive beauty. However, she had no time to wipe it away, for a petite figure had already launched a cunning and vicious attack aimed at the vulnerable area of Gojo's abdomen. The assailant wielded a coiling black rope, and instantly, Hua Liang realized it was a cursed tool, one with a significant potential to nullify Gojo's limitless techniques. Roar! Silver-gray tentacles adorned with blue rings pierced through the ocean's surface, thwarting this ambush. A sharp ice blade severed one tentacle, blue blood gushing from the wound, only to be instantly crystallized by the frost emanating from the injury, the frost spreading outward like a blossoming flower. Hua Liang's mind felt as if it had been struck by a blunt object. overwhelmed by a profound drowsiness. She commanded the remaining 2 tentacles to tear the injured one apart, halting the spread of ice. A thunderous howl reverberated from the depths of the ocean. 2 dark, crimson eyes igniting within the water, resembling a lighthouse obscured by fog, radiating a dangerous red glow. A colossal body, akin to an island, lurked beneath the ice, and numerous gigantic, supple tentacles burst forth, overshadowing the battlefield. Swish! The assailants seized the crimson octopus-cursed spirit, their form becoming transparent and vanishing into the air. The domain that had enveloped them began to peel away like old wallpaper, revealing the moonlit beach beneath. Hua Liang collapsed to the ground, her spiritual form injured, her complexion as pale as snow, blood oozing from the corner of her lips. Suguru Geto swiftly cradled her limp body, his throat constricted, losing its usual tone. Liang, are you alright? Where are you hurt? The ambushing curse user had employed some unknown means. Gojo's 6 eyes scanned the surroundings, but detected no traces of cursed energy. Unable to discern the direction in which they had fled, it was as if a drop of water had vanished into the vast ocean. Frustrated, he clenched his teeth, and upon seeing Hua Liang injured and collapsed, he refrained from his usual playful banter. Instead, he retrieved his phone, swiftly contacting a medical officer. Geto carefully held Hua Liang in his arms. I need to take her to the hospital. You saw it. The Kraken's tentacle was severed, and she must be in great pain now. Calm down, Geto. Noticing his friend's panic and anxiety, Gojo firmly grasped his shoulder. I have already arranged for a helicopter using the Gojo family's connections. There will be equipped emergency medical personnel aboard for immediate treatment. His azure gaze swept over the girl's tightly closed eyes. Then we will expedite her return to Jujutsu High. Find Shoko. She has no significant external injuries. The main concern is the concentration of spiritual energy in her brain. Liang will be fine. Geto pressed his lips into a thin line, taking several deep breaths. Yes. You're right. We cannot let ourselves be thrown into disarray. Tainai Nariko is still at the hotel. Perhaps it is another ploy by the enemy to draw us away, and they may have a backup plan. We must ensure the safety of the star plasma vessel. Seeing that his words had resonated with Geto, Gojo exhaled, his gaze lingering once more on the girl's pallid face. We will stay for one more night, and catch the earliest flight back to Tokyo tomorrow. Before her lay a viscous darkness. Hua Liang felt as though she were submerged 1,000 meters beneath the ocean, everything around her becoming indistinct. Whispers filled her ears, at times resembling the ramblings of a madman, and at others, the soft cooing of a childhood lullaby. She attempted to concentrate, striving to discern the words amidst the fog of her mind, but her weary brain resisted. Soon, a warm current enveloped her icy form, akin to the comforting embrace of her mother's womb. Oh, you're finally awake. Shoko Yeri observed as the girl on the bed slowly opened her eyes. The previously tense expression on her face dissipated instantly, replaced by a practiced demeanor of calmness, as if everything was under control. Heaven knows, I was nearly driven to madness by those 2 pesky spirits. My phone was vibrating incessantly, almost running out of battery. Yeri touched Hua Liang's forehead, nodding in approval. Her temperature was normal. When you were brought to me, you were practically frozen, struggling to breathe. As her vision transitioned from blurred to clear, Hua Liang tilted her head. Feeling her mind had regained much of its clarity, she attempted to sense her spiritual form, which had once again fallen into a tranquil slumber. During the previous intense battle, in her urgency, she had forcibly summoned the Kraken within the enemy's domain. Though it lasted only 30 seconds, it had effectively thwarted the enemy's plot. Yes, a plot. If Shinji Fushiguro could be interpreted as an assassin hired by the Star Cult, then the cursed spirit they encountered in Okinawa, which could unleash a domain, was undoubtedly not targeting Tainai Nariko. She had never heard of, nor seen in the archives of Jujutsu High, a cursed spirit capable of communicating and collaborating with humans to ambush sorcerers. The appearance of the heavenly reversal blade, capable of disrupting limitless techniques, could be deemed a coincidence. Yet the mysterious assailant wielding the black rope was likely a special cursed tool devised specifically against Gojo. What, then, was their ultimate objective? Liang, you're finally awake. How do you feel? A vibrant voice interrupted her thoughts, belonging to Yuji Itadori, who entered the infirmary carrying a basket brimming with various fruits. I heard you encountered a special-grade cursed spirit capable of deploying a domain. That's impressive. Following closely behind him was Kento Nanami, who placed Danish cookies and milk on the bedside table. Yuji and I have already met with Geto Senpai at Tokyo Airport. They are transporting the Star Plasma vessel to the Star Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Liang's communicator began to vibrate with a blue glow. Hello? You're awake? Suguru Geto's deep voice resonated from the other end. How do you feel? Hua Liang relayed her condition, echoing the answers she had given to Yeri, assuring him of her well-being, before shifting her focus. Be vigilant with the star plasma vessel. Do not let your guard down until it is delivered to Tenjin. I have a feeling that last night we encountered that. Alright. We've entered Jujutsu High now. Gojo's exuberant voice interjected. Rest assured, we are the strongest. Beep. 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 The communicator suddenly cut off. A wave of unease washed over her, as Hua Liang attempted to push herself up. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through her brain, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, and she was swiftly plunged back into a sweet slumber. Chapter 39. The First Generation of Telecom Fraud. Tokyo, Chiyoda District. Hua Liang awoke from the viscous darkness, and as her consciousness returned, she abruptly sat up in bed. The light in the room was dim, yet it was clear this was not the infirmary of Jujutsu High. Her night vision was quite sharp. She found herself in a lavish bedroom of nearly 100 square meters, a pink princess bed canopy, pink bedding, a pink vanity, and a pink carpet. At first glance, one might assume they had stepped into the whimsical pink world of Barbie. The desk remained adorned with Hua Liang's familiar vintage computer, complemented by a renowned foreign brand of speakers, while several celebrity posters graced the walls above. To the side stood a spacious bookshelf crammed with an array of comic magazines, interspersed with volumes featuring neon titles, and to her left, a large display cabinet showcased an extensive collection of character figurines. Within moments, a general profile of the room's owner began to materialize in Hua Liang's mind. The previous occupant hailed from a prosperous family, had a penchant for the second dimension, and likely possessed a touch of otaku tendencies. The scattered strands of her consciousness had yet to register the presence of any other living beings within the apartment. Hua Liang allowed herself to relax momentarily and rose to gather all pertinent information about the room's former inhabitant. She unearthed a mobile phone from beneath the pillow, encrusted with pink rhinestones, and flipped it open, the white screen illuminating her face. The display read that the date was May 15, 2006. Hua Liang's pupils dilated in shock as she internally called out to the system. What is happening? Hello? I fell asleep and somehow ended up here again. Ding. Detection indicates a 92.4378 probability of the previous timeline's destruction, pausing mainline tasks, time reset. What on earth? Hua Liang was utterly bewildered, struggling to untangle her thoughts. She had been in conversation with Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto when suddenly the communication device cut off, and then she slipped into unconsciousness. Thus, the abrupt interruption of their conversation was indeed no accident, but rather likely a consequence of the Star Plasma Vessel escort mission's failure. Wait, while I can comprehend the concept of time reversal, why has it regressed beyond the last time I traveled back? Hua Liang possessed an excellent memory and swiftly recalled that her previous journey occurred on a rain-soaked night, April 15th, when she encountered two nefarious individuals from Jujutsu High. The final day of the Star Plasma Vessel mission, coinciding with the full moon of the Tianyuan assimilation, was June 14th, meaning she had only experienced 60 days in her previous timeline. Now, however, merely 30 days remained to avert the failure of the Star Plasma Vessel mission. Ding. Temporal reversal requires energy. This is the utmost achievable outcome. A chill coursed up Hua Liang's spine, as the exposed skin on her body prickled with goosebumps. She dared not naively believe that should this mission also fail, another opportunity for time reversal would present itself. The earlier contemplation of lying low for 20 years had become a mere farce. Even if she succeeded in this mission, future events leading to the system's declaration of world destruction would undoubtedly arise, unless she could uncover and resolve the fundamental cause of such destruction. Based on the information gathered from her previous run, it was likely a human conspiracy. Thus, she must simultaneously protect the Star Plasma Vessel and locate the malevolent mastermind to eliminate them. Indeed, the gifts bestowed by fate had already been marked with their price in the shadows. To receive a second chance at life was hardly an act of benevolence. What she had acquired was merely a life experience card, akin to an hourglass, continuously leaking away its sands. Having encountered the first generation of telecommunications fraud, Hua Liang shrugged indifferently. She had never been one to succumb to despair, since she had determined her life now only spanned 30 days. She resolved to regard life and death with equanimity. If she had to fight, so be it. But it was still this face. Hua Liang found a photograph of the original owner within the mobile device, revealing an identical visage, even to the sharpness of the canine tooth on the left side, which matched perfectly. This was intriguing. Explain, what is the nature of this body I inhabit? Ding. The player is utilizing the restored original body, and the identity is derived from fictitious consciousness information, with no discrepancies. Very well, while the system's credibility with her had diminished somewhat, its capabilities remained intact. Setting aside the miraculous nature of her time travel and this temporal reset during her previous run, even the illustrious Gojo clan had failed to uncover the flaw in her original form. Having an identity that was convenient for movement and inconspicuous was quite advantageous. This time, she had commenced as the daughter of a wealthy family, a significant elevation from her previous start, which spared her the hardship of financial struggles. Even if the mission were to fail again, she could take the opportunity to indulge in life's pleasures. Dying would be worthwhile. After spending several minutes swiftly perusing all the information on the mobile device, Hua Liang grasped the essence of her new identity. Firstly, her parents, both high-ranking executives, had perished in a car accident a month prior, leaving behind a vast fortune that was now managed by a professional trust institution, sufficient for her to squander until she reached 100. Regarding social interactions, they were exceptionally simple. Due to her otaku nature, she had only a few acquaintances and no sycophants. She had originally attended a prestigious girls' school, but chose to take a leave of absence following her parents' unexpected demise. Wait, the name of this school seemed somewhat familiar. Hua Liang flipped through the album once more and finally confirmed it. This was the institution attended by the star plasma vessel girl, Amini Riko. Only she was in the junior high division, while Hua Liang was in the senior division. When she received the mission in her previous run, the three of them had memorized the entire school's layout. There was no way she could be mistaken. With this thought, Hua Liang's eyes brightened. She had been pondering how an ordinary person could infiltrate the tumultuous world of jujutsu sorcery. But now she had a perfectly valid reason to approach the star plasma vessel without arousing suspicion. Having completed her information gathering within the room, Hua Liang slipped on her slippers and exited the bedroom, switching on the lights to reveal an even more opulent and spacious living room. A colossal fish tank, approximately 5 meters long, teemed with variously sized fish, and the intricate aquatic landscaping within was immaculate, with crystal clear water, suggesting that it was regularly maintained by a dedicated individual. Among the furnishings, a gigantic floor-to-ceiling bookshelf occupying an entire wall captured her attention. As her gaze swept across, she noticed it was predominantly filled with tomes exploring the mysteries of the cosmos and space, asteroid research, and religious beliefs. How peculiar. Just as she was about to casually select a book to peruse, her stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Thus, she turned back to the bedroom and rummaged through the wardrobe, finally unearthing a relatively simple white dress, changing out of her silk pajamas. With her new identity nearly comprehended, it was time to venture out and appease her hunger. At 12:38 a.m., Hua Liang hummed a tuneless melody, gathering her keys and mobile phone before stepping out in search of sustenance, while also familiarizing herself with her surroundings. Chapter 40. Gojo Satoru lives above me. Her luxurious apartment was on the 49th floor, and with a ping, the elevator doors slid open. A tall, slender figure caught her eye. Silver hair, a fair complexion, and clad in understated yet comfortable leisure wear, even donning sunglasses at this late hour. Damn it. On the very first day of her next journey, she had once again encountered that troublesome individual. Hua Liang felt like howling at the heavens. What kind of twisted fate was this? Sensing the gaze of those cerulean eyes upon her, she quickly composed herself, feigning nonchalance as she stepped into the elevator. Careful not to arouse his suspicions. Right, the timeline had reset. In this round, she and Gojo Satoru were merely meeting for the first time. Just two residents of the same building crossing paths. She focused her gaze on the marble floor beneath her feet, internally repeating that she was an ordinary person, striving not to lose her composure. As the elevator doors closed, she suddenly recalled that she had seemingly visited this apartment building before. It was just last week during the only welcome party held at an izakaya with students from the Jujutsu Academy in Kyoto. Under the influence of alcohol, she had feigned dizziness, intending to provoke Satoru Gojo, but instead, he had escorted her back to his temporary residence. It was indeed this luxurious apartment located in Chiyoda Ward. She slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes gliding over the buttons in the elevator. Moreover, if her memory served her right, Satoru Gojo resided just above her. On the 50th floor, the penthouse of the building, Kwaijian had already positioned herself as far away from him as possible. Yet the already cramped elevator felt even more constricted due to Satoru Gojo's presence. Beep, beep, beep. The sudden ring of a phone interrupted the tranquility of the space. Feeling the almost imperceptible gaze on her back shift away, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. I've set off. Where are you? I'm not slacking off. I just ran into a girl who has a crush on me. Quite a cute one. Oh, I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Kwaijian's curiosity piqued. Her ears perked up. She knew Satoru Gojo was typically handsome and self-aware, but she had never heard him mention anyone with ambiguous undertones, let alone someone he deemed cute. Humph, still waiting for me at this late hour? He clearly saw my pupils dilate and didn't dare to look at me in the elevator. He must be shy. Kwaijian felt her fists clench in frustration. It was the first time gossip had turned back on her, and she found herself taken aback by his level of self-admiration. She was still in the elevator, yet he was unabashedly speaking as if no one else was present, taking several deep breaths. She exerted all her strength to suppress the urge to turn around and confront him. Her eyes remained fixed on the descending numbers of the elevator, reminding herself that patience could lead to greater plans, and that perhaps this annoying fellow was doing it intentionally. With this thought, her mind gradually calmed. Indeed, while he often appeared frivolous, he was not the type to casually offend strangers unless he sensed something amiss. Therefore, what would a normal person's reaction be after encountering a potential verbal affront from a stranger? I know, Jay, you're so chatty. I still have 30 minutes to go. She turned around, casting a quick glance at him before shifting her body further away. Yes, this was the normal reaction of a more introverted girl when faced with an imposing male presence in a confined space. Ding! The first floor had arrived. Satoru Gojo snapped his phone shut and stepped out. After just a few paces, he seemed to sense something and turned back again. The elevator doors had already closed. Descending to the underground garage. Strange, he's just an ordinary person. Why does it feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Finally free from Satoru Gojo's gaze, Kwaijin felt as if the air had become liberating. A line of 7 or 8 luxurious vehicles was neatly arranged in the underground parking lot. Perhaps it was because children from affluent families were exposed to luxury cars and fine clothing at an early age. She had successfully obtained her driver's license as soon as she came of age. Thus, she no longer had to endure the daily grind of obtaining a license or saving pennies to consider which vehicle offered the best value for money. As she had done last week, Kwaijin chose a sleek black Lamborghini Murcielago, pressing the accelerator down, the roar of the engine akin to a beast of the night. As she sped onto the highway, Tokyo, Ginza, even at this late hour, the nightlife here seemed just to be beginning. Dazzling neon lights flickered, and an array of luxurious clubs, high-end restaurants, and upscale brands comprised this extravagant den of indulgence. Shinohara, ranked 6th in all of Japan for kaiseki cuisine, was also a Michelin 2-star establishment. Given her status as a wealthy heiress, Kwaijin was determined to indulge herself, deciding on her dining destination within a minute. Although she had no reservation, her virtual life constructed by the system allowed her to be recognized as a regular at this restaurant, and she was warmly welcomed into a private booth. After relishing a bowl of fragrant shrimp and yam soup, followed by 2 eel and egg seaweed rolls, she felt her hunger slightly abated. The failures of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto's mission were likely due to encountering exceptionally formidable characters. First, ruling out the cursed spirit that Satoru Gojo had kicked like a ball. The only powerful figures she had encountered were the sorcerer killer and the mysterious individual whose back she had only glimpsed, associated with ice techniques. After being escorted to the infirmary, only 2 individuals remained tasked with protecting the Star Core. At that moment, they had already entered the barrier of Jujutsu High. If they faced a powerful enemy ambush, she believed their intelligence would lead them to split their forces to prioritize escorting the Star Core into the Star Palace. Thus, it was likely that 2 or more formidable characters forced them to engage in battle immediately. Alternatively, the remaining protector might have been swiftly eliminated, allowing the enemy to enter the Star Palace and eliminate the other protector. This was merely her personal inference, stemming from the worldline reboot caused by the failure to protect the Star Core. Now, what if it was the death of a significant figure that triggered such events? Kwaijin rested her chin on her hand, pondering various possibilities. Recalling the visions she had seen related to Satoru Gojo's future during the Akita Fireworks Festival. Could it be that Satoru Gojo's death caused a series of unfortunate chain reactions? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, biting into the bare meat in her stew, attempting to quell her frustrations with delicious food. If she hadn't been injured by the seaside in Okinawa, she would surely have been present at the scene of the sudden upheaval. Even if she couldn't prevent the situation from deteriorating, at least she would have known who the enemy truly was, rather than feeling utterly bewildered as she did now. Chapter 41. The Sorcerer Killer as a Breakthrough Point. From the 2 visions she had witnessed regarding the future, one depicted Suguru Geto's dark transformation, while the other showcased Satoru Gojo's death or near-death experience. Both aligned with the primary character objectives announced by the system upon her initial arrival. Following that, she had endeavored to establish good relations with all individuals within her social circle, yet had not received any further relevant prompts from the system. Thus, she couldn't help but speculate that perhaps the precognitive visions she could access were solely related to the main characters. In other words, to obtain more hints, she needed to continue interacting with Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. With this thought, Kwaijin felt a pang of regret. She had been so preoccupied with viewing Satoru Gojo as a troublesome character, fearing that he would monitor her as he had in the previous timeline, restricting her ability to gather information. She had neglected to realize that his very existence could also serve as a source of information. Nevertheless, this opening was not entirely unfavorable. Had she approached him with overwhelming enthusiasm upon their first meeting, it might have raised his alertness. Moreover, The strategy suggested by the wretched system seemed to revolve around matters of affection. Speaking of which, she had been so captivated by the Star Core mission that she had failed to consider why Satoru Gojo's precognitive vision had appeared. Suguru Geto had been unlocked through an accidental kiss. What about Satoru Gojo? Could it be that he harbored feelings for her as well? Alas, could it be that my recent encounter with that individual has somehow led me to contract a penchant for narcissism? Hua Liang savored the gelatinous turtle meat, relishing the smoky aroma of its roasted exterior complemented by the sweet fragrance of the sauce that erupted in her mouth. With a contented squint, she resolved to cast aside her speculations regarding the precognitive imagery mechanism and instead formulate a strategy for her current circumstances. Firstly, Suguru Geto remained a prime candidate through whom she could cultivate her favor. After all, even if she were to become a sorcerer again, opportunities to engage with Tenjin would be scarce. It would be more prudent to adopt an inverse approach. Ostensibly, she would engage with Suguru Geto under the guise of an ordinary person while covertly tracking the enigmatic figure that had appeared in the previous timeline. After 2 months of interaction in the last round, she had nearly discerned the preferences of those around her. Furthermore, she possessed a considerable advantage. She was acutely aware of the whereabouts and tasks of the jujutsu high crowd for the upcoming month. For instance, at the beginning of June, Suguru Geto would be in Sendai to exorcise a grade 1 curse, returning to Tokyo on the 6th. On the 7th, he would also be involved in a grade 1 curse task at an abandoned amusement park in Tokyo. She could easily feign being a victim of a supernatural incident, thus orchestrating a perfectly unremarkable encounter. Cultivating favor was a protracted endeavor. She lacked confidence in receiving significant prompts from the system in a short span. So it was imperative to refocus her attention on the Star Plasma Vessel mission. Although there were no leads on the mysterious figure collaborating with curses, she had garnered some understanding regarding the sorcerer assassin. How should she approach Megumi Fushiguro? Should she masquerade as an extravagant heiress, showering him with wealth? Or perhaps pretend to be a clairvoyant, ensnaring him for her own purposes? Based on her previous encounters, he was known for his erratic behavior. A quintessential lone wolf, exceedingly difficult to approach. Perhaps she ought to consider a different angle, such as targeting his son? Although he seemed indifferent to his soul bloodline, presenting herself as a gentle and harmless neighborly girl might lower his defenses. After all, with the world line reset, they were all strangers. Thus, she would embark on this role-playing venture. Hua Liang, a woman of action, wasted no time upon deciding to approach the Fushiguro child. She swiftly contacted the necessary parties and activated her financial prowess. Within 3 days, she had purchased the house where Megumi and Tsumiki Fushiguro resided, as well as the adjacent unit. On her first day in residence, she donned a delicate lace-embroidered white dress, carrying a freshly baked raspberry chocolate brownie cake as she knocked on the Fushiguro's door. "Hello, I am your new neighbor from next door, currently living alone," she announced with her warmest and most amiable smile. "I just made some sweets and hope you will enjoy them." Tsumiki Fushiguro opened the door only a crack, cautiously peering out with curiosity at the unfamiliar visitor. Given her tender age of 6, and with her mother frequently absent, she had to be particularly wary, especially since her younger brother, Megumi, was only 4. It was prudent to be cautious even in the face of a seemingly friendly girl. One could never know if she was a nefarious figure seeking to abduct children. "Who are you, miss?" came the inquiry from a small boy with a head of messy black hair. Hua Liang's gaze subtly assessed Megumi's features, apart from his disheveled locks. He was nearly a miniature version of his father. The same dark hair, double eyelids, and elongated green eyes with high-arching outer corners. "Ah, and there's another little friend. Fortunately, I prepared a 6-inch cake," she replied. Tsumiki swallowed hard, her rational mind urging her to refuse since she had no gift to reciprocate. Yet her emotions tugged her in the opposite direction. Ever since her stepfather, Fushiguro Shigeru, had moved into their home, she had gained a brother but felt no resentment. She had hoped that having a complete family might alter her mother's indifference towards her. Sadly, her hopes were soon shattered, as Fushiguro Shigeru showed no pretense of caring for them, merely seeking to change his surname and have someone to help with the children. Her mother, upon realizing she had been deceived, descended into a state of hysteria, leading to both parents living separate lives filled with revelry. If not for the monthly visits from her mother, who would leave behind the next month's living expenses before departing, Tsumiki would feel as though she and Megumi had been abandoned as burdens. A month and a half had passed since their last encounter, and despite her careful budgeting, their funds were dwindling. Megumi had not enjoyed any decent snacks in quite some time. She wondered if their parents would ever return. After a prolonged silence, Hua Liang perceived the hesitance of the 2 children, prompting her to offer words of reassurance. "At present, I am on a break from school, since I live alone. I hope you can come over to play whenever it's convenient for you." Pausing for effect, she continued, "My parents tragically passed away in a car accident last month. The doctor suggested I change my living environment to help me adapt and perhaps heal from my sorrow. She crouched down, meeting the eyes of the two little ones at their level. This is my first attempt at conversing with strangers, and if we could become friends, I wouldn't feel so lonely anymore. Chapter 42. The Angelic Children of the Fushiguro Household. As soon as she mentioned her orphan status, Hua Liang keenly sensed the softening demeanor of the two children, their shared empathy for one another palpable. Indeed, it seemed that whether their parents were alive or deceased made little difference in their lives. Well, in that case, Tsumiki began to relent, reaching for the cake, only to be tugged back by Megumi's small hand on her sleeve. He bit his lip, his emerald eyes glimmering like two precious stones. Which school did you attend in Tokyo before? He asked, his words cautious yet probing. Sensing the stiffness of his inquiry, he quickly added, because my sister will start elementary school next April, and I want to learn more about it. Observing the anxious yet composed manner of the little boy, Hua Liang felt a softening in her heart. How could Fushiguro Shigeru have fathered such adorable children? She softened her tone and replied earnestly, my name is Hua Liang. I previously attended Renjia, which had a wonderful atmosphere. What are your names? Her sincerity resonated with Megumi, who felt the warmth of her words. As he gazed into her beautiful, flowing eyes reminiscent of a shimmering galaxy, his ears flushed a shade of crimson, feeling somewhat ashamed for having misjudged her intentions. He bit his lip and murmured, I'm Megumi Fushiguro, and this is my sister, Tsumiki Fushiguro. Such lovely names. However, Megumi-kun and Tsumiki-chan are even more adorable than their names suggest. It seemed Hua Liang's acting skills were quite commendable, perhaps aided by her striking appearance. As the defenses of the two children began to crumble, perhaps you might invite me in for a moment? The adults must not be home, right? I can help you cut the cake. Upon hearing this, Fushiguro Tsumiki nodded vigorously, her amber eyes shimmering with the sweetness of honey as she cheerfully exclaimed, Sister Hua, please come in. Ignoring the subtle cough from Fushiguro Megumi, she swung open the door and stepped aside. Then I shall intrude, Hua Liang said decisively, slipping off her sandals and stepping into the intimate space belonging to the two little ones, clad in white socks. The interior of the house bore a somewhat antiquated style, having been constructed in the early 1990s and had aged gracefully over the years. Fortunately, it was not located in a chaotic neighborhood. The residents were primarily elderly individuals, and the presence of the two children at home did not draw any unsavory attention. This single-story house, encompassing approximately 80 square meters, boasted 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Though modest, it was well equipped. It was evident that they cherished their abode, with the floors and furniture impeccably clean, and a vase on the dining table graced with a few blooming wildflowers. Guided by Fushiguro Tsumiki, Hua Liang took a seat at the dining table. The little girl with chestnut brown hair shyly bit her lip and said, please wait a moment. Then, with a few hurried steps, she dashed to the kitchen, opened the kettle, and began to fill it with water, standing on her tiptoes. Fushiguro Megumi followed closely behind, carefully placing 3 small white porcelain plates on the table that he had washed. He clambered onto a slightly lower wooden stool, using both hands and feet to settle himself onto the high chair opposite Hua Liang. He then nodded slightly, saying, Miss Hua, please wait a moment. Once my sister has boiled the water, I will promptly serve you hot tea. Goodness. Even children raised in a relatively free environment can grow up to be so polite and well-mannered. Hua Liang found herself uncontrollably reminiscing about her childhood in the orphanage, filled with rather unpleasant memories. The children there behaved like wild dogs, resorting to deceitful tactics for a mere bottle of nutritional supplement, employing any means necessary. Oh, and there were also instances of biting, fighting, snatching food, and the existence of mad dogs isolating and oppressing the weaker ones. In her recollection, children were synonymous with trouble. Yet the presence of Fushiguro Megumi and Fushiguro Tsumiki shattered her preconceived notions and biases. Sorry to keep you waiting. Fushiguro Tsumiki entered, holding a wooden tray with both hands. Seeing her unsteady movements, Hua Liang hurriedly took the tray and placed it on the table. Blowing gently on the steaming tea, she smiled and took a delicate sniff. What a fragrant tea. Tsumiki-chan, you're amazing. And no, not at all. Fushiguro Tsumiki, who had seldom received compliments, waved her hands repeatedly, her cheeks flushing a bright red. I'm just glad Miss Hua likes it. We don't really have anything else to offer. Hua Liang divided the forks from the tray between the two children, then picked up a knife, estimating their appetites as she cut the brownie into 8 perfectly equal pieces. Under their eager, sparkling eyes, she served each plate with a portion. Choose a piece, she encouraged. Fushiguro Megumi discreetly scanned the cake on the table, and Hua Liang, noticing his apprehension, thought him rather clever for his age. So she took the initiative, asking, is anyone interested in this piece? If not, it's mine. With that, she speared a small piece and popped it into her mouth. Sweet yet not cloying. You should try some too, Don't hold back. Then let us dig in. Fushiguro Tsumaki clasped her hands together, performing a mock prayer before the meal. Hua Liang's keen ears caught her substituting a thank you to Jesus with her own name, prompting a quiet chuckle within her. Occasionally spending time with children proved to be quite delightful. Fushiguro Tsumaki savored a bite of the delectable cake, the tartness of the raspberries perfectly balancing the rich chocolate sweetness. This is so delicious. Miss Hua, your cooking is truly wonderful. Fushiguro Megumi nodded along, still feigning modesty without uttering a word, yet indulging heartily in the cake. However, Hua Liang noticed his little legs swinging in the air, indicating he was in high spirits. She restrained herself from laughing. He was a child with a strong sense of pride and an old soul compared to his peers, and she wouldn't want to provoke him. No one could dislike compliments, especially when met with such a delightful culinary reward. Hua Liang took another bite of cake, contentedly closing her eyes. She didn't linger too long at the Fushiguro residence. After finishing a piece of cake, she politely expressed her intention to leave. She understood the adage that too much of a good thing can be counterproductive, and since she lived next door, there would be ample opportunities for interaction. The two children graciously saw her to the door, and as she waved her hand, she seized the moment to extend an invitation. Tsumaki-chan and Megumi-kun, if you have time, you're welcome to visit my house. During the hour-long afternoon tea, Fushiguro Tsumaki did not disclose their difficulties to Hua Liang. In response to such a friendly invitation, she simply nodded earnestly. We definitely will. Fushiguro Megumi quickly chimed in. Yes, once the adults at home return, I will ask for their permission. He did not wish to squander this rare kindness, but felt unable to accept her hospitality without justification. Thus, he resorted to the excuse of needing his elders' approval to maintain his precariously balanced pride. Hua Liang naturally wouldn't expose this, so she waved her hand with nonchalance. All right, I look forward to Megumi-kun's good news. Chapter 43. Meeting me brings no good tidings. The pot on the stove gurgled, releasing steam and a rich aroma into the air. This summer seemed to have arrived with unusual swiftness, as temperatures soared to 38 degrees even in late May. As Hua Liang, the neighbor of the Fushiguro family, had been living in her new home for a week, her relationship with the two little ones had progressed rapidly, to the point where Fushiguro Megumi no longer harbored doubts about her. In terms of acting, she was a professional, leaning against a small leather sofa. Her legs crossed through the space beneath the coffee table, her fingers danced over the keyboard with a flurry of keystrokes. She was meticulously inspecting the computer in her parents' study. Believing that merely understanding her own social circle was insufficient for an actress, she felt it imperative to also comprehend every detail concerning her late parents. However, during her search, she stumbled upon an intriguing hidden file. It resembled a pre-written letter of intent, seemingly penned after witnessing something one should not have seen. Concerning a man with stitches on his head. The recipient was labeled as the Chronicle Vessel Society, which, as it happened, was an alternative name for the Ponching sect. It appeared that, due to an urgent circumstance, this letter had never been sent. Thus, she intensified her investigation into her parents' information, even making a trip back to their mansion in Chiyoda. Unfortunately, it seemed the house had already been cleared out, aside from confirming her parents' high-ranking positions within the Ponching sect. She could not uncover any links to the stitched-head man. This raised her vigilance, reminding her of an ancient saying, cutting grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. Though she was uncertain why her identity had escaped harm, perhaps due to the influence of the system, or perhaps she was not regarded as a threat, at least she had received critical intelligence indicating that the man with stitches on his forehead was dangerous and intricately tied to her parents' demise. Being forewarned was, after all, a prudent measure. Ding dong, ding dong. The chime of the doorbell outside interrupted her reverie. She closed her laptop and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the radiant smile of Fushiguro Tsukimi, resembling a blooming sunflower. While Fushiguro Megumi stood beside her, clutching a box of strawberries and gazing at her expectantly. The former spoke first. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, Miss Hua. The aroma of your cooking is simply irresistible. May we trade this box of strawberries for some? Of course you may. Today, I prepared a winter melon and pork rib soup with Job's tears. It's excellent for clearing heat and quenching thirst, she replied, her eyes drifting past the two children to a stranger standing behind them. Kong Shiyu quickly introduced himself. I am a friend of Megumi's father. He has been rather busy lately, so he asked me to come by and check on them. Hua Liang silently scoffed. How could the cunning Fushiguro Shigeru, a known lone wolf, possibly have friends? The man before her exuded only a faint aura of cursed energy, hardly superior to that of an ordinary person, likely only capable of perceiving cursed spirits. How could he possibly associate with someone as dangerous as Fushiguro Shigeru? Wait, she realized. Hua Liang nodded politely, manifesting the demeanor of someone with good upbringing. So you are a friend of Megumi and Tsukimi's father. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. This man might very well be the one assisting Fushiguro Shigeru in accepting tasks and dealing with loose ends. Acting as a broker traversing the realms of clients and mercenaries, the very Korean man she had researched the previous week. From her chance encounter with Tsukimi yesterday, she learned that they had not seen their unreliable parents in over a month. It seemed he at least had the decency to send someone to check on his children. Noticing that Fushiguro Megumi and Fushiguro Tsukimi were eager to visit, even forgetting to bring a bowl, she extended an invitation. Why don't you both come in and join me for a meal? I made more than enough food for one person to finish. We can enjoy the strawberries as dessert. How does that sound? Oh, I couldn't possibly. The two children exchanged glances for a few seconds, and after Megumi hesitated to decline, they ultimately succumbed to Hua Liang's warmth. Their cheeks flushed as they entered the room with Tsukimi. Hua Liang silently regarded Kong Shiyu, clearly indicating that the prior invitation did not extend to him. He, perceptively, indicated that he had matters to attend to and took his leave. Please wait a moment. Hua Liang retrieved a jar of imported kimchi from the refrigerator and handed it to him. I made some kimchi beef previously, and there is a jar left. Please accept it as a small token of my appreciation. She resolved not to overlook any opportunity to foster goodwill. Perhaps through this man, she could leave a favorable impression on Fushiguro Shigeru, establishing her image as a kind-hearted individual in advance. Kong Shiyu did not refuse and departed with the bag in hand. As he turned the corner of the street, he settled into the driver's seat of his car and located the third contact in his phone book, dialing the number. Hello. Are you at the casino again? I just visited Megumi. He is nearly starving. You're doing a terrible job as a father, aren't you? What a scoundrel. Forgetting even his own son's name. Don't hang up. I need to discuss business. There's a lucrative job available. All it requires is the elimination of a middle school student, and the reward exceeds 100 million. Will you take it? All right, I'll come find you now. The following day, Fushiguro Shigeru felt as though his mind had been clouded by the smoke of the underground casino. Or perhaps the sweltering summer heat had turned his brain to mush. In any case, after receiving Kong Shiyu's call yesterday, he found himself inexplicably back in this secluded residential area. It certainly wasn't he out of concern for how the child had been faring. Perhaps it was mere curiosity about the neighbor next door. In this day and age, where societal morals have declined, there are few adults who maintain kindness towards strangers and care for children. After all, looking after oneself is the norm. Who has the bandwidth to concern themselves with others? Ah, is this Mr. Fushiguro? The blazing sun bore down directly, casting a dark shadow beneath his robust physique. He squinted and scrutinized the girl before him. Clad in a white dress, though her features were somewhat juvenile, her beauty was striking. Upon seeing him, she displayed no signs of fear. Was this indeed the kind-hearted individual? He offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Megumi and Tsukimi just woke from their nap. Would you like to check on them? Hua Liang's timely kindness suggested they would surely miss him. Fushiguro Shigeru silently scoffed, as if mocking the girl's naivete, seeing me eyes and a good omen. There's no need. With that, he turned to leave. Then why not walk a bit farther away? How about leaving the neon lights behind? The girl's clear voice called after him, prompting Fushiguro Shigeru to halt in his tracks. Chapter 44. What is harder than diamonds? A fleeting coldness swept through his verdant eyes as he turned back, maintaining a composed demeanor. What do you mean by that? Hua Liang tilted her head slightly. It's a warning from Mr. Fushiguro. I possess a rather trivial technique that occasionally allows me to glimpse into the future. Out in the world, one's identity is defined by oneself. She had always adhered to this principle and had thus readily crafted for herself the persona of a prophetess. It wasn't entirely a lie. She indeed had knowledge of various events in the coming fortnight. Furthermore, she possessed an erratic foresight concerning significant individuals. It was merely a montage of words. How could that be considered deceit? Oh, Fushiguro Shigeru was almost certain that this girl was intentionally approaching him with ulterior motives. He raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. So you mean to imply that I will encounter misfortune soon? Hua Liang, unflustered, nodded. Regarding individuals, I can only perceive vague images. It would be ideal to distract you, but I must also prevent you from probing further. Is this some new form of flirting? Are you going to read my palm next? Fushiguro Shigeru barely concealed his disdain and boredom, speaking with a lack of interest. How about this? You tell me the lottery numbers for tomorrow's draw. That shouldn't involve any predictions about people, right? Though he had rebuffed her, Hua Liang remained unfazed. Her eyes brightened. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Since her arrival in this world, she had always purchased the lowest denomination lottery tickets, treating it as a source of amusement and unpredictability in her life. However, her luck was abysmal. She had never won even 100 yen. Yet, that never deterred her from eagerly awaiting the lottery results each week. Certainly, but my foresight cannot be used for personal gain, or it will fail. However, It is now past the purchase deadline, so this rule can be disregarded. Hua Liang gently blinked and confidently recited a series of numbers: 07, 21, 22, 25, 38, 47. Fushiguro Shigeru silently noted the digits, subsequently chuckling at his own subconscious actions. How absurd, it felt almost genuine. Without hesitation, he turned and left the residential area without a word. Once the towering figure had finally vanished, Hua Liang exhaled slowly, relieved. After the commencement of this cycle, she distinctly sensed a significant restoration of her mental strength, approximating around 30% of her prime. The spiritual entity, Kraken, residing in her mind, was also nearing a state of awakening. It was almost certain that the more battles she engaged in, the stronger she would become. However, she was hesitant to provoke Fushiguro Shinsuke once more, as she lacked the assurance to eliminate him. Instead, she contemplated enticing his interest. The most favorable outcome would be to enlist him as an ally, while the least desired scenario would be to prevent him from causing chaos in the Stellar Essence mission. After once again depleting her bank card, Fushiguro Shinsuke ambled out of the casino. Leaning casually against a telephone pole, he lit a cigarette. Located in Shinjuku, Kabukicho's Ikabangai is the most vibrant red light district, illuminated by a myriad of flickering neon signs that brighten the sky, even in the dead of night. It remains a bustling spectacle of humanity. Due to his exceedingly handsome appearance and carefree demeanor, women soon approached him. Under normal circumstances, he would not decline the advances of beautiful women, especially when feeling despondent after losing all his money. However, today he lacked such interest. Despite his icy demeanor, he could not deter the relentless waves of women approaching him. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, he clicked his tongue in annoyance, extinguishing the cigarette and strolling away. The lottery-winning numbers had been announced over 2 hours ago, and Fushiguro Shinsuke began to loathe his impeccable memory, realizing the girl had indeed spoken the truth. This also implied that her prophecy regarding him was likely to come true. Anyone who knew they might face dire misfortune would inevitably be in a foul mood. As he contemplated the remaining 4,000 yen in his pocket, weighing whether to seek a budget hotel for the night or to go all in at a 24-hour lottery shop, a familiar figure appeared before him. Hua Liang admitted that she had come to capitalize on the situation, smiling at him as she said, "Mr. Fushiguro, can you now believe what I say?" Fushiguro Shinsuke felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet he had no habit of venting his irritation on young girls. With his hands in his pockets, he approached slowly. "What do you want?" This was a verbal trap aimed at her, but Hua Liang was far from naive. "As I have already stated, I can only perceive vague images. I do not possess the immediate ability to alter one's fate. However, I suggest, Mr. Fushiguro, that you might consider leaving the neon lights behind for a time. Perhaps it could turn your fortunes around." Fushiguro Shinsuke felt a genuine perplexity. Why would this mysterious girl, whom he had never met, wish to assist him? "Ah, I understand." He revealed a look of sudden enlightenment, lowering his voice in an ambiguous manner. "My dear, tomorrow night at 8 p.m., room 602 at the Ginza AC Hotel, come collect my gratitude." After speaking, he scrutinized her expression, attempting to detect any sign of concession or satisfaction, but found none. So it's not for that. You simply wish for me to leave the neon lights behind?" With a life that could be counted in mere days, Hua Liang had no interest in romantic entanglements and promptly declined. "I already have a boyfriend." Fushiguro tilted his head in confusion. "Having a boyfriend, does that conflict with being with me? Doesn't he it?" "Not really, does it?" The throbbing in her temples intensified, and Hua Liang rubbed her head, feeling utterly fatigued as she attempted to communicate. "It's really unnecessary. You should save it for someone who needs it." Fushiguro found her response incredibly amusing. He was usually invincible among women, and this was the first time he had been rejected, especially when he was the one making the invitation. Thus, he decided to provoke her further with his words, "You're surprisingly innocent." He even began to promote himself earnestly. "Your boyfriend must be a peer, right? What is so great about that? Why not try an adult man?" Hua Liang was keenly aware of the underlying provocation in his words. Taking a deep breath, she replied meaningfully, "Mr. Fushiguro, do you know what the hardest substance in the world is? Diamonds." She shook her head, the corners of her crimson lips curling upward. "No, it's the JX of a DK. Cough, cough, cough." Fushiguro was momentarily taken aback by her bluntness, and after a few coughs, he recovered. Did she just imply he was old and questioned his masculinity? Chapter 45. 3 words will cost me $1 billion. Noticing that his expression had turned dangerously serious, Hua Liang seized the verbal advantage and promptly decided to withdraw. "I merely believe that Mr. Fushiguro need not gamble with the probability of losing his life." The more she spoke, the more her logic seemed coherent. She continued, "In my view, Mr. Fushiguro should have a brighter future ahead." Beep. Detecting the appearance of a main character, players should take caution. WTF? System, Get your act together. Hua Liang mentally screamed at the system. Excuse me? Are you malfunctioning? I interacted with Fushiguro last cycle, and there was no trigger for the main character announcement. Beep. World line updated. Detection accurate. What a headache. So the world line shifts according to her actions. What did she do? Did her conflict with him without meeting and raising Fushiguro's 2 young cubs trigger this? Help. She had no interest in married men. Did that mean she must take the difficult route to pursue him? A shiver ran down Hua Liang's spine as she cast aside that perilous thought. For someone like her, living day by day, what future could she possibly have? An inexplicable sensation of being scrutinized by him arose within Fushiguro, fueling a sense of resistance. Don't think that sweet talk will sway me. With a fortune of billions, why would you move next door to me if not to get closer? Fushiguro crossed his arms, adopting a defensive posture. While I can still converse with you calmly, state your intentions plainly. Hua Liang was not surprised by his abrupt challenge to the game. She had known since the day she met Kong Shiyu that her not-so-pure motives would be discerned by him. However, she had no intention of revealing her true purpose. Indeed, I cannot conceal your keen perception. Hua Liang shrugged, no longer feigning the innocence of a carefree girl, her demeanor growing colder. 1 billion. I want you to ensure my safety and assist me in gathering information on the man with stitches on his head. Stepping closer, she lowered her voice. He murdered my parents. If you can deliver him to me unharmed, I will grant you another billion. The highest form of deception is to speak only truths wrapped in lies. She merely sought to occupy his time and energy with another matter, distancing herself from the task of hunting the stellar essence. This would also engage his network within the Curse Masters to seek out the suspicious stitched man and provide her with a formidable ally, a strategy that could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. For someone as seasoned and clever as Fushiguro, one could not reveal their hand from the outset. It was essential to create an opening first. Allow him to recognize the problem himself, and by responding in alignment with his thoughts, he will be led to believe that everything is under his control. Fushiguro Megumi tilted his head in contemplation for a moment before raising his palm towards her. Success. Hua Liang could not contain her excitement, extending her hand for a high five in camaraderie. Fushiguro Megumi paused, then looked at her as if she were foolish, slowly spreading his 5 fingers. What I mean is, the total remuneration is 500 million yen. Hua Liang, what the hell? That's highway robbery. Although she intended to indulge and enjoy life, this was not the way to squander her resources. Sensing her discontent, Fushiguro Megumi methodically began to analyze, hastily moving away, aside from wanting to be closer to me. Perhaps it was also due to concerns for her safety? Furthermore, since your family is so wealthy, it stands to reason that your parents have employed bodyguards from the sorcery world, yet they were still taken down by the so-called man with stitches. His rough finger tapped his chin as he pondered aloud. 500 million yen, purchasing the life of a young lady, alleviating her worries. Doesn't that seem worthwhile? Hua Liang winced at the thought, attempting to negotiate. 300 million, as most of my parents' assets are tied up in a trust fund. This is the maximum amount I can access at one time. Deal. Fushiguro Megumi decisively concluded. Hua Liang, feeling nauseous with anger, fell silent. Just 3 sentences. And she had to spend an extra 100 million. The pretty boy from Tokyo certainly had a way with words. Until you capture the murderer of my parents, you must ensure my safety. Fushiguro Megumi raised an eyebrow. A personal bodyguard? As he spoke, he seemed eager to pitch additional services. If the young lady needs to unwind, she could join me for a type of cardio exercise that releases both endorphins and dopamine. Winter is fast approaching, and human body heat is irreplaceable by machines, you know. Winter is just around the corner, and we have only just entered summer. This man will say anything for money. Hua Liang lowered her head, expressionless, pulling out her phone. Your phone number? Fushiguro Megumi complied, reciting a string of numbers. After dialing, she promptly hung up, revealing her deadpan expression. The number that just called was mine. Send me your bank account details. Tomorrow, I will contact the legal department to draft a contract. And upon signing, I will transfer 50 million yen as a deposit. Feeling as if she would suffocate if she stayed any longer, she swiftly turned and fled, leaving only a cold, unfeeling silhouette behind. Ah, how indifferent. The pressure of employment is truly overwhelming. Fushiguro Megumi scratched the back of his head, resembling a contented lion, displaying a relaxed demeanor. 50 million yen will be in the account tomorrow. Well, the remaining money should go towards buying lottery tickets. I'll select numbers related to today's date. It truly is my lucky day. Miyagi Prefecture, Sendai City. Kong Shiyu's intelligence-gathering capabilities were exceptional. After receiving Fushiguro Megumi's call, in just 3 short days, she discovered the location of someone who had previously exhibited stitches on their head. Upon seeing it was in Sendai, she calculated that this coincided with Suguru Geto's task in Sendai City, purging a first-grade cursed spirit. While she did not know the exact location, What if she happened to encounter him? Regardless, any lead related to Stitches had her quite exhilarated. To avoid raising Fushiguro Megumi's suspicions, she had even resorted to faking an identity, discreetly seeking out information on a curse user skilled in ice techniques. A premonition lingered in the air. It seemed connected to the mysterious white-haired girl who had caught her attention last week. Enough is enough. Why must I even purchase my own Shinkansen ticket? Hua Liang disembarked the train with an unhappy expression. Had she not already paid a deposit? The funds were running low. Fushiguro Megumi, appearing unfazed, replied, "Besides, I'm accompanying you on this business trip. Can't the most basic accommodations and transportation be guaranteed?" Hua Liang silently steeled herself, resolved that once the star particle mission concluded, she would part ways directly. No need for this thick-skinned individual to assist her in finding people. Otherwise, she would ultimately shorten her own lifespan. Chapter 46. The Feudal Decadent Young Master. The summer in Sendai was suffused with lush greenery, as if the entire city was quietly guarded by verdant trees. Everywhere she looked, vibrant new leaves flourished. Even the summer cicadas perched on the branches seemed less noisy. This is the place. Hua Liang and Fushiguro Megumi paused before a two-story white detached house, where a small medicinal garden was enclosed by a half-height wooden fence. Aside from some mint, thyme, and dill, the majority of the garden was populated with the purple spotted stems of Japanese knotweed, which matched the house adorned with a knotweed sign. The wooden gate leading to the entrance stood ajar, and Hua Liang even spotted a child's stroller beneath the eaves. As Fushiguro Megumi raised his foot to enter, she swiftly tugged at the hem of his clothing, lowering her voice. "Wait, are you really just going to walk in like that?" Fushiguro Megumi clearly did not comprehend why he was being halted. What else should I do? Just because she had discovered that this household had once housed someone with stitches on their head, it did not confirm they were the murderer. Barging in might provoke them to call the police. Annoyed by his inability to perceive her adherence to the law, Hua Liang rolled her eyes. What if the people inside were uncooperative? With her arms crossed, revealing well-defined muscle lines, Fushiguro Megumi appeared nonchalant, exuding a sense of lethargy. "I believe no one facing death can resist the instinctual urge to survive." Of course, she should have known better. People who indulge in gambling, drinking, and other vices possess no moral compass. Not to mention, he had always been the type to treat life and death with indifference, ready to take action if provoked. It seemed that in addition to murder, he also possessed skills in interrogation. Let us come back later. We'll first sneak in to see if there are any usable clues without alarming the snakes. Hua Liang checked the time on her phone. If they couldn't find anything, they could always apprehend someone inside for questioning. For now, let us explore the city. Fushiguro Megumi rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly. "You've paid, so naturally, you call the shots." Both sides of Jozenji Street were packed with throngs of people. In the center of the road, colorful parades of performers danced joyfully. Each decorative float that passed was met with cheers and applause from the crowd. Hua Liang watched the dancers hopping about like lively sparrows and found it somewhat amusing. Today marked the 22nd Sendai Aoba Festival, where they performed the sparrow dance. It is said that during the Edo period, the family crest of the Sendai clan's founder, Date Masamune, featured bamboo and sparrows. Fushiguro Megumi, in good spirits, provided timely explanations, primarily to pray for the safety of families and commemorate the Date Masamune family's festival. Hua Liang was genuinely surprised. After all, this guy seemed like someone who was not well versed in cultural subjects, yet he surprisingly knew quite a bit. The stereotype of a brawny frame with a simple mind indeed reflected her biases. Just then, a boy clad in a black feathered garment caught her eye. He sported a mane of tousled golden hair, the tips dyed black, which elegantly accentuated his striking facial contours. Most notably, he possessed a pair of elongated, slanted emerald eyes that seemed to glimmer with intrigue. Hua Liang subtly turned her face, her gaze sweeping across Fushiguro Megumi's visage, confirming her suspicion. Indeed, there was a remarkable resemblance. This marked the third individual she encountered whose eyes bore such similarity. At that moment, a notion began to form in her mind. Black hair, green eyes, and upward tilted slender eyelids. Perhaps these were hereditary traits of the Zenin clan? In the next instant, the boy seemed to have also noticed Fushiguro Megumi's presence, his expression shifting from surprise to hesitation. Without a moment to ponder, Hua Liang rushed towards him. Her exceptional dynamic vision allowed her to clearly see a small cursed spirit, resembling a cicada, darting swiftly by. Seizing the moment of his distraction, she stealthily lifted a pearl-embellished pouch from her wide sleeve. Zenin Naoya, taken aback by the sudden approach, instinctively assumed that an imbecile intended to assault him in broad daylight. The annoyance of being dispatched to exorcise curses from the old residents on such a sweltering day was already sufficient. He was contemplating a bit of amusement under the pretense of self-defense. However, the moment he discerned that the newcomer was merely a beautiful girl of his age, he quickly lowered his guard. It wasn't that he was blinded by her beauty. Rather, he detected no trace of cursed energy emanating from her, leading him to conclude she was an ordinary person. The air around them twisted silently for a brief moment as the small cursed spirit, no larger than a palm, was swiftly consumed by a transparent tentacle before it could even let out a cry. This was one of the abilities Kraken had regained after her mental strength had replenished to about 30%, mimicry. It allowed her to seamlessly merge with her surroundings, blurring the line between visibility and invisibility, although the latter required a substantial amount of mental energy, limiting her to a mere 3 seconds of such concealment. Hua Liang bent down to retrieve the fallen pouch and offered it to Zen and Naoya. You drop this. Typically, she would not engage with others in such a direct manner. But this time, she had her reasons. Firstly, the boy's haughty demeanor and the palpable disconnect he exhibited from the ordinary people around them bore a striking resemblance to what she had observed in Satoru Gojo. This suggested that his status within the Zenin family was likely significant, warranting further investigation into whether he was indeed an important figure. Secondly, although Fushiguro Megumi was currently compliant due to monetary incentives, she recognized that he was not one to follow blindly. If someone were to offer him a better deal, she had no doubt he would turn against her without hesitation. Thus, it seemed prudent to consider another ally to counterbalance his influence. The Zenin family, previously at odds with Fushiguro, might serve as a viable option. Lastly, while acting in front of Fushiguro Megumi in such a manner could risk inciting his ire, it might also serve as a wake-up call for him. She was not entirely dependent on him. However, her resolve quickly wavered as she dismissed the thought. Hey, you don't need to go out of your way to approach me. I would never be interested in someone like you, an ordinary woman. The status of women within the Zenin family was already dismally low, not to mention a woman devoid of cursed energy. Hua Liang, still clutching the pouch, wrinkled her nose in disbelief, questioning her hearing. Huh? Zen and Naoya, assuming the girl had been struck by his words, remained momentarily speechless. Thus, he raised his chin higher, arrogance radiating from him. It's truly disheartening to see such a lack of decorum in public, running about without a semblance of the grace and virtue expected of a woman, and even initiating conversation with a man. Who gave you permission to look me in the eye? Initially, Hua Liang had thought him merely a juvenile lost in a fantasy world from watching too much television. To her astonishment, he was genuinely behaving in a manner true to himself. Chapter 47. How to compete for custody with a stranger. Despite his handsome visage, dyed hair, and trendy earrings, he spoke as if he had just emerged from a bygone era. Regaining her composure, she retorted sharply. For someone so young, you certainly carry an air of decay, as if you were a relic from the Meiji era. Honestly, the sin of age is overwhelming. Perhaps you should refrain from venturing outside. Truly, it was astonishing how he spoke with the tone of a staunch traditionalist, even if he didn't offer a word of thanks. He had no right to critique a stranger so harshly. Rolling her eyes, she lost all interest in the conversation, delivering a sharp kick to him before slipping away into the bustling crowd. Zen and Naoya stood momentarily in disbelief, followed swiftly by a surge of offended rage. Crazy woman. How dare you speak to me like that? He quickly pursued her form. Hua Liang darted behind a large bodyguard, thinking to herself, that's enough. Fushiguro Megumi, like an immovable wall, positioned himself between Hua Liang and Zen and Naoya, lazily speaking up. The fury that had marred Zen and Naoya's features extinguished in an instant, akin to being doused with cold water. He cautiously eyed Fushigiro's expression, stammering out, Megumi, shut up. Don't let me hear you utter that disgusting title. Fushiguro Megumi's mood darkened perceptibly, especially upon realizing that Zen and Naoya was the heir of the Zenin family, making him feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Hua Liang, observing the rapid change in the blonde's demeanor, was taken aback. This obedient appearance was reminiscent of a child who had just encountered an authority figure, so lacking in dignity. Fushiguro Megumi turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the girl behind him. Let us go. It's time to get down to business. Hua Liang followed closely behind, parting the throngs of people. When the blonde shot her a glare filled with hostility, she chose to ignore it. She sensed Fushiguro Megumi's foul mood. It was clear that the appearance of the Zenin heir had stirred unpleasant childhood memories for him. Well, it was evident that she had probed into a sensitive area for him. For her own safety, it was best not to push the boundaries too recklessly. It's still early evening. How about we grab a bite to eat first? No matter what unpleasant occurrences befell her, indulging in delicious food always lifted her spirits. Empathizing, she thought it prudent to ease the tension in Fushiguro Megumi's demeanor before embarking on any tasks. She had heard that the grilled beef tongue in this area was a specialty that must be tried. Suit yourself. After satisfying their appetites, the duo stood once more before the Itadori residence, the clock striking 10 at night. This neighborhood was not located in a bustling district. It was eerily quiet. The lights within the house had long been extinguished, leaving only the faint glow of street lamps spaced apart by several meters. Without disturbing anyone, and with no pets to alert them, they effortlessly leaped through the second-floor balcony into the room. Although the Itadori household had 2 stories, its inhabitants were few. The second floor contained only 2 bedrooms, and a man in his 50s was already deep in slumber. To ensure safety, Hua Liang applied a piece of gauze sprayed with ether over his mouth and nose. In mere moments, his struggles weakened, and he descended into unconsciousness. In regard to the small boy sleeping in the other room, who bore a striking resemblance to Fushiguro Megumi, she, fearing the potential cognitive impairments from the medication side effects, opted for a deft maneuver, ensuring that she would not harm his cervical spine, and with a swift strike, rendered him unconscious. Fushiguro Shinjiro had long since grown impatient. Witnessing her humane approach to the situation elicited a quirk of his brow. Well then, let us commence. No longer needing to tread lightly, as if a thief, Hua Liang's tone returned to its usual cadence. It was rather surprising that this old man had allowed his young grandson to sport pink hair. Fushiguro Shinjiro chose not to engage in conversation, instead rummaging through various potential sources of information. Receiving no response, Hua Liang remained undeterred, continuing her work while persisting with the dialogue. Upon seeing the child, I was suddenly reminded of Megumi. When will you return to see him? Though unspoken, I sensed he misses you dearly. Without lifting his gaze, Fushiguro Shinjiro replied coldly, there is no need. Why not? Typically, she had no interest in the familial affairs of others and would not pry unnecessarily. However, perhaps due to the endearing nature of the Fushiguro children, the most well-behaved and understanding little angels she had ever encountered, she resolved to uncover more. If he were to mature further, and if he were to demonstrate cursed energy, he would be taken by the Zenin family. Huh. Hua Liang expressed genuine astonishment, furrowing her brow. By what right? Does the Zenin family still exist in a feudal society? They have never cared for Megumi, so what gives them the right to take him? Yet, it seemed this individual was already in the process of forsaking him. She soon discovered that, had it not been for Kong Shiyu visiting the siblings and providing them with living expenses, they would have struggled to pay for gas and electricity. Because I sold him to the Zenin family. If he possesses cursed energy, he could fetch 50 million yen. Fushiguro Shinjiro turned the bedside table and desk upside down, casually, as if he were selling a piece of pork. If he can awaken any of the 10 shadow techniques that the Zenin family has not seen in centuries, they would have the opportunity to stand toe-to-toe with the Gojo family. Thus, the Zenin family would transfer 500 million yen to me. Hua Liang interjected. How can one contest the custody of a child with a complete stranger who shares no blood relation? I am quite anxious to hear your reasoning. Was he truly speaking sensibly? For the sake of a mere 500 million yen. Well, it wasn't merely that. Logically speaking, this sum was indeed an amount that 999 individuals would never earn in a lifetime. Yet, how could he contemplate selling his own child to a family as disreputable as the Zenins? Just observing the pompous and arrogant yellow-haired brat she encountered today made it clear that such an environment offered no quality education. How could Megumi, so sweet and innocent, withstand the Zenin family's torment? No, she absolutely could not permit it. How amusing it was that the very place from which he desperately sought to escape, he would so readily thrust his sole bloodline into the inferno for the sake of monetary gain. The scorn on her face was unmistakable as Hua Liang leaned against the wall and suggested, or perhaps you already have other children on the outside. Fushiguro Shinjiro's demeanor remained unperturbed. I named him, you know, Megumi. I didn't expect this little rascal to be so charming that he could win you over in such a brief time. What do you understand? If he possesses cursed energy, even if he is taken back to the Zenin family, there would be no issue. He wouldn't need to worry about food, clothing, or shelter. He paused, his emerald eyes gradually clouding with shadow. If he could awaken the 10 shadow techniques, his treatment within the Zenin family would only improve. What could be wrong with that? Non-Zenin individuals are not sorcerers, and non-sorcerers are not even considered human. They would not treat him like a stray dog, subjecting him to arbitrary abuse while refusing to grant him freedom. Hua Liang felt this resembled a self-justification of a scoundrel, yet upon deeper reflection, it was not entirely devoid of reason. This fellow was indeed reprehensible, unabashedly admitting his inability to care for a child. His remaining vestige of paternal affection lay in handing Megumi over to the Zenin family, while he could still reap a handsome reward for himself. How calculating he was. Chapter 48. Sorcerers are all latent madmen. Her sixth sense, always keen, sensed that Fushiguro Shinjiro's mood seemed rather poor, and she quickly grasped the crux of the matter. He could not allow Megumi to be placed in such a place, devoid of any warmth characteristic of humanity, treating him merely as a commodity awaiting sale. Hua Liang attempted to articulate her perspective. Without cursed energy, one could hardly be considered human, thus rendering them a disposable tool. Even if one possessed formidable cursed energy, they would merely serve the Zenin family's interests, functioning as a superior tool for familial gain. Clearing her throat, she felt slightly awkward about her sudden emotional outburst. Megumi was a gentle and sensitive child. He could not be allowed to grow up in such a cold and brutal environment. After a lengthy pause, still receiving no response, Hua Liang inwardly cursed him as a dullard. Nevertheless, she did not abandon her attempts at persuasion, but instead shifted her approach, soaring perilously close to the edge. Moreover, I observed that the antiquated minds within the Zenin family exhibited little discernment. Placing Megumi under their tutelage would be a gross waste of talent. As they spoke, the two switched rooms to continue their search, with Hua Liang heading straight for the bookshelf. Heaven and cursed binding. What a remarkable gift. Have there been any others like you? If you are not properly nurtured, how could you possibly have been severed from your family? Such a divine blessing has led to this situation. Those who do not seize divine gifts shall surely meet their doom. The Zenin family is destined for ruin. Fushiguro Shinjiro halted his search through the wardrobe. He straightened up, his expression contorting as if he had just been struck squarely in the face. Blessing? It is clearly a curse. Upon speaking, he scrutinized the expression on her face. If he detected even the slightest hint of mockery or derision, only one of them would leave this building standing upright tonight. Hua Liang countered. What is the distinction between sorcerers and ordinary people? Is it not that one can slay cursed spirits while the other, living or dead, can only serve as sustenance for cursed spirits? I cannot comprehend. After all, both are engaged in the destruction of cursed spirits. What difference does it make whether one employs sorcery or cursed tools? She traced circles beside her head with her index finger, declaring that the Zenin family's elders were rigid and unimaginative. After hearing her lengthy discourse, Fushiguro Shinjiro's serious demeanor gradually softened. He had not anticipated that she genuinely held such beliefs. Indeed, heaven and cursed binding were exceptionally powerful. However, without cursed tools, even the most formidable body could not vanquish cursed spirits. His voice grew increasingly stilted. Only cursed energy could dispel curses. The formation of cursed tools arose from sorcerers imparting their own cursed energy or techniques into the weapon through prolonged use. Hua Liang sighed, as if to say, "How stubborn you are. Is there a legal stipulation prohibiting non-sorcerers from utilizing cursed tools?" Clearly, Megumi could not be sent to the Zenin family. Look, even someone endowed with such formidable heaven and cursed binding, who had been subjected to PUA from a young age, would spend a lifetime healing from childhood trauma. Is cursed energy truly something good? Hua Liang inquired earnestly. It is the energy emitted from human negative emotions: anger, hatred, jealousy, arrogance, love unreciprocated. Sorcerers are like self-operating machines of cursed energy, relying on various extreme emotions for sustenance. To speak candidly, both sorcerers and curse users, in my eyes, are akin to walking time bombs, particularly the more powerful ones, whose mental states tend to be increasingly unstable. Fushiguro Megumi, struck as if by lightning, found himself unable to digest the logic presented by his counterpart, left bewildered yet profoundly shaken. Attempting to align with the other's thought process, he swallowed hard and articulated. So, according to your reasoning, I could be considered a rare instance of normalcy? Without hesitation, Hua Liang retorted, "You are the chosen one, my dear. Possessing abilities that surpass even those of sorcerers, you can eliminate cursed spirits without succumbing to the negative emotions that typically breed them in ordinary people. If everyone were as uniquely devoid of cursed energy as you, cursed spirits would never manifest, and sorcerers would not need to risk their lives battling them." Seizing the moment while Fushiguro was overwhelmed by her barrage of information that challenged his worldview, Hua Liang hastily injected a personal agenda. "So you see, there's no need to send Yuta to the Zenin family. If you must sell him, why not sell him to me instead?" The mention of Fushiguro Yuta's fate jolted Fushiguro Megumi back to reality. The emerald hue of his eyes flickered with a chill in the dim surroundings. Narrowing his gaze, he questioned, "Where do you acquire such funds? Wasn't it said that one cannot profit from their precognitive abilities? Or perhaps the earlier claim about needing a 300 million yen threshold was merely a ruse?" Hua Liang smiled enigmatically. "A secret." Fushiguro Megumi, not easily deceived, pressed on, "So, was the so-called prophecy merely a trap you set for me? Can you accurately predict lottery numbers because you have a stake in the lottery organization? Have you engaged in some clandestine dealings?" His relentless inquiries left her head throbbing. In a moment of inspiration, Hua Liang devised a strategy to stall. Wasn't it stated that Yuta must wait until he turned 6 for testing? He must awaken cursed energy or techniques for the Zenin family to consider a trade. Thus, regardless of whether Yuta awakens, I will offer you 500 million yen for a transaction. From the depths of an old vanity drawer, she retrieved a time-worn picture frame, asserting, "You can't possibly lose, right? However, I must investigate whether it can be transferred to my name." Moreover, regarding Tsutsumi, it appeared her mother had no intention of caring for her any longer. Since it was no trouble to herd 1 sheep or 2 for companionship, why not acquire her guardianship as well? Fushiguro Megumi was still embroiled in doubts about her prophetic abilities and persisted. Then predict which foot I will step out of the door with first. Hua Liang rolled her eyes. How absurd. Why not predict whether we will uncover clues about the stitching today? With a soft click, the stand of the picture frame broke away, crashing to the floor. A photograph spiraled out from the frame's compartment, which Hua Liang swiftly seized. I believe we have found a clue. She began, but it was not him she was referencing. It was her. Upon displaying the photograph to Fushiguro Megumi, he lowered his gaze to see a striking woman with short hair cradling a pink-haired infant. A grotesque stitching scar marred the entirety of the woman's forehead. Receiving the photograph and flipping it over, he read the inked inscription, Itadori Yuji, 1 year old. Suddenly, a familiar throbbing pain surged in his head, causing Hua Liang's vision to darken before gradually brightening again. Images began to play in her mind. A tall, dark-haired man leaning against a wall, seated on the ground, his handsome visage obscured by blood. His verdant eyes were further intensified by the crimson hue. Blood dripped from his chiseled jaw, cascading down his muscular form, cloaked in a black t-shirt. An unknown force had carved a circular wound into his left side, leaving his left arm mangled. A waterfall of crimson flowed across the floor. This was Fushiguro Megumi's death omen. Soon, Hua Liang emerged from the grim vision of the future. Her gaze drifted to the pink-haired child sleeping soundly on the bed, and she sighed deeply. She restrained herself from looking at Fushiguro Megumi's face. It was unsettling to realize that they had just been engaging in a battle of wits and banter, and in the next moment, she learned of his impending demise in such a brutal manner. The dilemma now confronting her was whether to attempt to save him. Last week, she had witnessed the scene of Gojo Satoru's death and, based on the information gathered, determined that he belonged to the just side. To avert a tragic ending, she resolved to protect him at all costs. However, the Fushiguro Megumi she had previously categorized as the villain in her last run had now ascended to a position of equal significance alongside Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto. With a sigh, she rubbed her aching temples, contemplating the absurdity of the task at hand. Whoever wished to undertake it could do so. Hua Liang raised her head, her silver-gray eyes radiating a nonchalant calmness that signified, living is acceptable, but death is equally inconsequential. So, could you explain why the man I am seeking, the one with the stitching, has undergone a transformation? Chapter 49, The Master of Amusement Park Scams. Fushiguro Megumi shrugged his shoulders, deflecting blame. How would I know? Perhaps it was merely misinformation from Kong Shiyu. He feigned casualness, remarking, maybe the woman in the photo had a medical condition that necessitated a craniotomy? This thought struck Hua Liang. After all, a scar spanning the entire forehead could not be the result of a minor operation. What kind of ailment required such a horrifying surgical intervention? A sense of unease crept into her mind. Yet she could not pinpoint its origin and decided to set it aside for now. Let's go. She carefully tucked the photograph away, gesturing to Fushiguro Megumi to inform Kong Shiyu to investigate through the social medical system. Fushiguro Megumi crossed his arms as he exited the room. So, are we staying in Sendai tonight? What? Do you have plans? It's nothing much. I just remembered that there are rowing competitions happening in Tokyo Bay. Hua Liang replied, instantly understanding that this gambler was likely itching for a bet. However, she also wished to linger in Sendai for a couple more days in hopes of encountering Suguru Geto. It might be best to take this opportunity to part ways. Sure. After all, it only takes an hour and a half on the Shinkansen to return to Tokyo. Hua Liang nodded. If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. I want to stay here for a couple more days. It's a rare chance, and I could use some time to relax. Her candidness made Fushiguro Megumi more vigilant. No deductions? Do I look like Uncle Scrooge to you? Hua Liang waved her hand, signaling him to depart. This was never a contract for a personal bodyguard. She could manage her own affairs. Fushiguro Megumi nodded slightly and turned to leave. Rowing wasn't a significant concern. What he truly needed to do was follow up on the lucrative deal that Kong Shiyu had facilitated last time. Killing an ordinary high school student would yield a reward of 120 million yen. He already had a rough plan in mind. Even after deducting fees for posting on Curse user forums and Kong Shiyu's brokerage commission, the income would still be quite substantial. The only variable might be Gojo's 6 eyes. But even his limitless techniques were not entirely insurmountable. For instance, he possessed a special grade curse tool, 10 Reverse Spear, capable of disrupting ongoing techniques. It had cost him a considerable sum and required some underhanded tactics to acquire it from an underground auction. As the saying goes, a sharp knife does not hinder woodcutting. With the aid of this cursed tool, he effortlessly reaped the lives of countless sorcerers and curse users. A mere monkey devoid of cursed energy, he could easily breach any sorcerer's defenses with the enhancement of the special cursed artifact. The sole advantage of being born into the dilapidated Zen family might be the access to intel regarding the ancestral techniques of other clans. The first neutral limitless technique mastered by the Gojo clan, the power of stasis, could be easily dissected by him. The second, the strengthening limitless technique known as AO, which harnesses the power of cursed energy for manipulation, was also easily evaded. As for the third, the rebounding limitless technique, it seemed that the opponent had yet to grasp its control. Even if they did, he was not without means to retaliate. Thus, this endeavor seemed feasible. After advancing a few paces, while he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to squander his reward, a girl's icy voice echoed behind him. Do not engage in perilous activities for a while. My foresight of the future is not mere rhetoric. Hua Liang pursed her lips and quietly warned, if you go, you will die? I have seen it. It just happened. June 7, 2006, Narima District, Tokyo. Upon returning to this forsaken amusement park, Hua Liang was filled with profound emotions. According to her genuine sense of time, only a month had truly elapsed. Seizing the moment while the supervisory department's subordinates were yet to arrive, she lightly tapped her toes. Effortlessly entering the park's interior, she was eager to uncover what secrets Sumeragi and Gojo had encountered inside last week, which had rendered them so suspicious upon their departure. The rusted chains of the pirate ship creaked, the paint on the safety bars peeling away in a dismal state. The once vibrant carousel now lay tarnished, its colorful seats cracked and worn. Aside from the incessant cries of cicadas, the deserted amusement area was as quiet as a graveyard. An orange bouncy ball rolled to her feet. As Hua Liang rounded the corner beneath a gigantic Ferris wheel, another blue ball rolled toward her. How amusing. The cursed spirits in this amusement park possessed a childlike innocence. A smile crept onto her lips, igniting a rare spark of curiosity. As she turned past a weathered wall, she was met not by a grotesque cursed spirit, but rather a bustling food street stretching nearly 100 meters. Young couples, parents with children, and vibrant students filled the area, relishing the array of delicacies before them. Some laughed and chatted, while others indulged in their meals, and a few even pulled out their phones for selfies. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had been thrust into a scene from Spirited Away. The heaps of food piled enticingly on the tables, radiating a rich aroma that stirred her appetite. Was it possible that a mere taste would transform her into a captive pig, awaiting slaughter to entertain the guests of the bathhouse each night? Logically, she understood this was surely an illusion conjured by a cursed spirit, yet the vividness of this mirage was overwhelming. She tentatively reached out to poke a succulent roasted chicken leg, and whether through taste, sight, sound, or touch, the feedback from this food was infuriatingly delectable. Her throat tightened as she swallowed mouthful after mouthful of saliva. Just as her desire to feast became unbearable, a broad hand seized her wrist. Oceanic salinity. Wake up. A melodious voice resonated in her ear, and as Hua Liang opened her eyes, a radiant glow washed over her vision. In the next moment, a black, cursed spirit gem was clasped within elegantly long fingers. Regaining her composure, her gaze traveled from the oversized dark blue pants upwards, where a fitted white shirt accentuated the youth's slender waist and broad shoulders. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, he had opted not to wear the high school's uniform jacket. Higher still, polished obsidian earrings adorned his earlobes, adding to his striking appearance. His elongated eyes curved into a smile. If there are no issues, you may rise. May I inquire why you are here? Did you witness anything peculiar? This was Sumeragi, a figure both familiar and foreign to her. Chapter 50. You saved a beauty, Jay. Hua Liang lifted her face, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon her gentle gaze. Her skin, resembling cold jade, was adorned with a warm orange glow. Oh, I think I saw an animal with a long nose and then fell asleep. She feigned innocence, asking with a naive demeanor, was it a monster? Ah, in that case, it's all right, you are safe now. Sumeragi's voice faltered as he observed her. The moment she looked at him, an odd sensation enveloped him. In truth, ever since he stepped into this amusement park, everything had spiraled into absurdity and unreality. First, he found himself in a dream of washing dishes in a kitchen, and then inexplicably began playing with bubbles. This was clearly a childish prank of Gojo's. Once he sensed something amiss, the illusion shattered instantly. Following the tainted remnants of the cursed spirit, he spotted a massive cursed entity resembling a tapir, enticing the girl to jump into its gaping maw. Then came the usual task sequence. Utilize cursed spirit manipulation to transform it into a cursed spirit gem, assess the situation of the non-sorcerer ensnared in the supernatural event, and finally exit the barrier to notify the external supervisors for subsequent measures. However, as he progressed to the second step, his plans were interrupted. This unfamiliar girl seemed to possess a compelling allure that inexplicably drew his attention. Yet, he quickly attributed this to her exceptionally beautiful face. Oh, so you saved me? Hua Liang nonchalantly retrieved her phone from her pocket. Shall we exchange numbers? Huh. Sumeragi was caught off guard by her forwardness. Typically, ordinary individuals encountering monsters would succumb to fear, rendering them unable to react. This was precisely why the supervisory team had to intervene. The supervisory department and local law enforcement collaborated to ensure the physical and mental well-being of non-sorcerers, requiring them to sign confidentiality agreements to prevent widespread panic. Yet, the girl before him seemed to have instantly shed her fear upon seeing him, or perhaps she simply did not feel afraid. Or was she already mentally unhinged? How else could she so abruptly ask for his contact information? I'm currently on a mission, so I can't, just as Sumeragi prepared to use an official excuse to brush her off. A loud male voice pierced through the air. Hey Jay, have you cleaned everything up? Turning around, he saw a silver-haired youth approaching with a bag of desserts, whistling nonchalantly. As he drew near, Gojo lowered his sunglasses and leaned in close to Hua Liang's face. Ah, Jay, you've saved a beauty. Did the mission dossier mention this? Here we go again. This white-haired nuisance had returned. Why did he always appear like a ghost at the critical moments when she attempted to charm Sumeragi? Hua Liang felt a surge of frustration within, yet she maintained a facade of gentleness and kindness, subtly retreating her body. Pray, mind your words and actions. Suguru Geto frowned, adjusting his friend's position to shield the girl from any fright. Satoru Gojo waved a shopping bag, exclaiming, I just happened to be nearby a new dessert shop and thought of you while buying strawberry cream puffs, so I decided to drop by. In truth, he could not quite articulate why he had ventured out. The advertisement for the dessert shop had piqued his curiosity. Initially intending to return to Jujutsu High after purchasing the treats, he found himself inexplicably drawn to this location after a sudden flutter of his heart. Miss, have we met before? Satoru circled around Hua Liang, his gaze fixating on her silvery gray eyes before he slapped his thigh in realization. I remember now. You're the one who lives beneath my apartment. It's been ages since I last saw you in the elevator. Have you moved? What brings you to this rundown amusement park? Alas, his suspicions had once again been aroused. Hua Liang thought, being suspected is my fate, I am well aware. She chose not to follow his topic, but instead focused intently on Suguru's eyes. Could you share your phone number with me? Ignored entirely, Satoru pouted in discontent, interrupting Suguru's response. Aren't you going to answer my question first? With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket with one hand, his cobalt blue eyes fixed on Suguru. What is your number? Capturing a beauty's number will surely delight my phone. He added, after all, we are neighbors. It would be prudent to have each other's contacts in case of emergencies. Hua Liang was initially taken aback, but soon realized that he was merely a charming chatterbox. Sweet-talking for effect. She recited a string of digits and promptly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Under the intense gaze of those piercing blue eyes, she complied. What shall I call you? I am Hua Liang. Gojo Satoru, that's me, he replied. Hua Liang saved the number. Her memory was typically sharp, recalling most numbers she had encountered. However, she merely sought to symbolically navigate through this exchange. Left to his own thoughts, Suguru grappled with his emotions. He felt a flicker of joy at the request for his number, yet irritation brewed within him at her apparent favoritism towards his friend. Why was she adding Satoru's number first? Why not inquire about his? He attributed his unease to the influence of a cursed spirit weaving illusions. Steeling himself, he calmly suggested, let us go? That night, the glow of his phone illuminated Suguru's face. He swiftly registered a Facebook account and recalled the phone number he had heard earlier. Beginning his search, soon, he stumbled upon an account with a cat avatar and the username I Love Sleeping. The good news was that phone numbers were uniquely tied to social media accounts. If this girl named Hua Liang was truthful, this must be her profile. The bad news was that the account had only one post, made 2 days prior. Encountered a tattooed brother, accompanied by a photo of a wild tabby cat, seemingly captured during an accidental street encounter. What is so special about a cat? He mused, shaking his head. He quickly changed his newly registered profile picture to a frontal shot of himself and altered his username to Geto Suguru. After completing these adjustments, he cautiously liked the post about the tattooed brother. Then began the long wait. He rolled around on his bed, feeling utterly foolish for complicating a simple matter of restating his phone number. Chapter 51. This woman is quite something. Ding dong. Suguru snatched his phone from beside his pillow, hastily opening the Facebook app to find one message from a stranger. Suguru? He pressed his lips together, yet could not suppress a smile. Tapping the blue-eyed Persian cat avatar, he patiently awaited a minute before typing back, yes, who are you? On the other end, Hua Liang was scouring the internet for reasonable ways to contact Suguru, only to be surprised that he had messaged her first. Let us play along, she thought. A newly created account could hardly claim it wasn't he specifically seeking her. She had no intention of dismantling the ruse, as she had gleaned enough about Suguru's character from their previous interactions. He was one to care deeply about his outward appearance and often feigned calmness in social settings, all while striving to maintain a respectable image and seeking the meaning of his existence. What a coincidence, I'm Hua Liang. The one you saved at the amusement park yesterday evening. Do you remember? TSK. Playing it aloof, are we? Hua Liang popped open a chilled can of cola, letting out a satisfied sigh as she took her first sip. She had cleverly hidden the cola during the day. The two little rascals from the Fushiguro household were not allowed to drink carbonated beverages, lest they stunt their growth. One hand holding the cola, she texted with the other. I didn't get a chance to properly thank you earlier. Would you like to grab a meal tomorrow? I might not be free tomorrow. Doubt began to creep in for Hua Liang. Was this a rejection or a game of hard to get? Regardless, an opportunity to connect should not be squandered. So she feigned ignorance regarding his indifference and continued typing. Are you busy dealing with situations similar to mine? Yes. Interesting. He seemed to relish the act of feigning aloofness. Hua Liang decided to let him simmer a bit and shifted her focus to the message she had just received from Zenon. The mysterious white-haired girl she had failed to identify last week was finally coming into view after her financial prompting. Someone claimed to have encountered a three-headed monster in Shirakawa-go, Gifu Prefecture, which had sustained severe injuries. As he lay on the brink of death, he vaguely saw a girl, around 14 or 15 years old, with white hair, slaying the beast. Her hair did not appear entirely white. As she faced away from him, a patch at the back was stained crimson, though it was unclear whether it was her hair color or the monster's blood. Resting her chin on her hand, Hua Liang fell into contemplation. The three-headed monster described by the non-sorcerer must be a cursed spirit, while the girl who vanquished it could very well be the enigmatic ally she had encountered last week, the one who had collaborated with the red octopus to ambush them. However, she had long wished to voice her thoughts. As for Satoru Gojo, he was a different case entirely. That fellow had white eyelashes and was likely a natural silver-haired individual. At first, she had thought she was dealing with a person suffering from albinism, but upon noting the blue hue of his eyes and his lack of aversion to sunlight, she dismissed that notion. Nanami seems to possess an eighth of Nordic ancestry, with a grandfather hailing from Denmark, which accounts for his golden locks. However, the peculiar child named Yuji Itadori, whom she encountered at Itadori's home a few days ago, is a marvel. His hair was already a striking pink in his one-year-old photograph. What an extraordinary genetic inheritance. Perhaps due to her upbringing in a predominantly Chinese community, she feels an innate affinity towards those with black hair, such as the angelic Huihui. Ding dong. A notification chimed from her phone's background program. Upon opening the app, she was met with the question, "Why are you at an abandoned amusement park?" Unbeknownst to her, Suguru Geto, residing in the high school dormitory, had been anxiously opening the chat application every 20 seconds for nearly 10 minutes, awaiting a response. After a prolonged silence, he succumbed to deep anxiety. In the first minute of waiting, she might have stepped away for water. By the third minute, he wondered if his response had been too tepid and if she was upset. In the fifth minute, frustrated, he tossed his phone aside, dismissing the matter, reminding himself that she was merely a non-sorcerer. By the 10th minute, he picked up his phone again, contemplating his words. After much editing by the 17th minute, he finally sent his first inquiry-laden message. This was a place my parents often took me to as a child, but they tragically passed away in a car accident over a month ago. The doctor advised me that remaining cooped up at home would drain my spirit. Rather, I should venture out and engage in activities that might bring me joy, which could be beneficial for dealing with post-traumatic stress. Suguru abruptly turned over, colliding with the headboard. Rubbing his forehead with one hand, he began typing with the other. I apologize for bringing up such a sorrowful topic. Hua Liang swiftly seized the opportunity. Then, as compensation, could you help me create some joyful memories, Suguru? Suguru almost instantaneously replied, I can take a day off the day after tomorrow. Shall we meet at Shibuya Sky at 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow? Sounds good. He set down his phone, unable to suppress a roll of glee on his bed. Despite his usual composed demeanor, it was hard to resist the overwhelming excitement of being invited on a date by a girl he had affections for. Who could withstand such a temptation at his age? Overwhelmed with exuberance, he thumped the bed beneath him a few times to subdue the urge to leap up and laugh boisterously. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the dormitory door. Suguru froze, peering out from his pillow. Who is it? A voice belonging to Satoru Gojo called out. What is all this noise at this hour? Are you sleepwalking? I finally managed to fall asleep. If you want to fight, just say so. Ah, my apologies. I accidentally knocked over my computer chair, which toppled the small stool beside it. Suguru resolved not to disclose his plans for the following day to Satoru, knowing his friend's loose tongue would surely ruin his date. I'll be mindful. You should get some rest, Gojo. As he heard the footsteps of his friend retreating, Suguru let out a long sigh of relief. The tension of having his secret nearly discovered gradually subsided, allowing his excitement for the impending date to settle. Just as he reached for his phone to reminisce about the day's chat, A message from an unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. "Good night, Suguru. This is it. It's completely over." Suguru stared intently at the heart emoji on the screen, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if intoxicated. He gritted his teeth silently. This woman certainly knows how to push his buttons. Chapter 52. The fox is the cutest of all. "Sumiki-chan, could you please pass me that glass bowl from the dish rack?" Hua Liang meticulously arranged the chopped lettuce at the bottom of the bowl, then poured in the crispy bacon and breadcrumbs, topping it off with a sprinkle of cheese before nudging it aside. The crucial task of mixing now rested on Huey's shoulders. Surely, he could manage it, right? Fushiguro, standing on his usual little stool, rolled up his sleeves, pursed his lips, and nodded solemnly. Observing him begin his work, Hua Liang then directed Fushiguro Tsumiki to carry a plate of freshly rinsed raspberries to the dining table. Mission accomplished. Dinner is served. In addition to the vegetable salad and fruits, Hua Liang also prepared sweet and sour pork, ginger stir-fried meat, and a large pot of fragrant soybean and pig trotter soup. Ever since she decided to take the two Fushiguro children under her wing, she had been responsible for their daily meals. However, she was not a frequent cook. With the impending Starstream mission, she had to step out for arrangements. Fortunately, this time she was a wealthy heiress, so when she was away, professionals ensured that the children's needs, food, clothing, housing, and education, were meticulously attended to. Yet, she chose not to return to her opulent apartment. Firstly, she had not completed the adoption paperwork, and secondly, Fushiguro and Tsumiki still held hopes for their parents and would undoubtedly be reluctant to leave home. Ultimately, since she had concocted a plausible reason for moving in with Suguru, it was best not to reveal any flaws in her story, especially considering Satoru's keen perceptiveness. If she wished to continue her interactions with Suguru and perhaps pursue a romantic relationship, she would inevitably have to navigate through his close friend, Satoru Gojo. With this in mind, Hua Liang opened her phone and snapped a photo of the bountiful lunch spread before her. Selecting the chat with Suguru, she clicked send. "I invited the well-behaved neighbor kids over for dinner. It looks quite delicious, doesn't it?" Ding dong. She quickly received a response. "Caesar salad. I don't recognize the other dishes. They are Chinese dishes. If you'd like to try them, I can cook for you next time. Hey you. Don't be picky." Catching a glimpse of Fushiguro quietly transferring the sweet and sour pork from his bowl to the bone dish, Hua Liang intervened, insisting, "You must eat more meat to grow taller." Fushiguro wrinkled his face in hesitation, murmuring, "But the sweet dishes feel strange to me." Hua Liang treated everyone equally. Even a 4-year-old child. "Why do you feel that way? The fruit cake we had last time was also sweet, and you enjoyed it. Desserts and dishes are different." Due to his tender age, Fushiguro lacked the vocabulary to articulate the distinction accurately. Just as he was on the verge of frustration, Hua Liang nodded in understanding. "Then you should eat more ginger stir-fried meat. Don't you like a bit of spiciness? Next time, I'll try making hot pot from my homeland. I've heard it's particularly spicy." After speaking, she turned to Fushiguro Tsumiki, observing her slender wrist. "Tsumiki-chan, you must eat more too. Come, have a bowl of pig trotter soup. It will help you grow taller." "Okay." The two little angels nodded obediently. She had also extended an invitation to Fushiguro Satoru to join them, but that fellow had never relented, likely off gambling his fortune away. Everyone has a past, and secrets they keep hidden. She felt no need to further inquire about the reason behind the other's reluctance to meet. Glancing at her phone, the absence of a reply from Suguru Geto piqued her interest immensely. It was akin to teasing a small creature foraging outside its burrow. If one ventured too close, it would swiftly retreat to safety. Yet, in the absence of a response, it would cautiously peek out once more. Utterly endearing. With a magnanimous heart, she chose to bypass the previous topic, chuckling softly, and sent a photo of a little fox standing in the snow with its head slightly tilted. "Isn't it adorable?" Of course, Suguru Geto was unaware that the image had been subtly altered, and upon opening it, a virus would infiltrate his phone, extracting all his information. He gently stroked the fox's delicate nose before saving the picture. Yes, the most adorable. Indeed, the fox was the epitome of cuteness. Cats were merely praised for their willingness to approach, making them seem more easily attainable. Hua Liang smiled, her spirits elevated as she continued to banter with him. In the meantime, Fushiguro Megumi and Tsukumo Yuki, quietly dining, exchanged glances at the beaming Hua Liang. Yuki raised an eyebrow. Is she in love? Megumi subtly shook his head while feigning concentration on his meal. Not yet. Before they could even engage in a few playful antics, the overly perceptive Hua Liang caught them in the act. She affectionately ruffled their hair. Little ones shouldn't overthink. Just eat. Later that night, Hua Liang sat at her computer desk, diligently researching information about the Star Cult. Today marked June 9th, with less than 3 days remaining until the Star Mass task commenced, and a twinge of anxiety crept in. To this day, she had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the white-haired girl, and the Star Cult had, much like last week, issued a bounty for the star Massachusetts. The only difference was that Fushiguro Shinsuke had been remarkably compliant, with no reports of sorcerer assassins taking on the bounty. Regardless, she needed to ensure the safety of the star mass, but first, she had to lay some groundwork. She stood up and took a selfie. I want to go to the beach. When? Soon. I initially moved to escape my old environment, so I thought I might as well travel a bit to refresh my mood. Sounds good. In stark contrast to his seemingly aloof response was Suguru Geto's rapid action of saving the photo. I sent you a picture because I was afraid you'd forget what I look like. I remember. Hua Liang rolled her eyes playfully before typing with a mischievous grin. Actually, the intention was to let you know that I'll be wearing this dress tomorrow. You can wear something in the same color, too. Suguru Geto froze, his mind racing to determine if matching outfits could equate to couple attire. He refrained from replying, opting instead to take a cold shower to cool his heated thoughts. After a prolonged hesitation, approximately an hour and a half later, at 11:15 p.m., he reopened the chat window and sent, "Are you asleep?" Receiving no response. His phone screen remained dark. He lay in bed, staring blankly at the pitch-black ceiling. Great, now he couldn't sleep. How could she just drift off like that? Chapter 53. You little mischievous vixen. Beneath the azure sky, the heat enveloped the silver beach, accompanied by the cacophony of indistinct faces and laughter. Suguru Geto stood beneath a sunshade, a glass of chilled orange juice in hand, the refreshing sensation seemingly alleviating some of the sweltering heat. Less than 2 meters away, lounging on a beach chair, was a girl with ebony hair and porcelain skin. Her full, rosy lips clutched an unlit cigarette, and she appeared somewhat agitated. Rummaging through her bag, suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her pale silver eyes reflecting a languid demeanor. "Hey, could I borrow a light?" Suguru Geto swallowed hard, realizing that he, too, had a cigarette in his mouth. The sharp spiciness of the burning tobacco quickly spread through his lungs, igniting a fervor within him. He approached, bending down, not to light the cigarette she held, but to take it from her lips, cupping her face with his hand and kissing those lips that left him parched. The taste was even more succulent and sweet than he had anticipated. There was no reason. He simply desired to do so. A voice deep within urged him that he should have done this long ago. The shrill sound of an electronic alarm jolted Suguru Geto from his chaotic and absurd dream. He had set the air conditioning on a timer before bed, but now his skin felt uncomfortably sticky. Turning off the annoying alarm, he attempted to recall the sweet dream. Yet it felt obscured behind a veil of frosted glass, rendering all the scenes hazy. Shaking his heavy head, he finally sensed something was amiss. His lower body was a complete mess. Cursing under his breath, he raked his fingers through his tousled hair and shuffled toward the bathroom. After having brunch at the high school cafeteria, he stood before the full-length mirror in his bedroom, actively selecting an appropriate outfit for their afternoon date. The black ensemble was formal, yet somewhat dreary, and given the sweltering heat, it would be uncomfortable. The white shirt was refreshing, but it clashed with the gray-brown cargo pants he had recently purchased. After much deliberation, he donned a navy blue patterned t-shirt. Tightening the bun at the back of his head, he adjusted the carefully styled bangs at his forehead, nodding in satisfaction. A couple of spritzes of woody-scented cologne later, he grabbed his phone, keys, and wallet, stepping out of the dormitory. About 2 minutes later, he abruptly returned, shedding the blue patterned t-shirt in favor of a plain white one. Not allowing himself a moment of second-guessing, he hurriedly exited. In the bustling Shibuya district of Tokyo, renowned as the street of youth and equally classified as a sleepless neighborhood like Shinjuku, it stood as Asia's fashion hub. Hua Liang had no interest in appreciating the vibrant scenery around her, as she was preoccupied with fending off an insistent middle-aged man attempting to strike up a conversation. She understood well that the culture of soliciting conversations was prevalent in this part of Tokyo, but she had no desire to become someone else's target. Last week, she faced none of these issues, clad in the drab, dark uniform of her high school, wearing a cold expression that clearly conveyed her unapproachability. Today, however, in a bid to cultivate a pure and sweet image, she had donned a lace fairy dress, reminiscent of those worn by the beloved protagonists in dramas. Acquainted with the less savory tendencies of men, she recognized that mere innocence would not suffice. This dress, tailored to accentuate her slender waist, featured intricate lace embroidery that barely concealed her porcelain skin. Her long black hair was loosely pinned at the back with a jade hairpin, with a few stray strands framing her face, creating a languid yet beautiful allure. Striking a balance between innocence and seduction, she was determined to captivate Suguru Geto today. The good news was that her appearance was certainly eye-catching. The bad news was that she had become entangled with an unseemly toad of a man. When one finds themselves ensnared in ennui, they may invite me to join them. I can lead you to delightful culinary experiences, for I am well acquainted with this area. The corpulent middle-aged man chuckled slyly, lowering his voice. If you decide to spend the night, I can offer you 100,000 yen. Hua Liang glanced at her phone. There were still about 10 minutes until the agreed-upon time, so she resolved to return to her true nature and deal with this incessantly buzzing fly. Certainly, she nodded, her expression betraying a sense of profound boredom. For the vigil, it's 100,000 yen, and for the lamentation, an additional 40,000. The price is reasonable and fair. The middle-aged man initially felt elated, thinking he had stumbled upon a gem today. However, the subsequent words struck him like a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing his pride. Who do you think you are? The vile intentions he harbored were mercilessly exposed, leaving him feeling humiliated and infuriated. He began to speak indiscriminately. I've seen many women like you, merely appearing pure on the surface, but in reality, you're just. Uncle, is there something you need? The man's rotund and diminutive figure was overshadowed by a tall and imposing silhouette. Suguru Geto casually strolled over to Hua Liang's side, his hands tucked into the ample pockets of his work pants, and leaned slightly forward, leisurely inquiring, do share your thoughts with me. The man, sensing an overwhelming threat and pressure in the presence of this formidable male, could only stammer a few words before retreating in frustration. Geto cleared his throat. My apologies for arriving late. I regret that you encountered such an incident. Hua Liang smiled brightly and shook her head, continuing her straightforward approach. Not at all. It was merely my excitement that led me to arrive a bit early. Pausing, she deliberately let her gaze linger on his white t-shirt for 2 seconds before looking up into his eyes. You look quite dashing today, Geto-kun. Ah, really? Geto touched his rapidly warming ears, uncertain whether she referred to his earlier actions or his outfit, which matched her skirt in color. You look very. The word beautiful was swallowed, leaving only a barely audible sound. Hua Liang chuckled lightly, her voice buoyant. So, what shall we do now? How about we take a stroll through the shopping mall first? He strained to recall the dating steps he had read online the previous night. Was it first to browse the shops? To see if there were any small gifts a girl might like, to buy and present to her? Given the sweltering heat, they could find a cafe to rest, enjoy some drinks, and perhaps indulge in a slice of cake. What next? Was it a movie or a meal? Overwhelmed by her silver-gray gaze, he found himself tongue-tied, his ears buzzing and his mind ablaze, all thoughts tangled into a muddled mess. Just as he was in the throes of torment, a hoarse male voice echoed from afar. Geto, are you secretly going on a date with a girl behind my back? You treacherous fox. Chapter 54, The Embarrassing Duo of High School. Wakaba Wataru was quick to act, rushing over with lightning speed and seizing Geto's arm, shaking it vigorously. Have you forgotten our initial vow, little Geto? Kaido now followed closely, nestling against Geto's other arm with a bird-like demeanor. You promised to be with me for a lifetime. Why are you dating someone else? Hua Liang. Geto. He gazed expressionlessly at his two friends, who were making a spectacle of themselves on the street, his heart extinguished. His body felt as stiff as if he had been lifeless for 24 hours. And he dared not turn his head to see the expression on Hua Liang's face. This world had ultimately wronged him too much. Let it perish, for he was weary. The events unfolded from the moment Wataru was awakened in the middle of the night. In his view, Geto was typically a reasonable individual. However, that night, due to relentless practice, he had been running on empty, and when finally drifting to sleep, he was roused by the noise from next door, prompting his ire. Yet, the other party made no retort, even acquiescing to his invitation for a fight, which struck him as odd. However, he was too tired and irritable to realize it then. By the following morning, while having breakfast in the cafeteria, he noticed something amiss, particularly with Geto's increased frequency of phone checks. Now even caught him sneaking glances at his phone and chuckling to himself. Collaborating with Now, they decided to observe Geto's actions without alarming him, eager to uncover what secrets he was harboring. The outcome was predictable. Lo and behold, he was sneaking out to date another girl. Hua Liang watched the unfolding farce before her, her heart unwavering, even finding it somewhat amusing. So, these must be Geto's friends. They seem quite close. Geto attempted to flounder. Ah, they are. But Wataru interrupted him. Indeed, he sleeps right next to me. This is, oh, Hwai-san, we met just a few days ago. Now shot Wataru a glance, signaling for him to clarify who this unfamiliar girl was. Oh, she's the girl we saved during a mission a couple of days ago. I happened to be passing by. Wataru casually draped his arm around Geto's shoulder. Come on, let's find a cool spot to chat. Geto, hey, don't make decisions without consulting me. You jerk. Hua Liang smiled broadly, secretly pondering whether Wataru had a natural antagonism towards her. Thus, her meticulously planned two-person date was successfully transformed into a gathering of 4 friends. However, encountering Now turned out to be an unexpected gain. Hua Liang had originally reserved a kaiseki restaurant that required advance booking, but with the presence of Wataru, there wasn't a single establishment in Tokyo that he couldn't enter on short notice. With over an hour until mealtime, they opted to enter the private room first. allowing the restaurant to serve some signature desserts and drinks to pass the time. Then Wataru began questioning Hua Liang as if conducting an interrogation. Hua Liang had anticipated this scenario, so she smoothly presented a story about being orphaned and suffering from mental health issues. This successfully garnered disapproving glances from both Nao and Geto. Yet, he merely reined in his curiosity momentarily before continuing his line of questioning. So, Hua-san, you were previously studying in a prestigious girls' school as higher division? What a coincidence. Geto and I are visiting the middle school section on Monday to meet a girl. She should be quite adorable. Geto immediately interjected. It's for a mission, we need to go there. Hua Liang, fully aware of the implications, nodded. I hope you successfully complete your mission. I have been on leave for over a month and haven't attended classes. I only occasionally self-study French. Now joined the conversation, intrigued. French? Are you planning to go abroad later? Hua Liang nodded, seamlessly adopting this persona as a dutiful girl with future aspirations. I have a keen interest in various languages and may consider studying abroad in college. Wataru eagerly chimed in. I watch movies often and know a bit of French. Do you love me? Hua Liang smiled, feigning ignorance of the other's probing. I adore you. It conveys the same sentiment. However, in comparison, my Mandarin is considerably better. Yaga Yuta felt a tightness in his chest, just as a serving of lemon babaroa arrived. He pushed the dish of liquid towards Hua Liang. Didn't you say you liked this? Give it a try. Hua Liang was indeed captivated by the food. Thank you, Yuta. Ijiri Natsuko rested her chin on her hand, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. She glanced at Wataru, who was accepting a double sweet tiramisu, then looked at Yaga Yuta, who was offering Hua Liang a small silver spoon, and began to watch the unfolding drama with a smirk. By the way, are you all in the same class? Hua Liang swallowed a mouthful of the rich, creamy cake. Yuta told me you seem to attend a religious school? Ijiri Natsuko nodded. Yes, we are from the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, currently in our second year. What about you, Liang? If I hadn't taken a leave of absence, I would be in my third year this semester. Ijiri Natsuko grinned mischievously. Oh, so you're older. Hua Liang smiled silently, her heart blooming with joy. Good friends. Such divine assistants could come in droves. Yaga Yuta shot Ijiri Natsuko a shy glare. Don't speak nonsense. Hua Liang did not hope to immediately solidify her status as a girlfriend. She merely wished to continually plant that impression in his mind. Thus, she chose to shift to another related topic. Do you also study cultural courses in class? Or practice how to deal with the kind of monsters I encountered last time? My previous courses at the girls' school were exceedingly dull. We even had to engage in poetry classes and sing hymns, which was a bit distressing, as I am an atheist. Does your religious school require students to adhere to any beliefs? Wataru rested his hands behind his head, wearing a smug expression, and grinned. Not at all. If I had to say, my belief is in myself. Cool. Hua Liang supported him, feeling somewhat bemused by this audacious display. Ijiri Natsuko cleared her throat. Our course selection is quite flexible. For example, I have chosen some medical courses. Yaga Yuta finally recovered from the shock of being older. Well, Wataru and I have opted for some courses related to physical techniques. Wataru interjected. In fact, we are part of an organization that trains students to swiftly eliminate targets. Yaga Yuta nearly choked on his drink. Don't listen to his nonsense. I am personally a staunch advocate for peace. Chapter 55. I am here to join you. Hua Liang of course believed Yaga Yuta's words. In fact, he ranked among the top 3 individuals she had encountered in terms of self-imposed moral restraint. As the group bantered, they unknowingly reached mealtime. The first course consisted of warm fish sushi, grilled pike eel, and an assortment of vegetable cold dishes, with a main dish of grouper and mushrooms. Following that, a series of delectable dishes, including grilled items, were successively presented at the table. Since she had only planned a date with Yaga Yuta, she had meticulously selected dishes that aligned with his tastes based on her observations from the previous week. Indeed, she had been somewhat puzzled about whether Yaga Yuta's preference for lighter flavors was his inherent liking or a necessity due to consuming cursed energy. Through her conversation with Natsuko, she learned that Wataru's fondness for sweets stemmed from his inability to shut off his six-eyes talent since childhood, necessitating a high sugar intake to meet his bodily needs. Over time, this had cultivated a sweet tooth. But what about Yaga Yuta? The taste of something akin to a cloth smeared with vomit was surely an acquired distaste. She had researched that December 31st, known as New Year's Eve in Japan, is celebrated with a bowl of soba noodles, symbolizing longevity and the cutting away of past troubles. As the noodles are said to be long and easy to sever. Thus, could it be that soba noodles, with their refreshing taste, masked the unpleasant flavor of cursed energy while also symbolizing the removal of misfortune, made them his favorite food? All of this was beyond her knowledge, and at this moment, she had no opportunity to inquire further. The trio from the technical school had known each other for over a year, naturally understanding each other's preferences. As dish after dish arrived at the table, Ijiri Natsuko first cast a sly glance at Yagayuta. According to Wataru's comments, Yagayuta had only met Hua Liang 2 days prior. In such a short span of time, he had laid bare his tastes so thoroughly. How trivial. On the other hand, Wataru's feelings were quite different. He had always been exceptionally confident in his appearance. So why did the girl's gaze always land on Yagayuta? After all, he had encountered her first, even before Yagayuta. This elicited a subtle, uncomfortable sensation within him, though he would never admit it was born of jealousy. He rarely experienced such inexplicable emotions. More accurately, he seldom allowed the actions of those around him to affect his emotional state. This was a remarkably novel experience. The girl named Hua Liang left him with an odd impression, prompting him to want to delve deeper. Hua Liang seamlessly integrated into the group's conversation, maintaining a gentle and demure demeanor. Although she could not seize the opportunity to deepen their flirtation, connecting with Yagayuta's friends was still a notable step forward. After indulging in a hearty meal, Ijiri Natsuko's craving for a smoke surfaced, and she turned to Yagayuta, gesturing towards the door. Realizing Hua Liang was also present, she politely inquired, "Would you like a cigarette?" Hua Liang exerted considerable effort to restrain the impulse to reach for the cigarette. She shook her head, feigning innocence. "I don't smoke." For some reason, Yagayuta felt a twinge of disappointment. He couldn't help but recall the strange dream from that morning, where a woman seemed to be seeking a light from him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the errant thoughts. Having quietly observed Yagayuta, Hua Liang did not miss his reaction. Could it be that she was misjudging her approach? Perhaps he preferred a girl with more personality rather than a demure one? Glancing at his rather fashionable attire, she felt she had gained insight. No wonder, in this iteration, despite her attempts to engage, his responses had been so tepid and infrequent. It seemed he was not charmed by the little fairy act. This realization left her feeling somewhat vexed. After all, in the previous iteration, she had nearly achieved a perfect score. Why should she alter her strategy this time, due to a change in identity? Although she was not a sorcerer, who dictated that she must conform to the gentle and adorable female archetype praised by Japanese society. Nevertheless, she took comfort in the fact that she and Yagayuta had not interacted for long, allowing ample time to reshape his perception of her. "You all go ahead." Yagayuta felt a twinge of unease about leaving Hua Liang and Wataru alone in the same space. Just as he prepared to decline Ijiri Natsuko's invitation, he noticed Hua Liang waving to him, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." He hesitated for a moment, not wanting to appear overly clingy. After casting a warning glance at Satoru Gojo, he accompanied Kinji Hikari to the designated smoking terrace. It appeared that Rika Kawaii was rather averse to engaging with me. Am I truly that bothersome? As soon as the door to the private room closed, Satoru Gojo launched an offensive. It seemed he had encountered me in the elevator before, and his reaction was one of palpable resistance. While annoying might be an overstatement, it was evident that he was indeed quite challenging. Kawaii resolved to play the fool. It was merely that he had been preoccupied with other thoughts. Encountering a tall, unfamiliar man in a confined space at midnight was understandably nerve-wracking, was it not? Yet, why had he not reached out to me after exchanging phone numbers? Satoru removed his sunglasses, his cobalt blue eyes unabashedly locking onto mine. "I am a close friend of Jet. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't one wish to engage more with the friends of a boy they fancy, to gather insights? But Jet is rather forthright. He typically divulges anything I inquire about." Kawaii subtly boasted of her own accomplishments, hinting at Gojo, who seemed to perpetually pose questions yet seldom provided answers. Satoru reclined casually against the back of the sofa, arms wide. "Oh, what does Rika wish to know about me?" "That is not my intention," Kawaii replied, shaking her head. "However, since you have brought it up, might you share more about Jet as compensation for disrupting my date with him today? Perhaps those preferences that are typically discussed only among boys, such as his tastes in girls?" Satoru grinned, revealing a set of pristine teeth. "How could one call it a disruption? I am merely here to join you." Kawaii, "Nevertheless, as a gesture of neighborly camaraderie, I shall acquiesce to your request." Satoru crossed his legs, his expression radiating unmasked pride. "After all, I am a benevolent soul." Kawaii took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to land a punch on that insufferably charming face. Grinding her molars, she forced out a few words of gratitude. "I truly appreciate it." Chapter 56, Post-Meal Exercise. Upon returning from their smoke, Suguru Geto and Kinji Hikari found the two within the private room engaged in a silent standoff. Given the current atmosphere, it was impossible to continue with the planned movie or the rooftop date overlooking Tokyo's nightscape. For Kawaii, the wasted time without advancing her objectives felt like a squandered opportunity. Ding. Opening her phone, she found a message from the informant she had discreetly contacted. "The Starry Sect will hold a high-level meeting tonight at 10 p.m. Resolutely, she stood to take her leave. It seemed her little brother required assistance, and today's gathering must come to an end. Satoru inquired with curiosity, "Is it your brother or sister?" Suguru furrowed his brow. "Is it the child from the neighboring house you mentioned before?" With a hint of awkwardness, he pressed his lips together. "Let us go together. I'll escort you home." The ambience of the day had already been marred by his friend's unexpected intrusion, and allowing the girl to return alone would surely diminish his standing in her eyes. "No need," Kawaii reassured. "I thoroughly enjoyed today's gathering. And I just heard Satoru mention you all need to discuss next Monday's mission. Besides, I have already instructed my driver to wait downstairs. I will message Jet once I arrive home." Suguru found no further justification to insist, so he nodded. "All right, be careful on your way." Satoru flashed a bright smile and waved. "Looking forward to seeing you again." At the headquarters of the Starry Sect, the Vessel of Time. During the Nara period, as Buddhism spread in Japan, a moral foundation was established for the sorcerers, a minority group, which subsequently led to the formation of the Starry Sect, a congregation for non-sorcerers. The sorcerers and religious organizations are inherently incompatible, and from this distortion was born the present-day Starry Sect, the Vessel of Time. "I did not expect you to come, Rika." This was a colossal stone edifice capable of accommodating thousands, its vast dome adorned with intricate reliefs, depicting not universal angels of Jesus, but rather an array of indistinct, bizarre figures and beasts. At the center stood 10 middle-aged men clad in flowing white robes. The leading man stepped forward, his expression sympathetic. "I am deeply sorry about your parents." His face, kind and gentle, belonged to the representative director of the Starry Sect, Masaru Tannen, maintaining a calm demeanor. His words bore the affection of a senior addressing a junior. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "Oh, I merely took a stroll to aid digestion after a rather filling dinner and inadvertently found myself here." Kawaii lowered the hood of her voluminous black cloak and strolled towards the altar. "However, I have a question. Could you inform me about the man with stitched-up seams on his head with whom you made a transaction?" "Indeed. That transaction involved forcefully acquiring an ancient seal from my parents." Masaru's previously congenial expression shifted. He tensed momentarily before adopting a facade of feigned innocence. "Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. I am utterly oblivious to any seal with a swift, fluid motion. A gigantic bluish-gray tentacle erupted from the void, seemingly soft but instantly piercing the chest of a man who had attempted to discreetly press his phone. The man's body twisted and was hurled into the air. His legs spasmed briefly before he fell silent amidst a cascade of crimson blood. With a resounding thud, the severed, warm corpse crashed to the ground, echoing in the vast, empty dome. Under the expansive and desolate dome, a profound silence enveloped the space. "I forgot to mention, my patience is limited." Kawaii propped herself on the icy stone altar. "Can you now tell me the name?" Dozens of thick, twisted tentacles unfurled behind her, some waving in the air while others clung to the stained glass windows and the surrounding floor with their suction cups. The church's bright lights illuminated their sleek, glistening bodies. Masaru's face turned pale, his voice hoarse. "I truly do not understand what you are saying," with a sudden thrust. Another high-ranking member beside him was pierced by a tentacle, losing all signs of life before he could even scream, cruelly discarded as well. The splattering of crimson blood splashed onto those beside him, and one man, overwhelmed by terror, wept and howled, I know. He is a mid-level manager from the headquarters." Before he could finish, his head exploded like a watermelon, sending the remaining 6 high-ranking members of the Starry Sect into a frenzied scream. Kawaii frowned. This was not her doing. She keenly sensed a lingering, foul aura of cursed energy in the air. So, had some secret method been imposed upon them that necessitated confidentiality? Masaru, drenched in sweat, met the chilling gaze of the girl, stammering, "Why yes, I'm sorry. I truly have no way." Kawaii tilted her head slightly, her voice soft. "Then can you tell me what the ancient seal's purpose is?" "I don't know. It was merely stated by that esteemed individual that it would be of use to him. I never intended to harm your parents, truly. Please believe me. If it is destined to fall with the stars, it is beyond my control." Hua Liang lightly nodded, gracefully leaping to the ground as she strode towards the great door. With her movement, a piercing scream echoed through the air behind her once more. Tian Yuan Mao howled, "I have revealed everything. You clearly." Hua Liang halted in her tracks, not turning around. "Ah, did I ever promise to spare your lives? I believe not. Mr. Tian, in your next life, do refrain from such naivety, especially at your age." Hiss hiss. Tentacles, reminiscent of the scythe of death, lashed out relentlessly, reaping every vestige of life within the space. To this, Hua Liang felt no pang of conscience. After all, disregarding the tragedy befalling her original parents, what kind of benevolent organization would put bounties on lives to kill at will? Those who kill are invariably met with death in return. Such has been the way of the world since time immemorial. She had no desire to judge the multitude, for she too was stained with blood, hardly a paragon of virtue. Moreover, their objective was to prevent the assimilation of Tianyuan with the star matter. Knowing full well the catastrophic consequences of failed assimilation, which could lead to untold suffering for future beings, this was contrary to her mission of salvation. Since they boldly proclaimed that a fall alongside the stars was an unavoidable fate, then, as a mere cog sacrificed for the lives of countless souls, it could be accepted with equanimity, could it not? Hua Liang touched her abdomen, feeling the fullness from her excessive dinner dissipate, and nodded in satisfaction. What a thoroughly invigorating exercise in digestion. Chapter 57. Please, do not be angry with me. You mean, they are all dead? Matsushita Kanzuya stood with his hands clasped behind him, his hawk-like gaze fixed coldly upon the subordinate who had come to report. The man bowed his head, urgency prickling at his back, compelling him to respond swiftly. The news from the window indicates that all 10 high-ranking members of the Panqing sect were ruthlessly slaughtered during a meeting last night. Not a single one spared. No traces of cursed energy were detected at the scene, but the manner of death was horrifically brutal, as if torn apart by some unnamed monstrosity. The local police have already been notified to commence an investigation. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Matsushita Kanzuya stood at the corridor's edge, his voice low and deliberate. Understood, you may leave. The fact that Tianyuan had merely survived for over 1,000 years due to an immortality technique had led them to worship him as a deity. They were nothing more than a group of primitive, unicellular organisms, foolish and inconsequential. Their demise would not alter the grand scheme. What concerned him was, time cannot. A half-human-sized red octopus cursed spirit descended from the eaves of the wooden corridor, mumbling indistinct phrases. This entity was a curse-born manifestation born from humanity's fear of the ocean, existing in a semi-manifested state, yet failing to achieve the complete form of a high-grade cursed spirit due to its peculiar growth. A gentle breeze ruffled Matsushita Kanzuya's disheveled hair, brushing against an unsightly scar that stretched across his forehead. He withdrew a black seal, 2 fingers wide, from his pocket, noting with keen observation the deep crimson threads that swirled within its body. What a pity, no matter how much cursed energy is infused, it can only maintain its complete form for a mere 10 minutes. As he idly toyed with the ancient seal, Matsushita Kanzuya pressed his lips together, reflecting on what a failed experiment in evolution this was. Clack, clack. The sound of wooden sandals echoed closer on the bluestone tiles, as a girl with hair interspersed with blood-red hues, clad in a white 2-sleeve kimono paired with purple hakama, yet oddly wrapped in a layer of black kesa, approached with measured steps. Are you seeking to strike a deal with me? Despite her youthful, melodious voice, it bore an uncanny hint of a masculine timbre. Oh, you've arrived, Raimai-chan. Clang. An ice shard hurtling through the air was deftly deflected by Matsushita Kanzuya's sleeve, crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. He cleared his throat and, with a smile, said, "No jesting here. I need you to test the 6 eyes of the Gojo family for me. Ideally, you could eliminate the star matter, and in return, I can reveal the method to awaken Sukuna. You must address him as Lord Sukuna." Raimai maintained a frosty demeanor, resembling an ancient relic, and indeed, he was a curse master from a millennium ago, the most devoted servant of the legendary curse king, Raiman Sukuna. Yet now, he was encased within the body of a young woman, tirelessly striving to resurrect Sukuna. Very well. Raimai's expression remained unyielding, her voice as cold and hard as ice. Must I kill him? Matsushita Kanzuya supported his forehead with one hand, tapping his index finger lightly. If you can manage it, that would be splendid. However, this is an excessive request. Do not feel compelled. Raimai turned without hesitation, departing with a warning. Spare me the chatter. If this is a ruse, you know the consequences. The soft sound of her wooden sandals gradually faded beyond the courtyard gate. Matsushita Kanzuya clicked his tongue, shaking his head in apparent exasperation. Even after a millennium, these ancient beings still possess such tempers, utterly lacking in composure. As he pondered, he retrieved a photograph from his pocket. The girl in the picture possessed bright eyes and a captivating smile. Particularly striking was her silvery gray gaze. Could it be mere coincidence? Recently, it seemed she had been associating closely with the cursed spirits. Let me contemplate how best to utilize her. After the bloodbath that eliminated all the high-ranking members of the Panqing sect, Hua Liang returned home with a light and joyful heart. After neatly packing her belongings, she indulged in a refreshing sleep, and the next day boarded a plane to Okinawa, embarking on her vacation. Initially, she had considered bringing along the 2 young ones from the Fushiguro family, but recalling last week's ambush at the seaside, she reluctantly dismissed the idea. It was now June 14, 2006, and from her chat with Suguru Geto on Facebook, she had learned that he and Gojo Satoru had arrived in Okinawa with the star matter and her maid. She had already checked into the hotel they had reserved a day in advance, even securing a room on the same floor. Such was the advantage of foresight. For instance, at this very moment, on a deserted beach under the midsummer night sky, she walked barefoot along the fine white sands, soon encountering Suguru Geto, who had also come for a stroll. Beneath the starlit sky, the sound of waves mingled with the rustling of the night breeze through the palm trees, accompanied by the chirping of unknown insects, creating a serene symphony. Geto watched the girl walking alone by the shoreline, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. The scene, reminiscent of a dream, flickered before him once more. It felt as though he had stood here before, waiting for that certain someone to appear. The difference this time was that he had finally arrived. Can't sleep? Geto approached the girl, matching her pace, his tone laced with a hint of unspoken reproach. I didn't see you all day, and you didn't reply to my messages. Hua Liang feigned being startled by his sudden presence, turning around to find a familiar face, and her expression blossomed into a radiant smile. You gave me quite a fright. I thought you were someone else. Turns out it's just you, Geto-kun. As she playfully nudged his arm, feigning annoyance, she added, next time, don't come so close so suddenly. Dazzled by her smile, Geto momentarily lost his composure, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his own reaction. Straightening his posture, he distanced himself and replied in a low voice. You still haven't answered my question. Hua Liang tilted her head, leaning in closer to discern his emotions. Oh dear, are you angry? Are you truly upset? I did not intend to neglect you. It was merely that I was utterly exhausted from yesterday's escapades and consequently spent the day in the hotel, indulging in slumber. As she spoke, she grasped the hem of his shirt, giving it a gentle tug, pleading with him not to harbor any anger towards her for her delayed response. Yuta Suguru silently steeled himself, constantly reminding himself that surrendering too easily would set a precedent for her nonchalance in the future. Thus, he simply turned away, allowing his gaze to linger on her face, which was awash with remorse, yet her sparkling eyes betrayed a hint of mischief. He pressed his lips together, choosing silence. Recognizing that her strategy had failed, Hua Liang swiftly altered her approach. Chapter 58. The moonlight tonight is truly exquisite. Releasing her grip, Hua Liang gathered her long, dark hair, sweeping it to one side, exposing her neck and shoulder. Look, my neck got sunburned from our boat outing yesterday because I didn't apply sunscreen properly, she lamented. Upon hearing the word sunburn, Yuta hastily glanced at the indicated area. Indeed, the skin bore an unusual crimson hue, starkly contrasting with the fair, radiant skin of her shoulder. A deep furrow creased his brow, filled with concern. How could you be so careless? All right, if you can talk about it, then it must not be serious. I've already applied ointment. It's nothing, she reassured him, her demeanor nonchalant. Yet, Yuta's frown deepened as he scrutinized her seemingly carefree expression. It may look merely red now, but peeling later could be quite painful. Got it, Yuta, you're so verbose, Hua Liang retorted, taking a step forward and steering the conversation in a new direction, having momentarily forgotten their previous dynamic. Since I can remember, my parents were seldom home. They always seemed preoccupied with work, and we went through a succession of housekeepers. On such a serene and undisturbed night, the opportunity to seize the moment felt almost too precious to waste. Thus, Hua Liang decided to utilize the information gleaned from her previous life, targeting the shared experience of a lonely childhood as a means of connection. Her soft voice, carried by the gentle sea breeze, brushed past Yuta's ears, and his gaze grew distant, as if lost in a long-forgotten memory. I have been fending for myself since the 3rd grade, managing my meals. At school, lunch was provided, but often on weekends, my parents were not around. He chuckled softly, his deep voice resonating beautifully in the night air. So, you were quite fortunate. At least you had a caretaker to look after you. Hua Liang mused inwardly that her circumstances were far more dire, having to fight for food at the orphanage daily. For the most trivial reasons, she was often punished by the caretakers, subjected to scolding or worse. Yet, the monotony was stifling, television time was limited, and comic books were forbidden, leaving her with no choice but to engage in solitary games of chess with herself, utilizing the symbols of circles and triangles drawn in the sand to differentiate pieces. Naturally, the orphanage lacked any form of entertainment, and the only leisure activities available were donations from kind-hearted individuals, reserved as rewards for the best-behaved children, something she could only eye from a distance. Nevertheless, she remained undaunted, finding joy in her self-taught skill of playing alone. I had it a bit better. I could play with the neighborhood kids, but due to my parents' job relocations, we moved frequently. Yuta sighed, lamenting the fact that just as he began to forge connections with those around him, he would be thrust into a new environment once more. Indeed, Hua Liang replied, her gaze lowered, her feet sinking into the soft, fine sand beneath her, feeling its gentle texture. After entering middle school, I attended an all-girls school, where we had to sing hymns daily and occasionally pray. I'm not a nun, after all. She reflected that attending an all-girls institution was a manifestation of being forcibly sheltered by the higher-ups and sorcerers. The all-girls school effectively isolated her from all males, with the staff and cleaning personnel being entirely female, extinguishing any budding adolescent curiosity she might have harbored towards the opposite sex, thereby safeguarding her purity. The school itself, rooted in religious doctrine, instilled ideals of divine love, self-sacrifice, and resurrection, further embedding the concepts of conformity she had been conditioned to accept from a young age. It led her to subconsciously understand that assimilation did not equate to death, but rather a higher state of existence. Moreover, she had pondered why the higher-ups permitted the star body to fulfill all its demands unconditionally, attending classes, bidding farewell to classmates, or even traveling to the Okinawa coast. They even risked altering the return flight to ensure enjoyment. Perhaps it was not merely the compassion of Satoru Gojo, but rather an obligation on the part of the higher-ups to ensure the star body willingly completed the process of assimilation. After all, if faced with someone utterly defenseless, why not eliminate all potential dangers from the outset? Given that she had been sensed by the higher-ups from the moment of her birth, wouldn't it have been more prudent to keep her as a pet within the confines of the Star Palace until the time was ripe for her to be utilized as expendable? Thus, she speculated that if the star body did not willingly offer itself, the higher-ups might fail to accomplish the assimilation. Does your religious school engage in such practices? She inquired, the moonlight casting a luminous veil over her delicate, soft visage. Is this visit related to your duties? In truth, due to Hua Liang's ability to perceive cursed spirits, Satoru Gojo had once privately suggested the possibility of her attending the prestigious school. But Yuta had outright rejected the idea. Setting aside the trauma of having lost both parents and narrowly escaping death at the hands of a cursed spirit at an amusement park, she was nearly incapable of harnessing any cursed energy, rendering her ill-suited for combat against curses. He even doubted her ability to lower a curtain, let alone confront the dangers that lay ahead, harboring his own selfish thoughts. Isn't it better to live a simple life, away from danger, and find joy in the ordinary? He mused. His junior, Yukihiro, also had a sister who could see cursed spirits, but since he had not entered the school through family connections, he vehemently opposed her enrollment. The protective mission concerning the star body could not be easily divulged. Yuta hesitated for barely a second before blurting out, "I'm here for a religious ceremony." The moment the words left his mouth, he wished he could retract them. What a feeble excuse. Surely, she would not think he was merely a premonitory monk, striking a wooden fish daily. Yet, Hua Liang responded enthusiastically, "That sounds intriguing. I heard Satoru mention something about priests practicing on Myoto." The vast silver moon hung in the sky, resembling a velvet backdrop, with twinkling stars encircling it like scattered diamonds. How lovely, Hua Liang mused, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the moon, its ethereal glow enchanting. Yuta's pupils widened in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place as he softly echoed, "Is it?" The elongated timbre of her voice resonated clearly in the night. "Actually, I'm not unable to sleep. I just felt I might see you, so I came." A sweet bullet, enveloped in an irresistible fervor, instantaneously struck his heart. Chapter 59. The moonquake belonging solely to him. Suguru Geto felt as though he were on the verge of being consumed by an overwhelming tide of emotions. Did she truly comprehend the gravity of her words? Was she aware of the profound meaning behind the phrase uttered by the literary giant Natsume Soseki, "The moonlight is beautiful tonight," from the last century? Or was she merely extolling the beauty of the moon tonight? And what of her claim that she came to the seaside for the sole purpose of seeing him? Surely there could be no other interpretation. How infuriating! Why could she, having met him only thrice, so effortlessly utter such declarations? Even more vexing was the fact that he did not perceive her words as frivolous. Instead, they ignited a genuine joy within him. However, it must be acknowledged that she had spent her previous years in an all-girls school, a young lady of immense wealth, leading a rather sheltered life. Could it be that she was merely expressing her feelings, devoid of any romantic implications? Perhaps he should directly inquire about it? No, that would merely betray his own intentions. To casually engage in conversation without a formal confession, what if she feigned ignorance? Wouldn't that render him a fool for his own sentiments? How exasperating. Had she ever expressed such sentiments to anyone else? He was truly on the brink of madness. Suguru-kun? Amidst his mental tempest, Suguru Geto found himself in a state akin to a mechanical short-circuit. The gentle call of the girl roused him from his chaotic thoughts. He slowly turned to gaze upon the face that stirred a tempest within his veins, attempting to respond. Yes. The moon is indeed large and round tonight. The stars are numerous, resembling a southern pancake sprinkled with sesame seeds. The moment the words escaped his lips, Suguru wished to knock himself senseless. What in the world was that? In an instant, he had transformed the atmosphere from romantic reverie to mundane triviality, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Hua Liang paused, momentarily taken aback by his clumsy demeanor, unexpectedly finding a certain endearing shyness in him. This was swiftly followed by an inexplicable sense of guilt. In the previous timeline, apart from his initial surprise at her playful banter, he had maintained a calm demeanor regardless of her provocative remarks. She had seldom witnessed him in a state of panic or confusion, thus naturally categorizing him as experienced and proceeding with her pursuit without hesitation. Yet, in this timeline, Suguru Geto exhibited markedly novice reactions to matters of the heart. In just a few short days, from their first encounter to the subsequent flirty text exchanges, he had displayed an unperturbed ease, even bordering on indifference. But today, she could no longer deny it. Whether it was his persistent inquiries about her unreturned messages or his nonsensical babble following her flirtatious comments, it was evident that Suguru lacked romantic experience. In other words, his earlier calm composure, warmth, and gentleness were all but a facade. What a perplexity! Could it be that the differing circumstances of their initial meeting had altered the character's behavioral responses? Hua Liang cleared her throat, subtly shifting the focus of the conversation. I've heard of southern pancakes. They are a specialty from Iwate Prefecture, right? Is that where you're from? Ah, indeed. Stepping away from the topic that had left him flustered, Suguru gradually regained his composure. The Iwate Mountain in my hometown is as beautiful in winter as Mount Fuji. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Liang proposed, how wonderful. If given the chance, I would love to visit your hometown. Perhaps this winter? Suguru clenched his fist against his lips, clearing his throat lightly, sure. In the next moment, a familiar dizziness swept over Hua Liang's mind, darkness enveloping her vision as unfamiliar scenes replayed in her mind. It must have been another summer, a dark-haired boy clad in loose-fitting, dark attire. His hair had grown longer, with only half still loosely tied in a bun at the back. Amidst the bustling street thronged with people, he walked against the tide of faces, when suddenly, he halted. The scene shifted, revealing a silver-haired boy in a high school uniform who pursued him, stopping at a distance of about 10 paces. He appeared quite irate, questioning the other, even adopting a stance as if ready to fight, yet he received no answer. For the dark-haired boy continued on his way, not once looking back. The silver-haired boy's aggression remained unlaunched. Ah, how it foretold the rift between Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, their paths diverging. What a grand spectacle it was. Though devoid of the previous dark and bloody scenes, this incident unfolded beneath a bright evening sky. Yet Hua Liang felt an inexplicable sense of heightened urgency. Every scene the system had played out was a harbinger of significant events to come, and she logically deduced that everything occurred in accordance with the timeline. Therefore, what she had just witnessed could not possibly be a trivial spat between friends. Coupled with the prior vision of Suguru Geto amidst flames, his face shadowed with malevolence. She boldly surmised that Suguru had defected, and Satoru had failed to prevent it. However, this was the first instance in which she had seen two individuals appear simultaneously in a predictive vision. Could it be that the system's reward mechanism had changed? The hazy moonlight draped the surroundings, casting a gossamer veil of silvery white over all that existed. Satoru Gojo stood amidst the swaying shadows of the palm trees, gazing at the young couple strolling along the moonlit beach in the distance. His throat tightened, though no sound escaped his lips. He placed a hand over his warm chest, quietly feeling the gentle tremors emanating from his heart. In some intuitive sense, he too perceived the full moon above, pulsating softly in synchrony with his heartbeat. With a subtle lowering of his brow, the moonlight danced across his long lashes, casting a mottled shadow upon his eyelids. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, the white light illuminating his profile, sculpted like an ancient Greek statue. The screen displayed a notification of his friend request on Facebook, once again rejected. Emotionless, he cast a glance back at the distant beach. Stripped of his usual nonchalance, his handsome visage now bore an edge of cold severity. His long fingers tapped the phone screen again, sending a third friend request. Yet this time, he altered the reason. I am aware of the events surrounding the Ponching sect. 2. I love sleeping. Chapter 60. I am merely here to join the fray. That night in Okinawa passed by peacefully, devoid of the red octopus attack from the previous timeline, nor the lurking figure attempting to assassinate Satoru Gojo. This only deepened Hua Liang's suspicions that an unseen hand was orchestrating events from the shadows. Characters and elements tied to the main plot were subject to change. For instance, there was indeed a broadcast on television about the national fireworks competition held in Daisen, Akita Prefecture, on June 10th, which attracted over 700,000 participants. However, Satoru Gojo and Shoko Yeri did not venture out as they did in previous timelines. Instead, they chose to follow Suguru Geto and her to a rendezvous at the Shibuya Sky Building. Due to her interference, the world line has undergone a transformation. The only concern lingering in her mind was the friend request from Satoru Gojo that she had seen that morning in her Facebook backend. Was it a warning? Or a threat? What he knew about her connection to the star cult was merely her parents' relationship with them. Or had he already discovered her recent slaughter of all the high-ranking members of the star cult? What role was he playing in this matter? Furthermore, had he sent her an ambiguous message, bypassing Suguru Geto, to initiate a private conversation? Nonetheless, at present, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Hua Liang composed herself, silently passing through the barrier outside the high school, entering the campus. Thanks to her body being undetectable by cursed energy, the barrier set by Tenjin could not sense her presence. Through the dappled shadows of the trees, cloaked in a black mantle, Hua Liang adeptly shifted her form, weaving through one shadow after another. Just as she was nearing the grand hall where Kiku resided, she was suddenly met with a resounding roar from afar. Damn! The timing for delivering the star plasma vessel to the Star Palace must have changed. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto must be engaged in combat. Hua Liang adjusted the black mask covering her face, ensuring it concealed her visage, and then entered a mimicry state. Given the abnormal insight of the six eyes, and fearing the repercussions of the battle, she dared not draw too close. However, the feedback from her probing mental threads indicated that the opponent facing Satoru Gojo was indeed the mysterious figure they encountered in the previous timeline, who matched the description of the white-haired girl she had been investigating. It was her, the formidable sorceress with ice-based techniques. But what was that? Her exceptional dynamic vision allowed her to catch sight of a dark figure swiftly darting into the Kiku Grand Hall, the direction of the underground Star Palace where Tenjin resided. Indeed, Satoru Gojo was the only one battling the ice sorceress. Suguru Geto must have taken the star plasma vessel into the Star Palace to seek out Tenjin. That fleeting black figure must be an enemy rushing to intercept. Initially, Hua Liang might have contemplated whether to assist Suguru Geto with the star plasma vessel or to engage in the conflict between Satoru Gojo and the mysterious figure. After all, the cause of the timeline's reset had remained ambiguous to her. Was it due to the death of the star plasma vessel leading to Tengin's assimilation failure? Or was it Satoru Gojo's demise? However, the prophetic vision she had experienced last night offered her clarity. The known system's prophetic imagery unfolded in accordance with the progression of the timeline. Hence, the vision of Satoru Gojo's death clearly occurred before his schism with Suguru Geto. This implied that what she witnessed was merely a near-death scenario, and he might have survived for some reason thereafter. Therefore, rescuing the star plasma vessel must take precedence. In a flash of inspiration, Hua Liang resolved everything. She activated her shadow traversal, closely tailing the dark figure as she entered the Star Palace. Deep within the Star Palace, a myriad of circular arches surrounded the uppermost level of the underground palace. Descending further revealed a labyrinth of old-fashioned flat buildings and corridors adorned with lanterns, resembling a vast subterranean maze. At the very center of the palace, a colossal and gnarled tree rose majestically, its canopy casting a shadow over all the structures within. A tree thriving underground? Hua Liang found herself puzzled. Could it grow so enormous without photosynthesis? Utilizing the flickering candlelight and lanterns in the underground palace, she spotted Suguru Geto and the star plasma vessel, Tenenriko, standing before a spacious platform. His voice, though low, resonated with clarity in the tomb-like emptiness of the palace. At the base of this great tree, you shall touch a special barrier that only those invited by Lord Tenjin may pass. Lord Tenjin will protect you until the assimilation is complete. Tenenriko stood still, positioned at the side behind Hua Liang, preventing her from discerning the expressions on their faces. However, Suguru Geto's voice soon echoed again. Alternatively, you may choose to turn around and leave this place with Miss Kurwa, who has been caring for you, and depart from Neon. Hua Liang, bewildered by the unfolding situation, thought to herself, hello? Am I to understand that this rebellious Suguru Geto released someone, leading to Tengin's assimilation failure and the timeline's reset? Holding her breath, she remained silently poised, awaiting Tenenriko's decision and anticipating the reaction of the figure concealed in darkness. Bang! Just as Tenenriko, with tears welling in her eyes, nodded to indicate her desire to return home, a bullet, propelled with a spark that split the air, hurtled towards her head. Clang! Suddenly, a blue-gray tentacle materialized from the air, intercepting the deadly strike. Suguru Geto's expression froze momentarily, shifting to one of vigilance. He swiftly shielded Tenenriko behind him, raising his hand toward the direction of the incoming bullet, unleashing a barrage of sharp-nosed cursed spirits like a torrential downpour. Oh, how unfair. I'm not the only intruder here, a deep baritone voice drawled lazily, as Zenin Shinjiro emerged from a shadowy arched doorway, clad in a tight black outfit. I'm merely here to join the fun. The space beside Suguru Geto warped continuously, and within moments, the special-grade cursed spirits, Rainbow Dragon and Slitmouth Woman, materialized from the air. With dark, piercing eyes swirling with icy intensity, he slowly inquired, "What brings you here?" Unperturbed by the missed strike, Fushiguro Shinjiro maintained his languid demeanor, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead with the gun's muzzle. "I was just having a scuffle with a little girl. Looks like I might be losing. He could actually die. Is that so?" Rainbow Dragon roared as it lunged towards Fushiguro Shinjiro with its massive form. "Then I'll deal with you first." Hua Liang watched the two engaged in fierce combat, lost in contemplation. Should she take the opportunity to throw Tenin Riko into Tungyen's special barrier for assimilation? Or would it be more prudent to eliminate Fushiguro Shinjiro, the pretty boy who was secretly taking private jobs behind his employer's back? Chapter 61, The Thrill of Stealth. However, Hua Liang soon realized her considerations were unnecessary. Fushiguro Shinjiro effortlessly dispatched Suguru Geto's controlled cursed spirits one by one, even the most resilient special-grade cursed spirit, Rainbow Dragon, and the illusionary-type special-grade cursed spirit, Slitmouth Woman, fell within 3 exchanges. In close combat, Suguru Geto held no advantage. A moment's distraction led to Fushiguro Shinjiro wounding him with his special-grade cursed tool, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Cursed spirit manipulation is merely this. Be grateful for the blessings your parents provided. I wonder what will happen to those cursed spirits absorbed into your body if I kill you. Better not complicate matters. He mused. Yet, to think someone with such rare cursed spirit manipulation could be bested by a powerless monkey like me. How ironic. Without a moment's hesitation, almost the instant she caught the keyword monkey, Hua Liang activated her cloaking ability, which could only last for 3 seconds. A slender tentacle suddenly materialized in the air, and the powerful anesthetic needle swiftly embedded itself into Fushiguro Megumi's rear shoulder. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. To prevent the other party's extraordinarily acute senses from detecting her presence prematurely, Hua Liang had held her breath and focused intently for quite a while, waiting for that fleeting moment of his mental relaxation. Moreover, she bore no intent to kill. She merely employed a dosage potent enough to incapacitate a full-grown lion, which would at most render him unconscious for 3 days. For someone as formidable as Tenjin and with the power of binding, it should pose no problem, right? The silhouette clad in a black hooded cloak emerged from the shadows. She glanced at Suguru Geto, lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance, and paused momentarily before lifting Fushiguro Megumi from the ground. In a few swift movements, she found herself standing before the dazed Takata Kariko. Tears still glistened on the girl's face, and she shivered slightly, forcing herself to confront her fear and question the newcomer. "Who are you? What do you want?" Hua Liang's mental tendrils had already explored Suguru Geto's body, revealing that he was merely injured and unconscious, with no imminent danger to his life. However, the fate of Satoru Gojo remained uncertain. Regardless of who emerged victorious, she needed to leave promptly. Lowering her voice, she urged, "Yes, fine. Aren't you going to escape?" Hua Liang tilted her chin towards the exit of the Shinjuku Palace, asserting that now was the best opportunity for freedom. Indeed, at this juncture, she had altered her approach to assimilating the star matter. The utterance of monkey by Fushiguro Megumi was clearly the same detestable term she had seen in her precognitive vision of Suguru Geto's dark transformation. Although he had lost consciousness, it was likely akin to a form of sleep learning. In essence, Suguru Geto had heard the insult directed at him. In the previous loop, it was highly probable that her absence allowed Fushiguro Megumi's bullet to strike the star matter, leading to her demise. The death of the protector before her would undoubtedly exacerbate Suguru Geto's feelings of guilt, subsequently resulting in his defeat. For someone with a profound sense of morality, such elements of self-reproach and guilt could significantly alter his psyche. After all pain perceived by an individual is merely a reflection of their own inadequacies. Remaining here could very well lead to death, or perhaps Lord Tenjin would personally come to assimilate you. With that said, she commanded a tentacle to wrap securely around Megumi and, without looking back, darted towards the exit of the Shinjuku Palace. Much like the dilemma of choosing between 2 trains that she had previously discussed with Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, she had no intention of determining the fate of the innocent. Takata Kariko had already entered the Shinjuku Palace, and she would no longer interfere with the choices made therein. A voice in the back of her mind whispered that the secret to restarting the loop did not lie in the life or death of the star matter, nor in the success or failure of Tungyen's assimilation, but rather in Suguru Geto himself. This sensation was inexplicable, yet due to her possession of mental power, she had always trusted her sixth sense. Throughout her prior battles against pollutants, she had evaded countless crises and successfully completed numerous missions. Once the star matter was sealed, she would meticulously comb through all the doubts from her 2-week mission experience, undoubtedly uncovering some crucial thread. Satoru Gojo lay supine on the ground, several transparent ice spikes, radiating an aura of cold, pinned his limbs and torso to the earth. Rhyme, standing beside him in her wooden clogs, looked down from her elevated position at the disoriented six-eyed Shinjuku god. This is all there is to it. Gradually retracting the black cords coiled around her arm, she concentrated and formed a sharp ice blade at her fingertips, just as she intended to pierce Satoru Gojo's brain with the ice blade to eliminate the threat. A sound of rushing air surged from behind her. Even though she sensed something amiss, she could not entirely evade this surprise attack. A droplet of transparent liquid grazed the back of her neck, followed by an intense burning and numbing sensation. Ah, just as expected from you. This is concentrated jellyfish neurotoxin, which I purchased at a substantial price from the black market. Hua Liang did not grant her opponent an opportunity to react. Activating her cloaking ability for the second time had already drained considerable mental energy. As her words fell, two interweaving tentacles intercepted the incoming cold ice, producing a disconcerting sound upon impact. Now restored to 30% of her mental capacity, Hua Liang's kraken tentacles were significantly stronger than in the previous loop, leaving no trace from the ice spikes. The massive tentacles curled briefly before once more bearing down upon their target with the weight of a mountain. Rhyme, fighting against the discomfort of the spreading toxin, initiated her technique, Frost Nagi, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet drastically. Observing the vast expanse of white mist emanating from her opponent's breath, Hua Liang did not underestimate the threat and instantly retracted her attacking tentacles, vanishing into the shadows. In the next moment, everything within a radius of several meters around her previous landing spot was instantaneously frozen by the drifting white mist. Hua Liang pressed her lips together, her gaze fixated on the petite figure before her. Fortunately, due to her need to infiltrate the high-specialized barrier, she had not brought along her dragon-scale dagger. Additionally, her encounters from the previous loop had instilled within her a profound sense of wariness towards this individual. Had she recklessly charged in for close combat during the moment of her opponent's poisoning, she would have undoubtedly been encased in ice by now. That will suffice for today. Feeling the control over her physical body becoming increasingly arduous, Ram did not hesitate to withdraw, lightly leaving behind a remark about playing again next time. She disappeared from Hua Liang's view in a few swift movements. Letting out a sigh of relief, Hua Liang felt no regret for failing to detain her opponent. She was acutely aware that had her ambush not succeeded, both she and Satoru Gojo might have met their ends today. Of course, she could gamble once more, using her tentacles to disrupt and forcefully retain the other party. Unfortunately, she was unaware if her opponent had any trump cards or even additional allies, and Satoru Gojo's near-death state compelled her to retreat quickly. The current appearance of Satoru Gojo was entirely dissimilar to what she had witnessed in her precognitive vision. She had seen him bloodied and battered, a gaping wound on his head, surrounded by a swarm of flies in a state of impending death. Yet, the Satoru Gojo before her was pinned by ice spikes, his pupils vacant, and the cold air invading his wounds had not allowed a single drop of blood to flow. He was entirely encased. Damn it! Could it be that because of my interference, Satoru Gojo, who should not have died, has perished in this loop? Chapter 62, The White-Eyed Cat, Satoru Gojo. With no time to ponder further, Hua Liang knelt beside Satoru Gojo, her fingers brushing against his wrist, which had already become rigid from rapid freezing. Not sensing any pulse, her heart tightened, and she hurriedly attempted to check the carotid artery in his neck. Finally feeling a faint throb, she closed her eyes, her fingertips entwined with silver-blue mental threads, which floated in the air like the glowing tentacles of a deep-sea jellyfish, densely reaching towards Satoru Gojo's head. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself once again in that familiar lunar mental realm. The sky still held a massive cobalt-blue spherical eye. After searching for a while, she finally located the six-eyed cat sprawled on a patch of uneven silver soil. Its condition was dire. The six eyes that usually glimmered with life were now half closed, and the entire cat appeared lethargic. Hua Liang, adhering to her customary practice, enveloped the entity with strands of mental energy, the secreted viscous substance nourishing the numerous wounds that had been both torn and frozen. Upon keenly observing its condition, she suddenly discovered a nascent seed nestled in a hollow of the silvery soil behind it. Two plump leaves unfurled from the silver earth, while the delicate stem appeared fragile enough to snap with the slightest pressure. Though she had encountered transformative states within the mental realm before, they typically manifested alterations based on the initial form of the existing mental landscape. For instance, in a mental world resembling a forest, the emergence of new flora and blossoms would be expected. Similarly, a mental domain akin to an ocean would naturally yield seaweed and shells. However, the situation concerning Satoru Gojo was distinctly different. His mental world felt akin to a realm of outer space or an alien planet. Apart from the azure eye suspended in the sky and the vast expanse of silvery soil, there were no signs of life nor conditions conducive to sustaining any. Yet now, An unknown plant had sprouted forth, leaving her uncertain whether this was a fortuitous or ominous sign. Just as she was multitasking, a startling feedback transmitted from the mental strands made her shudder. The wounds of the six-eyed cat were healing at a terrifying pace, implying that Satoru Gojo might awaken at any moment. Hua Liang swiftly withdrew her mental strands, and upon opening her eyes, she manipulated her tendrils to lift the slumbering Fushiguro Zenin, instantly activating her advanced shadow traversal ability for spatial transfer. In her peripheral vision, she perceived a blinding violet light, akin to gazing directly at the sun, hurtling towards her with an unignorable, terrifying force. In the next instant, she and Fushiguro Zenin materialized in the living room of her home. In the fleeting second before losing consciousness from mental exhaustion, Hua Liang vowed vehemently never to meddle in others' affairs again. That Satoru Gojo was akin to a dog biting Lu Dongbin, utterly oblivious to the kindness bestowed upon him. She had merely rescued a white-eyed wolf. No, a white-eyed cat. Fushiguro Megumi was seated on the sofa, engrossed in an animated show on television, while Tsukimi held a bag of open potato chips, preparing to share with him. However, they were taken aback to find two adults inexplicably materializing from the left side of the sofa. Just as Megumi was about to dial the authorities, Tsukimi halted him. Megumi, it's Sister Liang and your father. Originally, the two young ones had been invited to stay at home and had received the keys to look after Hua Liang while she was away on holiday. The departing guests had even cheerfully promised to bring back gifts from Okinawa as a token of gratitude. Little did they expect to reunite in such a dramatic fashion. Despite their young minds swirling with questions, Megumi and Tsukimi exchanged glances, deciding to care for the two adults until they awoke to inquire what had transpired and why Sister Liang was entangled with their irresponsible father. With this thought, Megumi let out a long sigh, his expression revealing a weariness and gravitas not befitting a child of his age. Sister Liang. Could it be that she was deceived by her father as well? In moments of life and death, Satoru Gojo concentrated all his energy on his mind, and in that instant, he grasped the essence of the reversal technique. Whether for healing or offense, as long as the cursed energy was manipulated to multiply negatives, one could yield positive power. The forward flow of cursed energy generated the attraction of the azure, while the reverse flow produced the repulsion of the crimson. Moreover, the infinite collision of both the forward and reverse flows birthed the fictitious mass attack known as the virtual technique, Ji. From that moment forth, he would reign supreme. Just as he reveled in his newfound understanding of the sorcery's principles, yearning for practical application, he noticed the lurking mouse had slipped away. Satoru Gojo felt a profound displeasure as he once again pushed his six-eyed abilities to their limits, ensuring that the entity had vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. A mask etched with wave patterns flickered in his mind, and he shook his head, murmuring, "What a pity, it escaped." Yet, life stretched infinitely before him. One day, he would capture it. Satoru-kun. Came the voice of Amanai Riko from behind, prompting Satoru to instantly switch to his usual carefree demeanor. Riko-chan. I see you're still alive. And where's Suguru? Is he not with you? Upon hearing the name of Suguru Geto, tears brimmed in Riko's eyes and cascaded down her cheeks. I came out to find help. We must check on Suguru-kun. He is gravely injured. After enduring a series of fierce battles, Nanami Kinto and Hibara Yu rushed to the scene, having just returned to the dormitory after completing a mission at the airport. The unexpected commotion left them bewildered. Nanami wore an expression of fatigue, his voice laced with resignation at the prospect of more work. What are we supposed to do now? Hibara, appearing genuinely concerned, inquired. Are you all right, Satoru-senpai? Where is Suguru-senpai? Satoru slapped his forehead, grinning. Oh, leave Riko-chan to you guys. I've contacted the Gojo family. We just need to safely get her to the airport, and then we're done. Simple, right? Nanami closed his eyes. Can I refuse? If the higher-ups investigate later, it'll turn me into an accomplice. That's of no concern. Satoru waved his hand dismissively, still wearing a cheerful smile. Right now, I can handle anything. Kamoshoko, lazily toying with a cigarette, chimed in. Why am I here? What do you need me for? She paused, glancing at Nanami, who was exuding an aura of dark energy. Have you been drained by some monster? You look like you've aged a decade. Nanami, leaving nothing but a desolate silhouette, exited the jujutsu high alongside Hibara and Riko. Satoru, still smiling, led the way. Well, everything is arranged. We just need you, Shoko, to use the reversal technique to treat Suguru. Oh, if negotiations don't go well, I might have to fight with Tenjin. Oh, although I've just grasped the reversal technique, I seem to lack proficiency in applying it to others. What? The girl's startled exclamation startled a flock of birds from the trees. Chapter 63. What is true compassion? At the heart of the Ponching cult headquarters, a colossal altar lay beneath the lifeless form of a young boy. His features were handsome, yet his complexion bore the unmistakable pallor of death. This was yet another secret star essence. Merely 2 days prior, the upper echelons of this organization had been entirely eradicated during a gathering. It was unexpected that within such a short span, they had already appointed a new leader. Surrounding the altar stood hundreds of devotees clad in white robes, forming a circular formation around the deceased star essence boy. Their faces radiated serene smiles as they attentively listened to the pronouncement of their leader. We gather here to celebrate that Lord Tenjin remains untainted by the filth of corrupt bloodlines, preserving the most sacred divine form. The wretches who dared to taint Lord Tenjin have been vanquished, and our Panqing cult shall, as it has for centuries, continue to exist for the sake of Lord Tenjin, in infinite perpetuity. Standing at the grand entrance of the church, Satoru Gojo crossed his arms and let out a derisive laugh. Ha! What a bunch of lunatics. The star plasma girl, Naozumi Riko, had already boarded a flight to Iceland in northern Europe the previous night. After undergoing the reverse technique treatment by Shoko Yeri, Suguru Geto quickly regained his senses. Just when they thought they would be held accountable by the higher-ups, nothing unexpected transpired. In the midst of their apprehension, Gojo received a confidential report from the Gojo clan. Another hidden star plasma had been assassinated by hired hands from the Starry sect. He conveyed this information to Geto, leading the two who were perplexed by the lack of accountability regarding the star plasma mission to the headquarters of the Starry sect. The Starry sect stands eternal. With a commanding voice from the leader, fervent smiles emerged on the faces of the followers, and a thunderous applause resonated throughout the colossal church, akin to the sound of rain or the beat of drums, incessantly pounding on the eardrums of the crowd. The irony of maintaining the purity of the divine by whimsically depriving others of their lives, and brainwashing people into assimilating and dedicating themselves to the deity through a gradual, insidious process is indeed striking. Amidst the cacophony of applause, Gojo tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the grim-faced Geto. I apologize. The voice of his companion interrupted Geto's thoughts. What? Your expression seems rather sorrowful. Gojo scratched the back of his head, but I don't feel that way. My apology pertains to my lack of compassion or sadness regarding the corpse on the altar. He gestured towards the smiling yet grotesquely inhumane followers. Should I eliminate them? Even if I were to kill them all, I would remain utterly indifferent. Leaning against the heavy door, Geto was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun as he gazed at the body prominently displayed on the altar, his throat dry and scratchy. Had they not let Naozumi Riko go, perhaps this boy would not have met his untimely demise. Their act of mercy towards Riko transformed into cruelty towards another star plasma. After a moment of contemplation, he swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Perhaps it is unnecessary now, as the boy is already dead. We should consider whether Lord Tenjin has any other star plasma ready for assimilation. Gojo nodded, with a casual air. All right, as you wish, let us depart. I have no desire to remain here and listen to those clumsy doctrines. It feels like a degradation of my brain cells. Ding, Tengin's assimilation has failed. Please take note. Player. Hua Liang nestled comfortably on the sofa, relishing the freshly cut chilled peaches presented by Megumi Fushiguro when the sudden chime of the system notification echoed in her mind. Hua Liang. So Tenjin indeed has no plan B? After the failure of the rolling beast restoration, has he evolved into a digital dragon in a positive direction, or into a zombie dragon in a negative one? Ding, players must explore on their own. Hua Liang silently rolled her eyes. MD, is that all they can say to her? Nevertheless, she considered it a victory. She had successfully navigated through this temporal reset point without immediate peril. While countless traps awaited her in the future, it was best to endure the current storm. Surely, significant events that could impact the apocalypse would not occur in rapid succession, right? If she could survive long enough, perhaps even if she stumbled again, she might have another chance to trigger a time rewind. Brother Tongzi, to celebrate our successful passage through this hurdle, shouldn't we show some appreciation? Is there no reward or something of the sort? Ding, specified functions have not yet been activated. Please exercise restraint, player. Hua Liang immediately seized upon the loophole. She distinctly remembered asking during her previous cycle whether if she refrained from intervening in the main storyline, would the events depicted in the vision occur. At the time, she had set a linguistic trap. On the surface, it conveyed that meaning, but in reality, it was a test. First, to ascertain whether the foresight was indeed a reflection of actual events along the original world line. Second, to determine if she could indeed alter the occurrence of events. Third, to see if the system might provide her with additional clues regarding the foresight. With the commencement of the second cycle and the time rewind, the first 2 points had been confirmed. However, regarding the third point, the system's previous response was specified functions not activated, implying that this service was unavailable. Now, the system's response was specified functions have not yet been activated, with the addition of the word yet, suggesting that satisfying certain conditions might indeed grant her phase-based rewards. Contemplating this, Hua Liang was filled with excitement as she began to inquire. What conditions must be met to obtain rewards? Are the rewards singular or multiple? Can I choose? Ding. Players need to gain the favor of key characters. In this cycle, you have accumulated the following favorability. Suguru Geto, 40, Satoru Gojo, 20, Megumi Fushiguro, 20. Ding. Please continue your efforts. You still Haven T answered my latter questions. What are the prizes? Ding. Players must explore on their own. Hua Liang. Should she really engage in a battle of wits with a robot? Forget it. She should focus on the evolution of Tenjin for now. Could it be that allowing Tungyen's assimilation to fail is the correct course of action? No, that doesn't seem right. This looks suspiciously like a pit dug for her main quest of saving the world. A sorcerer who has lived for over 1,000 years, proficient in various barrier techniques, with the barriers in various critical locations in neon established around him. Additionally, the methods of utilizing cursed energy when observing cursed spirits through windows and auxiliary supervision are all related to him. Should he side with humanity's adversaries? Ordinary low-level sorcerers would find it nearly impossible to exorcise cursed spirits, leading to disaster. There must be some detail she overlooked. However, considering that the sorcery world has been inherited for over a millennium and human society has undergone the third industrial revolution, why are they still relying on antiquated methods to exorcise cursed spirits? Haven't they thought of researching modern electronic technology to integrate with the exorcism of cursed spirits? Chapter 64. Why not become a community of shared interests? A smooth, muscular arm reached across Hua Liang's field of vision, unceremoniously snatching a piece of peach from her plate. Megumi Fushiguro chewed on the juicy peach flesh. Quite sweet. Hua Liang shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. I say, do you really treat this place like your own home? Fine. I happen to have a score to settle with you. Megumi Fushiguro had already regained his mobility and was fully aware that she intended to hold him accountable for his negligence. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative. Before that, Miss, perhaps you should think about how to explain to your little boyfriend? Oh, no. If he discovers how formidable you are. Whether you can continue to be together is another matter. He elongated his tone, and without waiting for Hua Liang's response, he clapped his hands and laughed. If such a powerful ice sorcerer can handle it, why did you hire me as a bodyguard? Although I was incapacitated by a powerful anesthetic, thanks to Tenjin and the binding, my consciousness remains clear, and I can see everything distinctly. Hua Liang. All day long, one might pursue the geese, only to find oneself pecked in the eye by them. This fellow has been feigning sleep all along. Indeed, experience teaches wisdom. While such thoughts coursed through her mind, her expression betrayed only a hollow smile. Knowing this, next time, I might let you experience the concentrated venom of the box jellyfish. A single drop potent enough to bring down 60 adult men. Must you speak so bluntly? Since the young lady has not contemplated taking my life in this moment, and my actions have not caused you any inconvenience, might we not simply consider the matter settled? As he spoke, he lounged with one leg crossed over the other, propping his head on one hand, casting a sidelong glance at her. But you see, my memory is rather poor. What if I inadvertently let something slip outside? Before Hua Liang could respond, Fushiguro Mei, who had been listening, could no longer contain herself and interjected angrily. Do not threaten Sister Hua. With a disgruntled expression, Fushiguro Shiner turned to glare at the young girl, who was almost a mirror image of his younger self. How do you speak to your father? He said, impatience dripping from his tone. Mei clenched her tiny fists, unperturbed by his demeanor, her indignation flaring even stronger. You don't care about us. If it weren't for Sister Hua, my sister and I would be unable to pay rent and would be sleeping on the streets. Shiner felt no weight of guilt for being called out on his irresponsibility in front of others. He retained his languid demeanor, shrugging it off. So what? Consider yourself unfortunate to have encountered such an unreliable guardian. Enough. Shiner waved his hand dismissively. Since you have taken care of the two little ones at home, I shall extend my gratitude. Let us put the past behind us. I still have questions to ask, Hua Liang replied, dissatisfied with his cavalier attitude. Sensing that Shiner had not grasped the gravity of the situation, her earlier remarks were no jest. However, I believe that rather than engaging in mutual suspicion and threats, it would be far more advantageous for both of us to form a partnership of shared interests. Fushiguro Shiner crossed his arms, his muscles bulging with emotion. Are we not already in an employer-employee relationship? Receiving a chilled glass of orange juice from Fushiguro Tsumi, Hua Liang expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, Shiner, who had not been afforded the same courtesy, squinted in irritation as the little girl darted away to the kitchen, resembling a startled bird. Taking a sip of the icy beverage, Hua Liang relaxed, reclining against the sofa with an air of utter comfort. I have developed a little gadget that allows sorcerers to communicate with the outside world even when within a signal jamming zone. Shiner tilted his head, intrigued. And so? Do you not see this as a splendid opportunity for expansion? Huh. Hua Liang dropped a bombshell. I am also researching the infusion of cursed energy into ordinary weaponry, aiming to mass-produce cursed tools. Instantly, Shiner's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? If her words held any truth, this would undoubtedly be a monumental venture, akin to cradling a treasure trove. Do not be overly excited. We are still in the mid-development stage, but success is not far off. Shiner stared hard at her delicate, fair profile, as if trying to bore a hole through it with his gaze. After a moment, he took a deep breath and remarked gravely, "You are not merely spinning tales, are you?" In truth, Hua Liang was indeed weaving a tale. She had just received intel from an informant that the lunatics of the Star Disciples had managed to locate another hidden star core and that the cursed sorcerers they had hired had already eliminated it. Thus, it was not that Tian Yuan lacked a plan B. Rather, both cores had failed to be delivered to him. Despite having slaughtered all the high-ranking members of the Star Disciples just the day before, the organization had remarkably reassembled in such a short span, even electing a new leader. This realization struck her with the understanding that her previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. This was a tangible world, where even an ordinary person possessed their own logic, capable of transformation due to external factors. She could no longer adopt a laissez-faire attitude, treating this place as a playground, approaching her tasks with half-hearted enthusiasm. Otherwise, she might find herself in dire straits before she knew it. Individual strength was far too fragile. She needed to forge her own power. The Star Disciples, with their substantial funding and ongoing connections to the sorcery realm, represented an ideal foundation for her initial endeavors. Of course not, Hua Liang asserted with utmost seriousness. How could I jest about such a significant matter? If Shiner Kuan is willing to join my plan, we can initially promote the communicator as our selling point, establishing connections with the various families within the sorcery community. Trust me, with just this little invention, we can amass a fortune. As she spoke, she tossed a wolf head-shaped chain toward him, while Tsumi and Mei each received one as well. You can test its effectiveness during our next mission within any cursed energy-constructed jamming zones. The communication channel has been set up, and I am already included in it. Shiner received the bracelet, toying with it before tucking it away. That is not sufficient to convince me. I require more information regarding the cursed tools. How frustrating. Truly a no rabbit, no hawk sort of fellow. Hua Liang nodded toward Fushiguro Mei, who scampered off into the study. In no time, he returned with a knife wrapped in cloth. Thank you, Mei-kun. Ruffling his sea urchin-like hair, Hua Liang presented the dagger to Shiner. This is a knife I have experimented with cursed energy. It incorporates some special materials. However, the retention of cursed energy is quite low and dissipates with time. Chapter 65. The mountain does not move for me, so I shall move for the mountain. It can only be considered a half-finished product. I am still researching how to enhance its efficacy to achieve a higher-grade cursed tool, akin to authentic cursed tools that maintain their energy without fading. Seeing Shiner remain impassive, seemingly unaffected, Hua Liang endeavored to articulate her points with eloquence. With ample funding, I can intensify our research efforts, systematically testing the metallic materials from Blue Star. Shiner straightened his posture, attempting to wield the dagger a few times, the air slicing with the sound of the blade. He raised an eyebrow. Did you craft this dagger as well? Hua Liang, momentarily taken aback, responded honestly. It is merely a trivial hobby. Lowering her voice, she gently enticed. Shiner-kun, have you never entertained the notion that it would be splendid if no one possessed cursed energy? In truth, once the research succeeds, cursed tools would no longer be rare. Ordinary individuals could wield them to vanquish cursed spirits, effectively granting everyone the power of cursed energy. The outcome would be identical. The young lady's idea was indeed commendable. A flicker of interest crossed Shiner's face, though he felt compelled to issue a warning. Until one possesses absolute power, even if the technology for mass-producing cursed tools is successfully developed, it must remain undisclosed to others. With that, he tossed the dagger onto the coffee table, producing a sharp clink. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly be besieged and eradicated by the various factions within the sorcery community, or they will seek to co-opt you before imprisoning you. It would be all too easy to pin a crime on you, young lady. Especially considering you are hardly without blemish, are you? A hint of derision danced across his handsome features, as he was all too familiar with the revolting mindset and tactics of the decaying elite. If even ordinary individuals can vanquish cursed spirits, how can sorcerers uphold their lofty status and dignity? To safeguard their interests and maintain their dominion, they would stop at nothing to stifle any threats in their infancy. Upon hearing this, Hua Liang experienced a moment of clarity. It was akin to the upper echelons of aristocrats and conglomerates in her hometown, who control 90% of the world's wealth, They would never permit the lower classes to challenge their authority. They ought to feel the iron fist of socialism and the oppressive weight of communism. I comprehend Shinrakuin's intent. Thank you for the reminder. Hua Liang's lips curled into a smile, her silver-gray eyes blazing with fervent ambition. Do you not find this prospect far more intriguing? Are you afraid to contend with those loathsome old mandarins? Ha ha. Fushiguro Shinra threw his head back in laughter, flashing a wide grin that revealed his pearly white teeth. I'm beginning to like you a bit. Fushiguro Megumi. Fushiguro Tsukimi, please, no? Hua Liang recalled the pitifully low favorability score of 20, and her smile deepened. We are merely at the beginning. Very well, then. Could you inform me of whom I should eliminate? He rose to his feet. The rowing match was about to commence, and he needed to take his leave. Just send the list to my phone. Observing the other party's awareness of their potential as a sharpened weapon, Hua Liang chose not to dissuade him from his gambling pursuits. She silently resolved to ensure that this fellow never laid a hand on the organization's finances in the future. She chuckled lightly, stating that it was a simple task and that he would be summoned to join her when the time came. However, she had one more question. How did Shinrakuin know the correct pathways leading to the underground Star Palace? Fushiguro Shinra paused, casting her a meaningful sidelong glance. Even without the remnants, I can discern the direction through the sense and footprints of humanity. There is no special skill involved. It is merely a trivial instinct related to the heavens and curses. Is that so? Hua Liang nodded, truly an enviable talent. While she did not entirely doubt Fushiguro Shinra's position, she sensed that his covert engagement in the assassination of the star pulp creature was still tied to the Ponching sect. This organization felt particularly peculiar to her. First, there was the previous leader's transaction with the mysterious man bearing stitched seams on his head, and then the theft of an object from her parents. Furthermore, the subsequent hunting of another male star pulp creature that had been concealed raised her suspicions entirely. How could a non-sorcerer organization, lacking in curses, possess such immense power to locate a hidden star pulp creature solely through monetary influence? What if there was someone from a prominent family within the sorcery world or a high-ranking official in the supervisory department who intentionally leaked information to achieve the goal of thwarting the integration of the celestial entity? Or could she boldly equate the stitched seam man with a mole within a certain organization in the sorcery realm? Yet, what could his intentions be? To incite chaos in the sorcery world, to cleanse the powers, and to ascend as the voice of authority within the sorcery realm? Moreover, she remained deeply concerned about the purpose of the item taken from her parents. Despite the myriad of associations swirling in her mind, she could not yet weave a coherent line of logical deduction. Just as she was lost in thought, parking the car in the garage, opening the trunk, and preparing to bring in the groceries she had purchased from the supermarket, a figure leaning against a street lamp caught her attention. Clad in a dark specialized school uniform, the dim yellow light slanted down, accentuating his already tall and slender frame. The shadow cast upon the ground elongated as he moved. Sensing something, Satoru Gojo turned around, waving his hand and greeting her with a broad smile. Good evening, Liang-san. Hua Liang sighed inwardly at the inconvenience. He had come straight to her, and there seemed to be no escaping this encounter. It was Gojo-kun. What brings you here at such a late hour? Gojo Satoru displayed a puzzled expression, as if Liang-san had forgotten something. Did you not see my Facebook request? How disheartening. I have been eagerly awaiting your response for several days. It had only been a few days. Why the dramatics, feigning a melancholic demeanor while clearly seeking to trouble her? Hua Liang offered a perfunctory smile. I've been a bit under the weather lately, lacking the energy for anything, including social media. Then Liang-san can simply open it now. He approached her slowly, his cobalt blue eyes heavy with significance. If the mountain does not come to me, I must go to the mountain. Very well, it seems today cannot conclude amicably. Hua Liang could hardly muster the effort to feign opening her phone. She sighed. All right, what exactly do you wish to discuss, Gojo-kun? Chapter 66. Do you want me to come to your side? Hua Liang was not easily intimidated. Gojo Satoru merely claimed to know about her connection to the Ponching sect without specifying the details. While the enemy remains still, so shall I, testing the waters first. My parents indeed were once members of the Ponching sect, but they perished in an unfortunate incident. Is there anything noteworthy about that? Gojo Satoru clapped a few times. Liang-san's eloquence remains as impeccable as ever. Now, can you answer me this? Why did you move next door to the household of the tyrant of the heavens? Hua Liang's mental fortitude was formidable. Given the Gojo family's capabilities, she was not surprised they could uncover such information. So, I have already explained this. The doctor advised me to leave my familiar surroundings, and I chose a quiet property recommended by the real estate agent. Is there an issue? Gojo Satoru shook his head, growing up in luxury and comfort. Can you truly accept such a stark contrast from a mansion in Chiyoda to an ordinary residence? Hua Liang crossed her arms defiantly. This residential area is predominantly occupied by the elderly, peaceful and tranquil, suitable for recuperation. There is nothing wrong with it. Gojo-kun hails from an ancient family with a history spanning thousands of years. Your upbringing could be described as precious and esteemed. I heard from JJK that sometimes, in order to fulfill your missions, you endure hardship and sleep outdoors. Gojo Satoru chuckled lightly, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Upon discovering that her neighbors were the Fushiguro family, he developed intense suspicions. How could it be mere coincidence that her parents met with misfortune, and she moved next to a sorcerer assassin? Setting aside the fact that her parents were previously high-ranking members of the Ponching sect. The current assassination contract for the star pulp creature indeed involved a sorcerer assassin, who had even infiltrated the underground Star Palace and severely injured Suguru Geto. What was perplexing was that Suguru Geto had not seen the mysterious figure who saved Kinji Hikari. All he knew was that the person wore a large black cloak and stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, donning a dark wave-pattern mask. Due to the voice changer, he could not discern the individual's identity, nor could he ascertain whether they were male or female. However, this person was the same one who had rescued him from the ice sorcerer. Just as he regained consciousness and awareness through reversal techniques, he instinctively attacked the oddly dressed stranger. After all, the individual was surrounded by several twisted, giant tentacles, resembling an evil villain from a manga or anime. Moreover, upon one of the tentacles, a fully bound adult man was conspicuously present, raising suspicions. It was only after the other party had deftly utilized a spatial transfer technique to escape that his fervent consciousness gradually began to cool. It was then that he realized that the sudden sensation of refreshing coolness he had felt during his unconsciousness, accompanied by an irresistible healing power that sent shivers through his very soul, was indeed a method employed by the other party to mend his wounds. By connecting all the clues, one could deduce that 3 factions had intruded upon the high school's barrier that day. One was the ice mage who had battled against him. Another was an assassin mage who had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Star Palace, and the final individual, a mysterious savior, had rescued both the Star Essence and himself. He could not discern the origins of this enigmatic figure, nor could he track their whereabouts. But in a fleeting moment, he suddenly recalled the figure of Hua Liang. It was an exceedingly peculiar instinct, despite her lack of any magical or cursed energy response. He had meticulously investigated her life over the past 18 years. She was merely a common girl from a well-off family, rather introverted, with no record of any extraordinary behavior. In fact, due to her continuous attendance at a girls' school, her social interactions were rather simplistic. Aside from the fact that her parents were secretly high-ranking members of the Star Cult and had perished in a tragic accident over a month ago, after which her demeanor had grown increasingly languid and compliant to the doctor's advice to relocate, there was nothing particularly suspicious about her. Yet, he could not help but ponder whether her encounter with Jia at the amusement park that day was merely a coincidence. Why, within such a short span of time, had she come into contact with or been associated with Suguru Geto, the assassin mage, and the Star Cult, all of whom played pivotal roles in the Star Essence mission? Initially, he had contemplated taking advantage of the situation to test her, applying a bit of pressure to see if he could glean any clues amidst her flustered state. Alas, the girl before him was far from a delicate flower sheltered within a greenhouse. On the contrary, she was remarkably intelligent and composed, endowed with a formidable capacity for logical reasoning. You seem to have spoken quite a bit with Jia recently. Have you two grown close? Hua Liang suddenly realized. Suguru Geto was still unaware of her parents' connection to the Star Cult. In that fleeting moment, she sensed a subtle oddity. Wataru had not mentioned the news of the Star Cult's massacre, nor had he even probed to ascertain whether she knew where the high school was located. This implied that he had not conveyed his suspicions about her to Suguru Geto. He had not even informed his close friend about her residing next door to the assassin mage. But why? He was well aware of her recent frequent interactions with Suguru Geto, even going out on solitary dates. One would assume he understood her intentions to get closer to him. Allowing danger to encroach upon his dear friend was not typical of the illustrious Wataru. Yet, he persistently chose to engage her in private discussions, gradually confirming his doubts, which was rather intriguing. Could it be that he and Suguru Geto were merely plastic brothers? Or perhaps he was overly concerned about Suguru Geto's thoughts, fearing that he might be perceived as sowing discord? But was it truly necessary? She had only known Suguru Geto for a mere fortnight, and even she lacked the confidence to believe she could overshadow Wataru's significance in the latter's life. Meanwhile, Wataru remained oblivious to her thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not disclose that his silence stemmed from an inexplicable, peculiar sentiment that compelled him to keep his doubts concealed. He continually reassured himself that his approach to Hua Liang was solely to ascertain whether she posed any threat or had ulterior motives. He merely wished to protect Suguru Geto from deception, and it was certainly not out of selfish desire. Hua Liang nodded. Indeed, we have spoken quite a bit. She approached him slowly, her silver-gray pupils shimmering in the diffused light, capturing his gaze in an inescapable embrace. The streetlight above illuminated her porcelain-like visage, revealing even the finest downy hairs that graced the cheeks of a girl her age. Wataru stood motionless, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his heart. Under the intensity of her focused gaze, he found himself unconsciously slowing his breath. Due to the significant height difference, Hua Liang had to slightly rise onto her toes to reach his shoulder. She let out a light laugh, her warm breath cascading over the exposed skin of his neck, causing a flurry of goosebumps to erupt. Wataru, you appear to be somewhat anxious. Is it your desire for me to come closer that prompts this? Chapter 67. The Fickle Bad Woman. Wataru felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, the sensation emanating from her proximity, combined with the profound implications of her words, sent an indescribable shiver coursing through him. For a brief moment, he was taken aback by her brazen words, quickly followed by a wave of anxiety and embarrassment. He feared that his clandestine intentions to drive a wedge between her and Suguru Geto had been discerned by her keen insight. However, when he scanned her silver-gray eyes, he found no hint of deliberate seduction therein. Instead, they were remarkably clear and serene, reflecting his own countenance, and perhaps even mirroring his inner, ugly desires. A sudden surge of anger flared within him. How dare she reduce his feelings to mere whims of temptation? In his indignation and humiliation, he did not retreat from her, but rather slightly bent forward, drawing closer to her. His voice carried an undercurrent of suppressed fury. Are you attempting to provoke me, Liang-san? You seemed so concerned about Jia, yet your affections appear to have shifted so swiftly? Hua Liang gazed up at him, her silver lashes fluttering like icy crystals in winter, delicately trembling as if they might fall into the depths of his azure eyes at any moment. She took a discreet step back, her expression regaining the tranquil depth of a still pond. She innocently tilted her head. I was merely jesting, Wataru. Why take it to heart? Fickle woman. Wataru lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows over his unwilling eyes. Just moments ago, she had affectionately called him Wataru-kun, yet now, as she distanced herself, she reverted to the distant and polite Wataru-san. Truly, she was a mercurial, mischievous woman. Hua Liang cleared her throat, attempting to smooth over her earlier transgression. I was a bit displeased because Wataru-kun seemed to harbor suspicions about me, which prompted me to speak out of turn. I hope you can forgive me. Was she then signaling a desire to establish boundaries? To toy with him, and then simply retreat? Such behavior was too convenient. Thus, Wataru seized upon her words, pressing further. If you truly feel remorseful and wish to clear your name, you must accept my oversight. Oh, I mean, my guardianship. Can Liang-san comply? Hua Liang spoke slowly. It's not impossible, but I intended to ask just now. Does JJK know about your actions today? Wataru's handsome face was momentarily choked by her words, alternating between shades of blue and white. Even at his youthful age, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for his somewhat underhanded actions. How infuriating. She was clearly attempting to dissuade him. However, upon reflection, she was not even Suguru Geto's girlfriend yet, merely engaging in temporary interactions. Even though their relationship had been established, what harm could it possibly do for him? As a friend, to meet her? The young Shikigami, with her 6 eyes, swiftly provided herself with a modest veil to hide behind, burying her head in it like an ostrich. Thus, emboldened by her own justifications, she declared, is it really necessary to trouble Jie over such trivial matters? He was preoccupied with exorcising those unsightly curses, which were rampant throughout Tokyo now that summer had arrived. Hua Liang shook her head, choosing not to respond. Instead, musing to herself, until I have won Jia's heart, I shall remain by his side. She was genuinely curious about what the ultimate reward would be upon reaching a perfect affinity of 100. However, if she were to consider the frequency of the premonitory visions she had witnessed, she recalled having seen 2 visions related to Suguru Geto, who had an affinity level of 40 towards her. Could it be that every increment of 20 points in affinity would trigger a glimpse into the future? Yet, this did not add up. She had seen Suguru Geto's future during the previous loop, so was it possible that emotional connections accumulated over the loops? A chill ran down Hua Liang's spine at this thought, but she quickly sensed something amiss. Wataru Fushiguro had an affinity of only 20. Yet she had indeed seen 2 visions concerning him, the first also in the previous loop. As for the second instance, something felt off. She distinctly remembered strolling along the seaside under the moonlight with Suguru Geto. Was he perhaps peeking from the shadows? In any case, she momentarily set her mind at ease. There was no logical reason for Suguru Geto's affinity to accumulate, while Wataru Fushiguro's did not. She must have been overthinking it. Perhaps it was simply that upon reaching an affinity of 40, one could trigger a vision concerning others besides him. Indeed, that seemed plausible. As for Zenin Fushiguro, he had only appeared once in this loop, aligning with that 20-point affinity. Just as Hua Liang was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Wataru Fushiguro seemed to catch a flaw in her words. He chuckled softly, a playful glint in his eyes. To win him over? Does Liang-san regard GA as a trophy or perhaps a reward in a game? Ah, you've truly hit the nail on the head, young man. Hua Liang maintained her composed demeanor, smiling gently. I never said such a thing. Perhaps Wataru-kun is overindulging in his imagination. Lowering her voice, her expression transformed into one of brazen confidence, laced with a hint of provocation. If you possess any concrete evidence of my ulterior motives, feel free to present it to GA. The two faced off, neither willing to yield an inch, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Suddenly, a gentle male voice shattered the stalemate. Geto? What brings you here? Suguru Geto, having just finished a long day of exorcising curses, was weary and on his way back to Jujutsu High for some much-needed rest when he stumbled upon Hua Liang's post on FB about wanting to enjoy some delicious fruits. Hence, he had brought with him a perfectly ripe watermelon and a large box of ruby grapes, hoping to surprise her. Originally, 2 days prior, he had seized a moment between tasks to sneak off with her to the arcade, and that brief outing had gone splendidly without interruption from his troublesome friends. After dinner, he had escorted her home, thereby learning her address. As he approached, a look of confusion crossed his face. Why aren't you at Jujutsu High? Haven't you been practicing your control over the reverse techniques lately? He stood at her side, his demeanor calm and gentle. Yet the hand holding the bag of fruits gradually tightened with unspoken tension. The three fell into a brief silence, until Wataru Fushiguro broke the peculiar quietness. What a coincidence. GA, you finished your task so swiftly? Liang-san messaged me saying she wanted to prepare a surprise for you for the Lantern Festival. Ah, I can't say more. He faltered, feeling guilty, hastily assigning himself the role of a mere accomplice. I saw her researching strategies. She has been working quite hard. Oh, is that so? Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow, glancing at Hua Liang, his deep purple eyes darkening. Liang-chan, you need trouble Wataru. You can speak directly to me about anything. Chapter 68, What a Splendid Performance. This was a clear declaration of a closer relationship between him and Hua Liang, laced with a hint of rivalry and a subtle warning. Wataru Fushiguro felt a pang of discontent as he sensed himself being pushed aside, as if the bond between the two was inseparable. Yet, he knew he lacked the grounds to retort for now, so he merely pursed his lips and remained silent. Meanwhile, under the scrutiny of those dark eyes, Hua Liang for the first time felt a twinge of pressure. However, she quickly regained her composure, as if nothing were amiss, and continued to engage with Wataru Fushiguro's earlier explanation, smoothly entering into the banter. Even her previously distant manner of address softened slightly. I did ask Wataru-kun for assistance, but he mentioned that due to the heavy workload during summer, you likely wouldn't have time for a short trip together. Suguru Geto nodded, as per our usual practice. It will likely continue until October. The summer will only conclude then. During this time, we will be scouring all corners of Tokyo, exorcising every curse in sight. Hua Liang feigned sympathy. That sounds exhausting. Wataru Fushiguro chimed in. Indeed, it is. Suguru Geto responded. Not too bad. I'm used to it. Hua Liang remained silent. Suguru Geto was not one to lament his burdens. He usually bore his troubles alone. Thus, despite the daily onslaught of exorcising curses and the pressure of consuming one repulsive cursed jewel after another, he always appeared vibrant and full of life in Hua Liang's presence. He did not wish for her to witness his vulnerabilities. He preferred to maintain an image of warmth and invincibility before her. In stark contrast, Wataru Fushiguro cared little for how others perceived him, unencumbered by any external expectations. He spoke freely, expressing his thoughts without restraint, and if he sought sympathy, he would effortlessly play the part of the pitiful one. Suguru Geto would not indulge him. When you were protecting Rika, you maintained your limitless technique for 48 hours without issue, didn't you? How is it that dealing with mere minions leaves the six-eyes Shikigami at a loss? Wataru Fushiguro retorted with a hint of exasperation. It's because we have to traverse various locations. Having too many flies around can be quite bothersome. Suguru Geto was disinclined to engage further. He knew that Wataru always had a plethora of nonsensical arguments ready to counter any inquiry, and he had never lost a verbal spar. He turned to Hua Liang. Did you finish reading The Little Prince that we borrowed from the bookstore last time? Would you like me to return it for you tomorrow? Not yet, Hua Liang admitted, feeling somewhat mentally and physically drained by the antics of the two, juggling the unpredictable whims of Wataru Fushiguro while trying not to reveal anything to Suguru Geto. She longed to bring this exhausting three-person drama to a close. Perhaps due to the oppressive summer heat, she had been feeling unusually lethargic and lacking in appetite. Hua Liang cast a sly glance at the tote bag in the other person's hand. Are these fruits for me? She inquired. Shoyo Jie nodded, leaning closer to her, his gaze focused and tender. I noticed someone complaining earlier. I truly appreciate it. I shall not stand on ceremony, Hua Liang replied with a cheerful smile, reaching out for the bag, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Shoyo Jia wished to exhibit their intimacy further, particularly in the presence of Futaro Wataru. Let me carry it to the living room. It seems quite heavy. At that moment, Futaro Wataru, who had been left out of the exchange, seized the opportunity to interject. Don't forget about me. I just saw Ryo-chan was gathering household supplies from the car's trunk. Without allowing for any refusal, he hurriedly dashed to the garage, ostentatiously opening the unlocked trunk and retrieved 2 plastic bags brimming with items. Upon reaching the doorway, Hua Liang did not invite them into the living room to rest. Instead, she displayed a weary expression. I'm feeling a bit tired. Once you finish your tasks, I would love to have you both over at my place. My culinary skills are quite commendable, especially since the 2 little ones next door are very appreciative. Shoyo Jia felt a flicker of unease at her inexplicably distant demeanor. He was about to say something further when Futaro Wataru pulled him away, citing the impropriety of visiting a solitary girl's home at such a late hour. As their figures gradually faded into the night, Hua Liang let out a long sigh. It was indeed more exhausting than exorcising cursed spirits. Just as she was preparing to close the door, Fushiguro Megumi leaped over the wall from the neighboring courtyard. He clapped his hands in a nonchalant manner, a teasing smile gracing his face. What a splendid show we have here. Goodness, why are all the main characters congregating today? At this rate, we could easily gather a table for mahjong. Noting the impatience etched on Hua Liang's face, Fushiguro Megumi halted his laughter. I am here to discuss serious matters. The news about the communicator I released has reached the Zenin clan. They seem intent on placing an order. However, before proceeding, they wish to test the product first, then send a representative to negotiate bulk purchasing terms. Astonished by this unexpected development, wasn't Fushiguro Megumi typically disdainful of the Zenin clan? Hua Liang couldn't help but express her disbelief. Why would you engage in dealings with them? Perhaps her surprise was too evident, for Fushiguro Megumi responded languidly. I had Koen Shiyu spread the word. I'm not keen on meeting anyone from the Zenin clan. He added, Miss, you need to prepare in advance. How much can your development team produce daily? Only then did Hua Liang remember that in her recent endeavors to court Shoyo Jia and avoid Futaro Wataru, she had neglected to expand her territory. Well, since we're on the topic, could you accompany me tomorrow, Megumi-kun? Fushiguro Megumi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Where to? To the Pansy Church. That will be our future base. However, we ought to change the name. How about Eternal Crayon? No, that lacks grandeur. Perhaps we should call it Heavenly Unity instead? Hua Liang pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Since it is an organization comprised of non-sorcerers, it should indeed resonate with the common populace, embodying the harmony of heaven and humanity, and the natural way of the Tao. Fushiguro Megumi's expression gradually hardened, his emerald eyes glinting with a hint of dangerous intent. So, the grand vision you previously presented is solely your undertaking? Hey, let us not phrase it so harshly. Our organization now includes you, does it not? Hua Liang quickly interjected to soothe him. As long as our core, namely, you and I, remains, we can swiftly muster a team wherever we go. We will have employees, bread, and our ideals will be realized. Fushiguro Megumi seemed disinclined to engage further. With a dark scowl, he let out a sarcastic chuckle. Chapter 69, A Conspiracy Against Shoyo Jia. After a month of intermittent dealings with Fushiguro Megumi, Hua Liang had nearly discerned his character. When her usual persuasive tactics failed, she promptly resorted to her financial prowess. She extracted a thin card from her pocket and handed it over. 5 million yen. Consider it in advance on the communicator's dividends. No one could resist the allure of money, especially not the spendthrift Fushiguro Megumi. His disgruntled expression faded as he accepted the card. Thank you, Mississippi. Should any further troubles arise, feel free to enlist my services. As long as the payment is right, I can handle anything. Hua Liang waved her hand dismissively. If you could keep a closer eye on the 2 little ones at home, I would be eternally grateful. By the way, once the communicator business takes off and begins to generate profit, I will deduct the child support for Jinmiki and K from that. Fushiguro Megumi nodded nonchalantly. Whatever works. It saves me the trouble. They look at me as if I were a robber, which is quite perplexing. He paused, a strange look crossing his face. How about a proposal? Would you consider marrying me? We could sign a prenuptial agreement, and I could help you resolve any issues without charge. Of course, you would need to take good care of those 2 little rascals, so I won't have to sell them to the Zenin clan, thus saving you from the cost of purchasing them back from me. Hua Liang was rendered speechless by his peculiar logic. Should I be thanking you for your trust? Or should I pry open your skull to see if it's filled with water? Setting that aside, you haven't even dissolved your marriage with Jinmiki's mother, have you? If you wish to do so, it can be done swiftly, but I had completely forgotten about it. Hua Liang rolled her eyes. Thanks. But I have no interest in irresponsible gamblers. Fushiguro Megumi raised an eyebrow. Are you instead interested in someone who can't even beat a gambling loser? ISNT it said that women tend to prefer strong partners due to genetic predispositions. Hua Liang, unwilling to continue the conversation with this eccentric individual, offered a polite smile. Because I am already quite strong. Fushiguro Megumi shrugged indifferently, as if his previous proposal had merely been a jest. Very well, this offer remains open indefinitely. Should you change your mind, you may reach out to me at any time. Stay away from those two, though. I sense you may be in danger. Hua Liang flashed him a middle finger. Careful, or I might call the police on you. Closing the door, she began to categorize the supplies she had procured alongside the fruits Shoyojia had given her, placing them in the fridge. Just as she nestled the watermelon into the produce compartment, she suddenly paused. Fushiguro Megumi's words had sparked a revelation within her. In the star jelly incident, all the conspiracies orchestrated by the unseen hand appeared to revolve around assassinating Futaro Wataru and thwarting the merging of the celestial bodies. Yet, she had been unable to comprehend why the ambush involving the red octopus and ice sorcerer sent to Okinawa last week seemed merely tentative, a mere probing. This week, she found herself again in Okinawa, even taking a stroll by the beach with Shoyojia, who had not made an appearance. Instead, the following day, the same massacre aimed at Futaro Wataru unfolded at the Jujutsu High campus, just as it had in the previous timeline. Observing as a third party, she noted that two groups were still intent on eliminating the star jelly. After much contemplation, she realized the problem lay with her. In the first timeline, she had participated in the protection task for the star jelly. As an unexpected arrival, they had not had sufficient time to gather intelligence on her, which had led to the tentative testing at the Okinawa beach. In the second round, she merely exists as an ordinary person, allowing the other party to focus solely on confronting Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto based on the known information. However, is Satoru Gojo the only one caught in the maelstrom of danger? Why did she witness Suguru Geto's dark transformation against a backdrop of raging flames? What prompted him to part ways with Satoru Gojo and betray Jujutsu High? Beyond facilitating the evolution of Tian Yuan, there seems to be a deeper layer. A hidden hand appears to be consciously manipulating events, continuously provoking Suguru Geto's descent into darkness. Suguru Geto is not a sorcerer born of a prestigious family. He emerged from an ordinary household, endowed with an extraordinary talent that comes once in a century. Gifted in the manipulation of cursed spirits. From their conversation in the previous round, it can be inferred that he was once isolated and even framed by his classmates due to his ability to perceive cursed spirits. Coupled with his parents' lack of understanding, the emotional undertone of his youth was predominantly somber. Fortunately, he possesses a steadfast, kind, and powerful heart. Upon entering Jujutsu High, he gained companions, and it seemed that everything was progressing in a positive direction. Yet, she recalls their unexpected encounter with a special-grade cursed spirit in the hospital, where she inadvertently stumbled upon a friend from his middle school years. Had she not been present at that moment, the vulnerable Suguru Geto would likely have witnessed the gruesome murder of his former friend. Even with her presence, that individual, overwhelmed by fear and the frailties of human nature, still laid all the blame on Suguru Geto, even interrogating them as to why they hadn't arrived sooner, implying that had they come earlier, his girlfriend would not have perished. If such occurrences were to repeat, would they not profoundly impact Suguru Geto's psyche? Consider the Shagatai mission. Had she not intervened, would Tenenriko have been shot dead right before him by Fushiguro Zenin, just after he had promised to let her go? He has always been the type to shoulder excessive responsibility, which would undoubtedly intensify his guilt for failing to fulfill his promise. Moreover, he was unable to avenge Tenenriko, as despite his prodigious talent, he was still too young to defeat Fushiguro Zenin. Thus, the humiliating words he overheard while unconscious regarding the monkey lingered in his memory for so long. In the days that followed, he would incessantly interrogate his own heart, consumed by anger at his own helplessness at that time. He might even strive to become stronger by diligently exorcising cursed spirits, devouring the nauseating cursed energy orbs. Both physically and mentally, the pressures surrounding Suguru Geto continuously mount. Yet, he remains like a sealed vessel, swallowing all his anguish and frustrations like cursed energy orbs, digesting them in silence. Fragments of his past experiences resurface in Hua Liang's mind, ultimately piecing together a seemingly bizarre, yet well-supported conclusion. So, what becomes of Suguru Geto after his descent into darkness? Will he be slain by Satoru Gojo? Or will he choose to eliminate Gojo instead? Regardless, it is bound to culminate in a tragic ending. Chapter 70. The Birth of Tian E Cult. Is it truly just that? Hua Liang feels that matters are far more intricate. Has the hidden hand orchestrated so many schemes merely to separate two future special-grade sorcerers? Could it be that Suguru Geto is destined to become a world-ending antagonist? It seems she has found a thread amidst the tangled mess, and her next step is to follow it to unravel the truth. Currently, Suguru Geto is diligently performing tasks to exorcise cursed spirits, adhering to his life creed of protecting the weak and shielding all non-sorcerers from cursed spirits. If the Hidden Hand seeks to achieve its goal of his betrayal from Jujutsu High, it is certain to launch further assaults, orchestrating events aimed at dismantling his psychological defenses. Her task is to draw closer to Suguru Geto, garner his affection, and bind their fates together. If anyone desires to see him collapse into darkness, they will undoubtedly target her. She is determined to uncover which Hidden Hand is orchestrating everything. What, in this damned world, is the true cause of its impending destruction? Hastily securing the perishable food in the refrigerator, Hua Liang retrieves her phone to engage in her daily quest for affection. Be safe on the road, Geto. Be cautious when facing those monsters, she sends. Almost instantly, she receives a reply. I just wish summer would end soon. Pouring herself a glass of juice, Hua Liang sinks into the soft embrace of the couch, stretching luxuriously before hugging a pillow to her chest. Glancing down, she muses. Ah, has he finally awakened? His previous messages had been so formulaic, yet today he subtly expressed a desire for another date with her. Ah, indeed, this is the inherent flaw of men. No matter how much she flirted in the past, Satoru Gojo's slight advance towards her sparked a sense of crisis, compelling him to eagerly express his interest. Yet, for this consciously evolving individual, a timely reward is in order. Once you're done with your tasks, let us go soak in a hot spring together in October. While satisfying his desire for conquest, she knows that rewards must not be immediate. They must dangle like a carrot in front of a donkey, ensuring he holds onto the anticipation each day while exorcising cursed spirits, thus keeping her in his thoughts. Sounds good. I'm already looking forward to it. On the asphalt road leading from the city to Jujutsu High, the night enveloped the world in a serene silence, save for the distant hum of car engines. Suguru Geto closes his phone and glances at Satoru Gojo, who is resting with his eyes closed, softly inquiring, after summer ends, shall we go to the hot springs? Hua Liang mentioned wanting to experience the hot springs in Gunma Prefecture. Would you like to join? Suguru Geto isn't so naive as to deliberately place Hua Liang and Satoru Gojo together to observe their reactions. Rather, he thinks, I'll invite Kiriko, Nanami, and Hibara as well, so they can all get acquainted. Playing with his phone, Suguru Geto's gaze sweeps over Gojo. After such an intense series of cursed spirit exorcisms, everyone must be exhausted. It's the perfect opportunity to relax. He willingly sacrifices the chance for a private outing with Hua Liang, even considering staying overnight elsewhere. Driven by his own rationale, he believes that as long as their friends are aware of his relationship with Hua Liang, even Satoru Gojo, no matter how self-absorbed, would naturally step back. Satoru Gojo understands this declaration of ownership and retorts, I never expected, Geto, that you would be interested in a non-sorcerer. I thought a person like you would only feel sympathy and pity for the weak. Suguru Geto chuckles lightly, who knows? From what you say, it seems you want to be marrying a non-sorcerer? You must be following your family's wishes to wed a lady from a sorcerer lineage, aiming to produce a next generation of exceptional talent? This quip elicits a sharp and poignant response. Satoru Gojo shifts his posture, resting his arms behind his head, and scoffs dismissively. Those old geezers think they can control me? Dream on. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he chuckles softly. All right, I retract my previous statement. Perhaps Hua Liang isn't the weakling we imagined. Quite the contrary. One should indeed be concerned about her excessive fortitude. If her identity aligns with the individual he suspects, the situation could become exceedingly intriguing, and Jay's expression would undoubtedly be quite remarkable. Hello, microphone check, 1, 2, 3. Hua Liang donned an expansive white robe, adorned with intricate and lavish embroidery that extended from the hem to the collar, completely concealing her figure. Were it not for the absence of a crown, her attire might evoke the image of a pope presiding over a medieval baptismal ceremony. Her visage was obscured by a silver mask, embellished with ornate wave patterns. Fushiguro Zenin had previously expressed bewilderment at her peculiar taste, inquiring whether her garb was inspired by the leprous king from the Crusades. In response, Hua Liang asserted that one's appearance is paramount. With the troublesome figure of Wataru Gojo lurking nearby, she could hardly afford to reveal her true self. Furthermore, even if she were to traverse the clear path ahead, how could her evidently youthful countenance command respect? Under reasonable circumstances, one must rely on embellishments to augment their presence. Nevertheless, she acknowledged Fushiguro Zenin's breadth of knowledge, subsequently earning a roll of his eyes. Can you hear me clearly? Hua Liang tapped the microphone, and the vast cathedral of the Panqing sect reverberated with several dull thuds. Her low, husky voice gradually resonated. Today, I am here to announce a significant development. From this moment forth, the Panqing sect will officially be renamed the Tianyi sect, which I shall now oversee. As her words fell, It was akin to a drop of water plummeting into boiling oil, instantly igniting chaos. Hua Liang paid no heed to the buzzing dissent emanating from the crowd below. Maintaining a placid demeanor, she continued at a measured pace. I understand that this announcement may come as a surprise, but please believe that the Tianyi sect will undoubtedly flourish under my leadership. Who is this lunatic? Where's the sect master? Honestly, this feels like a child's play, allowing any Tom, Dick, or Harry to take the stage. Ridiculous. Do they think this will suffice? With a sneer, a cacophony ensued. Dozens of writhing tentacles spiraled through the air, tearing apart the loudest dissenters into steaming fragments. Blood rained down, splattering those nearby. The congregation beneath the altar fell into an eerie silence, akin to ducks grasped by the throat. Only then did Hua Liang smile and continue now. It appears we can settle down and listen to my words. The tenet of our Tianyi sect is the science of exorcism. Perhaps some of you may harbor misconceptions about me, but rest assured, our mission is to ensure that ordinary individuals will no longer suffer the encroachments of cursed spirits or sorcerers. She gazed down upon the audience, who trembled like quails, and declared, very well, since there are no objections, I shall invite Mr. Kong Shiyu to elaborate on our specific areas of work. With that, she descended towards the crowd. After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted, tilting her head. No applause? The applause erupted like the rising tide of the sea, overwhelming the vast space. Chapter 71, Torment. Summer rain always arrives swiftly and densely. Wataru Gojo sat quietly in his car, his gaze drifting across the rain-specked window. The once tiny droplets, as the downpour intensified, slid down the glass, leaving serpentine trails in their wake. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with traversing the streets of Tokyo, exorcising the cursed spirits that proliferated during the summer. Yet, he had not ceased his pursuit of the enigmatic figure clad in the wave-patterned mask. Time flowed inexorably, and by mid-August, he had yet to uncover this person's identity. They had vanished as if a fish submerged in the ocean. Last month, the influence of the Panqing sect was absorbed by another organization known as Tianyi. The origins of the Tianyi sect trace back to the distant land across the sea, Huagua, and it is a charitable institution gathering ordinary people, espousing kindness to others. They do not worship the Tianyuan as a deity, but instead revere a legendary beast known as the Kraken. Reports from the Gojo family indicated that this organization appears to possess considerable expertise in mechanical engineering, having even developed communication devices impervious to barriers or enchantments. Presently, the Tianyi sect is engaged in business negotiations with the Zenin clan. Wataru Gojo held little interest in such gatherings of minor players. After all, the world is rife with beliefs, and even if they bore some connection to the sorcery realm, their trade of items that might enhance sorcerer survival rates was hardly extraordinary. However, due to the Gojo family's unwillingness to be overshadowed by the Zenin clan, they dispatched personnel to evaluate the practicality of the developed communication devices. Thus the name Tianyi had reached his ears. What concerned him more was, ding dong, the wooden door of a confectionery shop named Bada, specializing in strawberry cakes, swung open from within, and the wind chimes above the door rang out with a crisp sound. His attention was instantly drawn to the noise, and upon glancing up, he beheld a young girl clad in a floral t-shirt and faded jeans, carrying a cake box as she departed with an umbrella. It was not her. It was not the face he longed to see. Wataru Gojo recognized that something was amiss with his current state of mind. He had repeatedly admonished himself within, urging not to entangle himself further with the girl named Hua Liang. The initial 2 weeks had been manageable. He reassured himself that his interest stemmed merely from suspicion regarding her proximity to Suguru Ghetto, questioning her intentions. Yet, after a month of tirelessly exorcising curses, his observations revealed that although the two maintained sporadic contact via their phones, the frequency was regrettably low, and they had not met again. He pondered. Perhaps she truly was an ordinary person. However, on one occasion, while passing by that confectionery shop, he caught sight of that familiar figure bustling among the patrons through the window, and an overwhelming surge of emotion, a blend of excitement and sorrow, erupted within him, flooding his chest. He could not comprehend the source of this emotion nor what it signified, yet it was undeniably an experience he had never encountered since birth. Thus, he began to rationalize his clandestine visits to observe her life during his brief respites from exorcising curses as an expression of his unwillingness to concede. Indeed, it was a sense of unwillingness. He had encountered her before Suguru Ghetto. He had arrived first. He possessed a remarkably privileged background, immense strength that drew the admiration of the world, and a strikingly handsome visage that endeared him to unfamiliar women. Yet, she remained indifferent to him, disregarding his presence entirely. He had never gleaned a hint of sweetness from her, not even managing to gain the upper hand in their verbal exchanges, which left him feeling profoundly defeated. Consequently, he found himself drawn to furtively observe her. This was evidently devoid of logic, lacking any rationale that his famously rational mind would arrive at. Yet he could not, nor dared he, delve into the potential underlying reasons. Much like this rainy day, every time the rains fell at night, he found himself trapped in a recurring dream. Night after night, he dreamt of her. It unfolded within an apartment in Chiyoda, Tokyo, one that belonged to him. In these dreams, during tempestuous rainstorms, she stood barefoot before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. She seemed unfazed by the thunderous roars that would typically terrify an ordinary girl. Instead, she took great delight in admiring the heavy curtain of rain and the city's neon lights distorted by the raindrops on the window. In truth, he had never been particularly fond of rainy days. While they allowed for limitless protection, they hindered his exploration of both renowned and obscure dessert shops throughout the city. He could hardly use his abilities amidst crowds. However, he found a peculiar fondness for rainy days in his dreams. To be precise, he cherished the tranquil space within, where the sounds of thunder and lightning mingled with the rain cascading from a seemingly breached sky. It was as if, in that moment, only he and she existed between heaven and earth. Initially, he could not approach her. He could only sit on the sofa, engrossed in video games. Any attempt to set down the controller and move towards her would result in an abrupt awakening from his dream. Thus, he attempted to manipulate the game character while glancing at her, a task not difficult for him. Blessed with his six-eyed talent, he began to converse with her, inviting her to join him in the game. Though she declined, the dream continued to unfold, with his persistent efforts steering the narrative toward logical coherence. She mentioned her intention to take a shower after a boisterous gathering filled with alcohol. He nodded in agreement, assuring her that clean towels and fresh clothes awaited her in the bathroom. Such dialogue set his heart aflutter and sparked a cascade of thoughts. If their relationship were not particularly intimate, how could she appear in his apartment alone? And why would she join him and friends for dinner? The wait for her felt interminable, and he even began to count the thunderclaps outside while continuing his game. Eventually, she re-entered the living room clad in his white t-shirt, which hung loosely on her petite frame. It appeared she had soaked in the bath for quite some time. Her porcelain skin radiated a warm pink hue, glistening with droplets of moisture. Then, she requested clean underwear, which left him somewhat disheartened. It seemed they were not cohabiting after all, and she did not reside here permanently. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to her request, and soon, someone delivered freshly laundered undergarments to his door. Seizing the moment as he opened the door, he realized he could now move freely within the apartment. Even as he handed over the delicate fabric, his fingertips brushed against her warm skin. The constraints of the dream on his actions gradually weakened with each movement he made. She was in his home, enveloped in the scent of his favorite body wash, wearing clothes he had purchased for her. It was even possible that she would share the same bed with him. Such thoughts filled him with genuine joy, akin to walking on soft, fluffy clouds, elevating his spirit. Chapter 72. Why must I endure? Unfortunately, his daydreams shattered once more. She bid him good night and headed straight to the guest room to sleep. What a revelation. They were not in the relationship he had envisioned. Satoru Gojo had no intention of overstepping boundaries. Instead, he returned to his own bedroom and closed his eyes. Sleeping in a dream was indeed a novel experience. Even through the wall, he seemed to hear her gentle breaths. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he could even catch a hint of the crisp scent of snow weighing down pine branches. Though the aroma was soothing and relaxing, his heart grew increasingly anxious and restless. To see yet not touch, to touch yet not consume, and to consume yet not swallow. What sort of logic was this? Why must he endure such torment? Ding! His thoughts returned to the entrance of the dessert shop. The girl wore a water-green silk dress, tailored in a cheap house style, accentuating her exquisite figure. Perhaps due to the heat, her long, raven-black hair was loosely pinned up with a simple jade hairpin. She opened a large black umbrella and hurriedly departed. The sky darkened ominously, and torrential rain fell, splattering upon the ground like transparent butterflies yearning to take flight. Satoru lowered his gaze, and after a few moments, it seemed he had finally made a decision. He abruptly flung open the car door. I have something to attend to. Don't mind me, he told the driver, striding in the direction the girl had taken. Hua Liang muttered curses at the wretched rainy day, all the while feeling that her actions of working in a dessert shop, despite her family's wealth, were utterly foolish. Truly, she was merely making things harder for herself. Were it not for her determination to overcome her PTSD by following her doctor's advice to leave her familiar surroundings and engage with different people, she would not be working. Although she had indeed learned a great deal about dessert-making techniques, which she could use to whip up treats for the two mischievous little ones during her free time. The dessert shop did not allow for long-term parking, and after her shift, Hua Liang had to traverse two narrow alleys to reach the nearest parking lot. My hair, in. Upon hearing the strange yet familiar incantation of a cursed spirit, Hua Liang paid it no mind. This summer had been particularly sweltering. and non-sorcerers were more prone to harboring negative emotions. She had encountered numerous bizarre cursed spirits while out and about. However, this one seemed fixated on hair. Was it perhaps the resentment of a corporate worker facing a receding hairline? Whatever the case, she was now just an ordinary person, pretending not to see or hear it, choosing to ignore its presence. Little did she know, just as she thought this, an immense force surged from behind, shoving her against the wall. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she might have scraped her elbow. Just as she prepared to turn and teach this ungrateful cursed spirit a lesson, a tall, slender figure swiftly approached. He grabbed the head of the clattering cursed spirit and yanked it forcefully, tossing it to the ground like a discarded ball. With his limitless abilities activated, not a trace of the spirit's filth touched his palm. He let out a sigh of relief, his cobalt blue eyes scanning Hua Liang's astonished face. "Are you all right?" Hua Liang picked up her fallen umbrella, and within moments, the rain had dampened her hair. Tucking a stray black lock behind her ear, she smiled at Satoru Gojo. "Thank you, Gojo-kun. You really startled me just now." A few droplets of clear rainwater trickled down her pale, delicate neck, revealing faintly protruding blue veins. Satoru's throat constricted as he felt a tingling sensation at his fingertips. He couldn't help but wonder if, upon touching her, he might feel her pulsing heartbeat and the warm blood flowing through her veins. "Ah, what a coincidence to run into you here." Satoru shifted his gaze to the fallen cursed spirit, realizing it possessed the strength of a semi-grade 1. "It seems that you particularly attract cursed spirits, huh?" Hua Liang wore a resigned smile. "Is that a compliment? I'd rather not see them at all." Satoru nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps that is precisely why you've been able to see them since childhood?" "Yes, around 7 or 8 years old. However, since I've always been somewhat reclusive, my range of activities has been quite limited, so it hasn't significantly impacted my life." Hua Liang gestured outside the alley, where the rain continued to fall. This was hardly a suitable place for conversation. "My car is parked over there. Wu Qiaokuan, let us move to that location." The words to escape the rain were swallowed back by her, for the youth before her seemed untouched by the downpour, an invisible aura encircling him, creating a vacuum of about 1 centimeter around his form. Wu Qiaowaku reached into his pocket, silencing the incessantly vibrating phone. His strikingly aggressive visage still bore an almost imperceptible smile, merely a trivial trick, and since I find myself with nothing to do, may I linger at Liangsan's residence for a while? Hua Liang had no intention of refusing. After all, they had already pierced through that thin veil on their last encounter. If he remained suspicious, so be it. Let him investigate. Out of both sentiment and reason, it was he who had saved her life just moments ago. Presenting a cold demeanor now would undoubtedly raise suspicions of crossing a bridge only to dismantle it afterward. Of course, it would be a privilege. The two departed together, seemingly unaffected by any previous discord, conversing and laughing like ordinary friends as they walked towards the parking lot. They passed a series of either exquisite or minimalist shops, their gazes skimming over the signs, which predominantly belonged to hair salons lining the street. Suddenly, Hua Liang had a revelation. Could that cursed spirit, which had been clamoring about hair, be the amalgamation of negative emotions from customers who had fled barbershops in tears after botched haircuts? And to possess the strength of a quasi-grade 1 cursed spirit, one could only imagine the depth of their resentment. As Hua Liang retrieved her keys and inserted them into the lock, she heard the distinct sound of footsteps approaching from within. Growing nearer, the door barely opened a crack when the lovely faces of Fubuki Tsukimi and Fubuki Kei eagerly emerged. "Sister Hua Liang, you're back." Hua Liang rubbed her head with one hand, while Wu Qiaowaku, holding the bag of desserts she had prepared, leaned in from behind her, bending slightly. "Greetings. I am Wu Qiaowaku, a good friend of Liang-san." Tsukimi, taken aback by the proximity of Wu Qiao's striking visage, blushed fiercely. Hello. I am Fubuki Tsukimi. It is a pleasure to meet you." Due to her unreliable father, Kei harbored a deep-seated wariness towards all handsome men. Thus, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Fubuki Kei, Hua Liang, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling among the three youngsters, was simply struck by the fact that Wu Qiaowaku possessed an extraordinarily advantageous appearance, capable of intimidating those meeting him for the first time. Chapter 73. The Bad Boy Sets His Dog Upon Me. Hua Liang's house was not particularly large, but the living room comfortably accommodated 2 adults and 2 children. She bent down to rummage through the shoe cabinet in the entryway, managing to unearth a pair of size 38 flip-flops that came as a bonus with her shopping. However, as soon as she placed them at Wu Qiao's feet, regret washed over her. Clearly, his shoe size far exceeded 38. By her estimation, it was at least size 42. There was no other option. "As you know, I live alone and do not have larger shoes at home." Hua Liang straightened up, adding, "However, I do have a cleaning service come 3 times a week, so it should be quite clean." Tsukimi glanced at Wu Qiao, stammering, "Kei and I have done a good job keeping the house clean while Sister Hua Liang was away." "Well, it's fine. I don't need any slippers, Wu Tiao replied, his mood buoyant, as it indicated he was the first to step into her personal space, suggesting that Suguru had certainly never visited. Wearing socks on the wooden floor, he looked at Hua Liang with a teasing expression. Employing child labor? Surely that cannot be the case. Hua Liang took the dessert bag from his hands and walked towards the kitchen. Would you like to try some? The strawberry cake from Bada is limited to 100 servings daily, and I reserved some as soon as I started my shift. However, there weren't many. She had only brought back 4, originally intended for Kei and Tsukimi. Delicious strawberry cake. With that, Hua Liang busied herself plating the cake, while Kei took on the role of host. Wu Tiao watched Kei, whose short stature and bustling demeanor resembled that of a little goblin, and couldn't he help but chuckle. The children from Zenin, oh no, Fubuki, are quite well behaved. Please enjoy, Kei replied coldly, as she remained wary of the invasive presence of this unfamiliar man, especially one who had the audacity to mention her scoundrel of a father. Thus, her expression grew increasingly frosty as she formally pushed the prepared tea towards Wu Tiao, falling silent thereafter. Wu Tiao, undeterred by her lack of conversation, maintained his polite demeanor, simply signaling his friendliness. The features of this sea urchin-headed youth evidently bore the marks of the Zenin family: black hair, green, upturned eyes, and an understandably unlikable disposition. Thank you. Sea urchin head. Oh dear, I inadvertently voiced my internal moniker, but it mattered not. Kei frowned, a look of contempt crossing her tomato-red face. What an impolite fellow. Wu Tiao took a sip of tea, stretching his limbs like a cat surveying its territory, and began to explore the house with keen interest. Since she had allowed him entry, Hua Liang felt no concern about revealing anything inappropriate. This was merely her sanctuary for rest. Her study contained only a few scattered sketches and parts, as she had set up a dedicated studio at the headquarters of the Ponching Association. May I enter the study? Wu Tiao inquired, pointing at a closed wooden door. Hua Liang, balancing the platter of cake and utensils, walked towards the open dining table adjacent to the living room. That is my bedroom. The door next to it, adorned with sage, leads to the relaxation room. But first, let us savor the strawberry cake. With a reluctant withdrawal of his hand, Wu Tiao feigned compliance, returning to his seat at the dining table. Thank you, Tsukimi-chan. Accepting the silver tea set from the little girl, he flashed her a charming smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned teeth. No need to thank me, Mr. Wu Tiao. Watching Tsukimi's blush deepen, Kei's irritation mounted. What was this man pretending to be polite for? He had clearly taken the opportunity to bestow a nickname upon him while they were distracted. Oh, this is delicious. It's the best strawberry cake I've ever had. Upon tasting the first bite, Wu Tiao's astonishment was palpable, followed by a torrent of praise that bordered on operatic. If I do not get to enjoy this cake in my future life, it shall be devoid of joy. Then, with a sudden display of intent, he stated, So, Liang-san, would you be able to procure a takeout for me every day? I'll come by to collect it once I'm finished. Hua Liang stammered, this. Kei interjected. This guy clearly has ulterior motives. He wants to come by every day. He and Tsukimi cannot be here every day, in a matter of mere minutes. Wu Tiao polished off the desserts on his plate with a refined elegance. Then it settled. His azure gaze locked onto Kei's wide, green eyes, and he pointed a finger at Hua Liang. He glaring at me. He rolled his eyes at me. Kei was taken aback by such shameless behavior. Was he truly reporting her? For a towering figure, he was certainly squabbling like a child. What poor taste. Naturally, Hua Liang rushed to defend her charge, quickly interjecting, You must have seen it wrong, Wu Tiao-kun. Kei and Tsukimi are the most understanding and polite children I have ever known. How could they roll their eyes at a guest? I am endowed with the sight of 6 eyes. How could I possibly be mistaken? Wu Tiao Wugo relentlessly accused He Zhuang. You must be well aware of what kind of person Fu Haijinger is, right? Oh, aren't you currently helping him raise a child? Have you amended the guardianship information? Last I heard from Jia, you even cooked for them. They are allowed to visit. Why am I not? Hua Liang interjected. However, why not simply move back? You used to reside just beneath my apartment, separated by a mere floorboard. Why venture to such a distant place? The more Wu Tiao Wugo spoke, the more he found his arguments compelling. The doctor advised a change of environment, yet a mere rearrangement of your living space would suffice. It's rather unsafe for a young lady like you to live alone. Our apartment boasts top-notch security in all of Neon. Become my neighbor. It would be prudent to maintain a distance from that dangerous character, Fu Haizheng. With a tone that suggested immense resolve, he continued, Jia occasionally visits my apartment, as do now and others. Didn't the doctor say to make as many new friends as possible? Look, isn't it delightful to play with friends of your age? You're merely here to compete for Sister Huai's affection. You rogue. Fu Hai-hui retorted angrily, and suddenly, a black canine sprang from the shadows beneath his chair, sinking its teeth into Wu Tiao Wugo's calf. Hua Liang exclaimed. Wu Tiao Wugo leapt from his seat. The naughty child set a dog on me. No sooner had he spoken than a white puppy dashed forward, delivering a double strike. Instantly, the room descended into chaos. Fu Haitsumi's face turned pale with fright. Where did these dogs come from? Sister, why doesn't he have any dogs? Hua Liang was equally astonished. If I did not missee, those two dogs emerged from the shadows. Could it be that Fu Hui awakened his cursed power due to his overwhelming anger, leading to a technique? The ability to summon Shikigami from shadows. Goodness. Could he have awakened the Zenin family's ancestral technique, which has only emerged once in centuries, the 10 types of shadow techniques? Chapter 74, Sale. Hui, quickly. Call off the dogs. Before the words had left his mouth, the two dogs, one black and one white, dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Fu Haitsumi, terrified by the supernatural occurrence, collapsed onto the floor, her legs giving way. Fu Hui's sudden awakening of the 10 types of shadow techniques was not yet finally controlled and could not be sustained for long. The anger that had clouded his mind had now subsided into calm. Like a child caught in wrongdoing, he hung his head, unable to meet Hua Liang's gaze. Hua Liang helped the shaken Fu Haitsumi to sit on the couch. Then, she turned to Wu Tiao Wugo. Wu Tiao Wugo, stop pretending. The rain isn't even touching you. And Huey's dogs didn't bite you, did they? Feigning immense pain while clutching his leg, Wu Tiao Wugo sighed, instantly dropping his leg and sitting up straight. Well, I knew I couldn't fool you, Liang-san. However, this little sea urchin, oh no, Fu Hui, seems to have awakened the Zenin family's 10 types of shadow techniques, right? Alongside our Wu Tiao family's limitless 6 eyes technique and the Kumo family's blood manipulation, these are all ancestral techniques that emerge only once in centuries. I did not. Fu Hui shot back, raising his head and growling at the other. My Yuki Inu is not the 10 types of shadow techniques. Wu Tiao Wugo quickly caught on to the inconsistency. Aha, you even know the name. This seems to be no mere coincidence. The 10 types of shadow techniques, as the name implies, are techniques capable of summoning 10 powerful Shikigami. Wu Tiao Wugo, now fully alert, elaborated, Yuki Inu, black, white, and mixed, Nu, Hibi, Deja, Manzo, Tobu, Tiger Burials, and Shika, Kanashi, and the legendary 8-grip sword otherworldly deity, Makuro, which no Zenin has ever successfully summoned over millennia. At this point, Wu Tiao Wugo cast an intrigued glance at the reluctant sea urchin. If the head of the Zenin family, Zenin Nabito, were to learn of this development, he would undoubtedly be delighted. Finally, his family has a successor to their ancestral technique. However, the Kumo family might not share in that joy. I do not want to go to the Zenin family. I do not want to. Fu Hui's anger morphed into sorrow, his emerald eyes misting over. He looked at Hua Liang with a pleading expression. Sister Hua, please don't tell Fu Haizheng. He will sell me. I overheard him on the phone discussing this. I do not want to leave here, nor you and Sumi. His fear escalated as tears the size of peas rolled down the cheeks of this little 4-year-old. He finally began to sob quietly. Hua Liang, witnessing his restrained cries, felt a surge of mixed emotions. She shot Wu Tiao Wugo a reproachful glance. Is it amusing to toy with children, Wu Tiao-kun? With that, she scooped up Fu Hui, gently patting his back while soothingly saying, do not worry, Hui. I will not let you be sold. Without delving into the fact that she had already discussed this matter with Fu Haizheng, she had confidence in her ability to negotiate a price to secure Fu Hui, especially with the evolving business of Tianyi. Moreover, Fu Haizheng was temporarily on the same side as her. As long as there were continuous benefits binding them, she believed he would not easily abandon ship. It was apparent to anyone with eyes that her home was a far better haven for Hui compared to the decaying, predatory Zenin family. However, such sentiments were not to be expressed in front of Wu Tiao Wugo. Thus, she dropped a bombshell. Fu Haizheng even suggested I marry him so that I could rightfully raise you. Fu Hui's head shot up. What? How shameless. Fu Haitsumi interjected. Ah no? Wu Tiao Wugo chuckled. He dares. Joking aside, as the atmosphere finally calmed, Hua Liang shrugged. I thought it was quite humorous, was it not? Fu Hui and Fu Haitsumi retorted in unison. Not funny at all. Rest assured, Hui, I will not let you be separated from Tsumi. Hua Liang patted the sea urchin's head, then turned to the amused Wu Tiao Wugo. Wu Tiao-kun, could you please keep this matter under wraps for now? I will soon negotiate this with Zhenger. Fu Hui glanced nervously at the man who had just had dogs set upon him, his green eyes brimming with hope. Well then. After savoring the sea urchin's anxious expression, Wu Tiao Wugo finally relented. Sure, I'm not one to gossip. If I get to see the Zenin family meet with misfortune, I am more than willing to keep it a secret. However, I am curious about how you plan to raise him. As I understand it, you can only see cursed spirits, but your own cursed energy is nearly imperceptible, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person's. How will you teach Hui to enhance his cursed energy and develop techniques? Fu Haizheng himself is bound by the heavens and cursed seals, making him useless concerning cursed energy matters. Hui clutched Hua Liang's clothing tightly, fearful of any sudden changes. I don't have to learn cursed energy or techniques. I can just be an ordinary person. I will study hard and earn money when I grow up. My kindergarten teacher said I am quite clever. Wu Tiao Wugo's words reminded Hua Liang that given Hui's immense potential, he must be cultivated properly and not allowed to fade into obscurity. She was well aware of the challenges that awaited anyone who aspired to be a sorcerer. Yet Hui was no ordinary child. Pretending to be one would not guarantee a peaceful life. After all, were those under the management of the supervisory department not driven by their own sense of justice? It is highly likely that their inability to survive as ordinary individuals within human society stems from the fact that sorcerers are inherently outliers, whereas humans are social creatures, necessitating companionship with their kind. Reflecting upon those sorcerers born into non-clan, ordinary families, one can discern that the majority of their childhoods are marked by unhappiness. A glance at Suguragedo's experiences suffices to illustrate this reality. Furthermore, Nobara possesses a remarkably intricate familial background. Even if the Zenin clan willingly wishes to diminish their own prodigy to the status of an ordinary person, other rival factions of the Zenin family, or burgeoning clans aspiring to challenge the supremacy of the three main families, including the Kumo clan, which currently lacks a younger sister with a specialized curse technique, would not simply stand idly by. Thus, it would be prudent to keep Nobara's awakening of 10 shadow techniques as clandestine as possible, utilizing the interval before the 6-year-old's cursed energy assessment to bolster her own strength. At the very least, she must acquire a certain level of self-defense capability. Contemplating this, Hua Liang chuckled lightly. Since you say so, Wataru-kun, I presume you have a plan? The cunning woman, having discerned his potential utility, adopted a more familiar tone. Chapter 75. Empty-handedly snaring the wolf. Wataru Gojo did not feign profundity, directly stating, my advice is to abandon the notion of deceiving the heavens. The sea urchin will inevitably grow, and the news will eventually leak. Instead, why not leverage the Zenin clan's influence? It could intimidate some nefarious individuals, and insights regarding the cultivation of the 10 shadow techniques are solely available within the Zenin family. We could have Fushiguro negotiate with the Zenin clan, asserting that the sea urchin remains under his care. Given that the Zenin clan has offered some assistance, once the sea urchin matures, it could serve as an auxiliary to the Zenin family in the capacity of a guest elder. A sly smile crept across Wataru Gojo's lips. The venerable elders of the feudal families are quite concerned about the continuity of their bloodlines. They need not fear disbelief. Once they grow older, they can enter the jujutsu high school, and at that time, the choice of whether to assist or not will lie in the hands of the sea urchin. Hua Liang grasped the essence of this strategy, aptly labeled as empty-handedly snaring the wolf, a mere fabrication of grandiose promises. Only Fushiguro Nobara, standing aside, protested, my name is Nobara, not sea urchin. Ah, understood, little Nobara. Hua Liang replied. Glancing at the wall clock in the living room, which indicated 6:30 p.m., she kindly invited, time is getting late, Wataru-kun, how about? Yet, she was interrupted. Oh, 2 dogs suddenly sprang out earlier, startling me so much that my heart nearly stopped. By the way, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Instantly comprehending the implication behind his words, and considering that her original intention was to have him stay for dinner, she felt it appropriate to extend her gratitude for saving her life in the alley. Additionally, she recognized Wataru Gojo's formidable prowess, despite his occasionally abrasive demeanor. He possessed exceptional talent and intellect. Thus, if he could impart even a few insights to Nobara regarding her cursed energy cultivation, it would be immensely beneficial. This dinner could also serve as a form of advance payment for her mentorship. Excellent. I had the same intention. We have a variety of ingredients at home, Wataru-kun. You can sample my culinary skills. Hua Liang shot a glance at Fushiguro Nobara, whose expression was one of exasperation. Dinner may take a while. Why don't you take Wataru-kun to the recreation room for some computer games, and Tsukimi can join you. The kitchen is sufficient for me alone. Reluctant as he was, Fushiguro understood that Hua Liang had his best interests at heart. Please follow me. He rose slowly, pushing open the door to the lounge as though he were heading to the gallows. Wataru Gojo was quite pleased with this development, as he had been invited to dine at Hua Liang's home even before Suguragedo. As the trio of 1 adult and 2 children disappeared behind the door, Hua Liang commenced preparations for dinner. In her neon-lit household, cold foods were frequently consumed. Yet, having experienced resource scarcity in her hometown and the meager rations of compressed biscuits and nutritional supplements during her military service, she preferred steaming hot meals. Scanning the ingredients in the refrigerator, she decided on the following menu: Spanish red braised beef, garlic scallion salt chicken legs, borscht with beets, sesame spinach salad, eel rice, and accordion-style butter roasted potatoes. As the thunder outside dissipated and the rain subsided, rich aromas wafted through the kitchen. while tending to her culinary endeavors. Hua Liang utilized her acute senses to listen intently to the intermittent shouts of excitement or tension emanating from the lounge. Having learned from the previous week's experience, she was well aware of Wataru Gojo's remarkable gaming skills. In fact, she had yet to discover anything he was not adept at. Since he was privy to Nobara's awakening of the Ten Shadow techniques, she intentionally sought to foster a closer relationship between him and Nobara, aiming to ensure that their dynamic was not one of animosity or disdain. Thus far, her strategy appeared to be yielding favorable results. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the end of August. The sweltering heat of Tokyo's summer showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. Following their encounter in the alley and the subsequent connection established through Fushiguro Nobara's technique awakening, Wataru Gojo's frequency of visits to Hua Liang's home for dinner had steadily increased. What began as an average of once a week had evolved into 3 times a week. This prompted Hua Liang to question whether the jujutsu high school was indeed so demanding. Although it was said that summer was a peak period for cursed spirits to manifest, and sorcerers were supposedly preoccupied with exorcising them daily, Wataru Gojo's sprightly demeanor, showing up almost every other day, suggested he was not overly burdened. Yet, contrasting his situation with Suguru Geto's, who toiled from dawn until dusk, it was evident that Wataru Gojo's life was indeed quite arduous. Could it be that he was skirting his responsibilities? Or perhaps his speed in tracking and exorcising cursed spirits allowed him to carve out time for these visits. Nonetheless, she was grateful that each time he came, he was able to teach Nobara a few tricks for controlling her cursed energy, and thus she held no objections. As Hua Liang pondered, she operated her coffee machine. Originally, she had intended to maintain her facade while experiencing life. Having grown weary of her previous job at the bota cake shop, she had now transitioned to a coffee shop with a better atmosphere. Within just a week, she had mastered the preparation of numerous coffee varieties and had even begun to create latte art with a respectable degree of skill. Good day. Welcome to You Me One Coffee. What would you like to drink? I would like a sherry cold brew, please. The familiar voice danced through her ears, and Hua Liang looked up to see a boy with a bun hairstyle smiling gently at her. I love dark roasted beans. Could you indulge this small wish of mine? Haha. Suguru. Hua Liang first expressed surprise, which swiftly transformed into delight. What brings you here? I just thought I'd drop by. As there was a line of customers waiting to order, it was not the time for idle chatter. Hua Liang gestured for him to find a seat while she prepared his coffee. Moments later, she exchanged places with a colleague and, balancing a tray, approached a round table in the corner. Here's your coffee. Please enjoy. Suguru Geto gazed at the cold brew emitting vapor from the tray, alongside a plate of ice cream blueberry sauce waffles, raising an eyebrow. Excuse me, coffee master, but I believe you have made a mistake. I did not order dessert. Oh, not at all. Hua Liang winked at him. Today is the coffee master's lucky day, so the 100th customer will receive a complimentary homemade waffle. Pass on the luck, will you? Her eyes were unforgettable, resembling blossoms yet devoid of frivolity, with silver-gray irises reflecting strands of gold under the sun's direct rays. The pupils, clear yet deeply contemplative, create an illusion of intense focus upon the person they gaze upon. Yuta Sumeragi stifled a smile at the corners of his lips, a few low chuckles escaping from his chest. Is there truly a count of numbers? Am I the 100th? Hua Liang feigned anxiety, glancing around before lowering her voice. Actually, there isn't. It's merely a special dessert exclusive to you, JJK. Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want the other patrons to overhear. Chapter 76. Boredom Beyond Endurance. Yuta Sumeragi sat in a corner, relishing the rare moments of leisure earned after days and nights spent exorcising cursed spirits. He savored today's portion of fortunate waffles, his gaze scarcely departing from the industrious figure before him. However, his good mood was soon shattered. An overwhelming number of young men seemed to frequent this cafe, all sharing a singular objective, covertly scrutinizing Hua Liang. They seized trivial opportunities, requesting straws, tissues, or ice, to engage her in conversation. Curse be it, today was a weekday. Do these fellows not have jobs or classes to attend? After witnessing Hua Liang dismiss yet another suitor seeking her phone number for the 3rd time, a wave of agitation surged within him, compelling him to vacate the premises. For if he continued to observe, he feared he might lose control and intervene, potentially jeopardizing her work. Yuta Sumeragi stood against the exterior wall of the cafe, nestled in a shadowed corner devoid of sunlight. He lit a cigarette, attempting to quell the burgeoning irritation. If a man were to experience a sudden surge of sexual impulse in a public setting, he would resort to smoking to suppress and alleviate such feelings. As he deeply inhaled the scent of tobacco, he was jolted by a bold and unreserved remark, causing the smoke to catch in his throat, leading to a fit of thunderous coughing. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth have I just seen? Such utter nonsense. Hua Liang, patting his back, feigned innocence. Sigmund Freud, the master nominated for the Nobel Prize 32 times, is not a figment of my imagination. He also stated that if one cannot kiss, smoking becomes indispensable to convey the same sentiment. Yuta Sumeragi found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Was she suggesting that he could kiss her? Or was she subtly hinting that he ought to quit smoking? After a brief assessment, Hua Liang determined that he seemed to have grown bashful, reverting to the initial playful banter. Thus, she opted to shift the topic. Why are you out here by yourself? It's so hot outside. Yuta Sumeragi, unable to articulate his jealousy and unwilling to meddle in her work, replied, It's too stuffy inside. I came out for some fresh air. Hua Liang pretended to be oblivious. All right then, just wait for me for an hour. I'm finishing up early today. Afterwards, let us go grab something delicious. With one hand thrust into the deep pocket of his trousers, he leaned against the wall, the flickering glow of the cigarette illuminating his cheek. Through the curling smoke, he squinted slightly, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Sure, I'll wait for you. Mister. Satoru Gojo, didn't you say you wanted to try the coffee here? Satoru Itadori, seated in the driver's seat, cautiously ventured. Is it too hot outside? I could go buy it for you. No need. Satoru Gojo pressed his lips together tightly as the petite and lively figure of the girl disappeared into the cafe. Retracting his gaze, abruptly, he glanced at the several packaged video game cartridges beside the seat, initially intending to deliver them to her today. Hoping to indulge in food and play games at her place, perhaps even stay overnight if luck was particularly favorable. Yet, now it seemed unnecessary. A strong wave of fatigue washed over him as he observed their familiar and flirtatious interactions, leading him to perceive his own eager advances as utterly tedious. Truly, it was exasperatingly dull. The palpable low pressure emanating from him made Satoru Itadori's words increasingly cautious. Well, shall we go buy donuts from him, donut? As September approached, Hua Liang distinctly sensed that Satoru Gojo had also become busier. This realization brought her a breath of relief, yet also stirred a hint of confusion. Were those in the jujutsu sorcery community perpetually oscillating between sudden busyness and unexpected leisure, rendering them almost elusive? Nevertheless, the silver lining was that her relationship with Yuta Sumeragi had grown increasingly intimate, and after repeated inquiries with the system, she gleaned that she was on the verge of unlocking the next threshold of affection necessary for triggering prophetic visions. Beyond merely enhancing her rapport, Hua Liang had also been diligently pondering the main quest. Unsurprisingly, she began with the medical information system. Despite filtering through hundreds of patients who had undergone surgeries and bore sutures in their brains, none were linked to the jujutsu realm. Moreover, the woman named Kaori Itadori, whom she and Megumi Fushiguro had sought in Sendai, had vanished as swiftly as a drop of water evaporating under the sun. Setting aside the mystery of her parents' deaths and the missing seal, it had been over 2 months since the failed assimilation of Tian Yuan, yet the jujutsu community remained undisturbed. It appeared that its evolution had not yet reached a point of antagonism with humanity. Aside from maintaining daily observations, Hua Liang temporarily shelved this matter, focusing her energies on the expansion of Tian-E sect and the development of cursed tools. With the communicator yielding favorable results, the Zenin clan, the first to take the plunge, indicated they would soon send representatives for negotiations. They even hinted that if profits could be shared, the Zenin clan could facilitate connections with the supervisory department, thus broadening market horizons. Due to Hua Liang's discretion and Megumi Fushiguro's penchant for gambling, she hired Kong Shiyu at a generous salary to serve as CEO, overseeing all external business negotiations for Tian-E sect. Having known Megumi for over a decade, Kong Shiyu was astute, adaptable, and capable of perceiving cursed spirits. Albeit possessing weak cursed energy, he was still considered a part of the jujutsu community. His years as a broker without suffering harm attested to his adept negotiation skills. Even the small fry had their own means of survival. With insights into the Zenin clan's operational styles and methods provided by Megumi, he smoothly established contact with them. However, Hua Liang encountered difficulties in the development of cursed tools. Simply put, she had tested every metallic material available on Blue Star. The outcomes remained as limited as the dagger she had previously presented to Megumi, with a finite capacity for cursed energy that could not be sustained long-term. Thus, she abruptly conceived the idea of utilizing cursed spirits, boldly hypothesizing that cursed spirits, being entities formed from the convergence of numerous cursed energies, could serve as natural vessels for energy storage if their corporeal parts were employed to forge weapons. In response, Megumi scoffed. Only the bodies of powerful sorcerers would transform into cursed objects after death, provided they adhered to the constraints of not endangering others. The train from the Takedo Shinkansen to Fukuyama Station rattled over the tracks, producing a thunderous sound. Megumi bit into a crisp, sweet apple, remarking that he had yet to hear of any cursed spirit whose remains could avoid decaying into refuse post-mortem. in the pursuit of gathering those peculiar cursed spirits. I find myself devoid of leisure time. The juice of the apple burst in my mouth as Fushiguro Megumi lamented. Wasn't it agreed upon that I would only be responsible for killing? Chapter 77. Fushiguro Megumi's continuation? Well, killing is killing, regardless of the target, replied Kori Ryo, pouring forth a cascade of flattering words as if his lips were coated in honey. For you, it's all trivial, whether it's slaying cursed spirits or performing good deeds. It's all the same. After all, it merely requires a brief exchange of words and doesn't cost a thing, so why not indulge in praise? Moreover, it pertains to the grand scheme of our Tiani sect's development. With the heat of summer, there are plenty of cursed spirits to collect. Kori Ryo had no equal when it came to time management, simultaneously inspecting stitches, overseeing the daily operations of the Tiani sect, and assisting in the gathering of clues regarding the whereabouts of high-level cursed spirits. He decided to let Megumi work for another 2 months before granting him a raise. Their destination was Onamichi, necessitating a convoluted journey from Tokyo to Fukuyama, and then transferring twice on the Shinkansen towards Mahara, followed by a nearly 2-hour bus ride to reach a seaside town reputed to harbor a Grade 1 cursed spirit. Places like Tokyo and Kyoto serve as the strongholds for sorcerers, and during the summer, they systematically purge the surrounding cursed spirits, leaving little opportunity to capture high-ranking ones. To test their effectiveness, Kori Ryo naturally set her sights on Grade 1 and even special grade cursed spirits. To venture to such a remote place, devoid of any recreational activities, is disheartening, Fushiguro Megumi muttered, still somewhat dissatisfied. What will you do if it doesn't work out? Kori Ryo, leaning lazily against her seat, replied with a calm demeanor. Then we shall attempt to confront a special grade cursed spirit. For instance, the crimson octopus from last week that could expand its territory. My instincts suggest it is far beyond the ordinary special grade. Aside from sorcerers who, after prolonged use, can infuse their cursed energy or techniques into weapons to create cursed tools, she had recently learned that implements used in heinous acts, such as those employed in serial killings, could also potentially become cursed tools. What if trying a special grade cursed spirit proves futile as well? Fushiguro Megumi evidently arrived at the same conclusion, leaning slightly forward to meet her gaze. You aren't contemplating any nefarious schemes, are you? Such as tormenting the target before I deal with them? Kori Ryo shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on her lips. Is that truly how you perceive me, Megumi-kun? Such a savage and bloodthirsty image. How utterly disheartening. Especially since neither mai nor Tsumi think so. Fushiguro Megumi scoffed. Having witnessed your eloquent speech at the Front Star sect, I must admit it was quite splendid. Unfazed, Kori Ryo retorted, is that so? I also vividly recall the sight of you humiliating cursed spirits underfoot. Let us not dredge up past grievances, Fushiguro Megumi said, reclining against the back of his seat. I didn't know he was your boyfriend. Oh wait, you haven't secured him yet. He tilted his head, teasingly suggesting. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks? No charge. Thanks, but I have my own plans. Kori Ryo felt a sense of satisfaction with her current state. After all, Suguru Geto bore no memories of the previous week, and their encounters could be counted on one hand. Being overly eager might frighten him away. From what she understood, he was not a frivolous person. Even at the age where one might act recklessly, he maintained a commendable level of self-reflection and composure. She was methodical in her actions, unlike Fushiguro Megumi, who was a reckless gambler, willing to bet even when the odds were merely 50. While she could suggest, entice, and even subtly lure him, she was not prepared to confess her feelings directly. Even if she could advance their relationship by 99%, the final step must be taken by Suguru Geto himself. Fishing, after all, is best when the willing are the ones who bite. Have you resolved the matter regarding Mai with the Zenin family? At the mere mention of the Zenin name, Fushiguro Megumi's face instinctively contorted in distaste. Speaking of that, it's utterly revolting. I seem to have fallen into a dreadful memory, feeling as if I am being credited as a contributor to the Zenin family merely because the brat awakened 10 shadow techniques. What nonsense is this? Is it a case of the child's success brings honor to the father? Fushiguro Megumi feigned a gagging expression. They even asked if I wanted to return to the Zenin family for the privilege of high offerings, and they were scheming to arrange my marriage. What a farce. Kori Ryo couldn't help but laugh, but upon receiving his murderous glare, she quickly stifled her amusement, apologizing, I just couldn't help but think of a little pig. Ahem. Under his piercing gaze, she gestured for silence. However, the thought of the Zenin family regarding Fushiguro Megumi as a breeding machine for producing sorcerers with 10 shadow techniques made her inwardly chuckle. Truly, a family renowned for its feudal and decayed values, dismissing human dignity altogether. Everyone in the Zenin family existed solely to sustain the operations of that colossal entity. They claimed, non-sorcerers are not human, yet even among sorcerers, They were merely categorized as useful tools or those of lesser utility, without any regard for their humanity. At least for now, Mai had temporarily escaped that cold abyss. If he could properly develop and harness his talents, the world would be his oyster, free to soar. The Zenin name would no longer bind him. Sedanaikai, Onamichi, a small city nestled between the sea and the mountains, with iron tracks weaving through. Prior to their departure, Kori Rio had prepared a detailed itinerary for the area, where delectable beef, sushi, and numerous cafes and art galleries awaited, an enclave rich in cultural and artistic ambience. She resolved that after dealing with the Grade 1 cursed spirit, she would spend a day here, particularly eager to explore the famed cat alley, rumored to be teeming with free-roaming cats, perfect for some delightful petting. So is this the place? Kori Rio surveyed the gray, three-story residence before her, its facade peeling and mold creeping along the damp walls. Outside the stone wall surrounding the courtyard hung a dilapidated sign, eroded by the sea breeze, with the name Hoshino barely discernible. "Let us go, Mississippi." Without granting her a moment to observe, Fushiguro Megumi pushed open the half-ajar wooden gate of the courtyard, which creaked loudly. "The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to Tokyo to watch the motorboat racing." Kori Rio followed him, speechless, her mind filled with dark thoughts. Chapter 78. Encountering Nanami again. The Hoshino family's small building was not as expansive as anticipated. Unlike typical residences, it featured a cement staircase on the side leading to the second and third floors, while the center of the house opened into a hexagonal courtyard resembling a skylight. In this space stood a magnificent maple tree, its leaves beginning to blush with the onset of autumn. The owner's taste was commendable. Just as Kori Rio intended to extend her spiritual tendrils to track the cursed spirit's presence, a loud crash emanated from the top floor. Hua Liang and Fushiguro Zenin exchanged a glance, their understanding evident as they rushed toward the direction of the sound. The golden-haired youth wielded a dull blade, cumbersome even for chopping wood, and severed a thick black substance that surged toward them, causing it to scatter like fine threads across the ground. Chihai Kinjin shouted to the gray-haired Yahira standing on the opposite staircase. "Its hair can extend. My 10-slice curse technique cannot reach the critical weakness of that 73. Hua Liang instinctively almost called out the other's name, realizing that she was unfamiliar with these two contemporaries from the previous week. Yet fate had conspired to bring them together in this moment. Stripped of all pretense, and with her voice already having drawn their attention, she was keen to avoid revealing her true identity before Suguru Geto. Thus, with remarkable reflexes, she quickly donned a facade of an ordinary person who had stumbled into a scene of monstrous carnage, her voice trembling. What is this thing?" A strand of hair, as resilient and supple as steel wire, emerged from the void, coiling around the girl's delicate, pale calf, and with a mere tug, began dragging her into a nearby room. "Help! Someone please!" Fushiguro Zenin, concealed in the shadows, watched with keen interest as the girl showcased her exquisite acting skills. His finger resting on his forehead, a smirk playing on his lips. This woman, even without inheriting a fortune of billions, could easily make a fortune in the entertainment industry. Yahira, noticing an uninitiated individual had wandered in, exclaimed with urgency, "Strange, I thought we had sealed this place. How did she get in?" Without time to ponder further, a swirling black flame resembling fire erupted from his palm, and he dashed forward in pursuit. Hissing sounds filled the air as curling white smoke ascended, the scent of something akin to burnt protein pervading the atmosphere. Freed from the grip, Hua Liang pondered, "So it truly is hair. Don't dawdle, run. Get outside." Yahira barked, completely shedding his usual sunny demeanor, a grave expression flashing across his youthful face. "Do not look back." Hua Liang feigned fear, yet summoned her courage, saying, "You too be careful. I will call for help right away." Yahira nodded and turned back toward Chihai Kinjin, who was struggling to hold his ground, leaving without a backward glance. 1, 2, 3. Damn, this is no mere second-grade cursed spirit. It possesses at least the caliber of a quasi-first grade. 2 more strands of black hair shot down from the top floor, and Chihai Kinjin narrowly evaded the crisscrossing attacks, severing a cluster of hair in retaliation. However, this did not inflict any significant damage. The opponent's hair seemed to regenerate ceaselessly, and thus far, they had yet to glimpse the true form of the cursed spirit. Yahira, drenched in sweat, continuously manipulated his technique, scorching the advancing hair with black flames. "Something's off, its hardness is steadily increasing. Soon, my technique may no longer be effective." For more strands of black hair descended like serpentine vines along the walls. Chihai Kinjin yanked Yahira out of harm's way, slicing through 2 of the strands. But another lashed across him, instantly staining his left arm with crimson. The information from the documents indicated that this house was a cursed site, stemming from the unfortunate demise of the mistress who fell to her death. How could such a formidable cursed spirit arise? Chihai Kinjin keenly observed that the severed strands of hair did not disintegrate into residue, but began to writhe slowly. Thus, he decisively declared, "We need to find a way to the rooftop. Staying here will only lead to our demise. But it's blocking our exit. We can't get up there." Fushiguro Zenin, having observed enough of this spectacle, assessed that these two youths clad in jujutsu high uniforms were at best second-grade sorcerers, and leisurely emerged from the shadows. "It's a hypothetical cursed spirit after a mutation. Did you not hear its counting? Each sound accompanied by the shattering of plates. It resembles the folklore servant, Aki. After breaking dishes, she was thrown into a well and drowned. Did you not notice the moisture in its hair?" Confronted by the sudden appearance of a man exuding a languid, yet formidable aura, Chihai Kinjin and Yahira did not relax in relief as if seeing a savior, but instead grew wary. "Cursed sorcerers who murder and plunder are a dime a dozen these days. Who are you?" Fushiguro Zenin stretched and performed a few stretches. The mistress of this house most likely did not fall by accident, but rather met her end due to domestic abuse. "I imagine she might have accidentally broken a plate while serving. I don't have time to play house with you. I want that cursed spirit above." With that, he swiftly ascended the smooth wall of the building, deftly dodging the incoming strands of black hair. In mere seconds, he vanished from sight at the top floor. "Hey, remember to leave a complete corpse. Don't be too violent." The girl's voice emerged from the wolf-headed decorative bracelet, and Fushiguro Zenin turned to see a hair-laden humanoid cursed spirit, soaked and resembling a water ghost, grinning at him. In the next instant, a torrent of inky hair surged toward him like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, boom. As Yahira and Chihai Kinjin burst out of the house, they witnessed a creature resembling a piglet worm, a spineless arthropod, attempting to slowly devour the corpse of the long-haired cursed spirit. After a few attempts, it abruptly opened its mouth, releasing white bubbles. Yahira scratched his head. "Do cursed spirits vomit too? Ah, this is such a hassle." Fushiguro Zenin, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the other two, wrapped the long-haired cursed spirit in a sheet of transparent plastic, expressing disdain. "Hurry up and swallow. Otherwise, I'll butcher you along with it." The ugly creature emitted a series of chittering sounds as it began to devour, and shortly thereafter, it finished its meal. Fushiguro Zenin raised his gaze, finally focusing on the two apprehensive youths. "You've got lucky running into me." With that, after a few agile movements, he vanished. "Well, we were quite fortunate. Otherwise, we might have perished," Yahira remarked, scratching his head, his face a picture of confusion. He had intended to inquire about his name, but now, with the cursed spirit's body gone, how were they to write their report? As the performance concluded, Hua Liang arrived at the scene in a police car, perfectly embodying the role of a young girl who bravely reported an attack. She sincerely invited her rescuers to dine in gratitude. Initially, Chihai Kinjin hesitated, but upon hearing her mention a previous encounter with a cursed spirit that had been fortuitously resolved by Suguru, he quickly closed the distance, exchanging contact information. As for Fushiguro Zenin, upon receiving the news that she could gracefully withdraw, he happily boarded the next bus back to Tokyo, wary that she might change her mind. "So, what prompted you to venture into such a dilapidated house?" Yahira asked, popping a piece of beef sushi into his mouth, savoring it as he spoke. "That place looks ominously foreboding. Weren't you afraid?" "Due to some issues at home, I took a break to this seaside town to sketch," Hua Liang replied, chewing her asparagus salad. "I heard from the locals that there was a magnificent maple tree in that building, very beautiful, so I came to scout it out today, not expecting to encounter such an ordeal." Hyubarayu, feeling irked, crinkled his nose and exclaimed, "How vexing. That is undeniably a house rumored to be haunted, preying upon unsuspecting outsiders." Nakanai Kinjin shifted his gaze from the azure sea view outside the window, elegantly slicing his steak into perfectly bite-sized pieces. "Is Kyuko-san a friend of Sumeragi-senpai?" Hua Liang nodded in affirmation, deliberately adding, "It's also because of Jejuan that I've met Wataru-kun and Shuko." To his surprise, Kinjin remarked, "What a coincidence. You are both attending Tokyo Jujutsu High and are a year junior to Jejuan." As Hyubarayu, being Sumeragi's staunchest admirer, grew increasingly intrigued, he eagerly inquired, "So, is Sumeragi-senpai exceptionally powerful yet gentle?" Clenching his fist, he added, "When I return, I must vent about how irresponsible the headquarters is for misclassifying a grade 1 cursed spirit as grade 2. Had we not encountered that fearsome man, we would have surely been done for today." Feigning curiosity, Hua Liang pressed for a description of the man, and upon receiving a vivid portrayal of the Zenin family member, she let out a sigh of relief, acknowledging, "So, it seems I didn't exactly save you." Hyubarayu, shyly scratching the back of his head, was interrupted by Hua Liang's remark, "But it was indeed your exorcism that severed the cursed spirit's hair. Without it, I would surely have met my demise." Through their conversation, it became apparent that Hyubarayu was a friend of Sumeragi Jejuan, possessing the ability to see cursed spirits, but lacking the power to exorcise them. As the atmosphere relaxed and discussions about Sumireji Jiejuan and Wataru Watanabe flowed without restraint, Kinjin gradually lowered his guard, attributing Yu's intrusion to mere happenstance. Hua Liang, generously extending goodwill towards her former peer, casually recounted the absurd incident during her date with Sumireji Jiejuan, quickly garnering the initial affection of both young men. Indeed, last month I made plans with Jiejuan to visit the hot springs in Gunma Prefecture after he finishes his busy summer dealing with the surge of cursed spirits in October. Suddenly, Hyubara slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I remember now. I once accidentally glimpsed Sumireji-senpai's phone screen. The girl on his wallpaper is you, isn't it?" His voice grew increasingly excited as he clutched Kinjin's sleeve, his expression brimming with the thrill of a shocking revelation. "It's you, Kyuko-san." Hua Liang smiled quietly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Kinjin cleared his throat and extricated his sleeve from Yu's grip, attempting to ease the tension. "He might have mistaken it. Don't mind him. He tends to overreact." Hyubara pouted in dissatisfaction, his eyes sparkling. "No way. During a previous gathering, I caught a glimpse of Wataru-senpai's wallpaper too." He glanced around, lowering his voice conspiratorially. It was a photo of the model Inoue Naka. Kinjin furrowed his brow. "So?" Hyubara, feeling exasperated by his friend's sluggishness, huffed. "She has an F cup and was dressed in a sexy swimsuit, an older sister type." Both Hua Liang and Kinjin erupted into coughs, caught off guard. She mused inwardly. "What a rascal, harboring such a voyeuristic penchant. How did I not notice this last week?" After a fit of coughing, Kinjin wiped the orange juice from his lips with a napkin and shot a fierce glare at Yu. "While that does sound like something Wataru-senpai would do, I must clarify. A week ago, I saw him fervently texting someone. The wallpaper seemed to feature an abstract image of a red goldfish, certainly not a sultry model." Pausing mid-bite into her salmon asparagus salad, Hua Liang's mind flickered back to that raucous night of fireworks, where the largest firework, named Yum, had blossomed. Overwhelmed by sudden memories, she resolved to dismiss these intrusive thoughts, recognizing that goldfish are a common motif in neon lights. It must be mere coincidence. She also recalled the six-eyed cat-like creature from Wataru's mental realm, understanding why a cat might be fond of fish. "By the way, Kyuko-san, have you considered enrolling in Jujutsu High?" Kinjin inquired softly, noting the potential dangers of being able to see cursed spirits compared to ordinary non-sorcerers. Even without powerful jujutsu, you can acquire knowledge, practice physical techniques, and with cursed tools, you need not fear low-grade cursed spirits. Hyubarayu's expression shifted to one of tension and conflict. "Perhaps not. Even though one can choose to assist as a supervisor or in the headquarters after graduation, it still seems perilous." He continued cautiously, "My younger sister, though lacking techniques, can also see cursed spirits like you, and I've always opposed her enrolling." His tone grew delicate. "Of course, it ultimately depends on your choice, but with Jijuan around, you should be safe, Kyuko-san." Hua Liang discerned the contrasting advice as genuine concern for her well-being, so she promised to consider it carefully. Yet, deep down, she resolved that attending Jujutsu High was out of the question. She would never return, even if it meant starving or jumping from a building. Ding dong, a text notification chimed. A deep reddish-brown finger appeared before her eyes, its midsection adorned with bizarre symbols, the finger dry and twisted, with sharp, blackened nails. It seemed to have long since dried. And even through the screen, she could almost smell the stench of decay. Almost forgot to mention, young lady, this finger was obtained from the hypothetical cursed spirit Aki. During the previous battle, she realized she couldn't defeat me and attempted to swallow this finger from her bosom, but I managed to snatch it away. This is a special grade cursed object, one of the 20 fingers of the legendary cursed spirit Sukuna. As Hua Liang prepared to suggest that the finger be properly stored for her to handle later, another message arrived. 100 million yen. Hua Liang felt an urge to lash out, exclaiming inwardly, "Is this person a reincarnation of a treasure-hogging beast? Always taking, never giving?" Chapter 80. The Hot Springs Trip in Gunma Prefecture. Is this truly one of Sukuna's fingers? Hua Liang shook the deep reddish-brown, desiccated digit, which resembled a monster. "Isn't it said that he is the Curse King from 1,000 years ago? With 20 fingers, does he have 4 hands?" In the workroom behind the guest area of the Tenji Church, Fushiguro Zenin lounged on the sofa, remarking with indifference, "There's no doubt. He was simply so terrifyingly powerful that he was given the title Demon God Sukuna by those of his time. Oh, the Zenin family records mention that he consumed human flesh, especially that of beautiful women and children." Hua Liang understood, a grotesque, battle-hardened cannibal. It struck her as peculiar, as she had heard Sumireji Jiejuan mention Sukuna's name during their visit to exorcise a cursed spirit last week. The fingers of Sukuna, as special-grade cursed objects, can persist as long as they are bound by the restraint of not endangering others, making them indestructible. Typically, They are sealed and placed in locations prone to cursed spirit activity, such as large shopping malls, amusement parks, hospitals, and schools. How could one be found in a haunted house in such a remote town as Onamichi? However, the seal binding this Sukuna finger had been compromised. If it remained unsealed by a specialist, it would continually attract curses to its vicinity. Wasn't that precisely what was needed? Hua Liang's thoughts began to flow freely. Recalling her failed attempts to craft cursed tools using the hair and bones of the hypothetical cursed spirit Aki. This time, the cursed energy could indeed be stored in large quantities. The weapons crafted from the severed parts of deceased cursed spirits, as Fushiguro Megumi had stated, transformed into remnants within less than a day. She had entertained thoughts of exploiting Suguru Geto, a veritable master collector of cursed spirits, possessing an assortment of the most peculiar and bizarre entities. Regrettably, she had yet to achieve the milestone of amassing 100 points of favor, thus refraining from any reckless maneuvers, as unmasking herself was absolutely out of the question. From another perspective, if she could gather special-grade cursed tools to accumulate curses, wouldn't a continuous influx of cursed spirits arise within the Tiani sect? This would also conserve the manpower and resources needed to seek information on cursed spirits, alleviating Megumi's grievances about his incessant travels and demands for additional funding. Perhaps it could even give rise to cursed embryos, manifesting even more powerful cursed spirits. This plan was nothing short of a threefold benefit. Upon hearing Hua Liang's scheme, Megumi's eyes twitched. So, my lady, are you planning to raise a curse? On the surface, it appeared so. Megumi rose to pour himself a glass of water, yet in the long run, acquiring cursed objects was far more challenging than obtaining cursed spirits, especially since special-grade cursed objects were meticulously sealed away by the directorate and prominent families, with few remaining in circulation. Consequently, one would either need to plunder the taboo repositories of the great families or expend even greater manpower and resources in a gamble to locate cursed objects. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a commotion outside the chamber. In the Tiani sect's reception room, Kong Shiyu gracefully rose and politely invited the guests to take their seats. Attendants served tea and snacks to the visiting dignitaries, and the trio began discussing matters pertaining to the procurement and collaboration of communication devices. Through a highly discreet observation port, Hua Liang recognized one of the individuals as the loquacious elder she had encountered in Sendai, the son of the Zenin family, Zenin Naoya. The man seated beside him was likely Matsushita Kanzuya, an individual previously mentioned as being connected with the directorate through the Zenin family. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The middle-aged man named Matsushita Kanzuya possessed a countenance that exuded authority even in repose, suggesting he was no mere middle-tier figure. Most notably, a long and grotesque scar wound its way across his forehead, resembling a sinister seam. Hua Liang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Truly, the relentless search had yielded fruit with little effort. She nearly succumbed to the impulse to employ her mental threads to probe this individual immediately. But then she recalled that they were on the Tiani sect's territory. At present, she was not a lone soldier. She had hundreds of subordinates in need of sustenance. Furthermore, with the presence of the Zenin family here, any misstep could lead to enmity with the directorate, causing significant trouble. The Tiani sect was still in its nascent development phase, unable to withstand a multifaceted onslaught. Thus, it was prudent to bide her time and develop stealthily. As for Matsushita Kanzuya, if he were indeed the one who had previously conspired with the higher echelons of the Panqing sect leading to her parents' demise, he would undoubtedly take a keen interest in the Tiani sect, which had devoured the Panqing sect. He was not an ordinary character. He might have come fully prepared to face her. Hence, she must exercise caution and avoid alarming the adversary. Resolute in her decision, she vowed to meticulously gather as much information as possible regarding Matsushita Kanzuya until her mental strength recovered to level 5. At which point she would seek an opportunity to gauge his depth. The seal he had painstakingly acquired from her family was certainly no ordinary item. She must reclaim it. On October 8, 2006, during the cold dew season, in the Tonagawa region of Gunma Prefecture, Suguru Geto had extravagantly booked a villa nestled within the Kozan Valley, adjacent to a stream of crystal-clear water meandering downwards beside an open-air hot spring. Autumn had already set in, and a giant red maple tree, several centuries old, stood by the pond, its elongated branches twisting gracefully in the air, while vibrant red leaves cascaded down like clusters of burning flames. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would stir, sending the leaves spiraling into the steaming hot spring below. Clad in the establishment's standard-issue brown knee-length shorts and bare-chested, Suguru Geto reclined contentedly at the stone-lined edge of the hot spring. Beside him, Satoru Gojo, sporting a white towel atop his head, squinted his eyes, seemingly taking a brief respite. Kento Nanami and Yuichi Kyoheim had also been invited. though the two were currently savoring the chilled fruit drinks resting on a wooden tray, floating in the spring water. It must be said that after engaging in high-intensity exercises to exorcise cursed spirits, the physiques of the four young men were nothing short of exceptional. Their well-defined muscles and smooth contours would surely captivate the online community, eliciting exclamations of desirability. However, Shoko Yeri held no particularly strong opinions on this. Having seen plenty in her time and being a doctor, the beauty of the human body appeared to her as merely a collection of organs and tissues, a living entity that could walk. To her, it bore little distinction from pork on a butcher's block, rendering further scrutiny somewhat futile. Meanwhile, Hua Liang, who had served a decade in the military, was no stranger to grand spectacles. While youthful and splendid physiques certainly possessed their allure, maintaining her singular persona was her foremost consideration. Thus, her gaze lingered predominantly on their faces, which had turned rosy from the steam. Oh, merely gazing at their faces was not without its merits. Chapter 81. The Pathological Act of Self-Deceit. Although the entire private bathhouse had been reserved, the establishment's rules still mandated that nudity and personal swimwear were prohibited. Hua Liang and Shoko Yeri donned the brown, strapless bathing dresses provided by the establishment, relishing the natural hot spring that wafted with a hint of sulfur. While it was only their second meeting for Shoko, Hua Liang was well acquainted with her preferences and topics of interest, thus ensuring that even with only the two of them present as women, there was no sense of awkwardness or silence. Did Liang-chan not mention what transpired in Onamichi? Upon hearing her name mentioned, Hua Liang's gaze instinctively turned, locking with Suguru Geto's dark eyes. Yuichi Kyoheim wore an expression of dismay, having inadvertently spoken out of turn. I refrained from mentioning it to prevent any undue concern for Geto-kun, she explained. Hua Liang seamlessly redirected the conversation towards her gratitude towards Yuichi and Kinto. After resigning from the cafe, I followed the doctor's advice to retreat to a remote location for some sketching and relaxation, and fortuitously encountered Kinto-kun and Yuichi-kun. Kinto Nanami remained silent, unable to suppress his thoughts regarding how, in such a tense situation, she had maintained her composure to report the incident and even accompanied the police back to the scene, yet had not confided her terrifying experience to her romantic interest, who was also a sorcerer. Was that reasonable? Most young women would have been utterly frightened by such an ordeal. For her, it seemed almost trivial. Was it because she inherently felt no particular fear? Suguru Geto rose from the hot spring and slowly moved to sit beside Hua Liang. I have previously stated that you can share anything with me, Liang-chan. I would rather not learn of your circumstances through others. It makes me quite anxious. Shoko Yeri let out a teasing whistle, her face alight with mischief as she glanced at Suguru. Have you been secretly binge-watching idol dramas lately? Cough. Suguru shot her a warning glare. Do you still want to taste the teeth of a desert worm? Shoko Yeri offered a fleeting smile, instantly silenced. On the opposite side of the hot spring pool, Satoru Gojo, unusually silent, seemed to be completely immersed in the baptism of the warm waters. His mind was preoccupied with the earlier topic raised by Yuhibara, including the incident at the amusement park where Suguru Geto had rescued her, along with the alleyway encounter where he saved her, and this recent meeting with Hibara and Nanami at the Onamichi Ghost Tower. She had faced 3 curses in a mere 4 months. One might ponder whether such frequency was excessively high. In truth, he had been diligently restraining himself from seeking any information related to her. After all, they were a pair of talented individuals, naturally suited for one another, and mutually affectionate. It was hardly his place to act as a villain and disrupt their bond. Yet, despite this rationalization, his body betrayed him. He could almost discern from Suguru Geto's subtle expressions whether the individual he was conversing with was her. He had even clandestinely registered a Facebook account to keep abreast of her daily musings, which often ranged from trivial complaints to whimsical observations about stray animals and oddly shaped clouds, and on fortunate occasions, he would catch glimpses of her casual selfies. During particularly arduous times, he had even contemplated sneaking into her vacant apartment, conveniently located just beneath his own, separated by merely a thin ceiling. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from crossing that moral threshold. His obsessive surveillance of her social media was already disturbingly pathological, and he was unwilling to descend to the level of a stalker. He almost comforted himself with the notion that as long as he did not meet her, he had not strayed from propriety. However, this tenuous state of false tranquility could collapse under the slightest external force. It was akin to his awareness of Suguru Geto's intentions in inviting him, 1, to flaunt, and 2, to issue a warning. Yet the mere prospect of seeing her in a natural setting, without the need for contrived excuses or the furtive stealth of a rat, but rather in an open and honest meeting, even if it stemmed from a rival's invitation, was too compelling to ignore. Indeed, having reached this juncture, he could no longer deceive himself. Even if he was oblivious to the nuances of romance, He had to concede that he had developed feelings for a girl who was also cherished by his close friend. Nevertheless, an instinctive intuition whispered to him that the girl named Ryuka Hwai was far from ordinary. This was not merely an excuse for his preoccupation with her. There were genuine enigmas surrounding her. Until he arrived at a definitive conclusion, he would neither bless their union nor deliberately seek to undermine it. You know, I'm utterly vexed. Finally, when I have a moment of leisure to enjoy a soak, I still have to report to the management for leave. Kairi Natsumi exclaimed in frustration, having overheard Suguru Geto discussing the joys of enjoying snow while bathing in the hot springs with Ryuka. Am I a criminal? To be confined in a cage? Satoru Gojo halted his thoughts and turned to her. Who can blame you for being the sole caretaker? Although he had grasped the reversal technique, it was only applicable to himself, and the efficacy of healing others was limited. So he had no choice but to rely on her for life-saving assistance. With that said, he casually glanced in Suguru Geto's direction, his gaze seemingly drifting past Ryuka without a ripple. So, Geto, you'd better step up. You are the only one in our second year who has mastered the reversal technique. Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow. No way. Yet he alone knew that even for the briefest moment, his 6 eyes had distinctly captured the visage of the beautiful girl, her face flushed and radiant amidst the curling steam. Even the droplets of sweat cascading from her neck into the hollow of her collarbone were clearly visible. He rubbed his suddenly warm earlobe, hastily diverting his gaze to the wooden tray floating on the water, gesturing for Kinto Nanami to pass him a chilled fruit beverage. Nanami obliged, seamlessly continuing the conversation. There is no such thing as absolute freedom, is there? Even for sorcerers like us who can venture out. We are bound to execute one task after another. Outside, office workers, students, and construction workers all live under strict systems, tasked with fulfilling their immediate responsibilities. Yu Hybrid joined the discussion, stating, I believe striving to accomplish what we can is a wonderful feeling. Isn't that, in a sense, a way to realize our life's value? Suguru Geto nodded in agreement. For instance, our battle against curses can be likened to a war of survival. As per universal values, it's either you or me. Thus, those endowed with different abilities must shoulder varying responsibilities. We combat sorcerers are tasked with vanquishing curses, whereas healers like you, Natsumi, are responsible for mending our comrades, while others oversee logistics and intelligence, each fulfilling their roles. Kairi Natsumi sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. You don't understand. It is precisely because of this that I feel even more distressed.